Chapter 331, Come Here. Sure enough, Chi Hansai's heartbeat became faster and faster. When she really heard the words no side effects, her heart paused, and her pupils shrank suddenly. No side effects. Last time, the other party just said there were some tricks. She thought it was just to increase the success rate of taking corpse cores. But now it is completely different from what was said before. No side effects, which means it will definitely succeed. This is too scary. Improving one's own abilities without any restrictions. This is not the end of the world. In the eyes of the other party, this is a hunting ground to break through their own shackles. No wonder the auto repair shop has been looking for deformed zombies. No wonder the other party has shown so many kinds of superpowers. Now, I have to tell this secret to myself. While I was ecstatic, I also realized the meaning of the words. This is definitely a secret that cannot be revealed to the outside world. If I reveal it, I am afraid I will become one of those skeletons. Forcing myself to calm down, I said with a firm face, I swear I will not betray you. And I am willing to do anything for you. Remember what you said today? Wu Heng said. Chi Hankai said again, Don't worry. I know how difficult life is now. And I will never betray you. Wu Heng nodded, took out a bottle of medicine, handed it to her and said, This is the purified medicine. Drink it directly. I will help you watch it. Chi Hankai frowned, and subconsciously took the not-so-big bottle of medicine. It was not the kind of bloody corpse core. It was a liquid that looked like eye drops. Chi Hankai looked at Wu Heng again, confirming that the other party had no reason to deceive or harm her. Besides, having come to this point, there is no reason to back down. She just opened the bottle cap and took her head back to drink it. The liquid medicine flowed down her throat into her stomach, dry and warm. Then her heartbeat quickened, her chest felt stuffy, and a surge of energy spread rapidly throughout her body. She felt a tingling sensation in her muscles and bones. But soon, all the strange sensations gradually disappeared, and were replaced by the vitality and comfort emanating from her body. She had experienced this feeling once before. It was just that the last time was even more painful, as if the pain was like having her flesh and bones shaved. People never want to experience the feeling of the second time. And now, after taking the potion, so easy to end. It's really amazing. How about it? Wu Heng watched the other party and asked. Even if Chi Hankai has taken the corpse core, but at this time, the whole body was soaked in sweat, just like getting out of the river. The clothes fit the body, except a tall body, and the faint black underwear. Chi Hankai showed the hard-to-hide joy. Fine, I can feel the increase in my body strength. You are considered good, the absorption is faster. Thanks. Blow a breeze in the window, Chi Hankai played in excitement, only found that my whole body was soaked, cover the chest subconsciously, then let go again, strong. Knock. Knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Wu Heng said. The door opened, and the little mother, Xiao Yanqiu, walked in. Xiao Xiao said you were looking for me. Well, come in, Wu Heng said. Xiao Yanqiu entered the room, and then saw Chi Hankai, who looked a little strange, and glanced at her whole body, and then glanced at Wu Heng. Deputy Leader Chi, Xiao Yanqiu said. The base here follows the name of most other bases. Wu Heng is the leader. Chi Hankai is the deputy leader in charge of daily management. Sister Zhao. Chi Hankai was more polite. After the two greeted each other, Chi Hankai said to Wu Heng, I'll go back first. If there is any action, please inform me at any time. Well, go back. Chi Hankai opened the door and walked out directly. After leaving the room, Chi Hankai took a deep breath to calm herself down. The other party told her about the medicine, which meant that she trusted her very much. She might not be better than Li Yong, but among the several bases controlled by King Yin Luo, she was definitely a confidant. Walking down the stairs, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. I looked up again, and suddenly thought Xiao Yanqiu should also come to take medicine. She must be here because of her daughter Xiao Xiao. Chi Hankai muttered, and she became more curious about who this Xiao Xiao was. She managed the entire old factory shelter, and all the survivors were registered. Only this Xiao Xiao, who was often mentioned, did not appear. It was as if it only appeared in everyone's mind, and had never been seen from beginning to end. Thinking of this, Chi Hankai felt a chill on her back again. There was an inexplicable sense of horror in her heart. It was like watching a horror movie, and it was a character imagined by everyone, and it had never really existed. It's so cold. Chi Hankai shook her shoulders, and went back to her room to change clothes. Xiao Yanqiu stood in the middle, and said a little stiffly, Do you have anything to say? Xiao Xiao also appeared in the air, half lying in the air. Humph! Mom has a temper with me. Zhao Yanqiu looked up and glared at her. Wu Heng said, you have heard about corpse cores, right? The radio station said that it is a substance in the body of a zombie. Zhao Yanqiu said. Even if she had not heard about it before, now that she is in charge of the radio station, she has naturally heard about corpse cores. Wu Heng said directly, I can provide you with corpse cores, which will be of great help to your physique. Zhao Yanqiu frowned. The success rate of corpse cores is quite low. Xiao Xiao interrupted and said, Uncle's is harmless, Mom. Don't worry. Wu Heng also explained, I have a medicine here with no side effects. Providing it to Zhao Yanqiu, to a large extent, is a compensation for Xiao Xiao, as the ghost who followed him at the beginning. Although she was a little naughty, she did provide him with great help, whether it was the reconnaissance before the battle or finding the location of the deformed zombies. So, now that there are enough corpse cores, they will start to distribute them, and Xiao's mother will be included in it. Zhao Yanqiu glanced at her daughter, and seeing her nodding to her, she also agreed. Thank you for your trust. Wu Heng took out the medicine and handed it to her. Zhao Yanqiu opened the bottle stopper and drank it all. Then, her body began to show abnormalities, curling up into a ball, and groaning in pain. Xiao Xiao encouraged her, and told her to hold on for a while. After a short period of pain, she felt a sense of relief, as if her body had regained its vitality. Zhao Yanqiu wiped the wet hair from her forehead. Thank you. I feel that my body has changed a lot. Well, don't tell anyone about this. Even those in the base. Otherwise your life may be in danger. Wu Heng continued to instruct. Zhao Yanqiu's face also instantly became serious, and he nodded solemnly. I won't tell anyone. Well, go and get busy first. Zhao Yanqiu bowed again, and left the room directly. Thank you, Uncle. Xiao Xiao thanked him. Why are you being polite? We are all family, Wu Heng said. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao smiled, and happily circled in the air. Wu Heng put on a coat. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Let's go to the bus station. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao got back into his body. Wu Heng took the skeleton to the rooftop, sat on the back of the skeleton dragon, and put on a banded mask to block the wind. He patted the bone dragon's neck, and instantly soared into the sky, flying towards the bus station. The wind whistled in his ears, and the airflow scraped on the mask like a whip. If his physique was not several times that of a normal person, he would not be able to bear this speed. He flew quickly all the way. The skeleton dragon arrived directly above the bus station. The dragon fell from the yard, and the survivors in charge of patrolling rushed over with a crossbow. Seeing Wu Heng taking off his hood, he immediately put down his weapon and smiled. My king, you just came back from the robbery. Wu Heng jumped off the flying dragon and asked, Where is Li Yang? Sister Hong is in a meeting. Do you need to notify her? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, After the meeting, ask her to come to my room to find me. Oh, okay. Back to his original room. It was still in its original state. Waited for a while. The door opened, and Li Yang walked in directly with a heavy backpack. Seeing Wu Heng, she stood at the door with a stern face, with his arms folded across his chest, looking angry. Wu Heng looked at her and felt a little funny, opened his arms and said, Come here. You. Li Yahong's expression froze, glared at him, but still walked over and threw herself into his arms. Wu Heng hugged her and asked, Do you miss me? I miss you. She said that, but she still pushed hard into his arms. Wu Heng pinched her cheeks and raised his head and kissed her hard. Chapter 332, You also collect intelligence for me. Li Yang pounded the other person's chest twice in embarrassment, and raised her head to respond to the other person. Seeing that her coat had been taken off, Li Yang turned her head away and said, No, I need to take a shower first, I'm sweating all over. Wu Heng opened the buckle of the chest binder and patted his lower back gently. Go quickly. Really, you're like this as soon as you get here. Li Yang covered her clothes on her chest and complained softly. When she entered the bathroom, Wu Heng also took off his clothes and followed her in. Coming out of the bathroom, the two of them came out wrapped in bath towels and sat down on the bed. Wu Heng took out 2 bottles of potion and put them on the table. The newly made potion is out. I'll give you 2 bottles. Li Yang wiped her wet hair and raised her eyebrows. Corpse core potion, I haven't seen it for a while, mainly because there is no information about the deformed zombies nearby. Now, building a base in the city is indeed the right thing to do. I'll take 2 for myself. Should I share some with others? After all, I've taken it so many times, and I haven't awakened my superpowers. Wu Heng held her in his arms and said, consider others later. You need to have a certain amount of power to manage this place. Okay, then I'll drink it now? Yes. Li Yong didn't say much, opened the potion, and drank 2 bottles in succession. After a brief tingling sensation in the body, everything returned to normal. Li Yong could also clearly feel the improvement in physical strength. She grabbed it casually, and opened her palm again, revealing the mosquito she had crushed to death. Wow, I know how to use the invisible hand, Li Yong exclaimed. She washed her hands in the bathroom, and came back again, smiling and saying, You are so nice. Are you not angry now? I am angry too, because you didn't come back for so many days, Li Yong said angrily. Wu Heng hugged her over. It's busy over there, and they are also building a new market. TSK, Li Yong continued, the bus station needs to replenish some food and crossbows. The bag I brought with me contains the gold and silver I have collected recently. Well, I said I would trust you with it. Really. I stayed at the bus station until dusk, and looked at the time, and planned to leave. Li Yong helped him put on his clothes, complaining softly. Really? It's like having an affair. So anxious. And you have to go back on time. Wu Heng was amused by her. You are the original wife. What? You really have someone else? Chi Han Kai. Right. I have felt that something is wrong with her for a long time, Li Yong said immediately. Wu Heng pinched her face. What are you guessing? Then when will you come again? Li Yong continued to ask. In a few days. Then what about the food and crossbows I need? How about this? I will let the convoy deliver it along the outer road. It will only take more than 2 days. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, That's fine. After the two discussed it, Wu Heng picked up the backpack containing gold and silver on the ground and took a look. There was a rustling sound when he picked it up. It weighed at least 20 kilograms. If each gold coin weighed 30 grams, there would be more than 600 gold coins in this bag. In the other world, you can live a rich life. He put it into the space ring and walked out directly. He rode on the skeleton dragon, waved goodbye, and headed directly towards the old factory area. The dragon landed on the roof of the old factory area. Wu Heng returned to the dormitory, opened the gate, and returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the residence. Wait until after dinner. Wu Heng took out the potion and said, This is a newly refined potion, the kind that strengthens the body. You each have 2 bottles, drink it now. Compared to the zombie world, Wu Heng felt that this alien world was more dangerous. Zombies don't have too many conspiracies and tricks. With the protection of the skeleton army, there is basically no danger. But this side is different. The secret society, pirates, mysterious blank envelope. Each of them wanted to kill themselves. Similarly, Minnie and Andwire were also in certain danger. The distribution of the potion was also more inclined to the 2 of them. Great, I can become stronger again. Minnie cheered happily, and went forward to pick up 2 bottles. Thank you, Master. Andwire smiled and thanked, and then picked up the potion. Minnie was stunned when she cheered, and suddenly felt that she seemed very impolite, and also bowed solemnly. Oh, thank you. Master is the best. Wu Heng also smiled and said, Okay, family. There is no need to be so formal. That's right, Sister Wire is always like this. Andwire glared at her, and Minnie stuck out her tongue. Wu Heng said, Okay, you guys drink it now, I'll help you keep an eye on it. The 2 girls nodded, opened the bottle cap and drank it directly. After a short period of physical abnormality, then they felt their bodies strengthened. Then, they took the second bottle, and the effect was the same. Even Andeville showed a happy expression. Let's go, train for a while, and then rest early. Okay, I want to repay the master tonight. Minnie cheered. Andeville glared at her again. Stop making excuses. At worst, we can go together. Andeville choked up, and swallowed the rest of the words. The 3 of them trained in the courtyard for a while, and then went back to their room to rest. The next day, the association. Wu Heng sat at the table, checking the latest wanted list. Some new pirate groups, and ordinary wanted criminals were updated. And the bounty for Philippa on it has reached 650 silver coins, if he hadn't just been listed. Judging from his age, his level wouldn't be too high. I'm afraid he would have been listed as a 3rd level meritorious service. Knock knock. The door knocked, Envier walked in with a woman. "Master, Mrs. Millicent is here," Envier said. Millicent is the name of Philippa's mother, a woman who is less than 40 years old, with very white skin and a plump figure. "Master," the woman lowered her head and whispered, "just call me the deputy deacon. No need to follow them," Wu Heng said. It was still a bit strange to be called master by the mother of his subordinates. "Yes, deputy deacon," Wu Heng continued, "I met your daughter the day before yesterday. She wanted me to arrange a job for you to make a living. Have you done anything before?" The woman looked up carefully. "I opened a hotel for a while before, but there were not many people in the village, and finally closed it. In a place like a village, it is not realistic to open a hotel at all, but it is also an experience of doing business." Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "If I buy you a shop and open a tavern, can you open it?" I don't know." The woman lowered her head. Treasure Island is different from the village where she lived before. This is a trade center with great mobility, and there are a lot of sailors or merchant groups entering the port every day. Taverns of that type of hotel have good business here. You can also collect certain intelligence for yourself. After thinking for a while, he looked up and said, "Then give it a try. It's not easy to get out of the village. There should be a better life." The woman paused. "You are right. Wire. Master." Anderwire looked over. "Go to the municipal government and buy a shop. The location should be better. Don't show up. Let others buy it." Wu Heng ordered directly. "Okay, master." Anderwire left. Only Wu Heng and the woman standing in the middle were left in the room. "Sir, is my daughter okay now?" The woman hesitated, but still asked. "She's fine. At least she's doing better than you." Hearing that her daughter was doing well, the woman's face relaxed a lot, and she whispered, "Philippa's personality is a bit like a boy. Please bear with her if there are any shortcomings." "It's okay. She has a good personality." "Thank you." Wu Heng looked at her and continued to ask, "What's your job?" "I don't have a job yet." Hearing this, Wu Heng frowned slightly. In this world where everyone has a profession, you are still not employed at this age. "How old are you?" 38. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and continued, "Wait inside for a while." The woman followed the order and walked to a room on the side. Wu Heng was at the door, called a staff member, and said, "Go to the front desk and get an investigator profession scroll." "Okay, Mr. Deputy Deacon." Soon, the job transfer scroll was delivered. After the staff member left, the scroll was handed to the woman. "Here you go, your profession is investigator, and when you run the tavern in the future, you will also be responsible for collecting intelligence for me. The characteristics of an investigator's profession are observation and recording. They often play some clerical jobs, which is also a popular profession among various forces. It is the kind of profession that, as long as you change your job, you will not have to worry about finding a job. But the disadvantages are also obvious. They are chosen workers, have no fighting ability, and rarely appear high-level strongmen." Seeing the scroll sent over, the woman immediately showed a happy expression. "Thank you, Mr. Deputy Deacon. Well, let's change your job first." The woman tore open the scroll. An ray of light penetrated into the woman's body. As the light disappeared, the temperament and state of the whole person also changed. His eyes became brighter, and the look in his eyes was no longer so timid, but gave people a feeling of observing things. Wu Heng said, "The promotion of investigators focuses on observation and collection. Although you are a little older when you change jobs, you can catch up if you pay more attention to the surrounding situation." "Yes, I will definitely work hard." "Well, do it well. Although you are not members of the association now, you are also my informants. Do it for a few years first. When you don't want to do it anymore, I will take you away and arrange new jobs for you." "Thank you, sir." Chapter 333, Skeleton Cavalry. Chatted with the woman for a while. Endweir came back with the title deed. Said, "Master, I bought a shop on the newly built commercial street of Lighthouse Street. The location is pretty good." "Yeah, that place is also pretty good." Wu Heng took the title deed, continued to look at the woman. "Come on, I'll take you to see it." "Yes, my lord." Lighthouse Street. In a shop that had just been completed, Wu Heng put on the shapeless veil, turned into the form of a fat woman, and walked into the shop with Millicent. The shop was empty, but it still had a large floor space. There were 5 floors in total, 4 above ground, including the lobby and the single room upstairs. When the building was designed, it was probably designed as a tavern. Wu Heng handed her the title deed and said, "This shop is yours now. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me, but don't mention our relationship to outsiders. I am the deputy deacon of the association, and I have many enemies around me. That would be dangerous for you and your daughter." "I know." The woman nodded, and then bowed again. "Thank you, sir, for rescuing me and Philippa from prison. And thank you for giving us this opportunity. Well, it's good to know what you should do." "Yes, sir." The two looked around the shop. Wu Heng continued, "Let's find someone to renovate it first. Don't worry about the money." "Okay, sir." After looking around, he closed the door of the shop again. The rest of the things, let her do it herself. "Get on the carriage." The woman returned to the association, and Wu Heng got off the car halfway, returned to the residence. After lunch, Wu Heng found a deserted place, put on the train conductor's hat, and boarded the ghost train. In the itinerary book, Phil in Netal City, the train disappeared quickly, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived at the port city of the Yek Kingdom. Perhaps it was because of the recent political instability in the kingdom. The streets of the entire port became much quieter. Wu Heng walked directly into a weapons store he had never been to, looked at the weapons around him, and said, "How much is a crossbow?" The boss smiled and said, "This kind of crossbow is 40 silver coins. The price has really increased a lot. How many are there in the store? Do you need to order a large number?" The boss thought for a while and said, "Sir, there are only more than 10 crossbows in the store. If you order a large number, we can arrange the order for you and deliver it to you within 10 days. Wu Heng frowned and thought for a while. "There are only a few of them, which are not very useful. Moreover, I ordered 1,000 wood elves crossbows from Starflower, as well as a large amount of food. In 10 days, the goods from Starflower should be almost here. There is no need to order from here. Forget it, I'll take a look." Wu Heng left the store, and went shopping in the nearby stores. The price of food has also increased, but the increase is not large, and the quantity is sufficient. I bought more than 200 bags of flour, and some beans directly. Whether it is for the bus station, or for exchange, it can be used. After a walk, after there was nothing else to buy, Wu Heng continued to walk outside. He came to a relatively remote place outside the city. He was about to put on his hat and leave. The sound of rapid horse hooves suddenly sounded from behind. Wu Heng put away his hat, looked back, and saw a team of armored cavalrymen running towards him quickly. There were 12 people in the group, and there were clouds of dust behind them. Wu Heng stood aside, waiting for them to leave. Suddenly, the leading cavalryman pulled the reins, and the cavalry squad stopped. The leader, sitting on the horse, asked condescendingly, "What are you doing?" "I'm just passing by." "Is there any problem?" Wu Heng answered. The man looked up and down at his clothes, glanced at the ring on his hand, and looked around. "Recently, there has been a serious problem of banditry in the city. You guys put down your weapons and accept inspection." As he said that, the cavalrymen surrounded the few people. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, took out the vice deacon's emblem and hung it on his body. "Get lost." All the cavalrymen were stunned. Seeing the emblem, their eyes widened a little. Just met someone outside, and he was the vice deacon of the association. This is too coincidental. The cavalry captain was obviously stunned, and looked at the other party carefully, and continued, "I know all the vice deacons in Netal City. Why haven't I seen you? You didn't pick him up." Then, he continued to order the cavalry, "Go. Take him down." Wu Heng stood where he was, and he understood what the other party meant. No matter what identity he revealed, he was planning to take him in this remote place. He was not even afraid of his identity as a deputy deacon. It seemed that he did not want to leave anyone alive. Tap, tap, tap. After hearing the captain's order, the cavalrymen began to rush over. Wu Heng took out the heavy machine gun from the space ring and directly triggered the plate armor. Bang, bang, bang. The loud explosions rang out. The approaching cavalry was instantly drowned by bullets, and all the people and horses lay on the ground. And in the back, the captain, who had just been full of indifference and disdain, also suddenly changed his expression, pulled the reins, and planned to ride away. Wu Heng cast a spell instantly, and a cage of bones was created, trapping the only cavalry captain inside. The man's face turned extremely ugly. He originally wanted to take advantage of the absence of people to make a fortune. But he didn't expect to hit a wall. Not only did all the team members die, he might also die here. Wu Hung walked over. And before he could speak, the other party rushed to say, "Deputy Deacon, we are eager to catch the bandits. And we offended you." He turned over and dismounted. Bowing. Wu Hung frowned. And he was really flexible. Just now, he gave the order, and the cavalry killed people directly. But now, he apologized immediately. Wu Hung said directly, "No need to apologize. Don't be so arrogant in the next life." After that, he removed the bone prison, smashed the head with a hammer, and killed the other party. Clean and neat. Wu Hung searched the corpse on the ground, found some money bags, medicine, and a letter sealed with wax on the captain. He opened it and took a look. It was a letter requesting the mobilization of troops to arrest someone. It seems that these cavalry came to deliver a letter. Just now, I really suspected that it was someone who was bewitched by the blank letter. Take out all the straw mats in the space ring. Wrap up the bodies. 2 human bodies with 1 straw mat. Wu Hung gave the order directly. The number of straw mats was still too small. After the bodies were rolled up, Wu Hung put them directly into the space ring, and continued to pick up the shells on the ground. Put on the train conductor's hat again, and returned to Treasure Island. Zombie World. Old factory area. Wu Hung was in an open space at the back. He took out all the cavalry bodies. Dead skeleton battlefield was released, and the white bones stood up from the ground. In addition to human skeletons, there were 12 skeleton horses. Chapter 334 Printer. The flesh fell off, and the white skeleton stood up from the ground. 12 human skeletons, and 12 skeleton horses. Wu Hung looked at the skeletons one by one, checking their levels. Skeleton Cavalry, level 7. Skeleton Cavalry, level 6. Skeleton Warhorse, level 4. This time it was a new profession, called Cavalry. The highest level was level 7, which was the team leader who ordered the attack when they met. The level is a bit low. Wu Hung was a little disappointed. But on second thought, this level is also normal. Ordinary soldiers cannot be viewed according to the level of leaders or backbones. These are cavalry teams, not leaders. Also, the pirate sailors, who have been converted recently, are only at level 5. They have different professions, but they are all soldiers. If there is really a high-level professional among them, it would not be so easy to be killed by Wu Hung in a few minutes. I continue to look at the attributes of the cavalry. The type is closer to that of a warrior, and the specialties have been added with riding specialization basic, sword specialization basic, lance specialization intermediate. The combat effectiveness of this type of soldiers is largely reflected in the battles on horseback. But in Wu Hung's opinion, facing zombies, the advantage of cavalry may not be so obvious. Most of the time, zombies will quickly form a group of zombies. When they are surrounded and intercepted, it is difficult to exert that kind of mobility. It is not a big problem. It may not be used in any aspect. It is better to have it than not to have it. Besides, skeletons do not need to eat, so there is basically no consumption. Put on the equipment on the ground, and put on the equipment for your own skeleton horses. Wu Hung ordered. The 12 skeleton cavalrymen bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground, and put them all back on. Then, they continued to put on a kind of leather armor and saddles on the horses. After everything was dressed, they picked up the weapons on the ground again and climbed on the horses. There are 2 types of cavalry weapons: long swords and lances, sitting upright on the horseback. They still look quite majestic. From now on, you will be called Cavalry 1, Cavalry 2, Cavalry 3. Wu Hung named the cavalrymen one by one. After the naming was finished, Wu Hung took all the skeleton cavalrymen back to the courtyard, walked into the yard. The mighty skeleton cavalry immediately attracted the attention of all the survivors. Stopped the work at hand, looked over here with wide eyes. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, even flying dragons in the sky have been seen. Now they brought back another team of skeleton cavalry. It's really like the ancient army, cold weapons, almost all the troops. Everyone stood far away, discussing in a low voice. Chi Han Kai also received the news, and walked out of the dormitory building. He looked up at the tall skeleton cavalry, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. An inexplicable pressure rose in his heart. He looked away, and looked at Wu Hung again. What are your plans for today? Wu Hung glanced at the sky. It was already late after returning from Netail City today. He said, no plans for today. Come with me to the military market tomorrow morning to prepare 2 carts of food. Okay. Chi Honkai agreed, and went down to make preparations in advance. Bring the skeleton cavalry to where the skeleton army is stationed. Then return to the dormitory, open the boundary gate, and return to Treasure Island. The next day morning, Zombie World. Wu Heng walked out of the dormitory. Chi Honkai had already prepared the vehicle. Sit in the passenger seat. 3 military trucks started, heading towards the direction of the military market. The wall on the market side has been built almost. Should we operate in the form of the bus station, or the free market like the military? Chi Honkai asked while driving. The business models of the 2 places are somewhat different. The bus station where Li Yong is stationed is more like a recycling center, exchanging food for all the supplies brought from the shelter. The military market not only has guns and ammunition for exchanging supplies, but also provides a market, allowing others to set up stalls to sell items, which is a platform. Of course, the military provides you with a venue and a certain degree of security, but also charges a fee. What Chi Honkai wants to ask is whether to open the market to the outside world. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and said, I feel that the situation at the bus station is pretty good. What do you think? On his side, the purpose of the market is different from that of the military. The military needs some operations to maximize the collection of food or other supplies. On Wu Heng's side, there is enough food. You bring your things here. I give you food. And then you can leave. There is no need to make the process so complicated. In addition, a large number of other shelters stay in the market, which also increases the burden of security and maintenance in the market. I think so too. As for the pricing, is it the same as the military's? Chi Honkai continued to ask. As for the pricing, we still need to consider it carefully. The prices set by the military market are based on their needs for materials. We may not follow theirs, but we cannot deliberately increase the price, so as not to convey a sense of provocation and targeting. Even if we are not afraid of the other party, it is better not to have a conflict. Modernized weapons still pose a certain threat. The price of guns and ammunition is 1/3 lower than that of the military. The prices of corpse cores and special equipment are the same. The prices of gold and silver are also 1/3 lower than those of the bus station. Okay. Chi Honkai continued, there is also a special type of work. When we have a meeting, we will discuss other shelters to send a special type of work or profession. We can provide them with 50 kilograms of food. If you come here by yourself, the food will be given to him. Okay. Then do we need to go there to exchange supplies today? The market will open soon. Chi Honkai glanced at him. We still have to go there. Let's exchange some of the ammunition we need first, in case the market opens and the other party refuses to sell to us. Wu Heng explained. That's right. Chi Honkai continued, when we come back, I'll ask Zhao Yanqiu to promote it on the radio. Yes. The 2 discussed the market. Chi Honkai also talked about his arrangement of the sentry post. The zombies around the old factory area were cleared out. Chi Honkai planned to block some small roads and arrange sentries on the 2 main roads. Whether survivors approach or zombies migrate, they can detect it in advance and have time to prepare. Wu Heng has no objection to this. He does not stay here every day, and some security matters still need to be arranged by them. The following few things were all approved by Wu Heng. Chi Honkai was also a little happy. After finishing the business, they laughed and talked about some interesting things that happened in the base. Or some old members who got together with whom they have already started living together. Whether it is the bus station or the old factory area, the 2 women acted as leaders, and also avoided some bad situations between men and women. There was no such thing as forcing women or comfort rooms. Arrived at the military market, Wang Chenggang and others stayed on the truck to guard the supplies. Wu Heng took Chi Honkai and 2 skeleton attendants and went directly into the market area. The market was still bustling. The successive stalls were filled with various supplies. Walking along the way, you can see many stalls selling homemade detonators and explosives. The workmanship seems a bit rough. Hello. Do you need explosives? I guarantee that each one is easy to use to kill zombies and so on. And one explosion can hit a large area. The stall owner saw several people looking at him and said loudly, and then patted his chest. Do you know the open pit mine? I made the explosives for mining there, and I'm an old hand. Wu Heng took a look and planned to leave directly. In the other world, rolling thunder with explosion and smoke effects is the most common. although the triggering method is still ignition. It is much better than this homemade one. Wu Hung continued to walk forward, looking around as he walked, and suddenly stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was a sloppy middle-aged man, smoking a self-rolled dry tobacco. On the stall, there were various messy items: machetes, axes, homemade protective gear, and a cabinet-style glass device, the size of a beverage machine. Wu Hung glanced at it and asked directly, "What is this?" 3D printer. You young people should know. It can print all kinds of things. If you need it, I will sell it to you at a low price. The man was still smoking, and said casually, Chapter 335, Inspectorate Envoy. 3D printer. This kind of thing, Wu Hung is not unfamiliar with it. Before the disaster, this kind of thing was popular for a while. It is a kind of rapid prototyping equipment. In the video, many bloggers posted some figures they printed themselves, or more advanced ones, creating different parts, and finally assembling mechanical arms, retractable knives and other things. Of course, the material is not iron, it is more like plastic. Wu Hung looked at the stall owner in confusion. Searching for food and weapons is understandable. But what were you thinking when you brought this thing out? Can this thing be used without electricity? Wu Hung asked. The stall owner exhaled a puff of smoke. No. Then what's the use of bringing it out? If you want, I'll give it to you at a lower price. The stall owner couldn't answer, so he just said it. What's the price? 30 kilograms of grain, there are computers and raw materials in the car, all for you. Wu Hung glanced at Chihan Kai, who was stunned, then reacted, coughed lightly and said, Grain is waiting for winter, what's the use of this junk? You buy it back, I'll smash it for you. The stall owner took a deep breath, feeling that his business was going to end, and immediately said, Sister, you can't say that, the end of the world is already difficult. How can you destroy a man's handmade dream? You can't even eat. What's the point of dreaming? Wu Hung also said, 2 kilograms of grain, this thing can't be used without electricity. It's not that he deliberately lowered the price. In the current environment, this stuff is no different from garbage. Brother, you can't lower the price like this. 2 kilograms is too little. It's also very troublesome for us to transport it here. How about you take 10 kilograms? The man said. Forget it. Wu Hung turned and left. The man immediately threw it on the ground and chased him out, shouting, Sell it. Sell it. Don't leave in a hurry. 2 kilograms are for you. Men should use dreams. Brother. Wu Hung stopped, his face still hesitant. What about the computers and raw materials you mentioned? They are all in the car outside. You take the food. I'll have someone prepare it, and we will trade directly. Wu Hung also nodded and agreed. Okay. Let's trade at the door. Okay. Several people walked out of the market together. Wu Hung had someone pack 2 kilograms of flour, put it in a plastic bag, and took it over. On the other side, a 3D printer, a computer, and a large bag of raw materials were all placed on the ground. Wu Hung handed the flour to the other party, and the sloppy man took out a portable scale and weighed it. The weight was a little more, and he immediately smiled. Okay. The deal is done. If you really want to print something, you can go to the trade city if you don't have enough raw materials. There are shops selling this kind of materials there. The man reminded. Wu Hung nodded. Oh. Okay. Several people waved goodbye. Wang Chungang and others carried the equipment back to the car. Wu Hung and Chihan Kai continued to walk around. There was nothing they needed, so they went directly to the area where the military exchanged ammunition. Entered the building. The exchange ratio on the notice board had not changed. After saying hello to the staff at the counter, Captain Yang Long, who had led the tour last time, walked down from upstairs. When he saw Wu Hung, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Little brother, what are you buying today? It had not been long, and he still remembered Wu Hung. Wu Hung also smiled. Captain Yang, come to buy some ammunition. Welcome. Yang Long walked down the steps and said directly, What do you need? I'll have someone prepare it. We are selling radios and headphones here. See if there are any you need. We can exchange them together. Wu Hung glanced at him and asked curiously, What's the situation? Why are you in a hurry to sell this kind of thing? Yang Long laughed. Nothing. It's just that it's gathering dust in the warehouse. And I thought I would exchange it for everyone, so that it can be useful. Although Wu Hung didn't believe it. He didn't say much, but continued, How many of those machine guns do you have? Do you want more? Yes. Yang Long paused. with a regretful tone. It's a pity. We don't have many machine guns. We can't sell them. I can give you some shells. How many shells can you exchange? 500. Okay. Then 500 shells. 5,000 machine gun bullets. Hearing that so much was needed, Yan Long still frowned. But since he just said that he would exchange it with the other party, he still nodded and said, okay. I'll have someone prepare it. Yan Long spoke directly to the intercom. Wu Heng stood aside and waited for a while, after the ammunition is installed, walking towards the market together. Like last time, check the ammunition, then let Wang Chungang and others carry food. Yan Long continued, the brothers are sufficient. Shrink and eat. Diet, squeeze out some exchanges ammunition here. Wu Heng sighed. Yan Long glanced at the rear carriage blocked by another canvas, said, we are recruiting survivors from all over the place. Does the brother have this idea in this regard? At that time, I can introduce you to you. Wait for the end of the disaster in the future. The status is definitely not low. The future and reputation are much stronger than the present. Wu Heng browed, hearing the other party's thoughts that he wanted to compile himself. I don't have the final say on this shelter. I'll discuss it with everyone when I get back. If you have any ideas, we'll discuss it in detail next time we come. Yan Long nodded. Okay. I'll wait for good news from my brother. After the food and ammunition were counted and confirmed, Wu Heng continued, then we'll go back first. See you next time. Yes. See you next time. They waved goodbye to each other, and the convoy drove away. After driving a distance, Shi Hankai asked, I feel that he invited us to join just for the food. From the transaction between the two parties to Yan Long's invitation later, Shi Hankai also found something wrong. They had only met twice. Inviting them to join was not a recognition of their strength, but more of a recognition of their ability to provide sufficient food. Yeah. Wu Heng agreed. I feel that there is no need for us to join them. If we hand over the food, it's hard to say how much we can get. Shi Hankai reminded more directly. The present life. Wu Heng is the eldest, and she is the second. And the construction of the entire base is also moving in a better direction. If Wu Heng joins any force now, he will be regarded as a team leader at most. Then, the status of his subordinates will become worse and worse. This is still a good idea. If the other party takes the food and resources, they will not share them with them, which will be more troublesome. Joining the military sounds good and has a bright future. But for Wu Heng, it is just adding a layer of shackles to himself. Wu Heng smiled and said, just to be polite. At that time, we were on someone else's territory. If we directly rejected Yan Long, there might be some conflicts. Shi Hankai was stunned. And then he understood. Wu Heng had never thought of joining. But at the gate of the military, he was worried that the other party would do something directly. So he said tactfully that he would go back to discuss it. That's what I said. Shi Hankai smiled and felt much more relaxed. Then I can't say for sure next time. There will be no next time. When we go back, let Zhao Yanqiu promote our market. We will start exchanging materials in the next 2 days. Guns and various military equipment. The price will be reduced by 1/3. Understood. The car moved forward quickly, heading towards the old factory area. After entering the gate, Shi Hankai immediately gave everyone tasks. Plan the location of the outpost, and asked Zhao Yanqiu to announce the establishment of the old factory area market. There is no complicated trading method. As long as you can take out what you need, you can exchange food uniformly. Everyone in the shelter heard that they would also build a market. They were still somewhat excited. At least it means that their shelter is no less than the military, and even more abundant in resources. While Shi Hankai was giving the task, Wu Heng went to the area where the skeletons were stationed, selected more skeletons, and distributed rifles and submachine guns. As guards in the market, you still have to be on guard. Otherwise, you won't live long in this world. After everything was over, Wu Heng returned to the dormitory and Treasure Island. The brilliant sea. On a ship moving with the waves. In the dim cabin, a bright light stone was hung. A man in a slim suit with a Golden Association emblem on his chest sat at the table and read a book seriously. Knock. Knock. A light knock on the door sounded. The guard's voice followed. Lord Kalima, the captain is here. Let him in. The man closed the book in his hand. The door opened, and a man dressed as a captain of a merchant group walked in. He smiled and saluted. Meet the special inspector of Kalima. The door closed. The captain took out a prop and placed it on the ground. An invisible ball of light surrounded the entire room. Kalima narrowed his eyes, and a staff appeared in his hand. Don't be nervous, Master Kalima. This is a sound isolating prop. I'm here to tell you something, the captain explained quickly, and at the same time took out a ring with an eye pattern and put it on his hand. A member of the secret society. Kalima looked a little unhappy, and said, I told you not to contact me when I am on a mission for the association. If I am exposed, it will not do you any good. The captain smiled apologetically. Master, don't blame me. There are some important things. The secret society needs your help. Speak. You are going to Treasure Island this time. You need to deal with a person. His name is Wu Hung. Kalima frowned slightly, recalling the information about this name. Oh, the deputy deacon who was just promoted? Yes, the secret society promised you a generous reward afterwards. Kalima shook his head. Imolo is not easy to deal with. I don't have much chance to deal with him, and if I am caught with any evidence, I will be the one to die. The captain continued, No, you just need to find out some things and pull him down from the position of deputy deacon. A necromancer can't stand investigation. Kalima's eyes narrowed instantly. If it was just that simple, it wouldn't be difficult. But he still said, What if you don't find it? Then you can let him make a mistake, and then take him down. Kalima didn't answer immediately, but closed his eyes, and thought for a while, and then said, Okay, I promise you. Thank you, sir. The captain thanked him, put away the props, and bowed. Then I won't bother you too much, and the dinner will be served to you soon. Well, go. The captain opened the door and left. Treasure Island, residence. Wu Hung came down from upstairs. Minnie and Anweer were sitting in the living room chatting. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, they all smiled and greeted him. Wu Hung nodded, glanced at the two of them, and asked, Why hasn't Shawnera come to eat recently? I heard that she's been busy recently. What's wrong? Does the master miss Sister Shawnera? Minnie came over and put her arm around him. Just curious. The association knows that she lives next door to us. And I have a mission, which is to ensure her safety. Wu Hung explained. Minnie was stunned. And then she realized there was such a thing. Then let's go to her place for a meal today, Minnie suggested. Wu Hung felt that it made sense, and said, Pack up. Let's go to her place to take a look. Okay. The two girls simply packed up. Wu Hung took them out directly, and went to the next door. Chapter 336, Modernized Underworld Army. Arrived at Shannara's residence, knocked on the iron door. After a while, a gap was opened. The housekeeper with a serious face looked out. Deputy Deacon Wu Hung. Is Madame Shannara at home? Wu Hung asked directly. Please wait a moment, the housekeeper said, and closed the courtyard door again. Soon, the door was opened again. Madam, please come in. Wu Hung nodded, and walked in directly with his two maids. The flower bed is already full of flowers. Butterflies and bees are flying around. The whole courtyard is filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. Walk into the central building. The layout of the entire living room has changed a little from last time. The sculptures and paintings have also changed their styles. Footsteps sounded. Shawnera, wearing a beige dress, walked down from upstairs slowly. Seeing the three people, she immediately showed a bright smile on her face. Why did you think of me today? Come to see you, Wu Hung said. Minnie added. The master said he hadn't seen you for a few days, and was afraid you might be in danger. You care about me so much. Chanela looked at Wu Hung again. It's my duty. At this time, several maids came up with tea and snacks. Various types of pastries filled the tea table. After the maids left, Wu Hung asked, What have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you for a few days. It's still the business group's business, Chanela said helplessly. Are you in trouble? It's not a big deal. It's okay. It's already been solved. Sanera smiled and continued to ask, Will you eat at my place tonight? 2 new chefs have been transferred recently, and some alchemical dishes taste pretty good. Okay, sorry to bother you then, Wu Hung said politely. Minnie immediately came up, with a surprised tone. Sister, you just changed the chef? That's so exaggerated. There is no constant change. The chefs of the merchant group will be adjusted according to needs. Sanera explained, and continued to say to the housekeeper, Prepare dinner. Okay, madam. The housekeeper went down to give the order, and the few people sat in the living room and continued to chat. We chatted for a while. The housekeeper came back and announced that the dinner was ready. Several people sat down at the long and slender carved dining table. Sayonara and Wu Hung sat on one side, Minnie and Envier sat on the opposite side. When the meal was almost done, Sayonara asked with a smile, "Is there a lot of work at the association?" Wu Hung was about to answer, when he felt a soft little hand slipped into his palm from under the table, and interlocked his fingers. Turning his head to look over, Sayonara smiled and blinked slightly. Wu Hung was somewhat surprised at the other party's boldness, and at the same time glanced at the housekeeper standing behind Sayonara. The housekeeper still stood aside in a proper manner, looking straight ahead, as if she had not seen anything. Seeing that Sayonara was not afraid, Wu Hung naturally stopped worrying about anything, and took the other party's hand, saying, "It's the pirate's business to be busy. Oh, you must be careful when doing things. At your current age, you are already very powerful to sit in the position of deputy deacon. Don't work so hard." Sayonara turned her head to look at him, and her voice was soft. "I know." Wu Hung smiled, and then continued to ask, "When will the goods I ordered arrive?" Shannara looked behind her, and the housekeeper said, "According to the itinerary, it will take another 4 days. Are you in a hurry?" Shannara asked. "It's not urgent. I just remembered to ask." Shannara continued, "Will you place another order later?" "I think so. Tell me when you place the order, and I'll calculate the amount for you. These 2 times are relatively large transactions. There will be some discounts for subsequent orders." "Okay." The two held hands tightly, and continued to chat about some things related to the island. After they finished dinner, they quietly let go of each other's hands, walked back to the living room, and continued chatting. When the sky gradually darkened, Wu Hung took the 2 girls away. Before leaving, he said, "Come to my place for dinner when you have time." Shannara smiled and nodded. "Okay." Returned to the residence. Minnie lay directly on the sofa, patting her belly, and shouting that she was full. The little owl also flew over from the balcony, squeaking non-stop. And Veal took out some meat strips from the space ring and fed the little owl, saying, "Master, Mrs. Chanella seems to care about you." Wu Hung sat down beside him and did not deny it. "Well, the relationship is pretty good." And Veal continued, "Mrs. Chanella is so gentle and beautiful, and she has so much money. It's perfect." Minnie also nodded. "Well, she is an elf, and she can live so long." Wu Hung smiled and said, "Everyone has their own strengths. You are also good. You don't have to envy her." "Hee hee. Master is so nice," said Minnie. Underwire continued, "Go. Prepare the bath water for the master. I'm so full, I don't want to move." "Just move a little, go quickly," Underwire urged again. Minnie reluctantly went upstairs and prepared the bath water. The 3 of them took a bath together, and then went back to the room to rest. The next day, Zombie World. Towards dusk, the convoy, surrounded by a large number of skeletons, began to return to the old factory area. Early this morning, Wu Hung took the skeletons out, along the main road, clearing zombies in the direction of the bus station. Along the way, we used skeleton dragons to drop bombs, and spear formations to advance in a carpet-like manner. This greatly accelerated the rhythm and speed of the battle. According to the current speed, it would take another 3 or 4 days to clear the road. By then, the 2 bases would be completely connected, and there would be no need to take a long detour. The transportation of supplies would also be more convenient. Similarly, after clearing the zombies, the number of skeletons increased, and my own experience points were also constantly increasing. I opened the panel and took a look. Level 13, 127451/140000. There is still more than 10,000 experience points to reach level 14. With the current number of zombies, 1 wave of zombies can directly upgrade. If it weren't for the lack of time today, he would have wanted to clean up another wave and come back after reaching level 14. The convoy returned to the old factory area, the iron gate opened, and drove into the factory yard. Many survivors rushed forward, carrying items, checking vehicles. Wu Hung and Chi Honkai got off the truck, and just as they entered the dormitory building, Zhao Yanqiu came over and said, "Someone in the base can use that 3D device. Last time, I bought a 3D printer from the military market, so I asked the base to ask who knows how to use it. If no one knows how to use it, I can only find someone who is proficient in computers to learn. Now it seems that there are really people in this field. Where is the person?" "Here. I'll take you there." Wu Hung and Chi Honkai followed behind him. They walked to the door of a dormitory together, knocked twice, and pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, there was a young man in his 20s wearing glasses, and on the desk were assembled computers and 3D printers. Seeing the three people coming in, the young man immediately stood up. "My lord." "Sister Qi." "Sister Zhao." Zhao Yanqiu asked, "Have you installed the equipment?" "Yes. There is no problem with the equipment and computer." The young man opened a software on the computer and explained, "You can design it here. You need to make the shape and size of the object, and then import it into the 3D printer software. And then you can make it." Wu Heng saw that he was proficient in the operation and asked, "What is your name?" "Zhang Qi." "You can operate the computer and 3D equipment?" "Yes. I had one before, but it was not as expensive as this one," Zhang Qi said. Wu Heng nodded, thought for a moment, and continued, "Zhang Qi, you have seen the skeleton dragon outside, right?" "Ah, I saw it. The magazine in the chest of the skeleton dragon is made of wood. I need you to make a new magazine to ensure that the magazine and bullets will not shake when the dragon is flying, and the maximum amount of ammunition can be loaded. Can you do it?" Wu Heng directly put forward his request. Zhang Qi suddenly had beads of sweat on his forehead, and said, "I need to measure the size of the dragon's chest and the size of the ammunition. Let Qi Hankai help you arrange it then." Wu Heng continued. Zhang Qi nodded. "That's fine with me. I promise to complete the task." "Okay, you don't have to worry about the work outside. Just do this first." "Yes." At this point, Zhang Qi's face flushed slightly, with an inexplicable excitement. Wu Heng nodded, and took Qi Hankai and the other person out of the room. Qi Hankai continued, "The market will be open to the public tomorrow." "Well, I will be there then. It's okay, just prepare as usual." Wu Heng said. "Okay." The next day, on the road, an off-road vehicle covered with blood scabs was speeding fast. A man and a woman were sitting in the car, and the back seat was filled with various goods. As the off-road vehicle bumped, the sound of ding-dong kept coming. The two were a little tired after running all the way. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their faces were sallow. "Brother, you said that the radio said that gold corpse cores can be exchanged for food. Is it true? Don't let them be a group of liars who have deceived us and eaten human flesh or something." The young woman in the co-pilot seat said. They heard that the old factory area was going to open a market, so they took a long detour a day in advance. But think about it carefully. The other party uses food to exchange corpse cores, that's fine, but food can be exchanged for gold, and there is no limit on the exchange. What does this mean? No matter how you think about it, they are all liars. But they do need food. The man in the main car licked his dry lips and said, "You stay in the car. When the time comes, I'll go in and see the situation. If the situation is not right, you drive away." "Then what will you do?" "I have taken corpse cores. They can only recruit me, but you are different. You have delicate skin and tender flesh, and you look delicious." "Damn, you are scaring me." The woman shuddered directly. "Okay. Hold on tight. We're going through a neighborhood down there. There should be a lot of zombies." The woman held on to the handrail beside her. The off-road vehicle rushed down the angle dam. And then, there was a violent jolt. The two came from a shelter on the edge of the city. There were not many survivors in the base. Only about 30 people in total. These days, I heard on the radio that the old factory shelter was exchanging food for gold and silver, corpse cores, and various scarce resources. Not only them, but all the shelters in the radio station were in a state of panic. Food for gold and silver? This is a brain kicked by a donkey. At this time, gold is not as useful as an axe. Someone actually exchanged food for gold. As for the shelter of the brother and sister, after a brief discussion, they decided to come and take a look. After all, winter is coming soon. If they can really exchange food, they came early, so they are not afraid of losing it. If it is fake, they will drive away. It is just a wasted trip. In addition, I really can't think of any reason for the other party to deceive so many bases. Especially the military. Even if it is the end of the world now, the remaining modern weapons are enough to destroy a shelter. Entering the community, be careful, the man said. The SUV drove straight into the community in front. Immediately, there were roars of corpses all around, and a large number of zombies emerged from all directions, rushing towards the SUV. The man stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and crashed straight into it. In the violent collision, the windshield was covered with blood, and the wipers swept away the blood and mincemeat. Seeing the SUV rushing out of the community, the glass above suddenly shattered, and zombies jumped down from the building one by one. Bang, 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 like falling rocks, they hit the roof of the car. The SUV, which was already bumping at high speed, lost its balance the moment it rushed out of the community and entered the main road. It swung left and right and hit the street lamp on the side of the road with a bang. The SUV stopped directly, and 200 or 300 zombies followed them out of the community and rushed over here. The brother and sister in the car were dizzy from the collision, and their ears were buzzing. When I woke up a little, the zombies had surrounded the SUV. The claws smashed the body and the top. Bang, bang, bang. The violent smashing sound made the body slide continuously. Even if it was modified and reinforced, it would be difficult to maintain for a long time. Damn it! The man kept igniting the car, but the more anxious he was, the less the SUV responded. The woman said, "If we die here, we can also reunite with our parents, which is also good." "What are you talking about? We can't die." The man got under the car directly and began to check what was wrong with the vehicle. But, tap, tap, tap. Before she finished her words, the woman's eyes widened, looking in surprise at a cavalry team running wildly in front of her. Silver armor, tall horses, holding lances. Under the helmet was a white skull, and the warhorse was also a skeleton horse made of bones. Riding wildly, there was a murderous aura. "What the hell?" Brother. "Look quickly," the woman said, still staring at the front. While she was talking, the skeleton cavalry was like a flash of lightning, passing through more than 100 zombies, and a large number of zombies were pierced through their bodies, lifted high into the air, and thrown to the side of the road. Then, the cavalry turned around again, plunged into the zombies again, and drove a large number of zombies away. After 2 rounds of charge, they also attracted the attention of the zombies. They no longer attacked the iron car, but turned around and rushed towards the skeleton cavalry. The brother and sister's hearts beat rapidly, and they looked at the scene in disbelief. There were only more than 10 cavalrymen, and there were more than 100 zombies. But the cavalry still rushed back and forth quickly in the zombie group, clearing the zombies back and forth again and again, and at the same time led the zombies away from the range of the off-road vehicle. And those ferocious and brutal zombies, under the high mobility of the cavalry, have no way to stop. It's too scary. The two were shocked, somewhat stunned in place. A modified explosion-proof vehicle drove over in front of them. "It's the survivors. These skeleton cavalry are from the survivors' base," the woman exclaimed. The man also thought of superpowers. The explosion-proof vehicle quickly approached and stopped. A man quickly walked over and looked into the car. Seeing that the two were still alive, he said directly, "Can the car move? Follow us." The man restarted the off-road vehicle. After several attempts, it started successfully. When it was not going well, it would not start no matter what. Now it can start again. Following the explosion-proof vehicle, it drove forward. Ahead, the wide road was blocked by checkpoints. Abandoned cars and stone blocks blocked a large section of the road, leaving only a 2-car wide passage in the middle. Behind the roadblocks, survivors wearing bulletproof vests and skeletons holding guns and wearing leather armor could be seen. The brother and sister opened their mouths a little wider. There were also skeletons holding guns. What is this? Modernized underworld troops. At the entrance, 2 fully armed survivors walked over. After waiting to lower the window, then asked, "Which shelter are you from?" "North Station Shelter." "Are you not injured?" "No." After a few minutes of delay, they confirmed that both of them were fine. The roadblock was removed. "Go forward along the road, and you can see the exchange place." "Thank you." Chapter 337, Busy Market. The brother and sister were examined. The skeleton cavalry that had just killed the zombies also returned from the back, walking past the side of the off-road vehicle, the lances still dripping with sticky blood. The brother and sister looked back. There was no zombie in the distance. All fell to the ground. What a fierce cavalry! The two were shocked. Although they didn't know why these skeletons could stand up, but it was obvious that they were more powerful than zombies. 12 skeleton cavalry killed so many zombies. It was really scary. When the brother and sister turned around and looked at the skeleton cavalry, the roadblock was removed, and the survivor in charge of the inspection said, "Go forward along the road, and you can see the exchange place." "Oh, thank you." The brother and sister reacted, driving the severely deformed off-road vehicle, and continued to drive inside. The road ahead was very smooth. Scrapped vehicles and debris were piled on both sides of the road, and no zombies rushed out. Some survivors in charge of patrolling could also be seen, looking over here from time to time. Obviously, this area has been completely controlled by the survivors, and there are no zombies harassing us. Brother, these skeletons that can move, are they superpowers? The woman in the co-pilot seat suddenly said. They can patrol with the survivors. The only thing they can think of is superpowers. It should be. We have only heard about some superpowers on the radio, and we have never seen what the effects are, the man driving said. The woman looked out the window at the passing skeleton patrol. This ability is too abnormal. Every skeleton is a thug. The man was somewhat yearning. Yeah. It's a pity that I have only taken the first level corpse core. If there is a second level corpse core, I would also like to try it to see if I can awaken the ability. The woman immediately turned her head and said seriously, No. I tell you, the success rate is so low. How could it be your turn? If you die, what should I do? If you can awaken a powerful ability, you will soar to the sky, and at worst you can get a position as a leader. It's a powerful ability. How many people can survive by taking corpse cores? I'm just telling you. Why are you shouting? Besides, the zombies are getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, we will try to take corpse cores, the man said helplessly. The off-road vehicle continued to move forward slowly, and gradually saw the towering courtyard wall in front of us, and the skeleton standing on the courtyard wall, holding guns, and even 2 machine guns facing the outside. Damn, this place is no worse than the military, the woman exclaimed. Now it seems that this old factory shelter is no worse than the military. With the same sufficient guns, there are so many skeletons to control, which is likely to be better than the military. I have never heard that the old factory shelter is so powerful before. How come it suddenly rose to prominence? We're here. Stop talking nonsense, the man said. In front, following the instructions, we entered the open market courtyard. There was a sign at the entrance, which marked the value of various items. 10 grams of gold, exchanged for 10 kilograms of food. 1 level 1 corpse core, exchanged for 50 kilograms of food, accumulated 5 pieces for 10 kilograms. Level 1 deformed corpse, exchanged for 10 kilograms of food. 1 level 2 corpse core, exchanged for 100 kilograms of food, accumulated 3 pieces for 30 kilograms. Level 2 deformed corpse, exchanged for 30 kilograms of food. 1 rifle, exchanged for 15 kilograms of food. 100 bullets, exchanged for 10 kilograms of food. 1 heavy machine gun. 1 armored vehicle, exchanged for 300 kilograms of food. Special talents, 1 person can exchange for 100 kilograms of food. Various exchangeable items, clearly listed on the notice board. The brother and sister looked over, and their eyes widened. Brother, they really exchanged food for gold. You won't drink polluted water, you must be crazy. The car had already arrived at the market gate, and there was no need for the other party to continue to lie. Marked out, obviously they really intend to exchange. Don't talk nonsense, you are crazy. They are not crazy. The woman laughed. I just said it casually, it would be better if they can exchange. The price they buy guns is so low, half the price of the military, and they also buy armored vehicles, and special talents. Am I a talent? Can eating be considered a talent? You are sick. After reading the sign, the off-road vehicle went directly into the market. The two got off the car, and came to a wooden table. Let's exchange food. Have you seen the sign? The arranged person asked. Look. We brought some gold jewelry, the man said. Bring it here. Let's weigh it. And you can go get food if it's okay. Oh. Okay. He opened the car door again, and handed over a small plastic bag filled with various gold jewelry. After weighing it, a total of 104 grams. Go over there to get food. Okay. He got back in the car, and continued to the place where he got food. When 2 large bags of flour were stuffed into the back seat. Both of them swallowed their saliva. Really. Moreover, the warehouse where the other party took the food was filled with bags of food. Okay, you can go. After the exchange, the staff said directly. Oh. Good. The man in the driver's seat started the engine twice, and asked awkwardly, Can we repair the car here? There is a problem. Go over there to repair the car, and it will cost some money. Hearing the charge, the two hesitated again. But the condition of the off-road vehicle, it may not be possible to drive back without repair. They drove to the repair station, and made some simple repairs. When the car could start, they took some more food. The brother and sister drove the car back the same way. On the way back, The brother and sister were still a little confused. They exchanged gold for food? Except for the danger of zombies on the way. The rest of the journey took no more than 20 minutes. They have a lot of food. And why did they want to exchange it for gold? The woman rested her chin on her hand, thinking. The man said, "It is said that gold is stored in troubled times." Is this what they think? That was a troubled time, not the end of the world. Now almost everyone is dead. What's the use of gold? Then why, anyway? We have exchanged food. Yes, this is what I can't figure out. The brother and sister chatted in a low voice. Suddenly, several cars drove over. The brother and sister immediately looked serious and put their guns on their legs. In addition to zombies, other survivors are also in danger. But the other vehicle did not stop. Honked the horn on the way, and passed by directly. They are also going to exchange food. The man said. Yes. They brought more things. As he spoke, another military truck and 2 armored vehicles drove past from the side. It was also in the direction of the old factory area. The military went there too. Yes. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the military vehicles going away from the rearview mirror, and then turned directly and rushed towards the direction of the military market. The woman frowned. What for? While they don't understand the market, let's go to the military to exchange some big guys. Kill those deformed dogs at the intersection. And then exchange for more food. We finally got some food. But you just exchanged it away? The man said. There are more than 30 people in our base. How long can these 2 bags of food last? It's better to exchange for more weapons, while others are still waiting and watching, and exchange more. In a few days, the food may be gone. The woman was stunned, and felt that it made some sense. Okay, then go and exchange them quickly. When there is enough food, the military may raise the price of weapons. I thought so too. The old factory area. The reception room of the open market. Chi Honkai walked in and said, Leader, Captain Yang is here. Behind her followed Yan Long from the military, and 2 team members who were also wearing combat uniforms. Captain Yang, we meet again so soon. Wu Hung stood up and shook hands with him. Yan Long also smiled and said, Little brother, you deceived me so badly. Hey, Captain Yang, where did you get this from? Wu Hung motioned for him to sit down. You never said you were a superpower. Nor did you say you had so much food. Chapter 338, Eagle Eye Technique. Yan Long sat down on the chair, showing a deceived look. Wu Hung also returned to his seat and sat down. Such a thing, how can you just say it casually? That's right. Yan Long nodded in agreement, and continued, Brother, I'm curious to ask one more question. Why do you collect gold at this time? Isn't it a little too early? Different from the last time, outside the military market. Today, Yan Long talked more, but his tone was more polite. This was the exchange of roles between the 2 parties. Wu Hung should be more low-key in the military market, and the other party should also be restrained here. We just happened to have some food, so we collected some in advance and used it when order is restored later, Wu Hung said. Yan Long paused, and finally said only one sentence. I have an idea. Captain Yang, are you here to exchange for food this time? Yan Long nodded. Yes, I also brought some gold. The pricing of your weapons and military equipment is not quite in line with the market. Wu Hung understood what the other party meant. He explained, Don't worry, Captain Yang. We only exchange food, not guns and ammunition. You still occupy the market. Guns and ammunition, for Wu Hung, are more important than food. Food can be bought at any time, and the Wood Elves have potions to promote plant growth, which must be sufficient. Ammunition production has not resumed yet. It's just that the price is too low, and we can't exchange with you. Yan Long continued. We are not short of guns and ammunition at the moment, and if necessary, we will also go to the military to exchange, Wu Hung said. Yan Long had no choice. Judging from the defensive power of the market, there is really no shortage of guns, so he didn't say more on this topic. Instead, he continued, Brother, tell me the truth, will you continue to buy gold in the future? Yes, the price remains unchanged, and I will buy as much as I can. Are you kidding? No kidding. Okay, it's good to have your words, then we won't bother you anymore. Yan Long stood up. Yes. Wu Hung sent them to the door. He got back on the armored vehicle and drove away. Outside the market, there were still many vehicles from the shelters, exchanging food. It was getting close to dusk. The market began to become deserted. After the sentry confirmed that there was no convoy coming, Chi Honkai ordered the market to be closed. Everyone began to pack up and return to the dormitory in the rear factory area. Dormitory room? Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened. Chi Honkai walked in with a backpack and said, a total of 32 kilograms of gold for first level corpse cores. Hearing this number, Wu Hung was still a little surprised. 32 kilograms of gold, which is more than 530 gold coins in the other world. This is the number on the first day. Many shelters were skeptical about this place and did not come directly. According to the experience of the bus station, gold will continue to increase over a period of time. The second thing that was a bit surprising was the corpse core, for were exchanged in one day. The shelters here even took out corpse cores for exchange. Chi Honkai said, I was also quite surprised at first, but after talking to those survivors, it was actually quite normal. Why? The shelters here have guns and rockets. If you find a way to kill the first level deformed zombies, there is still a high success rate. Chi Honkai explained. This point is really convincing. Humans cannot fight against the distorted zombies with their own strength. But with modern weapons, they are enough to kill the first level distorted zombies. And humans are not best at killing zombies head on. They are more likely to set traps, kill zombies from a distance and other means. That's right. Chi Honkai smiled and said, the market has just opened. Some people are definitely still waiting outside, and I'm afraid that someone will sell the second level distorted zombie cores after a while. Wu Hung also agreed with this statement. Opening the market here is more suitable than the bus station. As expected, mobilizing everyone to collect the spoils will be faster. Well, the market is not bad. Other work will be slowed down for the time being, and the market will be maintained. Understood? Wu Hung continued, let's do this for now. Be careful. Okay. Chi Honkai left the room. Wu Hung also collected all the gold and corpse cores. Then he opened the gate and headed to Treasure Island. Appeared in the study room on the 4th floor. Wu Hung went directly to the alchemy room and placed 4 first-level corpse cores on the table. At the same time, there were 2 more bottles of first-level corpse core finished medicine on the shelf next to him. He put them into the space ring and walked out of the room directly. Coming down from upstairs, Minnie and Anweer were putting a vest on the little owl. The fluffy feathers were tightly bound, making the head look exaggeratedly large. But it still looked cute. Watching the owl put on clothes, Wu Hung also thought of Yuri, who could turn into an eagle. The protective gear on her body is a magic item, which can be transformed into various armors according to the shape. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, the two of them called him Master. Then, Anweer continued, Master, the bounty for killing the pirates last time has been paid. And there is also a 3rd level merit, which can be collected at the front desk. The 2 pirate groups are the Poison Blade Pirates and Red Crown Pirates that were killed when rescuing Shilagwi last time. Call me tomorrow morning, and we will go to the association together. Okay. Then Minnie talked about the radio pirates. Philippa has already started recruiting new sailors, and has changed some of the ship's weapons. Although the pirate group is not strong, the equipment on the ship is definitely not bad. There is no serious intelligence. Minnie is still willing to check the radio station's intelligence every day. After all, she has read a lot of Straw Hat Pirates comics, and has a curiosity and yearning for the pirate life. She can enter the room several times a day. After the business talk, Chef Number 1's dinner is ready. The 3 of them sat at the dining table to eat together. After dinner, Wu Hung gave 2 bottles of potion directly to the 2 of them, to continue to improve their physical fitness. The 2 girls cheered, and took the potion in the living room. After the effect of the potion disappeared, after a simple training, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Wu Hung and Anweer went to the association together. When passing through the association hall, at the front desk, they checked the rewards that can be exchanged for the 3rd level merit. As Wu Hang's level increased, some of the existing skills and magic props were no longer of much help to him. After searching for a long time in the skill book, I found a skill book called Eagle Eye, which I thought was pretty good. Eagle Eye description: you can create an invisible sensor. Place it at a certain location. Observe and monitor. Invisible sensor. High perception has a chance to detect. When Wu Hung saw the skill named Eagle Eye, he thought it was an enhancement of vision. Or, in other words, it was a skill of the ranger. After reading the introduction on the panel, he found out that it was an invisible surveillance camera. After placement, You can observe and monitor a certain area, but it is not completely invisible. Professionals with high perception still have a chance to discover it. I will change this one, Wu Heng said. The staff nodded. Okay, Deputy Deacon. Wu Heng put the book away, and then walked towards the office study. Enter the room. Push the door and walk in. Underwire is wiping the table. Wu Heng said, Wire, go and tell Moya that I have to deal with the 2 bodies I killed myself. And ask her to issue me a transfer certificate. Okay, Master. Underwire wiped her hands and walked out directly. Not long after, Anweir came back again. She handed over the certificate for the transfer of the body. Wu Heng took the certificate, went to the morgue, and asked the coroner to take a straw mat and wrap the body, then put it into the space ring. When everything was over, Wu Heng went directly back to his residence. Continue to the zombie world. Zombie world. The market has been reopened. Several shelters came here to exchange food. Wu Heng walked out of the dormitory building and took out the bodies of 2 pirate captains in the open space behind the building. He released bone art in succession. The 2 corpses stood up, and their levels and occupations were revealed. Skeleton Thief, level 12. Skeleton Warrior, level 10. It turned out that Captain Poison Blade was a thief, and the other was a warrior. Level 12 was not a low level. Your name is Poison Blade, and your name is Red Crown. Wu Heng named them after the pirate group. He distributed equipment to the 2 skeletons, and walked back together. Returning to the factory area, Shi Hankai saw him and walked towards him. No problem, same as yesterday, all very well behaved, Shi Hankai said. Wu Heng glanced at the direction of the market. On one of the off-road vehicles, there was a machine gun. Poison Blade, you follow her from now on, and protect her safety, Wu Heng said directly. Shi Hankai's expression froze, looking at the tall and thin skeleton with 2 short blades hanging from his waist in surprise. I have a skeleton bodyguard too. Chapter 339, Seeking Excitement. Hearing Wu Heng's arrangement, Shi Hankai was delighted. Skulls have strong combat power. Being able to arrange one to come and serve as a personal bodyguard for him also means that he is valued by the other party. At least, he is no longer an ordinary survivor who cannot be trusted. Skull Poison Blade consciously walked to Shi Hankai's side. Thank you. Shi Hankai thanked him happily. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, how is the market today? There were not many people in the morning, but they are only starting to come now. It seems that there should be more people than yesterday, Shi Hankai said, looking at the direction of the market. After the survivors who exchanged supplies yesterday went back, the news would definitely spread. In the following days, there would be more and more. Is there any problem with public security? No problem at the moment. The skeletons holding guns are enough to deter the survivors from outside. Even some shelters with bad reputations are relatively low-key after they come, Shi Hankai said directly. Well, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Don't worry. Shi Hankai nodded in agreement, and then reminded, the speed of food exchange is a bit fast, and it can only last for a week at most. All the shelters thought that the people in the old factory area were stupid, exchanging the largest amount of food, so as not to stop exchanging food in 2 days. With more and more shelters coming, it can only last for a week at most. Food is not a problem. You can just exchange it normally, Wu Heng said. The goods of Star Flower will arrive in the next 2 days. Among them is the large amount of food he ordered. The Wood Elves have potions to increase production in terms of food, which can fully meet the trading needs here. Moreover, flour that costs a few coppers a bag must be exchanged with gold. Even if we go to various grain stores to collect it, we can't stop the exchange here. Hearing Wu Heng ensure the food supply, Shi Hankai felt relieved. Okay, I'll get busy first. Well, let's go! Shi Hankai walked towards the market. Skeleton Thief Poison Blade followed her and left. Wu Heng also walked towards the dormitory building. Entered the dormitory building. Wu Heng went to a room on the 3rd floor, knocked on the door, and walked in directly. The room was a little dim. Zhang Qi, who was sitting in front of the computer, turned his head and looked over. Seeing that it was Wu Heng, he immediately stood up. My lord, how is the design going? Wu Heng walked to the computer. Zhang Qi made way, enlarged the pattern in the computer software, and explained, the dimensions of the dragon's chest have been measured, and I am making the corresponding module dimensions according to the position inside. In the software, you can see a pattern of a dragon's chest, and various module components formed in the chest. It looks a bit like the CAD software I learned in school, but it shows a three-dimensional model. When will it be ready? Wu Heng asked. It may take a few days. The mold will be printed, and it still needs to be tested and adjusted, Zhang Qi said immediately. Try to speed up. When it is completed, let Ji Hankai help you arrange someone to test it. Zhang Qi nodded. Okay. He gave a simple explanation. He did not continue to disturb him, and left the room again. Returned to the dormitory. Wu Heng released Glinda and Xiao Xiao at the same time. Two ghosts, one big and one small, floated in the air. They looked around, and then turned their eyes to him. Although they were both his ghosts, they did not speak the same language, and could not communicate with each other. Only Wu Heng could understand what they said. Xiao Xiao was half lying in the air and said, Uncle, if there is nothing else, I will go see my mother. Wu Heng nodded. Go ahead. The market is open. If you are bored, go there and have a look. But you are not allowed to come out and scare people. I know. When have I ever scared anyone? Xiao Xiao said, and left through the wall. In the room, only Wu Heng and Granda were left. The latter stuck his head out of the window and looked around, and said, Are those people below all your slaves? Granda had seen the zombie world. There were 2 times when the search for the deformed zombies was too large. So Xiao Xiao and Granda were released at the same time to conduct reconnaissance. Afterwards, Granda also asked about it. His answer was that his hometown had become what it is now because of some circumstances. Because of the contractual relationship between them. He was not worried that Granda would betray him. If something happens to me, it will not be good for the ghost living in my body. And it may even die with me. We don't have the term slaves here. We can call them survivors. Wu Heng said. Granda said, Survivors? It sounds like someone who escaped death. You have seen the situation in this world. And it is quite accurate to say that they escaped death. That's right. Granda agreed. And then asked, Why haven't I seen you catching pirates recently? There are some problems with the association. And the deacon asked us not to go out to sea for the time being. Let's wait and see the situation. Let's take the opportunity to rest for a while. Wu Heng replied. The deacon suspended the association's actions and conducted an internal investigation. It was not clear how the investigation would be conducted, but he had been relatively free recently. He also put more energy into this world. The market had been established. In the original plan, there was one level 15 left. Well, that's good too. Grenda nodded. A market has been established here. You can go around and have a look if you are bored. Wu Heng said directly. It was also because there had been no battles for a long time that Grenda had not come out for a long time. Wu Heng was thinking about releasing both ghosts today to get some fresh air. Okay, I'm also quite interested in your culture, Glinda said, fading away, passing through the wall and leaving. After releasing both ghosts, Wu Heng sat down at the desk. He took out the skill book he bought today and began to read it. Eagle Eye skill, among spells, is a rare skill of the Prophecy School. The direction of the Prophecy School is to predict the future, but more abilities of this school are manifested in exploring dusty secrets, seeing through deceptions, or the ability to detect. Eagle Eyes is a skill in the detection effect. It can create an invisible sensor within the casting range to observe and listen to the area. In Wu Heng's understanding, this is a temporary camera created by magic. However, it will enter the invisible state after release, which is considered a kind of invisible camera, and can monitor in real time. The book also introduces the characteristics of the skill in detail. When releasing, it needs to be released within the casting range, and when the complete sensor is formed, it is no longer limited by distance. It can be used at a long distance, and can also observe the sensor. This is much more useful than a camera. For example, when you are on the road, you can place 2 sensors on the way, and then you can check if there is anyone following you. This is much more useful than a camera. Wu Heng continued to look back. After the sensor is successfully released, it will have a certain existence time, and it is not created to be kept forever. Generally, it is more than 10 minutes, and the existence time is determined by the strength of the caster's mental power. The second point is to detect invisible sensors. People with high perception, or those who are good at detection, have a chance to detect invisible sensors. It is not that they are completely invisible. It is similar to ghosts. After the ghosts are invisible, people with high perception will also notice them. This is similar to sensors. Wu Heng flipped through the pages one by one. After seeing the last page, the system prompt also appeared. Unlock skill, Eagle Eye. Finally unlocked. He closed the book and put it into the space ring. He stretched out his hand and released the eagle eyes to the side. After a short spell condensed, a ball sensor the size of a tennis ball appeared in front of him. Then, it gradually faded within a second and entered an invisible state. But Wu Hung could still feel the position where the sensor was floating. Wu Hung sensed it, and directly used his mental power to connect to the sensor. He immediately gained sight and hearing. Looking at himself from another angle, it felt a little strange. After thinking for a while, he immediately released 2 more sensors. They were distributed in 2 other locations in the room. He continued to connect. However, he could only connect 1 sensor at a time. If he wanted to view another sensor, he would need to switch. It was not like watching 3 at the same time. He could not put all the cameras on one screen like a surveillance camera. After thinking about it carefully, it was actually right. After all, it was the mental power that communicated. Receiving several visual and auditory signals at the same time would probably overload the human brain. Generally speaking, this skill is pretty good. The effect is quite satisfactory. A day passed. It was near dusk, and the market closed. Grenda flew back from the market first, floating in the air, and said, "Just now, there was a conflict in the market. Don't you want to go and take a look?" "What happened?" Wu Hung asked curiously. "Nothing happened. Just a man went to exchange food, and another man and his woman did something in that iron vehicle. At the critical moment, the man came back and caught them red-handed. And they fought at that time," Grenda narrated. Wu Hung frowned. "With so little time, you still have the mind to do these things?" Grenda said, seeking excitement. "Don't you think it would be exciting to take advantage of the other's husband going out to do something?" Chapter 340. Do you still know these? Are you still fighting? Wu Hung asked. No, when your skeletons rushed over, they stopped, and then left. Glenda continued. Although I don't understand the language of this world. But this matter can be understood by just looking at it. Wu Hung looked at Glenda floating in the air with some curiosity. Do you still know these? It's not like I haven't lived before. Glenda floated to the other side, and said, You don't understand the life of the nobles. Do you know why those nobles like to hold dances at night? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and thought that it was because of the lack of entertainment forms, and the nobles often held dances to kill time. But when the other party asked this, I doubted whether my understanding was correct. I asked, why? Because late at night, I can do some secret things with those noble ladies in the backyard. This kind of excitement is not something that can be achieved through normal relationships. This is not surprising. Aren't you afraid that the other party's husband will find out? Maybe in the bushes next door. The other party is also trying to please someone else's wife. It's really a bit exaggerated. In the eyes of the outside world, the ball is a kind of entertainment activity that the nobles are keen on. But in fact, they go there to find some excitement. How do you know? Wu Hung looked at her suspiciously. Glenda smiled and said, Do you think? I know so much and have participated in it. He changed his position again and added, Although it sounds exciting, I don't like to participate in it. I used to have many close friends who would often talk to me about it. Women's private topics are actually very bold, especially mature women. Glenda gave him the impression that she was more like a homebody. Even when she was alive, she would read books and grow flowers. After becoming her own ghost, she would seldom go out except for reconnaissance before the battle. Even if she was released, she would rarely go out. She would mostly stay in the study, reading some books or comics. When Wu Hung said that she was keen on this kind of dance party, he really didn't believe it. Then these close friends of yours are really open-minded. Grenda said, Why do you want to meet them? There may be a few of them still alive, in their 80s or 90s. If you can accept them, I will introduce them to you when I have the chance. Thank you. I'm afraid that the dentures will fall into my mouth. It's very vivid. Have you really experienced it? I'm just talking nonsense. Don't think too much. Grenda continued, Are there any written records of your world? I want to learn the language and writing here. There is really no such thing. I'll teach you when I have a chance. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and Xiao Xiao also flew back from outside. It seemed that she was quite happy with her mother, and she kept talking as soon as she came back. After talking for a while, the two ghosts all returned to their bodies. At the same time, Glenda also shared a picture, which was transmitted to his mind. In the dim van, a man and a woman were entangled together, looking to be in a hurry, and kept speeding up. Suddenly, the door on one side was suddenly opened. Both of them were frightened. and the figures carrying flour outside were also stunned. Then, someone threw away the flour and rushed over with a roar. They fought with the people in the car. Some people tried to stop the fight. Some people from other teams cheered. And some people took the opportunity to take pictures of the woman. It was a mess. The whole market was also stagnant. It was not until Chi came with the skeleton soldiers holding guns that they forcibly stopped the fight. Who was right or wrong had nothing to do with them. After they go out, they can solve it themselves. He urged a few people to drive the car away from the market. And the other convoys behind him also drove over to exchange food. Wu Hung was speechless. Grinda had discovered the entangled man and woman in advance, and sat aside and watched for a while with interest. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the car for so long. After watching the shared picture, Wu Hung walked to the window and looked out. The market was completely closed, and there was no other situation here. He opened the gate and returned to his residence. Appeared from the boundary gate. Wu Hung went downstairs. When he reached the third floor, he went to the radio room and read the news from Philippa. After that excitement, Philippa was no longer like before, saying everything into the microphone. In the record book, it only recorded Philippa's itinerary and arrangements. If there was any danger, Wu Hung was waiting to save her. After confirming that there was no important information, Wu Hung turned around and walked out of the room. After thinking for a while, he went to Andeville's room and released a spherical sensor in the corner. It was not to monitor the other party, but to test whether this invisible sensor would be easily discovered. Andeville is now a level 7 ranger, and the characteristics of rangers are that their perception is not low. If you can deceive Andeville, it means that you can basically deceive the professionals at the level of team leader. If you are discovered immediately, then this skill can only be used in the zombie world. After all, the people in that world do not have such strong perception. After arranging the sensors, they went downstairs directly. In the courtyard, Minnie was watering the flowers in the flower bed. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, she immediately rushed over, whispering coquettishly, and her ears kept swinging back and forth, brushing against his chin. The two sat in the living room and chatted for a while. And Andwire also came back from outside. While taking off her leather armor, she said, "Master, Deacon Yini Luo asked you to go to the association tomorrow. What's the matter? It seems that the association is going to conduct some inspection. I don't know the details. The association is busy with these things today," Andwire explained. Check. Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while, but he came up with a rough idea in his mind. Imolo suspected that there were pirate spies in the association, and planned to investigate in the association. It seemed that Imolo arranged it. Okay, I know. After a few people chatted for a while, dinner was served on the table. They sat down together and started to eat dinner. After dinner, Minnie went to practice boxing with Ba Wudong, and Veer went back to her room first. Wu Hung sat in the living room, and immediately connected the magic sensor in Anvir's room. The picture appeared in his mind. Anvil passed by, without any discovery, took off her long dress, took out a black lace underwear from the closet, stood in front of the mirror, looked left and right. I don't know which one the master likes, he muttered to himself, and his face began to turn red. The fluffy fox tail began to swing. Wu Hung looked at it from the preset perspective. It seems that with Anvil's perception, she cannot detect the existence of the magic sensor. When you release your skills, you don't have to worry too much, a professional at the team leader level. Then, Andavir changed 3 or 4 pieces of underwear, finally took them all off, put on a long skirt, and walked out of the room directly. She came down from upstairs, saw Wu Hung, smiled and said, "Master, you haven't rested yet." As she said that, she knelt down and leaned on his arms. Wu Hung looked at her with some amusement, hugging the fox girl, and whispered, "Miss me?" Andavir's face was slightly red. "No, I just saw that you didn't rest, so I came downstairs to chat with you for a while." Wu Hung didn't expose the other party's little thoughts, and said, "How about, let's go back to the bedroom to chat." "Okay." Wu Hung hugged her and walked towards the bedroom. The next day, association. In the office, Wu Hung looked at the dwarf captain of Team 3 opposite, and asked, "I heard that someone from the association came to inspect?" The dwarf captain, Olin, took up the teacup and took a sip, and said, "An inspection envoy from the association came yesterday." He questioned the staff and professional teams of the association. Almost 1/5 of them had problems, and were suspended for investigation. So serious. Treasure Island is originally a relatively chaotic place. No one would believe that there are no problems inside. Olin said. Wu Hung also nodded. Then he continued to ask, that special envoy, how did he check? Is it accurate? Olin said, he has a strange thing, which can make people tell the truth, and make it impossible for them to lie. Hearing this, Wu Hang's heart suddenly tightened. A strange thing that must tell the truth. I have a lot of secrets. If I tell the truth, it may cause big problems. Chapter 341, Sincere Clay Doll. Hearing the dwarf's words, Wu Hung also became nervous. A strange object that forces people to tell the truth, which is not much different from his own talking to the dead. The difference is that he asked the living, while he asked the dead. If this strange object is used on himself, it will be a bit troublesome. If the other party's questions are inclined to some of his secrets, and he directly tells them, then the matter will not be as simple as catching pirates. What's the problem? Deputy Deacon? Seeing him in deep thought, Olin asked curiously. Wu Hung shook his head and continued chatting. Asking, if he asks random questions, it will be embarrassing if something happens. Olin smiled and said, I was also very nervous before. But I just asked some questions about the association. Not personal privacy. What did he ask? Tell me. Wu Hung took a sip of tea. Olin thought about it, and felt that Wu Hung had just been transferred here, and had killed so many pirates in succession. It must have nothing to do with pirates. So it's okay to say something in advance. He said directly, the questions are quite straightforward. First, I was asked if I had any connection with the pirates. Then, whether I had ever sold the association's internal information, and whether I had done anything that would damage the association's reputation. Just these three? Ah, just these three. Many people were screened out, and did not pass the inspection. Olin said. Wu Hung nodded, and felt a little relieved. He almost resigned. If it were just these three questions, it would not be a big problem. I have never done any of these three. Even if I have done them, I don't have any impression in my mind. And I will say no when I answer. I felt relieved and continued to ask, isn't the association afraid that the strange items will not work? Or is there any prop that can avoid telling the truth? Olin thought for a while and said, I don't know about this. Even if there are, they will not appear here among the staff and ordinary teams. This should be a large-scale investigation. And it will not be so detailed. That's right. Wu Hung agreed. The two were chatting. Knock. Knock. The door was knocked, and Weir opened the door, and saw a staff member looking over. Seeing Wu Hung sitting in the room, she said directly, Deacon, please come over. Sure enough, he was also asked. After a quick assessment in his mind, he felt that he should go over to see the situation. If he went over, it might not be as serious as he thought. Okay, I know, Wu Hung said. The staff left. Olin also stood up, and said, it seems that it's your turn. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded. The two of them left the room together. Olin returned to the team lounge, and Wu Hung walked towards the deacon's study. Just halfway through, he saw the elf deputy deacon Chilagui leaning against the wall of the corridor in front of him, with his arms folded across his chest. Waiting for me? Wu Hung asked. Chilagui looked at him and said, do you know about the inspection? Yes, Wu Hung said. We are both new transfers. If there is a need to check the pirates, do you still need to ask us? Chilagui looked a little serious and said, the association conducts random inspections in various places every year. Local deacons tend to be in one direction. The special inspector will ask questions in this direction. But they will not care whether we are new transfers or not. This thing also has an annual inspection. Wu Hung looked at the child-faced elf in front of him. What do you mean? After all, we are deputy deacons. We can cooperate and avoid the other party asking some secret questions at will. Chilagui said directly. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It seems that the other party is also quite resistant to this kind of inspection. How to cooperate? When questioning the other party, the other person must also be present. If the other party asks about something too confidential, interrupt him. Be tougher. Chilagui looked at him seriously. Chilagui's attitude towards herself has changed a lot. Before, when she heard that he was a necromancer, she almost drew her sword. He also said that he would keep an eye on her and not do anything rash. Now it seems that, in the association, Chilagui still trusts me more. Let's discuss this matter privately. Of course, this is also a good thing for Wu Hung. Cooperation? As long as he doesn't ask personal questions, Wu Hung won't worry about anything. What are the secrets? Chilagui rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, Except for the association. Everything else is private. Why can't you think about it now? I want to ask more carefully, so as to avoid any problems. Wu Heng said. Zalagui looked up. So you agreed? Of course. I feel more at ease with you watching over me. Zalagui said unhappily. I know. The two chatted quickly. Without wasting too much time, they walked towards the deacon's study together, knocked on the door, and after getting a response, walked in directly. In the deacon's study, there were 5 people standing in total. Deacon Yamilo, Assistant Moya, a thin middle-aged man in a purple wizard robe, and 2 association investigators holding notebooks. After entering the room, the tall and thin middle-aged man and the 2 investigators also looked at him at the same time. It seemed that they were also looking at the 2 of them. Imolo said, "This is the special inspector of the association. Everyone else in the association has been inspected. You 2 are the only ones left." Wu Heng and the other 2 looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "These are just some simple questions. The 2 deputy deacons don't need to be nervous." The 2 still didn't speak. Imolo said, "Shi Lagui, you start first." Wu Heng, you wait at the door for a while. Shi Lagui, who was called, turned her head and glanced at him. Wu Heng said directly, "Deacon, I am the deputy deacon of the association. I also want to stay and get in touch with the procedures in this regard." Several people in the room looked over. Yimi Luo thought for a moment, nodded. "Okay. Moya, bring him a chair." A chair was brought over. Wu Heng sat down, blinked at the opposite side of Shi Lagui, and reassured the other party. Shi Lagui also glanced at him, without responding. Then he sat down opposite the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Yimi Luo and Wu Heng. Normally, the deputy deacon is not allowed to stay for such a matter. After all, some deputy deacons are honorary positions, and will be involved in many things. Wu Heng said that he wanted to see the process, so he was allowed to stay. It can be seen that Yimi Luo attaches great importance to Wu Heng. The middle-aged man looked at the female elf opposite him, and took out a clay sculpture of a human with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and kneeling on one knee from his space ring. He placed it in the middle of the table. He said, "When the time comes, you will feel that your body is being controlled. Don't worry. Don't resist. It won't have any effect on you." Wu Heng sat on the side. His eyes also fell on the clay doll. Sincere clay doll, rare item. Category, rare item. Effect, look directly at the target, answer questions honestly. Side effect, manipulator, be speechless for 1 minute for each question. Description, a priest's rare item that represents sincere faith. It will make the target answer truthfully. High intelligence, mental resistance, immune to rare item manipulation. It is indeed a rare item. The target that looks directly at will answer questions honestly. Is it true? If you avoid some gazes, you will not be manipulated. The price is that the operator is speechless for 1 minute for each question. No wonder. Generally only 3 questions are asked. Otherwise with so many staff, this special inspector would not be able to open his mouth for 10 days or half a month. "Do you have any intelligence contact with the pirates?" the middle-aged man asked. Wu Heng also immediately retracted his gaze. Prepared. If there is any bad question, he will speak up to stop it, or push down the clay sculpture. Chapter 342, Do you have a grudge? The inspector spoke, and asked the first question directly. Saragwi, who was sitting on the other side, paused slightly, and answered expressionlessly. "No." The middle-aged man continued to ask, "Have you ever sold the association's internal information?" Saragwi replied, "No." "Have you ever done anything to damage the association's reputation?" This question is actually quite broad. Wu Heng glanced at Zalagui, and saw how she answered. "No." Shiragui answered again. Swish. As Shiragui answered, the 2 investigators standing behind began to record. Although I didn't know what she was writing, I could hear the sound of writing. After this period of contact, I also had a general understanding of Shiragui's personality. She is a person with a strong sense of justice, unlike Wu Heng, who joined the association for a legitimate identity. She has a kind of hero image in the adventurer's deeds. Moreover, he also pays more attention to formal justice, and takes the rules of the association more seriously. "You were promoted to deputy deacon. Did you falsely report your merits?" The middle-aged man spoke again. Wu Heng frowned slightly. According to the dwarf Orlin, there were only 3 questions in total. But now there is a 4th one. Also, it has nothing to do with pirates. He is asking about things before becoming a deputy deacon. Wu Heng glanced at Imolo, and saw that the other party had not changed at all, and did not speak. Although it was the fourth question, it was indeed about the association. Under everyone's gaze, Zalagwi spoke calmly again. No. For questions were over. The middle-aged man picked up a handkerchief and covered the top of the clay sculpture. The handkerchief fell down, covering the eyes. He waved his hand to indicate that Zalagwi had finished the inspection and could leave the seat. Zalagwi's face still had no expression. She stood up from the chair and walked to the side silently. The middle-aged man fell into the side effects of the strange object. There were 4 questions in total, which meant he would be speechless for 4 minutes. The room fell into a brief silence. Wu Heng and Zalagwi exchanged glances, and Zalagwi shook her head slightly. The 4 minutes were over. The middle-aged man gestured. Deputy Deacon Wu Heng, sit over here. Wu Heng stood up and sat down on the opposite side. Zalagwi sat down on the chair in front of Wu Heng, also looking like she was there to listen. Emi Luo did not say much, and tacitly agreed that she should stay. Are you ready? The middle-aged man asked. Wu Heng glanced at Zalagwi and nodded. Look at the eyes of the clay sculpture, the middle-aged man said. And then he picked up the handkerchief on the top of the clay sculpture. The moment he saw the eyes of the clay sculpture, Wu Heng felt a spiritual force, which directly attacked his mind. But it was only for a moment, and was blocked by a barrier, isolated from his own spiritual sea of consciousness. But he could still feel the continuous impact. His specialty strengthening will took effect. Strengthening the will is the ability that was unlocked when I took the Big Head Corpse Core. According to the introduction, it is to build a will barrier to block and disintegrate the negative effects that infringe on personal will. It seems that the ability effect of clay sculpture is also a negative effect of personal will. Still looking straight ahead, he glanced at the middle-aged man opposite him. The other party looked calm and didn't seem to notice anything. Then, the middle-aged special inspector began to ask, do you have any connection with the pirates? Wu Heng was silent for a while, confirming that he was indeed not affected, and felt more relaxed. According to the dull expression of Zalagwi before, he answered calmly, No. Have you ever sold the association's information to the outside world? No. Have you ever done anything that would damage the association's reputation? No. The middle-aged man frowned subconsciously, and then quickly relaxed, and continued to ask, after becoming a deputy deacon, have you ever falsely reported your merits? Sure enough, the same question as Zalagwi. No. Wu Heng answered. Not to mention that he was answering himself now. Even if he was really controlled by the strange object, he had never falsely reported his merits. All the merits were earned by arresting wanted criminals. Although most of them relied on modern weapons to kill the enemy, it didn't matter what they used, and the association didn't stipulate that a specific weapon must be used for killing. Wu Heng felt a little relieved. If he had known that there was no threat to him, he wouldn't have worried so much just now. After answering the 4 questions, he waited for the other party to finish questioning, so that he could leave here. The middle-aged man took a sip of the teacup, and didn't choose to end it. He spoke again. You were born in the kingdom of Yek. Have you ever done illegal necromancy experiments? Wu Heng's heart tightened. This question had exceeded the scope of the association. Controlling his expression, not letting his pupils change, Wu Heng still answered calmly. No. No. The middle-aged man's brows began to frown noticeably. He even looked at the other person's line of sight, whether it was intersecting with the clay sculpture. A necromancer, so young, sitting in the position of the association's vice deacon, could he be so disciplined? How is this possible? After thinking in his heart, he spoke again. Have you ever done anything that is contrary to the association's rules? Damn, Wu Heng cursed in his heart. This question is too broad. Field envoy. Even the deacon Imolo dare not say that he is following the rules completely. Does this person have a grudge against me, trying to make me give an answer that proves my guilt? Wu Heng was about to answer no. Zalagwi stood up directly, covered the eyes of the clay sculpture and said, Does the inspector know Wu Heng? Why is the question so targeted? The question was terminated. Woo woo! The middle-aged inspector entered a state of aphasia, and the whole person stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, and couldn't open his mouth. But his eyes were wide open. His face was red, and he was very angry. The 2 investigators standing behind him were still recording things. They had no intention of speaking or intervening. What are you doing here? Imolo said with a slight reprimand. And then said, The inspection for both of you is over. Apologize to Mr. Kalima. Zalagwi bowed and apologized. Sorry. Kalima Inspector Envoy. The middle-aged man was still a little angry. Imolo said directly, okay. You two go down. There will be some personnel changes in the association recently. You will take turns to be in charge of the association. Yes. The two bowed and walked out directly. He walked away quickly. Wuheng said, thank you. Although he was not affected by the effect of the strange object, he was still touched by Zalagwi's help. He directly covered the eyes of the strange object, and the action was neat and tidy. What are you thanking me for? We agreed on it. Zalagwi said, and then asked, do you know the special inspector? No. Then why did he ask you so many questions? Zalagwi asked. Wuheng was also a little surprised by this. He also suspected the other party's purpose. His way of questioning was obviously to make him confess some crimes. What will happen if we fail this kind of inspection today? Wuheng asked. Zalagwi thought for a while. I should be investigated, but I will definitely be suspended for a period of time. Suspension. Wuheng's brows were still frowning. Zalagwi smiled and said, anyway, we have passed the test, which is a good thing. Indeed. Wuheng thought for a while and said, I will treat you to lunch at the pub, as a thank you for helping me out. Okay. Let's celebrate that we passed the inspection. 6 minutes are over. The inspector recovered from his aphasia. His face was still a little red. And he said seriously, Deacon Imolo, members of the association must cooperate with the inspection. Interruption and interference are not in accordance with the rules. Imolo glanced at the other party and said, I will punish the two of them. Inspector Kalima can rest assured about this. Punishment? Interfering with the inspection is a serious violation of the regulations. The man continued. Imolo turned to him and said, the questions of the inspector cannot involve personal life and secrets. Otherwise the inspected person has the right to refuse to answer. You must know this. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think there is a problem with what I asked? Don't forget. It was you and the association who applied for an internal investigation. The investigator has already taken notes. If there are any problems, we can ask the higher-ups to review them. Humph. The man snorted coldly and continued, I will check the member files tomorrow, so have someone prepare them in advance. Okay. The man put away the clay sculpture and left the study directly. The two investigators also closed their notebooks and left after saluting. In the tavern private room, one by one, the sumptuous meals were brought up and placed in front of the two people's table. Zalagwi asked, just eat a little. No need to order so much. It's a rare treat for you. Eat more. Wuheng said politely, and continued to ask, the effect of that strange object is quite special, similar to my corpse asking. Zalagwi said, this kind of strange object is auxiliary, and is not very useful in actual combat. Indeed, telling the truth on the battlefield is useless. That's not what I mean. This strange object does not control your body, but makes you answer your true thoughts. If you don't want to, don't look at the eyes of the clay sculpture, or cover your eyes, you can easily crack it. Zalagwi said. That's right. That's the arrangement of the association, otherwise this strange object would hardly work for ordinary team members. Chapter 343, you can participate if you have time. To put it bluntly, this strange object, if you want it to work, you need people to cooperate. That is, the association stipulates that all members need to cooperate, otherwise who will sit there honestly and look directly into the eyes of the clay sculpture? As long as you don't cooperate, it will be difficult to produce any effect. The cost is not high, one question will be speechless for 1 minute. Well, so it is really useless. Wuheng echoed. Zalagwi picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth to chew, and continued, this inspection, actually, has some benefits for us. What do you mean? Nothing, it's just that we passed the inspection this time, and it will be written in the file, which will definitely help us to be promoted to deacon in the future. Zalagwi raised her eyes and glanced at him. The appointment of a deacon is not just the accumulation of merits. Character and passing the inspection are both very important links. That's right. If you just accumulate merits, the position of the deacon of the association will be occupied by some people with high combat effectiveness. This is not a good thing for various places. Maybe in some places, a gang disguised as an association will be formed. But it is also one side. Human nature is difficult to control. For example, the former deacon of Blackstone Town, Yazd, designed a conspiracy to extend his life. He killed the people in the mining village and almost occupied Wuheng's body. Even if you pass the preliminary inspection, It is difficult to ensure that it will not be affected by other factors later. Wu Heng continued to look at her. Do you really want to be a deacon? Don't you want to? Being a deacon, sitting in the association, and having a status second only to the city lord. I don't believe that anyone doesn't want to sit in this position. If I say I don't want to, do you believe me? No. Wu Heng smiled, and didn't say much. He really didn't have much interest in being a deacon. The position of deputy deacon, he felt, was really suitable for him. He didn't have much work to do. And even if he did, it would be done by an assistant. This gives him some time to manage the zombie world. Why don't you find an assistant? After talking about the inspection, Wu Heng found a new topic. She loudly said, there is no suitable candidate. I have written back. Someone should come over in a while. Well, find someone you can trust. Treasure Island is not a safe place. I see you bring 2 attendants with you wherever you go. Are you so afraid of danger? She loudly glanced at the 2 figures standing beside him. Unlike other professions, the combat power of the Necromancer comes largely from the Necromancer servants. The second is spells and weapon attacks. Are you jealous? Next time you kill a wanted criminal, I will help you transform into a skeleton. And I can follow you as a guard. Zalogwi curled her lips. Thank you. I am not used to having someone following me everywhere. And it is a Necromancer. You are still young. And you don't know the benefits of Necromancer servants. I can be your grandmother. Hey! Why are you still cursing? The 2 ate for a while, and walked out of the tavern directly. Together they walked towards the association. Returned to the office study. Underwire lay on the desk, combing the owl's feathers. Wire, have you eaten? Yes. Underwire replied, asked, Master, did the inspection go well? Yes, nothing happened. Wu Heng said. That's good. Wu Heng sat down at the desk, and said, there will be some personnel changes in the association recently. When you do anything, keep the skeleton attendant with you. Understood. Underwire's current skeleton attendant is Blood Axe, a level 14 beast warrior. He was tall, carrying a long-handled battle axe. The original level 12 fire blade was assigned to the pirate lady Philippa. Wu Heng continued, by the way, no one notified you. You also need to be checked. Right? No. Do I need it too? I don't know. If you are notified to be checked. Don't go yet. Tell me in advance. Okay. Master. Wu Heng sat in the office study and chatted with Envier for a while. Then left directly. After walking out of the association, he looked around. Go directly to the Snake Emblem Consortium opposite the association. Snake Emblem Consortium, VIP room. The man in a formal suit bowed and saluted. Good afternoon, dear guest. Wu Heng handed his emblem to the other party. Look at the commission I posted. Is there any result? Okay, guest. The staff saluted and left the room. After a while, they came back again. Said, guest, I have collected a total of a 12th level blacksmith's body, a 13th level flying dragon's body, and the array building flame furnace for you. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. The collection of the 2 corpses was not special. After all, I had not been here for a while. But the flame smelting was completed. Much earlier than expected. I ordered 2 array buildings. The flame furnace and the water element well. One is a furnace for smelting metal. And the other is a well that condenses water elements in the air to form drinking water. Okay. Where are the things? The staff took out a sachet of storage space and said, guest, the corpses and buildings are all in here. How can you take them away? Wu Heng really didn't have such a large storage space. He said directly, lend me the sachet first, and I will return it to you tomorrow. The staff said directly, sir, I will arrange someone to go back with you. And you can take out the things inside and return them to us. That's fine. The staff continued, sir, you still need to pay 6,750 silver coins to complete this transaction. Okay. Wu Heng took out the corresponding money. The staff put it away. In addition to the sachet handed over, there was also a bill with a purple snake head printed on it. He introduced, guest, in half a month, we will hold a year-end auction on the cruise ship. You can participate if you have time. There will be treasures, famous weapons, or some rare items for sale. Auction? In this world, there is such a thing. Can all customers participate? Of course not. Only customers with a certain transaction volume are eligible. Treasure Island does not exceed 30 people. Okay. I'll take a look then. Wu Heng left with the sachet. The Snake Emblem group arranged a staff member to follow him to his residence. returned to his residence. After saying something to Minnie, Wu Hung went directly to the zombie world, arrived at an open space, took out the corpse and the huge furnace engraved with array patterns, and returned to Treasure Island to return the sachet to the staff. After putting away the sachet, the other party bowed and left. Back to the zombie world again. Wu Hung looked at the two corpses on the open space. The blacksmith's body was placed in a coffin, and the flying dragon's body was wrapped in a large straw mat. Let the skeleton put the two corpses aside. Release bone service technique. Skeleton blacksmith, level 12. Skeleton flying dragon, level 13. Chapter 344, let him get down. Two skeletons stand up from the mincemeat. Shaking their bodies, walk to the side. Including the one in front of them, there are a total of 5 skeleton blacksmiths and 5 skeleton flying dragons in the old factory area. The number of skeleton blacksmiths is not small. In a small city in the alien world, it is enough to maintain the operation of a blacksmith shop. As for the skeleton flying dragon, although there are already 5 of them, the flying dragon's fighting method on the battlefield is still mainly bombing. The fighting method is a bit simple. Although I have thought about developing some new combat methods, I have not made any major breakthroughs. Killing the zombies and dropping the lazy dog bomb is indeed the simplest and most efficient way. So, all along, it has been going on like this. The two skeletons walked aside, and Wu Hung set his eyes on the flame furnace. The entire furnace is an iron-black cylindrical object with a diameter of more than 3 meters. And there is an elliptical depression with a diameter of 1 meter in the center. It is like a particularly thick metal water tank. All around and on the top, there are complex runes with deep incisions, and the round shape makes it look more like an altar. Having had experience with the boneyard array, Wu Hung was not surprised. The special effects of the building depend on these arrays. After a rough look, Wu Hung picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the communication button. Chi Han Kai, come to the back of the factory. Got it. Soon. Chi Han Kai walked over quickly, wearing a stab-proof suit and a walkie-talkie hanging on his chest. He looked quite handsome. After walking over, he glanced at the two skeletons, and then at the iron-black furnace. He frowned slightly. It seemed that there was no such thing before. After a glance, he retracted his gaze. Any instructions? Wu Hung said, is the factory I asked you to prepare last time ready? There is still a lot of space in the factory. What do you need it for? Wu Hung glanced at the furnace next to him. This is a furnace. I need to put it in a factory to smelt metal. Oh, no problem. There is a lot of space in the factory. Get a car. Transport this over. And then have someone smelt 500 grams of gold, which will be used later. Understood? Chi Han Kai agreed, and directly took out the walkie-talkie to explain the task. Soon, a crane drove over. It lifted the flame furnace and rushed to the warehouse in the factory area. Arrived at the factory, the flame furnace was placed in a selected location, and the smelted gold was sent over and poured on several nodes of the furnace. The array pattern effect was activated. Wu Hung continued, skeleton blacksmith will work here in the future, and increase the production of solid iron bullets. Understood? Chi Han Kai agreed. After the blacksmith skeleton was also transferred over, Wu Hung and Chi Han Kai walked back together. Is there no problem at the market? Wu Hung asked. Chi Han Kai followed beside him and answered, no, Captain Yang from the military came again yesterday, wanted to talk to you about exchanging military equipment for food. You were not there at the time, so I told him that there was no plan to adjust the price. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Did Yang Long come to talk about this again? Why are they in such a hurry to sell things? Are they really short of food, or do they have other plans? I can't figure it out. But it doesn't matter to me. Food is the only price right now. And nothing is more important than food. As long as I have food, I can exchange it for anything I really need. No need to adjust the price. Wu Hung said directly. I think so too. Chi Han Kai nodded, and continued, we got some more gold and corpse cores yesterday. I'll have someone bring them over. Yes. Wu Hung waited in the room for a while, and Chi Han Kai brought the gold and corpse cores over. More than 5 kilograms of gold, this time there is more silver, more than 20 kilograms, and as for corpse cores, 3 first-level corpse cores, 1 second-level corpse core. Chi Han Kai said. Are there shelters selling second-level corpse cores? Are the second-level corpse cores sold by the military? No, a shelter called Weiwu is exchanging them. I heard that they buried explosives, which killed the deformed zombies. Arrange in advance, which is indeed a solution. Wu Heng said. Chi Hankai also smiled, and said, he took the initiative to tell me, and then he sold some of their explosives, which felt like he was advertising. He's quite smart. Yeah. Wu Heng put away all the gold, silver and corpse cores, and continued, in the next 2 days, produce more solid iron bullets, and then open up that road in the county. Okay, I'll have people speed up. The two chatted for a while. Chi Hankai continued to do her own thing. And Wu Heng also returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the residence. Wu Heng sent the corpse core to the alchemy room, and then went downstairs directly. Underwire was feeding the little owl on the first floor, and Minnie was wiping the vase on the antique shelf. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, the two girls greeted him together. The little owl also turned its head and squeaked twice. Wu Heng nodded and asked, Wire, what's the matter with the association? Nothing happened after you left. I saw nothing happen in the afternoon, so I came back. Underwire said. Well, it's good that you're fine. Wu Heng was still a little worried. The special inspector didn't find his own fault and went after Enveil. Now it seems that the other party didn't do that. Minnie put down the vase in her hand and asked. There's no news from Philippa either. She's just buying things and arming pirates. Wu Heng nodded. Well, pay more attention to her. Okay. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the study. He released the two ghosts and let them do their own things. I also sat at the desk, thinking about what happened today. The inspector is a special position in the association. Supervise and inspect associations in various places, and find some spies in the associations. I can be sure that I have never seen this middle-aged man. When the other party asked me questions, why was he so targeted? Do you have a grudge? Or is it also against my profession? Two guesses emerged in my mind. One is that he has some grudge against me. Maybe he is a friend of the person I killed. The second one is the stereotype of the profession of necromancer. In the question, it mentioned whether there were any necromancy experiments, which were obviously more focused on necromancy. But the other party's purpose was also obvious. He planned to make me give an unfavorable answer and suspend me from the position of deputy deacon. Find an opportunity to find out his purpose. After all, I have many enemies. I should still find out what his purpose is. Dong dong. Thinking in my heart, the door was knocked softly. Minnie's voice came in. Master, the bathwater is ready. Yes. Wu Heng got up, opened the door, and went to the bathroom to wash up. The next day, association. Wu Heng sat in the study, yawning, while looking through the latest wanted posters. The bounty for Philippa reached 650 silver coins, except that there was no third-level merit, which was almost the same as the bounty for the fourth-level wanted criminal. The bounty increased, and her popularity among pirates increased. It also increased her own danger. Even if the association doesn't catch her, some mercenaries and bounty hunters will target her. Low level, high bounty. Who wouldn't be tempted? After sitting for a while, there was a knock on the door. Enweir opened the door, and the assistant deacon, Moya, poked his head in through the crack of the door. Deputy Deacon Wu Heng, the special inspector will go to the archives room to check the files today. If you have time, accompany him. Moya said. Let yourself accompany him to check the files? He also needs to check the files? If necessary, you can check it. If I go, what should I do? Wu Heng continued to ask. You just need to accompany him. Moya closed the door and continued. After all, he is the association's special inspector, and he still has to be presentable on the surface. Zalagwi is too straightforward. So the deacon asked you to accompany him. Okay. I promise not to hit him. Moya rolled his eyes at him and said, in the archives room. Don't be late. If the association doesn't arrange for someone, they can't get in. By the way, his name is Calum. Okay. Moya left. Wu Heng packed up his things and followed him out. Archive room. Yesterday's middle-aged special inspector and two investigators are already waiting in front of the archive room. Seeing Wu Heng walk over, the middle-aged man was stunned at first, and then his expression returned to normal. Deputy Deacon Wu Heng, Special Inspector of Kalima. Wu Heng smiled. Okay, let's not waste time. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at the staff behind him, took out the key directly, and opened the archive room. In the dim room, there are rows of wooden archive shelves. The middle-aged man walked in and started to check according to the time and the association members. Wu Heng stood not far away and watched him check. After thinking for a while, he placed an invisible sensor in the distance. The other party was also a mage. In order to avoid being noticed by the other party, he tried to put it in a farther position, so that he could overlook the files the middle-aged man was viewing and the contents recorded by the two investigators. He returned to the door. Through the perspective of the sensor, he watched the contents of the files the other party was viewing. It can be seen that the other party has checked the files of other members of the association, including his own and Zalagwi's. It was not until noon. The middle-aged man came out of the archives room, still serious. "I have finished checking. Deputy Deacon can go to do his own thing." Wu Heng asked the staff to lock the door. "Okay, then you can do it." After that, they left in different directions. After separating, Wu Heng went directly to the deacon's study and reported the things here to Yimi Luo. Returned to his study. Sat for a while after leaving the association. Wu Heng left the association and returned to his residence. He said something to Minnie and headed directly to the zombie world. In the open space outside the dormitory building. "Be honest," Wu Heng said directly. The skeleton dragon, which kept twisting its body, calmed down a little and stood on the ground. And Wang Chenggang and others were holding some 3D printed parts, assembling them in the chest of the skeleton dragon. Zhang Qi was holding the blueprint, standing below to direct. The printed magazine was assembled bit by bit and stuffed into Fei Long's chest. It was like a large plastic toy, completely filling the chest. It looked almost the same as the drawing. And the magazine and the chest were tightly fitted. Zhang Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He turned to Wu Heng and said, "My lord, wrap it with a layer of leather. It will be stronger." Wu Heng was quite satisfied. Although the color was a bit fancy, it was indeed well made. This material is lighter and can be better filled inside. After all, it is much stronger than a wooden box. "Yeah, not bad." Wu Heng nodded. Zhang Qi also smiled. Wu Heng continued to say to Qi Han Kai, "Ask the tanner to make some wrap coats tonight, and test them tomorrow to see if they are useful." "Okay." Qi Han Kai nodded. This matter is over. Wu Heng continued to walk around the market. He glanced at the shelter where he came to exchange supplies. After the walk, he returned to the dormitory and released Xiao Xiao and Glinda again. Xiao Xiao went to see Zhao Yanqiu. Wu Heng took out a dictionary and taught Glinda some of the characters and languages of this world. The afternoon sun was still dazzling. A carriage creaked and came to Lighthouse Street. There was a tavern on the corner of the street. The door was open. Two scantily clad girls leaned against the door, looking at the passing guests. The carriage slowly approached. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, and she stared at the carriage at the same time. Once a man got off, she would immediately pounce on him, showing off her assets. The carriage stopped at the tavern. Kalima, in a purple robe, accompanied by the guards, got off the carriage. "Guest, do you need any service? You seem to have endless energy." Another pulled out her chest. "Would you like a glass of fresh milk wine, or I can drink yours?" As soon as the two women approached, they were stopped by the guards. They pushed and staggered. Kalima walked into the tavern expressionlessly and went straight up to the second floor. "You stay outside," Kalima said. The guard nodded and stood guard at the door. Kalima pushed the door open and walked in. The room was not big, with a round wooden table and 4 chairs. Opposite the door sat the captain who came on the cargo ship. Kalima, the special inspector. The captain stood up and saluted with a smile. Kalima made a gesture to silence. The latter took out the sound-isolating props and placed them in the center of the room. A faint light curtain enveloped the room, blocking the spread of sound. "Mr. Kalima, you must have brought good news, right?" The captain sat down again, with a smile on his face. Kalima sat down opposite him, shook his head and said, "There is no good news. This guy is very clean. We didn't find any problems with him after questioning." The captain's smile froze instantly, and he frowned and said, "He is a necromancer, and he has been promoted continuously. How can there be no problems? Do you have any concerns? Or are you dissatisfied with our conditions?" Kalima glanced at him and said, "I will do what I promised you. But when I said he has no problems, I really have no problems. Didn't you ask him if he has done necromancy experiments?" "Necromancers will definitely do it," I asked. "And he didn't do it? What about stealing corpses and living experiments?" "It's the law of the kingdom of Yeko," I also asked. "And he didn't do it." The captain also fell into a brief silence. How is this possible? That's the way it is. I have no way. The captain frowned and continued. Maybe we can think of a way to get him out of this position. Chapter 345. You won't sell it? Hearing that the other party was not going to give up, Kalima frowned even more deeply. Said, what do you want to do? It's very simple, just let some bad things be traced to him. Kalima narrowed his eyes and stared at the other party. That's your business. If Wu Hung really has problems, as a special inspector, he will naturally remove him, and at the same time do a favor to the secret society. However, the other party had no problem. He would not participate in the act of framing a deputy deacon. The association had strict rules and many means of inspection. If he was found to have done these things, he would be in big trouble. The captain still smiled and said, of course, this matter has nothing to do with you. You just need to perform your duties at that time. Kalima looked at him and said nothing. The other party waved his hand, and a wooden box appeared on the table. The lid was opened, revealing the neatly stacked gold coins. Dazzling. Kalima pondered for a moment, reached out to put away the wooden box, emphasized, I only follow the rules. Yes, according to the rules of the association. That's it for now. Kalima nodded, got up and walked out. The captain put away the soundproofing props, sent them to the door and said, Sir, take care. I will let you know as soon as the boat is repaired. Hurry up, if it takes a long time, I will take another boat to leave. Kalima's face was calm. Definitely. Kalima went downstairs, and the guards followed him and left together. Walking out of the tavern, the two girls soliciting customers subconsciously took 2 steps back, watching the other party get on the carriage and leave. Then, he carefully spitted and cursed in a low voice. Zombie world. Your language is really interesting. Grenda floated in the air and admired softly. Although Grenda was a ghost, his intelligence was not low. Learning language and writing was quite fast. Wu Hung only taught some basic things, and the other party could already speak some complete sentences. Although the pronunciation is a bit strange, there is also a tone, like the singing of a bard in a tavern. You are a fast learner. I guess in a while, you will be able to watch movies with Xiao Xiao. Wu Hung said. When Xiao Xiao watches cartoons and movies, Glinda will also watch them. It's just that they don't speak the same language, so they can only understand the general meaning. I guess, wanting to learn a language, and watching movies have a lot to do with it. Glinda nodded and said, Thank you, I like your culture very much. Well, if you like it, you can get in touch with it more in the future. Okay. Not long after, Xiao Xiao also floated back from outside. Xiao Xiao. Glinda called out with a smile. Xiao Xiao turned around, and a little surprise appeared on her translucent face. Ah, Auntie Glinda can call my name now. Glinda smiled and nodded. Wu Hung explained, I taught her some basics, and I can't say too much. Teach me, I want to learn from there too. Xiao Xiao said excitedly. Don't you want to learn? This doesn't count as learning, just tell me some simple things. Xiao Xiao continued. Well, that's fine. There'll be a chance next time. Wu Hung said. It was getting late. Wu Hung let the 2 ghosts return to his body, opened the gate, and returned to Treasure Island. He went to the alchemy room first. No corpse core potion had been made. It looked like it would take some time. He closed the door and went downstairs. Minnie and Andeville sat in the living room and chatted. Wu Hung walked down and sat on the sofa. The 2 girls leaned on his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Andeville said, Master, the port sent a list of ship repairs and port calls. A total of 3 gold and 72 silver coins were collected, of which 12 silver coins were the cost of the ship's port call. So expensive. The pirate ship seized last time was blown to pieces. After returning, it will definitely need repairs and maintenance. Forget about the money. The cost of port call is not low. I just stopped for a short time, and I received 12 silver coins. If I add more, I can buy a strong crossbow. Didn't you give me, the deputy deacon, any face? Wu Hung said. Miss Moya came to collect the money. Moya? Forget it. Wu Hung hugged the 2 girls and thought, and said, now the ship is in our hands. It is not very useful. If it is not used for half a month, it needs to be repaired. Now he has 7 ships in his hands. 1 cargo ship and 6 pirate ships left. 2 ships are enough for me, and the rest are not needed at all. The merchant group cannot be formed, and I don't plan to go out to sea frequently. Staying at the port will only consume money. Zanera asked me to rent it out, but I couldn't find anyone to rent the ship. Give it to that pirate lady. She always says the ship is too small. Give her as many ships as she wants, and she will hack other pirates," Minnie said on the side. Wu Hung was stunned, looked at her and said, "Don't learn from her, always saying dirty words." Minnie hugged his waist and said, "No, I just said her original words." Wu Hung nodded, thinking about this matter in his heart. Philippa's level is not high. One ship plus a few skeletons to protect her is not a big problem. If she really divides several ships, she may find it difficult to control them. She doesn't need so many. Ask others when the time comes. If it doesn't work, just sell it directly. Several people sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Dinner was served. They ate together, and then went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, the port, on the cargo ship of the Starflower Merchant Group, Mr. Deputy Deacon. A total of 50,000 sets of leather armor, 3,000 one-handed axes, 3,000 longbows, 1,000 crossbows, and 5,000 bags of food are all here. The steward in charge of the goods said. Wu Hung selected a few items and checked them. He nodded and said, "Well, good. Move them to my cabin." The steward glanced at Sanera beside him, and saw that she nodded. He called for help, and started moving the supplies. The entire cabin became busy. Sanera continued to ask, "Do you need to order more?" "I still need to order more. I want to be the biggest customer on the island." Sanera rolled her eyes at him and said, "I don't know why you ordered so many." Even as she spoke, she still had someone hand over an order. Wu Hung took it and walked into the cabin next to him. Shannara followed him in with the housekeeper. "By the way, can you order plate armor?" As the zombies' levels increased, their lethality became stronger. Moreover, there were indeed quite a few leather armors, and Wu Hung wanted to order some stronger protective gear. "Yes." Shannara turned around and said, "Bring the list of protective gear." Soon, someone brought a list with different styles of protective gear and armor. Wu Hung took a quick look and chose a plain plate armor, with leather inside, and a layer of iron plate wrapped outside. The price of a complete set is 92 silver coins. Wu Hung began to fill out the list, and then handed it to her, saying, 20,000 sets of plate armor, 20,000 one-handed axes, 20,000 longbows, 5,000 crossbows, 30,000 bags of food. Shannara frowned even deeper. She looked up at him again and said, "Tell me, what are you doing? I really bought it for someone else. Are you involved in the fight over there in Yeko?" Shannara asked in a low voice. "No." Wu Hung continued to ask, "If the kingdom of Yeko places an order, you won't sell it?" "Yes." "Then what you said seems to be a prohibition of sale." Wu Hung moved closer and said softly, "I really didn't participate in their mess. In the inland, there is a city lord friend. He has no channels to buy weapons. It's more convenient here. The number of orders this time has doubled. It was also because a large amount of gold had been exchanged recently. We could purchase in larger quantities, instead of going back and forth, which was more troublesome." Shannara glanced at him again and said, "Then you are really our biggest customer now. Remember the discount you promised last time." Shannara handed the order to the butler beside her, and said directly, 30% deposit, and 8% discount on the price. "Yes, ma'am." The butler and the fleet manager began to calculate the price. Soon, the statistics were completed. Wu Hung paid the deposit, and left the cabin. Wait for all the goods to be transported to the cabin of his ship. Wu Hung asked the skeletons to guard the door, opened the gate and started to transport the supplies. This time the food was delivered. It also solved the problem of insufficient food in the old factory market. Now that new food has been delivered, it can continue to exchange. Wait for everything to be transported. Wu Hung took a carriage back to his residence, and went to the zombie world again. Zombie world. Wu Hung distributed new equipment to the skeleton army. At the same time, he told Chi Honkai that new food had been delivered. Hearing this news, Chi Honkai also smiled. In this world, there is nothing that can make people feel more at ease than having enough food. Wait for the skeletons to change their equipment. Wu Hung asked Chi Honkai to prepare the vehicle to test the newly installed bomb bay of the skeleton flying dragon. Chi Honkai nodded and immediately went down to prepare. Not long after, 2 military trucks stopped at the back door of the factory. Wu Hung sat in the co-pilot. The convoy, surrounded by the skeleton team, left the old factory and headed for the main road that had not been cleared. Arrived at the main road, the sound of the skeleton army immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. A deafening roar spread rapidly, and the huge group of zombies gathered in the middle of the road. "It's ready," Wang Chungang and others said. Wu Heng nodded and said to the big-headed skeleton, "Let the skeleton dragon drop bombs on the top of the zombies." The skeleton dragon kicked its feet, and its body instantly rose from the ground, flying towards the area where the zombies were. Arriving above the zombies, the magazine in the abdomen opened in an orderly manner. Black solid iron bullets, falling in rows, like dark clouds covering the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The iron bullets fell on the zombies like a rainstorm. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust rose. The charging zombies were instantly submerged in the smoke and dust, and a large part of them disappeared. Wu Heng and his companions, standing behind the skeleton team, observed the whole effect. The current magazines, unlike the previous ones that threw down a bunch of bullets at the same time, but threw down in rows, so the area covered along the road was wider. The damage to the zombies was also greater. At this time, the skeleton dragon fell from the sky again. Wang Chungang checked the leather-wrapped magazine. He said, "It's okay. It's still pretty solid. Well, let's continue loading and prepare to clear the second wave," Wu Heng said. Wang Chungang and others nodded and quickly loaded iron bullets into the magazine. The skeleton dragon flew up again and dropped iron bullets again along the rushing corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded. The earth shook. Summon skeleton dragon. Level increased to 14. Constitution +1. Your level increased to level 14. Intelligence +1. Perception +1. Chapter 346, the three of them had a gap of more than 10,000 experience points before, but they were busy with the market these days, and had no time to upgrade. Now, after 2 waves of solid iron bullets were thrown, the level was directly upgraded to level 14. It is 1 step closer to the goal of level 15. Opening the panel, he glanced at the experience points required so far. Name, Wu Heng. Level 14, 2724/165000. Attributes, Strength 34, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 37, Perception 24, Charm 28. 165,000 experience points still shocked him. But on second thought, it doesn't seem like that much. The entire zombie world is like a dungeon for gaining experience. 160,000 seems like a lot. But considering the current number of zombies, it is not that difficult to reach. It's not just level 15. As long as killing zombies gives experience points. The following levels 18, and even 20, are just a matter of time. Level 18 is the top existence in the other world. Even if you have committed a heinous crime, you will be pardoned by all forces. And level 20 is the end of the profession. Called a hero. According to legend, several leaders of the association reached level 20 and became heroes. This was enough to make the association a world police force. So, in the other world, strength is the only way. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Wu Heng closed the panel and glanced at the zombies that were rushing towards him again. He gave the order directly. Bows and arrows. Shoot! Whoosh! Waves of arrows fell from the sky, crackling into the zombies. Large groups of zombies were stabbed like hedgehogs and fell to the ground. At this time, there were only 1,000 zombies that rushed to the vicinity, with broken limbs and arrows hanging on their bodies. Spear formation. Advance. Hula la. The spear skeletons on standby advanced in an orderly manner. Kill the zombies that did not fall. Wu Heng followed behind and began to release dead corpse battlefield to transform the corpses on the ground. After walking and passing by, most of the corpses were transformed into skeletons. And then he continued to give orders to move forward. Go to the next section of the road and continue to clear the zombies. Speed up the progress of opening up the entire road. Wu Heng waited until it was getting dark before he got back on the truck, returning to the old factory area. On the way, Shi Hankai said, "It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, the entire road will be cleared." "Yes, we will clear this road in the next few days," Wu Heng said directly. Shi Hankai nodded and continued to find a topic. "In the past 2 days, we have recruited several people with special jobs, including doctors, plumbers, and equipment repairmen. A total of 6 people were recruited. And some food was also given to them according to the conditions." "Well, are there no superpowers joining?" "No, there are not many superpowers, and they are probably forming some small forces and becoming leaders." "Yes, that's right. In the current world, superpowers have not shown much lethality. More often, It represents the identity of a lucky person. After all, the success rate is too low. Once the superpower is awakened, the thoughts are no longer as simple as the survivor's pursuit of food and clothing. There must be many people who plan to establish their own forces. Being a local emperor is definitely much better than living under someone else's roof. There are still a few people like Chi Kai who take the entire shelter to other shelters. At least for now. Only Chi Kai has taken refuge with him. Other shelters are trying to collect gold to exchange for food. And there is no plan to join. The two continue to talk about the market and the base. The convoy returned to the old factory area. The skeleton army and the convoy entered the yard from the back door. Chi Kai directed others to arrange some work. Wu Hung also rearranged the patrol work of the skeletons and waited until it was getting dark before taking the skeletons and returning to Treasure Island. He had a simple dinner. Walking out of the courtyard, it was already a little dark. He habitually glanced at the next door, the location of Shannara's study, and there was still a faint light behind the gauze curtain. As expected, he stayed up late again. Wu Hung folded a paper crane with paper, and after releasing Activate Object, the paper crane flapped its wings and flew towards the window, and entered the room. Soon, Shannara with her hair loose poked her head out of the window. She glanced over here, and then pointed to the roof. Wu Hung nodded, and quickly climbed onto the roof. Arrived at the roof, Shannara took 2 steps back, and then took a run and jumped forward, and jumped directly onto the roof opposite, and staggered 2 steps, and crashed into his arms. Wu Hung opened his arms, and tightly wrapped them around his waist. He had no intention of letting go. Shannara broke free from his embrace, grabbed his hand, and slapped it hard on the back of his hand, and then pulled him to sit on the roof. Stay up late to paint again? Wu Hung asked. Shannara leaned against his chest. Check the account. Wu Hung continued. You haven't come here for dinner for a few days. Minnie misses you. Is it only Minnie who misses me? Shannara said. Didn't we see each other today? And I can't always run to your side. It will have a bad influence. What's wrong with that? It's normal for neighbors to visit each other frequently. Shannara glanced sideways, holding her waist with her big hand. You call this a normal thing between neighbors? Others don't know. Shannara pointed to the house opposite, and said, the residence opposite. There was a rumor that she was caught committing adultery by her husband. I don't want any rumors to spread. If someone finds out, I will marry you directly. Wu Hang's hand around her waist tightened again. Shannara blushed slightly, rolled her eyes at him. You have a good plan. Why? Don't you want to? Shannara showed a doting expression, and said softly, I do. I feel so sweet when I hear you say that. Wu Hung smiled, pinched his chin with one hand, and turned to him. He looked down at the beautiful emerald eyes. Shannara's eyes were a little evasive. What? What are you doing? Just talk. You can't mess around. The next second, Wu Hung lowered his head. Shannara turned her head away and said, Okay. We have an agreement. We can't do too much. Just now you said you were willing. Shannara smiled and said, I am willing. But with my identity, the Wood Elves will not agree to let me really marry you. So I said I will wait until I reach level 15 and become your lover. It seems to be true. Shannara represents the official Chamber of Commerce of the Wood Elves to a large extent. How could it be possible that she was allowed to divorce her current husband and be with a human man? Shannara had thought of this before, and that's why she brought up the term lover. Wu Hung thought about it, nodded and said, It's okay, as long as we have each other in our hearts. Yeah, that's good. Shannara praised him, and raised her head and tapped his lips. The two leaned against each other and chatted for a while. The housekeeper with a serious face also climbed onto the roof. Without saying a word, she looked at the two of them. Shannara blushed, adjusted her nightgown, and said, It's too late. Let's talk next time. Okay. Shannara jumped back to the opposite side and walked down the roof with the housekeeper. Wu Hung watched the other party leave. He also went downstairs to rest. On the other side, in a private room of a tavern on Lighthouse Street, the manager of the Bucks Cross Sea Chamber of Commerce was pressing on the woman, swinging his waist vigorously. At the same time, he muttered, I don't know where the Starflower found a sponsor and shipped so many goods, it's really damn it. The woman on the bed hummed softly and put her hands on the other's chest. Master, concentrate more at this time, don't think about other things. The man nodded and said, Then shout louder, I like to hear you shout. The woman's face flushed. It's so dark, Too loud will disturb others. What are you afraid of? The other rooms are all people from the Chamber of Commerce. Shout loudly. I like to hear you scream. Hate. The woman hit him lightly, and then, with a movement, began to shout loudly. Just when the two were in high spirits, and their voices were getting louder and louder, a voice came from the living room. What a great interest. The man turned around and grabbed the weapon on the bedside. Whoosh. A cold light flashed, and the dagger pierced the man's wrist accurately, and blood was dripping. Ah! The woman screamed. Another dagger shot out, piercing the woman's throat. With a face full of horror and fear, she fell in a pool of blood. The man looked at the woman's body, and fear began to emerge in his eyes. At this time, 3 figures walked out of the darkness and stood under the silver moonlight at the window. 3 of you. We can talk slowly about anything. Are you in trouble? I can give you a lot of money. The voice under the cloak came out again. No need. Your death is the best result. The voice fell before the other party was about to shout. The 3 rushed forward and killed him directly. The sheik wiped the weapon and jumped out of the window. The next day, early morning. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. And then Minnie's voice came. Master, someone is coming from the association. Please go over now. Wu Hung sat up, looked at the time on the bedside. It was a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that something happened in the association. Okay, I know. After washing up and going downstairs, he saw Enver was already dressed, standing at the door waiting. The two did not eat breakfast, but went out directly to the association. As soon as they arrived at the association hall, they saw the captain of the 3rd team, Olin, walking over quickly. Deacon. The deacons are waiting for you in the morgue. Wire. Go to the study first. Anderwire nodded and went to the study. Wu Hung continued to ask Olin. What happened? As the two walked, Olin said, a manager of the Chamber of Commerce died in the Lighthouse Street Hotel. This Chamber of Commerce wants the association to help investigate. Manager of the Chamber of Commerce? Such people live in Lighthouse Street? Olin said, many chambers of commerce are temporary stops. Staying in a hotel nearby is the most time-saving way. Oh, I see. Wu Hung nodded. The two went to the morgue. The cold room was filled with members of the association, Deacon Imalo, Deacon Shilagwi, Inspector Envoy, Coroner, Investigator, and several team leaders. There were more people than bodies. Deacon. Wu Hung walked in directly. Imalo nodded and said, 2 people died last night. It's a serious matter. You can ask the bodies to see the situation. Wu Hung nodded and motioned the coroner to go aside first. Facing the first body, directly released talk to the dead. The corpse on the iron bed slowly sat up, and the white cloth covering it fell off. Wu Hung glanced at Imalo, signaling that he could ask questions. Imalo looked at the corpse and asked directly, Who killed you? The corpse replied, I haven't seen it. They covered their faces. Swish. Several investigators present began to record. Imalo continued to ask, What are the characteristics of the person who killed you? There were 3 people in total. The leader was a man wearing a black cloak, of medium height, with black hair under the cloak. There were 2 more people behind him. One with a human body, holding 2 swords, and the other was tall, holding a long-handled war hammer. Chapter 347, How do you explain? The leader has black hair, and the 2 behind him, one holding a long-handled war hammer, and the other holding 2 swords? Everyone present was stunned when they heard this answer. Then, they all turned their heads, looked at Wu Hung standing beside him, and the 2 followers behind him. One was tall, holding a warhammer, and the other was human-sized, holding 2 swords. Exactly the same. This solved the case? Did he find out the answer by asking about the corpse? Wu Hung was also shocked, and took another look at the corpse. I really have never seen this person, let alone killed him. Everyone looked over. Wu Hung did not respond, just stood there. Yini Luo also glanced at Wu Hung, then looked at the corpse again, and began to ask the 3rd question. I remember. Is there anyone with this feature? The corpse was silent for a while. No. Yini Luo continued to ask, before killing you, what did they do? The corpse replied. They stood in front of the window and said, As long as I die, it will be the greatest benefit. The last question. Yini Luo thought for a moment, and asked again, Who do you think would benefit the most from killing you? My sons? My assistants? After answering the 5 questions, the body lay back on the iron bed. The scene remained quiet. Many people's eyes still glanced at Wu Heng from time to time. Corpses are different from people. People can lie, but corpses say what they see. Among the 5 questions, the most indicative clue is the deputy deacon of the association. Imolo looked at Wu Heng again and said, "There is another female corpse. Ask her again." Wu Heng did not say much. He released talking to the dead again. The corpse sat up from the iron bed. The white cloth covering the body fell off. The corpse was wearing a linen shirt. It should have been put on after the autopsy. Wu Heng took a step back. Imolo asked directly, "Do you know the person who killed you?" "No." "What are the characteristics of the person who killed you?" The female corpse replied, "It was dark at the time. I only know that there were 3 people. 2 of normal height, and the other one was very tall. He was a man when he spoke. People's observation ability is related to their own level and characteristics. The woman was obviously not of high rank, and it was dark, so there was not much to do." Imolo nodded, stepped aside, and pointed directly at Wu Heng. "Are they the 3? The corpse turned its head and looked over here. "Very similar." Imolo looked at Wu Heng. "Say something." Wu Heng looked directly at the corpse and asked, "Is it my voice?" The corpse was silent for a moment, and replied, "Not very similar." There was only one question left. Imolo asked again, "Who do you suspect the most? My husband? Or Germain's family?" After the 5 questions, the corpse lay down again. After the 2 bodies were examined, everyone present also began to speculate. During the examination 2 days ago, the fact that Wu Heng, a necromancer, had not conducted any necromancy experiments had spread in the association. Unexpectedly, there would be a case linked to him so soon, especially during the inspection by the special inspector. "I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult." The coroner covered the bodies again. Imolo said directly, "Don't disclose this matter for the time being. For the Bucks Chamber of Commerce, Shi Logui is responsible for following up, and the subsequent investigation." "Yes." Shi Logui nodded, and glanced at Wu Heng, who was silent at the side. Yimi Luo continued to look at the others. "Let's leave it as it is for now." Everyone continued to do their own things. Everyone nodded, and walked out together. Wu Heng did not follow him out, and said, "Deacon, I want to take a look at the autopsy report." "Yes. I'll go to the study after reading it." "Okay." The rest of the people left. Wu Heng took the autopsy record from the coroner and checked it. The male corpse. The wrist was pierced by a dagger. Judging from the force and penetration, it was caused by being thrown, and the location of death was the scar on the neck. As for the female corpse, the neck was pierced by a dagger, which was also thrown. Among the 3 murderers, one was good at throwing daggers. "Where was the body found?" Wu Heng asked. The coroner replied, "In the hotel of the Lighthouse Street Tavern." At the scene, were there any other discoveries? The coroner thought for a while and said, "The scene inspection was conducted by the 2nd team. You can go and see the investigators' records for detailed records. But I heard that other people in the merchant group said that these 2 people shouted very loudly last night, and they didn't know how they died." Wu Heng looked at the other party's expression, and guessed what shouting very loudly meant. He handed the record book back to the other party. "Thank you." After saying that, he left the morgue directly. He walked towards the direction of the butler's study. In the corridor, Wu Heng analyzed what had just happened. Someone deliberately led the clue to me, and it was still under the situation of interrogation. The whole thing, actually, is not difficult to guess. Someone pretended to be himself, and the skeleton attendant killed people, and let the deceased see the costume clearly before he died. When the association interrogated the body, then led the clue to himself. "Why do you do this? The murder disrupted the investigation clues? Or did you deliberately kill someone to frame me?" Wu Heng slowed down again, thinking in his heart, "That inspector, I'm afraid he will use that honesty tool on me again, but it's not a big problem, because I didn't kill the person in the first place. Secondly, he may also conduct some investigation on me. At most, I'll quit, and it won't affect me. Unlike at the beginning, with his current strength and financial resources, it's okay if he doesn't serve as the deputy deacon. At worst, I can go back to Ratam City and be the city lord. There, my level 14 strength is already considered top-notch, and I am not afraid of others causing trouble for me. However, this feeling of being calculated is really not very good. I always feel that there is a conspiracy being planned. If I continue to be the deputy deacon, I will still have the association as a backer. I will have a certain status wherever I go. Came to the deacon's study, knocked on the door lightly, and walked in directly. The room is still filled with the same people as the last inspection. Deacon Yamilo, Assistant Moya, Special Envoy Kalima, and 2 investigators. Seeing Wu Hung walking away, Deacon Yamilo said directly, "What do you think of the answer of the corpse just now?" Wu Hung replied, "I don't know what the murder's purpose is, but it is obviously a frame-up. Tell me what you think." Yamilo said, "The evidence clearly points to me, but this is also the most obvious mistake." Wu Hung paused, and then said, "For a necromancer, I know the corpse better than anyone else. I want to kill him, and there will be no second chance to speak." Chapter 348, It's my turn to save you. If you do this yourself, then this person will only disappear, and will not appear in the association's morgue, and have a second chance to identify himself. The investigator and Assistant Moya also began to write something on paper. Emilo asked again, "Who do you think would do this? It could be a pirate, or it could be the accomplice who killed a wanted criminal before. I don't have a clue at the moment." Wu Hung replied. Along the way, he was also thinking about this matter. He was wanted by the pirates and the secret society. Who had killed the wanted criminal's accomplice could be the one working in the association. Who dares to say that he doesn't have a few enemies? Yini Luo glanced at the information in his hand and said again, "Where were you last night?" "At home. Can anyone testify for you?" "Last night, he came back late from the zombie world. Minnie and Anvir had already rested, and he and Sanera were on the rooftop watching the night sky and chatting. But Shanela's matter cannot be told to others. As Shanela, I met her late at night, which is much more serious than killing a fleet manager. My 2 maids can testify. Family members and maids are not very efficient in testifying. Are there any others?" "No one else." Wu Hung answered. The 2 asked and answered each other, and the investigator took notes behind them. The questions were almost answered. Yamilo looked at the special inspector on the side and said, "It seems that someone deliberately framed this." Yamilo still trusted Wu Hung. "It's not that I believe he won't kill the manager of the merchant group, but I believe he won't be so stupid as to send the body to the association after killing someone, and point the clue to me by questioning the body." Special Inspector Kalima also nodded and said, "The one who can make such an arrangement should be somewhere around Deputy Deacon Wu Hung. At least he is familiar with you." Yini Luo also nodded, indicating his agreement. Kalima continued, "But now, the evidence clearly points to you. I am supervising Treasure Island. I can't pretend I didn't see it. You should suspend your position and go home to rest for a few days. When there is evidence here to confirm that this matter has nothing to do with you, you can come back to resume your position. What do you think?" "Deacon Emilo?" Emilo crossed his hands on the table, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Wu Hung, are you okay?" "Yes, I am fine." "Then take a rest for a few days, and wait for news from Zalagwi." "Well, I'll go back first." After Emilo nodded, Wu Hung walked out of the study directly. Wu Hung nodded, and walked out of the study. Walking through the corridor, he saw Shilagwi leaning against the wall with her arms folded. "What did you say?" Shilagwi asked. "Suspended for investigation. Wait for the results of your investigation," Wu Hung said. Shilagwi looked up and asked, "You didn't kill him, did you?" "Nonsense. Have you ever seen me kill someone with a flying knife?" "Well, I don't think it was you either." Shilagwi lifted her hair and said, "Speaking of this period of time, I always feel that many things have not gone well for you. It would be good to take a few days off." "What did you say?" Wu Hung stood beside her. Zalagwi thought for a moment, and said, I can't tell. Just wait for my news. I will definitely find out and clear your name. I'm counting on you. Don't worry. It's my turn to save you this time," Zalagwi said. "Okay." Zalagwi smiled, patted his shoulder lightly. "Then I'll go and get busy first, and I'll let you know if there's any information." "Yes." Back to the study. Anvir was sitting at the desk sorting out documents, and the little owl was in the room, chasing bees. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, Underwire smiled and said, "Master, would you like something to drink?" "No. Let's clean up and start our vacation," Wu Hung said directly. Underwire paused as she was about to pour tea, and asked curiously, "Did something happen?" Wu Hung simply told her what happened in the morning. He also told her that she would start her vacation and come back to work after there was a result from Shilagui. How can you do this? Underwire said angrily. Wu Heng smiled. It's nothing. Pack up your valuables. And any important documents. Let's rest at home for a few days. Underwire was angry. But there was nothing she could do as an assistant. She started packing her things. And then left with them. On the way, the staff was still greeting them. It was estimated that the notice of suspension would be issued in the afternoon. The rest of the people would know about this matter. At lunch, Wu Heng recounted what happened in the morning at the dining table. In addition to Minnie and Anvir, Chanela also sat on one side of the dining table. After listening to Wu Heng's story, Minnie said angrily, Why? It's obviously a frame-up. The association is blind. Wu Heng said, It's okay. It's good to rest for a few days. If you really don't want to do it, we can go back to Rantam City. It's not that serious. It's not so easy to be framed and removed as the deputy deacon of the association. Don't say it wasn't you who did it. Even if it was, it would be easy to let it go if you pay some money. Chanela said directly. Whether this matter has anything to do with Wu Heng, she knows it best. Last night, the two of them were so close to each other that they had no time to kill the manager of an ordinary merchant group. How could the manager be more fragrant than me? Well, I won't leave, Wu Heng said with a smile. Chanera blushed and rolled her eyes at him. After chatting for a few words, they started eating. It's actually okay to take a vacation. Recently, there are indeed some things to do in the zombie world. After lunch, Wu Heng just returned to the study when the door was knocked. After opening the door, Chanera, wearing a gorgeous and slim dress, came in directly, threw herself into his arms, put her arms around his neck, and gave him a kiss. Wu Heng hugged her waist. While responding, he closed the door with his foot. The two hugged each other for a long time. Then they slowly separated. Do you feel better? Chanera was still hanging on his shoulders. Her face was blushing. Hearing this, Wu Heng was still a little moved. She was afraid that he would feel bad, so she took the initiative to comfort him. I feel better, but my body feels a little uncomfortable. Wu Heng sat down beside her, pulled her to sit in his arms. Chanera sat sideways on his lap, with one arm on his shoulder, and said, How about, I'll find someone to help you move, it shouldn't be difficult. Wu Heng looked at her in surprise. What kind of a fairy lover is this? He is still thinking about helping you with connections. No. I also want to rest for a few days. And I will accompany you more then. I am very busy. What can I accompany you for? Chanela said shyly. Wu Heng let her sit on his arms, and lean on his shoulders. Don't worry. I'm fine. Yeah. One job. You are not a deputy deacon anymore. I can still support you. What if I haven't reached level 15? Then I will support you, and let you be my male servant. Madam, you are a little perverted. Wu Heng picked her up, and put her on the desk. He lowered his head slightly, and kissed her again. Not long after, Minnie's voice came from downstairs. Sister Chanela, are you done talking? Come outside and play. Chanela turned her head away, licked the water marks on her lips, swallowed, and shouted, Come right away. Hurry up. Okay. Chanela looked back, stroked her cheek. Level 15. I'm waiting for you too. Almost there. Chanela jumped off the wooden table, put her clothes in order, opened the door, and walked out directly. Chanera went downstairs. Wu Heng picked up the book that fell on the floor and put it back on the desk. He sat back in the chair and thought about what happened today. Everything happened quite suddenly. He was a little slow to react. It's really not nice to be slandered. Since the other party put the blame on me, they must have a purpose. It was during the inspection, and they wanted me to be dismissed. So, their purpose has been achieved. If I am the person behind the scenes, what will be arranged after the enemy is dismissed? Wu Heng pinched his eyebrows. Being dismissed is definitely the first step. And there will be other things later. These days, I have to be more careful. I have been walking on thin ice all my life. Just as he was sighing, Grenda flew back directly from outside through the roof, floating in the air. He said, Not long after you left, the special inspector went out with his entourage and went to the tavern on Lighthouse Street. Chapter 349. Nautilus Tavern. Followed me and left? When Wu Heng left the association, he left Glinda there. Observe everyone's movements. I was framed and dismissed. Who would pass the news out? Glinda floated to another direction and continued. The first one to leave was Shilagui. She brought 2 teams. There should be no problem. The second one to leave was the special inspector. He took his entourage to the tavern Black Crow's Nest on Lighthouse Street. What to do? Wu Heng asked. Wu Heng still had great doubts about this special inspector. Just as the Logui said before, ever since the association started the inspection, he felt that many things were targeting him. Wu Heng himself had the same feeling. Moreover, there was another point of doubt. In the deacon's study, he could use Sincere Clay Doll to ask him to verify whether Wu Heng killed the couple. He even thought of a reason on the way there. But the other party did not choose to use it, but asked Yimi Luo to inquire about the records according to the association's procedures. Then, as the special inspector, he proposed to suspend his duties and take a rest. I don't know what to do. I didn't follow him in. There was a sense of rejection there, Glinda said, and added, Sorry. It's okay, Wu Heng said. The other party can sit in the position of special inspector. His level is definitely not low. Forcibly tracking and investigating may make the other party alert. Do you still need me to go out and continue to check on others? Glinda asked. No. Yes. Glinda hooked his hand at the bookshelf, and a book flew over, half floating in the air, and turned the page. Black Crow's Nest Tavern. Ha, Mr. Kalima really keeps his word. In one day, he lost his status as a member of the association. The captain of the cargo ship said cheerfully. Kalima moved the wine glass in front of him to the side and said, It's just a suspension. It's just that he can't continue to perform his duties. He is still considered a member of the association. We naturally know this. There is still a big difference between being on duty and not on duty. The other party still said, Arrange the fleet to leave the island as soon as possible. I don't have time to deal with these things with you. Kalima asked again. 3 days. I'll take you away then. Kalima nodded with satisfaction. He just had to leave the island. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he made a lot of money this time. Kalima continued. When I came here, there should be a ghost following me. Wu Heng may have suspected me. The captain was stunned and frowned and asked, Did he find out? It should be just suspicion. The file says that he has just changed his job for less than a year. No matter how talented he is only at the level of a team leader. There is no danger to me, Kalima said directly. The captain also nodded and said, I will also make arrangements here, so that he won't cause you any trouble. That's the best. Kalima stood up again, walked out of the room, and left directly. In the study, Glinda floated in the air, turning the pages of the book in front of him, glancing sideways. Said, Are you worried about this? Wu Heng slumped in the chair. I'm just thinking about the other party's purpose of framing me. What's there to think about? The purpose is obvious, to get you out of the position of deputy deacon. Glinda said. Yeah. I was thinking. After he let me down, what will he do next? Glinda said, It's hard to say. But what is certain is that the other party is more afraid of the identity of the association. You can think about who would like to do this the most. Alas, pirates won't do this. They don't consider whether you are a member of the association when they do things. The most likely ones are those rich people in the secret society who are within the rules. But they should be dealing with Lilith. They can't come to trouble me so soon, because of the last incident of imprisoning the girl and holding a blood feast. Many people blame the vampires for this matter. Wu Heng wrote a letter to Lilith, exaggerating the other party's crimes and the reactions of the local residents. Moreover, the news sent back was that the Blood Clan began to investigate and clean up the members of the secret society in various places. And it seemed that the matter was quite serious. Recently, there was indeed no secret society to trouble him. To deal with you, just arrange a few people to come over. There is no need to go through so much trouble, Glinda said. Wu Heng's expression was choked. What you said makes sense. But I am not bad either. It won't take long for me to surpass their leaders. Glinda did not deny this point. Wu Heng's growth rate is indeed amazingly fast. Sometimes, she also feels that she has made the right choice for herself to go out with Wu Heng. Glinda continued, Actually, it's not difficult to get your job back. It just depends on whether you are willing to do it. What do you mean? You go to the association first, then arrange 3 people with similar appearances, then kill 1 person, prove that it was not you who did it, and then you will be cleared of the crime, and then investigate the murderer, and naturally sit back in your position as deputy deacon. Glinda glanced at him. If you become deputy deacon again, any arrangements they make later will be overturned. Wu Heng frowned slightly, and looked at the other party with a little surprise. If someone uses his appearance to frame him, He can use this method to prove that he didn't do it. He has a lot of skeletons, so it's not difficult to find skeletons of the same height and body shape. The disadvantage is that he needs to kill another person. He also needs to have a certain identity to quickly attract the attention of the association. Why? Can't accept it? Asked Glinda. Wu Hung shook his head. That's a solution. But there's no rush. If it's really hard to find out, we can use this method again. It's up to you. I'm just making a suggestion. Glinda sent the book back and reminded him again. Don't trust anyone. Unless you sign a contract like your two little mates. It's not like you to say that. Glinda floated across the table, looked him in the eye and said, I don't want you to be the next me. Got it. Wu Hung nodded, looked at the sky, and continued, come back first. Let's go out for a while. Glinda nodded and got back into his body. Wu Hung looked through the window at the courtyard. 3 women were playing shuttlecock in the yard. Wu Hung opened the gate and headed to the zombie world. After leaving the dormitory building, Wu Hung went directly to the iron forging factory. Entering the factory gate, a wave of heat hit him. The huge furnace poured out, and red iron slurry flowed out along the grooves. The blacksmith waiting below and the skeletons who helped him immediately took action. Using tools, they poured the iron slurry into the mold to make solid iron bullets. The production of flame furnace has greatly accelerated the speed of iron smelting by blacksmiths. And this world has no shortage of iron resources. It should be the easiest resource to search out, and the one with huge quantity. At this time, Chi Honkai came from behind, stood aside and said, the efficiency of the furnace is quite high. The number of iron bullets in the warehouse has exceeded 10,000, which is enough for normal use. It doesn't sound like much. Making while using completely meets the current use needs. Zhang Qi. Have the magazines of the other flying dragons been made? Wu Hung asked. It's made. And I heard they're still improving it. Chi Honkai said. Wu Hung nodded and continued, drive the car over. Let's go clean up the zombies. Different from Granda's idea, Wu Hung felt that the most fundamental way to solve the problem was to improve his strength. When you reach level 15, you are one of the top strong men. If you want to cause trouble for yourself, you have to consider your strength. When you reach level 18, no one will care if you really kill people. The owner of Treasure Island, who was originally a pirate, was finally exempted. Chi Honkai was stunned. She didn't expect to have to go out and clean up the zombies now. Oh, okay. She agreed and immediately went down to prepare. Not long after, the vehicle was ready. Wu Hung sat in the co-pilot seat, led the skeleton army, and left the old factory area directly. The main road. The earth shook. The huge group of zombies covered the entire main road. Like a surging wave, they quickly rushed towards the location of the skeleton army. There was noise in my ears, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Xiao Xiao was in stealth mode, and flew back from a distance, and whispered in his ear, Uncle, there is a big guy inside, and a creeper. Wu Hung looked from a distance. There were too many zombies, and they were all black. He seemed to see the figure of a giant zombie, but it didn't matter. He took out the intercom and asked, Wang Chungang, are you ready? The intercom replied, 5 skeleton flying dragons, all loaded. Pay attention to the distance. Don't hurt you. Received. Wu Hung looked at the big-headed zombie behind him, and gave a direct order. Let the flying dragon attack, and drop bombs above the zombies. Whoosh! A deafening whistling sound rang out. 5 huge figures, soared into the sky from the back, flew towards the direction of the zombies. Quickly arrived above the zombies. Opened the magazines one by one. Black iron bullets covered the sky, like a huge iron net, falling from the sky, smashing into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded, the earth trembled, the sky and the earth spun. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. The coverage area reached more than 1,000 meters. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the entire main road, pitted and broken, bloody and muddy. Only 1,000 or so zombies, whose bodies were scattered, stood up from the ground. The big zombies and creepers that Xiao Xiao saw also had blood holes all over their bodies, and their bodies were shaky. He looked at the skeleton army in the distance, turned around and retreated little by little. Tomahawk team. Charge up and kill all the targets. Hula la! A large number of skeletons holding one-handed battle axes rushed out of the skeleton formation in an instant. Holding the battle axes, they ran wildly. In the blink of an eye, They knocked the remaining zombies to the ground and chopped them down on the head with the battle axes in their hands. After all the zombies were chopped down, they continued to chase the staggering and fleeing big zombies, hanging all over their bodies, and the battle axes chopped at the opponent's body through the gaps between the skeletons. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the creeper who had climbed up the building with the help of the building had blood splattered on the back of his head and fell from the roof. The axe-wielding skeletons rushed forward again. The battle axes in their hands kept falling, seeing the skeletons cleaning up the remaining zombies in the surrounding shops. Wu Hung looked at his experience points. Level 14, 24750/165000. Experience points, increased by more than 20,000. The efficiency is still very high. If he continues to clean up 5 or 6 times, he will be able to level up. Close the panel. 2 corpses of second-level deformed zombies were dragged over. They were bloody and fleshy, and their bodies were pierced with holes as big as fists. They looked miserable. Wu Hung released bone art, and after the 2 skeletons stood up, he found 2 second-level corpse cores from them. After storing them in the space, he began to release dead corpse battlefield along the way. Among the corpses on the ground, 1 skeleton after another stood up. Join the queue. He drank several bottles of potion in succession, and transformed all the corpses on the street. When the transformation was almost done, Chi Honkai and others drove the car over. Wu Hung boarded the truck, and the army began to return. On the way, Chi Honkai said softly, further along the road, "It is the downtown roundabout. It is the busiest section of the road. There should be more corpses by then. Continue to clean up along the road, and you will reach the downtown roundabout. Shopping malls, large chain supermarkets, cultural palaces, and commercial streets are all gathered there. The most important thing is the rows of gold shops. Prepare in advance, and then go to clean up there," Wu Hung said directly. "This section of the road cannot be avoided. And with the current strength of the skeleton army, there is not much pressure. We can completely push through." "Okay." Chi Honkai nodded. Wu Hung suddenly thought of something and asked, "Are there any eavesdropping devices in the warehouse?" "They are remote devices that can eavesdrop on conversations." Chi Honkai was stunned, glanced at the side, frowned and thought for a while, and said, "I did search the shops that monitor security, but I am not sure whether there are these things. I will go to the warehouse to check when I get back." "Okay." Back to the old factory area. It was already dark. The rest of the work was left to Chi Honkai. Wu Hung returned to Treasure Island first. When he returned to his residence, it was getting dark. He asked Chef Number 1 to prepare some dinner, and ate a simple bite. He walked out of the courtyard and looked at Shannara's room. There was no light today. "Sleep so early today," Wu Hung muttered. He wanted to have another night meeting with the Wood Elf lady tonight, but he actually fell asleep. In the courtyard, he rearranged the layout of the skeletons. The skeletons guarding the front and back doors on the balcony on the 4th floor were replaced with machine guns and mounted on the stone guardrail. If there is any danger, he can also counterattack immediately. After everything was arranged, Wu Hung returned to his residence and walked upstairs. The next day, in the morning, a carriage slowly stopped in front of the Nautilus Tavern. "Madam, we have arrived at the tavern," the driver said softly. Wu Hung put on the shapeless veil and turned into a bloated middle-aged woman, and slowly got off the car. In front of him was a newly opened tavern. The sign was new, and there was no girl kissing her breasts at the door. After paying the fare, Wu Hung walked directly into the bar. It was deserted inside, with few customers, and only 2 bartenders cleaning. "Customers? We haven't opened yet," a bartender said softly. Wu Hung looked around and said, "Where is the boss, Millicent? I'm her friend." "Oh, wait a moment. The boss is in the room upstairs. I'll call her out," the bartender said immediately. "No, if it's convenient. Just tell me which room. I'll take you there." The bartender took him up to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of the innermost room. After getting a response, the bartender said, "Boss, a lady said she is your friend." "Aw, let her in." The bartender motioned for her to come in. Wu Hung placed an eagle eye technique sensor at the door. Then he walked in. Entering the room, he saw Millicent sitting at the desk, apparently keeping accounts. Unlike her initial shabby appearance, she was now wearing a light blue dress, with fair skin and long hair tied up. She looked like a beautiful farm lady. Millicent is the mother of the pirate lady Philippa. Philippa did not allow her to return to the village, So Wu Hung bought this property for her and opened a tavern. Millicent opened a drawer on the side, and faintly saw a dagger, and frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The censor confirmed that the bartender had left, and there was no one else on the entire floor. She reached out, and took off the illusion veil, revealing her original face. Millicent was stunned, and immediately reacted. She knelt on the ground, and respectfully shouted, "Mr. Deputy Deacon, get up, you don't have to be so polite in the future." Wu Hung sat down on the side. "Yes." Millicent stood up, still standing aside a little stiffly. Wu Hung continued, "Lighthouse Street, are there many caravans docking recently?" Chapter 350. Kill someone. I heard that there are many fleets docking at the port recently. And the number of people in the tavern is also increasing slowly, Millicent said, pouring him a glass of water. Then he stood aside in a proper manner. "Well, I can see that you are doing a good job," Wu Hung praised. "You can see something from the entrance. Although the business of the tavern is not as good as those on the main street, it seems to be doing well." In the morning, the bartenders were cleaning and changing the barrels. Millicent's reserved expression showed some joy, and she whispered, "Thank you, sir." Wu Hung gestured that she didn't need to stand, and waited for her to sit down beside the bed before continuing to ask, "Are there many people staying here?" "Some, but not many." Wu Hung nodded. "Did you find anyone suspicious?" Millicent frowned and thought for a while, and said, "The tavern just opened, but I didn't find anyone suspicious." What had caught Millicent's attention before was the wanted order on the association. "There are some general features," Wu Hung continued. "I need you to help me keep an eye on a few people. If you find someone approaching, notify me." Millicent nodded. "Okay, sir." "There are 3 people in total. One is about my height, with black or dark hair. The second is nearly 3 meters tall, and his weapon is a long-handled war hammer, and the other is a normal height, and his weapon is a pair of swords." Wu Hung described it again according to the corpse's statement. After listening carefully, Millicent looked at the other party with some doubt. If I remember correctly, the 2 personal attendants of this deputy deacon had the same appearance. In addition, the first one had black hair and was about the same height. So it sounded like he was checking on him. But she didn't think of asking more questions about the things she was told. She agreed directly. "Yes, sir. I will pay more attention to it. They will definitely use some disguises. I don't know what they look like originally. If they are close or similar in body shape, notify me immediately." "Okay." Wu Hung was still very satisfied with Millicent's attitude. Then he took out the tablet and pulled up the photo of Special Inspector Kalima. "There is another person who looks like this." The photo was taken by Kalima at the door when he was investigating the association's information. Although it was only a side profile, the features were still very obvious. In addition, he always wore a wizard robe, so it was still easy to identify him. Millicent took the tablet and looked at the face on it. Wu Hung added, "He is from the association. I suspect he is related to a case. When you see him, just pay attention to who he contacts and tell me afterwards." Millicent nodded seriously. "I remember, sir." "Well, just do your best," Wu Hung continued. "Choose 3 private rooms and 2 accommodation rooms. I will arrange some decorations. When there are people who are suspected, we will arrange them in these rooms and monitor their conversations." Millicent didn't quite understand and asked carefully, "Sir, do you want to choose a few empty rooms?" "Well, you choose them first, and I will explain it to you later." Millicent stood up. "I will take you there." Wu Hung put on the shapeless veil again and walked out of the room with him, heading towards the private room next door. In the private room, there was a round table, a side cabinet, and some potted plants. Wu Hung took out the listening device he had found from the electronic parts store and installed it on the wall behind the side cabinet. In this world, such things were not afraid of being discovered. Even if they were tuned out, they would not think that they were listening devices. Then, the 2 of them went to the other private rooms and the rooms where they stayed. After everything was arranged, they returned to the previous room. Wu Hung took out a new tablet, connected a few eavesdroppers, demonstrated the operation, and said, "This is a listening device. If there are any suspicious people in the future, arrange them to enter those private rooms, and then use this thing to eavesdrop on what they say." After the connection, a slight electric current sound came out of the tablet. As they approached, they could faintly hear footsteps, as well as the bartender opening the door, moving tables and chairs, and cleaning. Who is the boss to the fat woman who just came in? She's so fat. The voice came from the tablet. And it was very clear. Millicent was a little surprised that this thing could really hear the voices in the private room far away, and carefully glanced at the man next to her. She explained in a low voice, "They usually like to talk nonsense." Don't blame them. Wu Hung didn't say much. It was just a disguise. And the sound of the two people talking could still be heard on the tablet. From this point of view, the boss is really a beauty. If I could hug her to sleep, it would be so comfortable. Many of those who came to the pub came for the boss. That's right. I'm afraid that one day someone will get drunk and make trouble in the pub. Millicent's face had begun to turn red. With a pair of eyes, she carefully glanced at her side and explained softly. This is how pubs are. Some guests will talk nonsense after drinking, but it's okay here. Nothing has happened so far. Wu Hung nodded and continued to explain the various functions to her, as well as how to retrieve some photos. Millicent learned very quickly. He had mastered how to use it very skillfully. I'll give it to you first. If you find it doesn't work, come to me. Thank you, sir. I'll keep it well. After closing the tablet, Wu Hung continued to ask, are there any difficulties in operation? Although the tavern was established to gather intelligence, if it fails to operate well, or only does superficial work, it will still arouse suspicion from others. The best is to be like the Old Barrel Tavern, which is a very popular tavern in itself, and secondly, to handle some intelligence work. Millicent thought for a moment and said, there have been 2 gangs nearby who have come to collect protection fees. Also, the menu at the tavern is not very diverse, and it is difficult to find a high-level chef. Finally, there are some people who like to make trouble after drinking. All 3 problems are easy to solve. But it is not easy for him to come forward directly. Wu Hung said, wait a few days, and I will arrange someone to help you after a while. Okay, sir. Millicent thanked him again, and continued to ask in a low voice, Philippa didn't cause you any trouble. Don't worry. She is doing well. Some time ago, she also helped the association to capture 2 wanted criminals. Her contribution will be recorded in the file. Then she is not in danger. No danger. Don't worry. According to the news said back by Philippa, the Iron Bucket Pirates used the money they got last time to carry out all-round armament. In addition to some crossbow equipment on the ship, a lot of crew members were also recruited. It can't be compared with the big pirate group, but it's not something that ordinary forces can bully. Millicent also showed a gentle smile, and saluted again. Thank you for taking care of her. Well, do it well. You and your daughter will have a better life in the future. Thank you, sir. After explaining everything, Wu Hung also stood up and said, let's do this first. You should also pay attention to this side. Just inform me if there is any news. You don't need to do anything dangerous. Understood. Maintaining the image of a bloated woman, Wu Hung opened the door and walked out directly. Millicent escorted him to the door of the tavern, watched him get on a carriage, waved his hand and said, come back when you have time. Yes. Wu Hung lowered the curtain, and the carriage left. The bartender came over and asked curiously, boss, is this your friend? Millicent glanced at the direction where the carriage was going, turned to look at him, and said, you too. Go and clean the cellar, so that you don't have to do anything. Ah? We have something to do. Go. Millicent was really angry. The 2 of them went to the cellar to clean up in a dejected manner. Millicent also returned to several rooms and replaced the monitoring equipment. The props of the association are really amazing. The carriage creaked forward. It returned to the central area and stopped at the central square. Wu Hung was still dressed as a woman. After paying the fare, she entered the association hall, walked through the corridor, and walked towards the direction of the office study of Zilla Rose. When there was no one in the corridor, she took off her veil and changed back to her original appearance. He knocked on the door and walked in. The elf deputy deacon, with a childlike face, was frowning at the documents in his hand. He looked up and found that it was Wu Hung who came in. He was obviously a little surprised. Why are you here? I have nothing to do at home, so I came to see you. Zalogwi rolled his eyes at him unhappily. You don't usually come to the association. Now that you are on leave, you start running here instead. Wu Hung smiled, sat down on the sofa beside him, and asked, are there any clues? I found some, but there are no clues that are beneficial to you. Zalogwi gathered the documents and knocked on the table. Can you tell me? Nothing. First, we asked the other people from the Bucks Chamber of Commerce. They said that the manager and the woman yelled fiercely that night. In the end, we did hear a scream, But we didn't expect that something happened. As Zalagwi said this, her face turned red. The coroner had heard about this matter. Because of the random shouting, even the scream of being killed at the end was mistaken for having fun. Zalagwi glanced at him and continued, "There is only one person's shoe print at the window, and the size of the shoe print does not match that of the 3 people. It is suspected that in addition to the deceased, there was a 4th person at the time. The 2 teams of the association are continuing to investigate other people in the merchant group, and the people in the tavern. They should send new clues tonight. The 4th person? How come there are more and more people involved in the investigation, and there is no obvious progress? It's not surprising. After all, someone died yesterday. And it's morning now. There won't be too many clues." Wu Heng smiled and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work. You can still laugh. Don't worry if there is no evidence. This matter will always be blamed on you." Zalagwi said, "How is it possible? Why not? If you can't catch him, you will always bear this crime." "That's right. Whether I can clear the charge depends on you," Wu Heng said. Zalagwi rolled his eyes at him again and said, "In the morning, I went to the Old Barrel Tavern and asked about the situation. The Old Barrel is the territory of the 6-armed prophetess. You can buy some intelligence with money, but it is limited to the port and lighthouse street. Are there any clues?" "No clues related to this matter, but on the day you were suspended, there was a restless guy who came to the island with the caravan." Zalagwi's tone became serious. "Wanted criminal?" "No, his name is Karanmu, a 16th level wanderer who earns bounties by issuing wanted orders from the association and the Snake Emblem Consortium. He is a decent person. There is a record of killing a member of the dwarf royal family, a deputy deacon of the association, and he is not on the association's wanted order." Zalagwi glanced at him lightly. Killing a member of the national royal family, the deputy deacon of the association. Moreover, it has not been listed on the wanted list of the association. It is one thing that the opponent is not weak. More importantly, he knows how to circumvent some rules, and will not be listed on the wanted list after killing people. Wu Heng's face suddenly became ugly. At this time, he landed on the island, and had the experience of killing the deputy deacon. Good guy. I have to suspect that. He came for me. Is the wanderer a profession? Yes, a melee type, a very strong fighting profession. Is he very powerful? Wu Heng asked. Zalagwi said slowly, Lone Ranger, makes a living by killing various bounty targets, and has a great reputation in the circle. Without external help, I have no confidence to face him. That is to say, with Zalagwi's strength, I have no confidence to defeat the other party. Being appointed as a deputy deacon at least proves the potential and talent of Zalagwi. I have no confidence at all. It seems that the other party is really powerful. You mean, he is likely to come to the island to deal with me? Wu Heng said. It's possible. Wu Heng scratched his head and asked, Do you know where he lives? I'll let the skeleton go and kill him first. Zalagwi said unhappily. I haven't found out where he is, but I'm not sure that the other party is targeting you. Let's see the situation first. Wu Heng was just talking, and he couldn't kill the other party blatantly. But level 16 also made him feel a sense of crisis. He didn't have to face him head-on, or let himself attack by surprise. And he was not afraid of this wanderer. Do you know what he is good at, and what his weaknesses are? Wu Heng asked. There is not much detailed information. I will tell the deacon and ask him to get some information from the Whisperer. I will tell you then. Okay. After talking about this matter, Wu Heng continued, By the way, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Wu Heng said directly, I want you to take the team to search every tavern one by one. I suspect that the person who framed me is hiding in a tavern. Zalagwi frowned. You want to tire us to death? There are so many taverns, and the association is too overbearing, which will affect its image in the hearts of residents. Just say that you have found useful clues in the taverns on the main street of the Lighthouse District, and start investigating. When other merchants see how hard we work, they will trust the association more. Wu Heng said. Zalagwi still frowned, and hesitated for a moment. She agreed. I'll tell the deacon, and then I'll dispatch more teams to help. Okay, I'll go back first. Wu Heng got up and left the study. Zalagwi also took the sorted documents and went out to the deacon's study. Corridor. Wu Heng stood there and waited for a while, and heard the voice of the ghost Glinda. No one is in his room. Yeah. Wu Heng hummed lightly, and then walked towards the association dormitory. He was also a deputy deacon of the association. Even though he was suspended, No one stopped him along the way. He went directly to the 3rd floor, in front of the dormitory where the Special Inspector Kalima lived. Seeing that there was no one around, he used the bronze key to open the door a crack and inserted a listening device. He closed the door again. Grenda flew into the air and controlled the listening device to fly to the roof. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice came from the stairs. Kalima came back from downstairs with his guards, looking at him in confusion. Wu Heng's heart tightened, but he still said, "Special Inspector, I came to find you, but I didn't expect you to go out." Kalima looked at him suspiciously and glanced at the door again. "What do you want to see me about? You used that strange thing that tells the truth to ask me if I killed anyone. Wouldn't it be faster to prove my innocence?" Wu Heng said directly. "So that's what happened." Kalima smiled and continued to explain. "The Bucks merchants are also paying attention to this incident. We can't prove it even if we say we didn't do it. We need to catch the murderer or produce a substantial prop. It's just a rare item in our company. If we say it's okay, I'm afraid the people in the Bucks merchants will not recognize it." "Why would they not recognize it?" "Just show them the effect of the item." Kalima looked at him, still calm. "Don't worry. Take a few days off first. Believe in the association. And believe in Zalagui and the others. They will find the murderer." Wu Heng hesitated and said, "Okay, I'll go talk to Zalagui again." "Well, you have to be patient. Then you are busy, Special Inspector. I'll go back first." "Okay." Wu Heng went downstairs. Kalima looked at the direction he left, opened the door, and entered the room. The room was empty. Kalima held the staff and cast several detection spells in succession. He frowned slightly. "Are you really asking me about the strange objects?" Confused, he cast spells from every corner again and checked some of his belongings. After confirming that everything was fine, he sat on the bed, looking thoughtful. Walked out of the association. Glenda flew back from a distance and directly entered the body. The scene in the room was also shared in his mind at the same time. Glenda placed the monitoring device on the roof beam, and then hurriedly flew out of the window, to avoid being noticed by the other party. Wu Heng took out the device and put on headphones to monitor. He could hear the sound of the robe shaking, and the soft whisper. Apart from that, he didn't hear any other sounds. The monitoring device that was looted was an old model. Or it was like this. It was relatively large, like the size of a power bank, with a transmitting line. It's not as big as a button in the movie. Otherwise, I could find a way to put it on him, or on something he carries with him. It depends on whether you have anything to do with this matter. Black Crow's Nest Tavern. 2nd floor private room. The door opened, and a man with a rapier and a sailor's turban on his head walked in. He wore a loose long gown with half sleeves on the leather armor, and on his exposed left arm, he could see many tattoos of venomous snakes, ghost faces, and rats. Entering the private room, the man glanced around the room. He sat down near the door and said directly, "Are you ready? He has been suspended for investigation, so you can start now." Chapter 351, It's Not My Fault. It seems that this is the case with Treasure Island. It only takes a few moves to pull down a deputy deacon. The tattooed man put one leg on the chair. Inside the private room, a man in captain's clothes. With a smile on his face, he occasionally turned the thick ring on his index finger. Looking at the other party, he said, "It's just a suspension for investigation. The rest is up to you." "Well, since I promised you, I will naturally do it." The tattooed man nodded, leaning back, and continued, "Where is the information?" A handwritten document was handed over from the other side. Said, "He has joined the association for less than a year. His level should not be high, but you have to be careful of the two servants around him. They seem to be of high level." The tattooed man looked up at the opposite side and asked, "Does he have any background?" "According to my understanding, he has no background. He came from a small town in the kingdom of Yek and has high talent." The tattooed man nodded, threw the information back, stood up and said, "Wait for my news." "Yes." Before leaving the door, the tattooed man turned back again to remind, "Get the money ready. Of course, this is not the first time we have cooperated." The tattooed man opened the door and walked out directly. In the office study. After he was suspended, this study was left empty. But the key is still in Wu Heng's hand. Some things in this world are not so strictly managed. Wu Heng sat on the sofa, wearing headphones, listening to the installed eavesdropping device. This thing has a certain distance limit. Unlike radio, it can still transmit normally at such a long distance. In the headphones, you can hear the sound of dragging a chair, moving things. It feels like they are looking for something. Then, there were some conversations between Kalima and others, which were all ordinary conversations, and had nothing to do with what he wanted to monitor. How is it? Any clues? Grenda asked, floating on the side. No. They didn't say 2 words at all. Wu Hung said. Placing the eavesdropping device in his room didn't seem to be the right place. But this kind of equipment was a bit large and difficult to place on the other party. And his residence was the best location. Maybe it has nothing to do with him, Glenda guessed. It's possible, but I always feel that. He has some problems, so be careful. Yeah, that's right. Wu Hung opened the door, called out a skeleton investigator, placed him at a seat, and continued to monitor the other party. Whether it was useful or not, all were recorded first. After the arrangement, exited the room again. Locked the door. Returned to the residence. Minnie and Andweir were directing the skeletons to dry the bedding. The 2 said they were maids. But in fact, most of the work was done by Skeleton. Andweir's job was to be an assistant to the association, and Minnie acted as a housekeeper. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 turned their heads and looked over. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, they also smiled and greeted him from a distance. Minnie ran over quickly, dived into his arms, and nudged him. Master, how come you went out so early in the morning? I didn't see you. Who told you to stay in bed? Minnie raised her head and argued. No way. I got up very early today. When I went downstairs, I saw that you were sleeping soundly, and Ware finally got some rest without getting up early. So I didn't disturb you. Master, you are so nice. Minnie praised generously. Anvil also came over and asked softly, Master, is there any progress? Wu Hung shook his head. Shi Logui is leading people to investigate, and there is no strong evidence yet. Anvil frowned and asked, Deacon Shi Logui will definitely find the murderer. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. Minnie listened on the side and asked curiously, Who is Deacon Shi Logui? Another deputy deacon of the association. From the elf tribe? Very beautiful. Anvil answered. Who is prettier? Her or Sister Chanella? Andweir said. They are beautiful in different ways. Deputy Deacon Shiragui looks younger, while Madame Chanella has a mature beauty. Minnie looked at Wu Hung with some suspicion. Master, who do you think is prettier? Both are beautiful. Elves are born with outstanding looks. Minnie continued to ask. They are both beautiful. But Sister Wire and I are prettier. Andweir also raised her head with some expectation. Wu Hung hugged the 2 of them tightly with a smile. You are both beautiful. Each person is beautiful in different places. What? You are just kidding me again. Minnie was a little dissatisfied. Wu Hung rubbed her head and said, You are both beautiful, but I like you 2 more. Hee, I knew it. Minnie hugged her waist and whispered coquettishly. Andweir also showed a happy face, and her face was flushed. Master, do you need to air the bedding in your room? Andweir asked. Take it out and air it out. Andweir nodded, patted Minnie's butt hard, said, Don't cling to the master, come upstairs with me to clean up the room. Really? Minnie rubbed her butt, muttered and followed upstairs. Wu Hung followed behind, said, By the way, don't go out recently. If you need to buy anything, ask Sanera to help buy it. Oh, okay. The 2 nodded. Then they went up to the 4th floor to clean up the bedroom. Wu Hung was on the 3rd floor, entering the room where the radio was placed. Pick up the record book of the skeleton investigator and take a look at it directly. There are already a lot of things recorded on it. Today, we caught a 1-meter-long alligator snapping turtle. They said this thing is good for men. Do you want me to keep it for you to take back, in case you are old and your body is not good? The alligator snapping turtle is gone. It was sold to an old nobleman when it landed. I will catch it for you next time. Damn it, we were attacked by the Yek fleet. These bastards, we were just passing by, and they attacked us indiscriminately. No, I can't stand it anymore. Let me tell you. They attacked first. I'm fighting back. We're docked, resting and buying some items, and going to see my mom when I have time. Damn it. 2 stupid pirate groups are fighting. Pirates have shit in their heads. They only know how to fight. Wu Hung took a quick look. There's quite a lot of content, although there's no useful information. Being attacked by the Kingdom fleet, and the internal strife among the pirates. It feels like there's quite a lot of things. After thinking for a while, he picked up the phone and asked, Philippa. Are you there? Why are you talking at this time? A low voice from Philippa came out. Wu Hong asked, Is it inconvenient to talk now? In the radio. After 2 shrill curses of silly bird, Philippa's voice also came over. No, I was just giving a lecture to the crew. If you had spoken earlier, they would have heard it. Wu Hong frowned and said, Don't let the crew into your room. If someone finds out, you will be in danger. You have not had any news for a long time. How could I have known that you would suddenly speak at this time? Philippa said unconvinced, but then added, Okay, I won't let them in the future. If they really hear you talking, I can't explain it. Wu Hong said, There are so many cabins, arrange a meeting room, big fleets have separate meeting places, and they look formal. That makes sense. I'll have someone prepare one tomorrow. Wu Hong continued to ask, How is your side lately? Not bad, I have food and drinks. Wu Hong leaned against the edge of the desk and asked, You said that the 2 pirate groups fought. What happened? Philippa said, The original plan was to go out to sea with the 2 pirate groups to see if there were any caravans passing by, but yesterday they fought, and someone died, so things were delayed. Internal strife? It has nothing to do with me. It was the woman of Babuzi who fell in love with the captain of another pirate group. I said something a little unfair, being bullied like this, and being a pirate is still so aggrieved, and then we started fighting that night. Chapter 352, Exploding Potential. Wu Hong frowned. Good fellow, are you trying to stand up for the weak? Aren't you just looking for trouble? The captain named Babuzi has suppressed his anger, and is going to put up with it. After you said that, who can still put up with it? Especially since they are all a group of fierce pirates, it would be strange if they don't fight. The 2 pirate groups behind, I'm sure they can't cooperate. You are not implicated. Right? Wu Hong continued to ask. Don't worry about this, I won't help either side. Philippa said. Wu Hong was speechless. Is that what I meant? But he could hear that. Philippa's side was doing quite well. And she gradually integrated into the pirates. Why did you remember to go out to sea with the pirates? Philippa replied. Isn't this to provide you with clues? When we go out to sea, I will tell you the route, so that we can arrest them. It turned out to be for his own side. It seems that he has not forgotten his responsibilities. Wu Hong said directly, There are some changes on Treasure Island. You don't need to take risks to collect intelligence. I will inform you when you can continue to collect intelligence. Philippa was eating, muttering, They may fight for a while. I am not in a hurry. By the way, I killed the pirates. Can it be considered a merit? Killing pirates will easily expose your identity. If you bring back the bodies of the pirates, I will give you the bounty according to the reward. Okay. I am not short of money anyway. Wu Hong thought for a while, and asked again, besides the internal conflict between the 2 pirates, is there any other information? Philippa. After thinking for a while, he said, I asked about the blank envelopes. They said that this kind of envelope may appear at any time. At first, everyone else was very scared. But later they found that the information provided was very accurate. They also provided nearby information based on the location of each pirate group. The pirate groups made a lot of money. Have you all received it? Most pirate groups should have received it. There is also a saying among pirates that the pirate king can't bear to see the pirates being driven like rats. So he is helping everyone. Pirate king? Apart from the comics, this is the first time Wu Hong has heard of this name. Among the pirates, there really is a pirate king. It was also said a long time ago that the pirate king has the power to control the sea and has the right to dominate the sea. People in coastal areas have all heard of this story. Philippa explained. Wu Hong kept this in mind and would check the pirate king's case when he had the chance. Then he asked, in terms of life and personal safety, are there any problems on your side? Philippa said directly, everything is fine. When I have the chance to go back, you can give me some more money. I have almost spent it. I still want to recruit a few more powerful crew members. Wu Hong reminded, the money I gave you last time is enough for the big merchant group to make several round trips. Philippa said, you don't know how expensive it is to be a pirate from outside. The ship needs to be repaired. The sailors need to spend money. And there are all kinds of weapons and equipment you don't want me to have. What kind of danger is that? Wu Hong was helpless. Okay. Let's wait for the next time we meet. Thank you. Philippa changed the subject and continued to ask, how is my mother? Wu Hong said directly, I just came back from your mother's pub this morning. The pub is doing pretty well. Did she really open the pub? She won't be bullied. Will she? Your mother is not as weak as you say. I will arrange some help for her in a while. And it can also protect her safety. Wu Heng said directly. Both mother and daughter are collecting intelligence for him. They are also his subordinates. Some basic needs still need to be met. Thank you. Please help me take care of her, and I will collect information about pirates for you. Well, I'm a little busy here recently. You should pay more attention to yourself. Wu Heng said. Understood. Okay, that's it for now. Tell me if there is anything. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng walked out of the room directly. Philippa looked pretty good. That kind of personality is really suitable for pirates. Moreover, Wu Heng even suspected that it would be more suitable for her to change her job to a bard. With just a few words, she could make two pirate groups fight. It fits the characteristics of the bard's language and voice affecting people's emotions. Walk out of the room and continue to climb to the 4th floor. Minnie is changing the new sheets in the bedroom. Wu Heng took a look directly and went directly to the alchemy laboratory to take a look. Several alchemy skeletons are still busy with their own things. On the shelf beside, there were several bottles of finished potions. Wu Heng walked over, and his eyes lit up instantly. Strength Enhancement Potion. High Efficiency Enhancement Potion. In addition to the common potions for treatment and spirit, there were also 6 bottles of first-level Corpse Core potions and 3 bottles of second-level Corpse Core potions. They were all obtained from the market exchange or from killing zombies during this period. They were all made in the past few days. Wu Heng put away the potions and went directly to the study. He took out 3 bottles of level 2 Corpse Core potion and placed them on the desk. This incident still brought him some pressure. In particular, it was still unclear what the other party's purpose was. Now that the level 2 Corpse Core potion was made, it could also be used to improve his own attributes. With the attributes improved, it could greatly reduce the threat posed by the enemy. After thinking it over, he opened a bottle of potion and drank it with his head tilted back. The sour taste flowed into his stomach, and after the heat spread throughout his body, he felt the pain of stretching bones and sore muscles. This pain is not a side effect of the virus. Rather, it is the discomfort caused by the drug forcibly improving the body. Even so, it is still very painful. The pain gradually disappeared, and the system prompt appeared. Strength +3. Constitution +2. It is still an increase of 5 points. According to the level, it has increased by 5.5 levels. The effect is still significant. I sat on the chair and rested for a while, waiting for the sweat on my body to disappear. I continued to take the second bottle. I still felt the tearing feeling of bones and muscles being forcibly pulled. Gritting his teeth and listening, the prompt appeared. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +1. Unlocked ability, Explosive Potential. Hearing this prompt, Wu Heng's eyes widened instantly. Finally awakened the skill. Explosive Potential. Explosively enhance the body, improve physical condition, and reduce pain and negative effects on oneself. Wu Heng looked at the skill introduction. His brows frowned again. This ability, is it somewhere I have seen it before? Recalling it carefully, in the zombie world, when he killed Chen Jinlong in prison, it seemed that there was such a skill in his attributes. After being released, his whole body turned red, and he burst out with power several times higher than normal. He jumped directly from the 4th floor, and nothing happened. He could still escape far away. He actually awakened the same ability. It seems that a mage, can't use it. He is a mage, and he is standing behind the skeleton. He probably can't use it. Who cares? It's better to have it than not to have it. He continued to rest on the chair for a while, took out the 3rd bottle, and drank it again. Strength +1. Constitution +2. Agility +1. Only increase 4 points? The effect of the 2nd level potion is beginning to decrease. According to the experience of the 1st level Corpse Core potion, the effect will gradually decrease after taking a certain amount of potion. Now the 2nd level Corpse Core also has this situation. Open the attribute panel, take a look at your attribute values. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 30, Constitution 43, Intelligence 37, Perception 24, Charm 28. Good guy, my Strength and Constitution have surpassed Intelligence again. Close the panel, come to the mirror, and lift up the shirt to take a look. The muscles are more angular. It is the kind of muscle feeling full of strength. Recovered a little. Wu Heng stood in front of the window, called, Minnie, Wire, come in. Come on. After a burst of running footsteps, Minnie and Andeville opened the door and walked in. What's the matter, Master? Minnie asked directly. Wu Hung took out several bottles of potion and said, There are several bottles of potion. You take 3 bottles each. Drink them first. So many, Minnie said in surprise. Andeville was also a little surprised. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. Thank you, Master. The 2 women took 3 bottles each and began to take them. Outside the courtyard gate, a figure holding a rapier and wearing a cloak stood in a dark corner, staring at the building in the distance. Not long after, a translucent bird flew back from a distance. It dove into the scroll that the man had opened. The next second, a picture appeared in the blank center of the scroll, a 4-story building, a flower bed and a swimming pool, and skeleton guards arranged. Humph, with so many skeleton attendants, it's really not that simple for someone to become a deputy deacon. Chapter 353, Rogue. Balcony, courtyard, and some hidden locations. The number of skeleton attendants even exceeds the number of guards in the residence of the normal dignitaries. And they are all dead attendants. The man leaned against the wall, recalling the information he had obtained before. He came from a small town, became a professional for less than a year, and his highest level would not exceed 10. The number of dead skeletons in the courtyard alone is enough to overturn all the previous information. The information is really as unreliable as ever. He glanced at the gate opposite, the whole street, and thought about the next plan in his mind. After a brief thought, he closed the scroll in his hand, carried the sword in his hand, and turned to leave. In the study, Wu Hung distributed several bottles of level 1 corpse core potion to the 2 maids. Thank you, Master. The 2 nodded in thanks. Their faces were filled with joy. This potion was a rare treasure. It was also because of this potion that the 2 of them were much stronger than professionals of the same level. Endweir was an ordinary assistant in the association, but her combat power was definitely not lower than that of an ordinary team leader. Minnie is the same, although she changed jobs the shortest. Her attributes are not low. What is relatively lacking is practical experience. But it is not a big problem. Just accumulate slowly. When the attributes are improved, the training effect will be better. Just drink it, Wu Hung said. He drank 3 bottles of potion in succession. His body also got a certain increase. No problem, Underwire said. It feels good. But it seems not as obvious as before. Minnie said, No. I feel pretty good. Wire is at a high level. When the body reaches a certain strength, the effect of the potion will be weakened. Minnie has just changed jobs not long ago, and she can take it many times. Oh, Minnie said, and then looked at Underwire. Sister Wire, you don't have much effect. Give me this potion in the future. No. Weakening is not ineffective. Stingy, Minnie pouted. Wu Hung smiled and said, There will be more medicine later. I know, I just tease Sister Wire. She always looks very serious, Minnie said, and pinched Underwire's waist. The latter shuddered, looking at the fleeing Minnie, said with a smile, Master, Minnie, and I will continue to clean the room. Well, let the animal trainer also take charge of the security of the residence. Understood. Underwire nodded, and followed him downstairs. Soon, the voice of Minnie laughing and begging for mercy came from the first floor. Wu Hung released Glinda and Xiao Xiao, and inspected the building. After confirming that there were no enemies or dangers, he opened the gate and headed to the zombie world. Association. Zalagui came out of the deacon's study, her expression still serious. On the way back to her office study, she said to the staff passing by, Go and inform the team leader who has no mission to come to my study. Yes, Deputy Deacon. The staff replied and left quickly. Zalagui returned to the study and began to put on protective gear. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and several team leaders came in one after another. Deacon, you are looking for us? Asked the captain of a team. Zalagui glanced at the few people and said, You teams will go out with me to check the pubs and hotels on Lighthouse Street. The captains frowned and looked at each other. A captain said, Is it the case of Deacon Wu Hung? Well, there is news that the criminal stayed overnight on Lighthouse Street. Zalagui said, This Lighthouse Street is crowded with people, and there are many pubs and hotels. It's hard for us to take care of them all. Another captain said. The captain of the third team of dwarves stroked his beard and said, It's just a simple questioning. We don't need to bring all the guests back for interrogation. How much time can we waste? A female captain who was obviously dressed up said, Deputy Deacon, I have a dance party tonight. There are so many taverns on Lighthouse Street. Will it take a long time? Zalagwi continued to hang the long sword on her waist and said, The deacon has approved this matter. Everyone must follow me. He glanced at the female captain again and said, What's the point of attending the dance? When this matter is over, I will let Wu Heng hold you and dance. The female captain's eyes lit up. Really? She felt that what she said was not right, and immediately changed her words. No, that's not what I meant. I won't attend the dance party, and I don't need Deputy Deacon Wu Heng to hold me and dance. Puff. The other captains were also amused. After Zalagwi put on her equipment, she walked straight out. It won't take long. It won't delay your party tonight. Bring the members with you and gather at the door. Yes. Everyone dispersed, gathered at the door, and headed to Lighthouse Street. Zombie World. Old Factory Area. Wu Heng walked out of the dormitory and looked around the market. More and more bases came to exchange supplies, and a long and thin line formed on the whole road. Many survivors got off the car to chat and smoke. Everyone was dressed in a wasteland style. At this time, Chi Honkai came over from behind. Why didn't you call me? Nothing. Just looking around, Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai followed and continued. More and more shelters come to exchange supplies. And recently we have recruited many special workers. I plan to use the wasteland behind the yard before winter and build more warehouses and factories. Behind the yard is a large open space, and the weeds are taller than people. Winter is coming soon, and this project is quite a lot. Build it first, and if it doesn't work, continue in the spring of next year. Wu Heng didn't have any objections. Okay, you arrange it. If you need a warehouse, you can use any nearby community. Well, the military came again yesterday and wanted to talk to you about the price of military equipment. You were not there at the time, so I declined. Chi Honkai said again. Wu Heng, now, had no mood to think about military affairs. He said directly, Don't worry about these for now. We'll talk about it later. Okay. The two chatted as they walked. Chi Honkai continued to talk about some things in the old factory area. Outside the door, people in other shelters all looked over here. Most people had seen Chi Honkai, the leader of the old factory area, an awakener, but none of them had seen Wu Heng. Hey, brother, who is the person next to your leader? A survivor handed a cigarette to the person who was registering and asked directly, Which one are you talking about? The survivor said, The man next to leader Chi Honkai. Oh, our leader. Chi Honkai is our deputy leader, the registration staff said. This is not a secret. The military knows about this. In the old factory area, the positions are also arranged in this way. The survivor frowned. Damn, you awakened ones. The staff smiled, waved his hand and said, It's your turn to exchange food. Go in. Oh. The survivor drove in. The rest of the people came up again. Continued to inquire. Originally, they thought that Chi Honkai was the most powerful person in the old factory area, but now it seems that the strength of the old factory area is stronger than they imagined. At least, the number of psychics will not be less than 2. Wu Heng and Chi Honkai walked around the market, and then walked around the factory again. Chi Honkai asked, When are you going to clean the turntable? In 2 days, wait for my news. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded. Wu Heng chatted with her for a few more words, returned to the dormitory, and then returned to Treasure Island. Treasure Island. Wu Heng lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, thinking about his current situation. After arriving at Treasure Island, he felt that the number of enemies was increasing sharply. First, the matter of the killing of the manager of the Buck Merchant Group fleet. Because of this matter, he was suspended from the association, and if he wanted to be reinstated, he had to find the real murderer or more direct evidence to prove that it was not him who did it. At present, there is no direct clue. The second point is the danger that he is about to face. The enemy intends to make him step down from the position of deputy deacon. There must be more arrangements behind it. The wanderer mentioned by Zalagwi today, and happened to land on the island at this time. I can't help but wonder if he is here to find me. A level 16 professional, who has killed a deputy deacon, still poses a certain threat. The last one is the pirate's wanted order, and the white envelope and the pirate king mentioned by Philippa. It still poses a threat to me, but it obviously has nothing to do with this matter. The possibility that the pirates planned this matter is basically unlikely. The most dangerous one is the wanderer. He dared to kill the deputy deacon, and he won't be on the wanted list. He seems to be a veteran. Waiting for him to come to me is too passive. It's better to lure him out and confront him head-on. I may not be afraid of him. Wu Heng muttered to himself. He released the two ghosts again. They floated in the air. Wu Heng said, "There are a lot of troubles recently. Please help to take care of it at night." "Ah, my lord. You are really worrying," Xiao Xiao said. Granada smiled normally. "Don't worry, we don't need to rest anyway. Thank you for your hard work." The two ghosts flew out of the building and began to be on guard. Wu Heng also closed his eyes and rested. The next day, after Wu Heng had breakfast, with the skeleton-attended bloody hand, he just walked out of the gate and saw the iron gate next door open. A gorgeously decorated carriage, protected by many guards, slowly drove out. The carriage stopped beside him, and the curtain was lifted, revealing the fair and beautiful face of Sanera. Shannara is still so beautiful, with delicate and beautiful features, and her skin is as smooth as cream. If there is no virus outbreak in the modern world, Wu Heng will definitely be able to crush all the popular stars if he takes her back. He will start a live broadcast, and he will definitely get rewards from the big brothers if he sits there. "Why are you walking around again?" Shannara said softly. "Going to the association." "What are you doing?" Wu Heng asked. Shannara said, "Some things about the merchant group." "Oh, there are some mixed people on the island recently. Be careful." Shannara smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Deacon. I will be careful." "Well, walk slowly." Wu Heng waved his hand. Shannara nodded, blinked quietly, put down the curtain again, and the carriage slowly left. The relationship between the two of them still needs to keep a distance in the outside world. Wu Heng walked out of the intersection, also called a carriage parked on the roadside, and got on it directly. The carriage slowly moved forward, heading to the central area. First went to the association, went to the office study to take a look at the skeleton in charge of monitoring the entire record book. There is no useful information. The only useful sentence is that 2 days later, follow the fleet to leave the island, and go to the next association station. The other party is leaving. Really has nothing to do with him, although I have doubts in my heart, but for now, I really haven't found any substantial evidence on him. Let the skeleton continue to record. Wu Heng walked out of the association again, and headed for the Snake Emblem Consortium opposite. Wu Heng put on a veil, and left the association. On the way, Glenda's voice sounded from my ears. "Someone is following you, a high-level professional." Wu Heng turned his head suddenly, and saw a figure standing behind him. Loose robe, leather armor inside, one arm holding a sword, the other arm, all covered with tattoos of various patterns. "Rogue, Karanmu. He followed me here. Want to fight on the road? So brave. But in my heart, I relaxed a little, at least appearing in front of you, it's better than attacking from behind. You want to fight in the daytime? I'm just suspended, not dismissed." Wu Heng stood in place, his eyes fell on the other person. The man opposite unbuttoned his robe, pulled one arm out of the sleeve, revealing a large tattoo, and said, "You knew I was coming to see you?" Wu Heng smiled. "Rogue Karanmu. I know you." Karanmu narrowed his eyes. "Are you waiting for me on purpose?" "Not really." Wu Heng continued, "We don't have any grudges. Do you need a 5th-level professional to kill a deputy deacon like me?" Karanmu tied his clothes around his waist and said directly, "I'm paid to do the job. So don't blame me." The voice fell. Karanmu turned into a figure, running forward quickly. Wu Heng retreated, and bone armor was formed. At the same time, the skeleton-attended blood hand also drew out his 2 swords, and directly charged at the original Rurani. Bang! A deafening metal clash sounded. The 2 weapons collided, sparks flew. Then, Karanmu immediately flashed alert, and threw himself to the side. Almost at the same time. Bang! 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 Dense bullets landed on his original position, on the bluestone road. Sparks flew. Hiding bullets? Is this what a melee profession should do? Wu Heng was surprised, but he immediately turned the gun around and shot the bullet at the opponent again. Karanmu rolled over and over, supporting himself with one hand. With a whoosh, dense smoke instantly enveloped his body. The whole street, screams were heard. The crowd fled in all directions, avoiding the area where the two were fighting. Wu Heng continued to pull the trigger into the smoke. And the next second, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. Karanmu suddenly appeared in the air, and his long sword slashed his neck. Wu Heng was startled, and his adrenaline glands secreted rapidly. He threw himself forward. At the same time, Grenda's figure appeared, and he pointed at the center of Karanmu's brow. Karanmu's pupils were distracted for a moment. and Wu Hung took the opportunity to distance himself. He rolled to his feet. He supported himself with one hand and released death breath. Thick dark clouds enveloped the surroundings, and the negative attributes of necromancy began to fill the surroundings. Karama began to feel an itch in his throat, dizziness, and a sickly sallow complexion. At the same time, the skeleton attendant, who had just lost his target, came over again with a knife and chopped straight at the opponent. Karama tore the two scrolls casually. The negative state on his body disappeared instantly, and he looked at the opposite side and said, "You are the deputy deacon I have killed, and you are still a little short." As soon as the voice fell, Karama's tattooed arm, one hand on the ground, muttered something. The next second, the tattoo began to become three-dimensional. The black pattern, the detached arm, rushed towards this side quickly along the ground. The group of snakes wrapped around the bloody hand's feet, and the black rats and evil spirits rushed towards Wu Hung. Chapter 354, You Can't Be a Mage. The black tattoo, along the body of Blood Hand, climbing along the bones. The bones creaked, and the movements began to become stiff, and every step was like a puppet. The remaining insects and rats passed the bloody hand, and rushed directly towards Wu Hung. Seeing this scene, Wu Hung cursed in his heart. I thought it was a tattoo enthusiast. Unexpectedly, the whole body was fake. Seeing all kinds of things rushing towards him, Wu Hung continued to retreat, while keeping a distance. The submachine gun in his hand fired at the ground. The bullets hit the ground with a crackling sound, sparks flying everywhere. It had no effect on the insect and rat ghost faces formed by the tattoos. Bullets were useless. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and gathered the spell again. Whoosh! The sound of burning flames rang out. Fireball was thrown out instantly, and it hit the ground with a bang. The tattoo shattered, and the scattered flames formed a sea of fire. At the same time, Karama had already rushed to the front of the skeleton's bloody hand. After sidestepping the chop, the long sword struck out quickly, in a flash of dazzling sword light. The arms holding the scimitar fell, the forehead was pierced by the rapier, and the next second the entire skull was torn into pieces. Wu Hang's face became more serious. This wanderer is only level 16. He killed Blood Hand so easily. How could he be only level 16? Blood Hand's soul fire was extinguished, and his body turned into a pile of broken bones. Tap, tap, tap. Karama's footsteps did not stop, and his figure rushed towards this side again. Passing through the exploding flames, the bone prison gradually took shape. The movements were agile and fast. Suddenly, the face of the forward-rushing Karama changed, and he stopped abruptly. As soon as he turned his body, blood splashed from his chest and ribs. Bang! Then, there was a faint sound of gunfire. The force of the bullet made Karama lean forward, and he saw Wu Hung also turning the strange device. He rolled on the ground, supported himself with one hand, and with a whoosh, smoke filled the air, covering his figure. In the distance, on the roof of a building, Anweer held a sniper rifle and looked forward from a distance. But the smoke that suddenly rose blocked the sight, and the target was lost for a moment. Anweer held up the headset with one hand and asked, "Minnie, where are you with the skeleton?" Minnie's voice came from the headset. "We are almost at the battle zone, and we can already hear the sound of fighting. Blood Hand is dead. The master needs support. Hurry up," Anweer urged. "I know. I'm rushing. During breakfast, Wu Hung discussed this matter with him. Instead of passively waiting for the other party to find an opportunity to find you, it is better to lure the enemy out. It is also better to make arrangements in advance, use your own advantages, and kill the enemy in the dark. However, the other party was more anxious than the three of them discussed. They only agreed on this matter in the morning, and the attack took place at noon. Moreover, the location of the battle was still some distance away from the residence. After receiving the notification from the little ghost, they quickly acted according to the original plan. Anweer sniped from a long distance, and Minnie went to support with the skeleton. Try to catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. The battle area. The moment when the smoke filled the air, the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air sounded again from behind him. Wu Hang's heart trembled. Knowing that the opponent appeared behind him again, he did not dare to think too much, and turned forward on the spot. A flash of sword light passed by the original position. The stone slab on the ground was cut with a clear cut. Karama landed, tapped his toes lightly, and his figure jumped out again, like a cheetah, pouncing on the prey in front. The gunshot wound on his body did not seem to have much impact on him. Now let's see where you can hide, Karamas said coldly. His thoughts were very clear. The Necromancer relied on magic and necromancers. Without these, he couldn't even beat a warrior of a lower level. Now facing himself, he had no strength to fight back. In his eyes, the target had become a dead man. The distance was shortened. He charged the long sword in his hand and slashed directly. Dang! The next second, a deafening metal sound rang out. Karamu's sharp sword was like slashing on a hard rock. A huge rebound force made his palm numb. How is it possible? He looked up suddenly, with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. The mage in front of him, holding a winged sword in his hand, steadily caught his full-strength sword. Is this the power that a mage can have? Karamu's face was filled with astonishment and confusion, and he said in surprise, "You are not a mage." Each profession has its own rules. Mages specialize in knowledge, and warriors are diligent in training. A mage cannot have this kind of power. Wu Hung did not speak, releasing the newly unlocked ability explosive potential. Instantly, his body began to swell. Veins bulged, his skin turned red, and his white eyes became bloodshot. He kicked the opponent in the abdomen. Then, he used the Grey Eagle sword technique, which was swift and hard. He attacked the opponent in different ways. Intermediate swordsmanship, plus the Grey Eagle sword technique. For a moment, Karamu's face was full of horror, and he hastily blocked the opponent's moves. Suddenly, the coat that was half hanging on his body suddenly moved, and the two long sleeves were wrapped around his neck like a python. Karamu's long sword circled around his body, cutting off his sleeve. At the same time, he ducked to avoid the opponent's sword that was slashing down on his head. Bang! Another gunshot, and blood burst out from one shoulder. Damn it! Karamu cursed, and his body instantly retreated. He gritted his teeth, and was about to attack again. A voice came out. "Master, I'm here to save you." In the distance, Minnie shouted, and took 2 steps back. "Skullbreaker, you bring the skeletons with you." Clatter. Skullbreaker rushed forward with a long-handled war hammer, followed by more skeleton servants. Karamu gritted his teeth, and looked at the figure rushing towards him. He tore open a scroll with his mouth and hands. Whoosh! In an instant, a series of flaming missiles shot out from the scroll and smashed forward. The flames rose, and the smoke rose. He ran away, Grenda reminded. Wu Heng's eyes condensed, avoiding the fire blocking the road and chasing forward. Many skeletons followed behind him. In front, the fierce Karamu just now hugged one of his drooping shoulders and rushed into an alley on the side. The angle of escape was also to avoid the direction of Anweer's shooting. Crossing 2 streets, Wu Hung suddenly stopped. There was a dense crowd in front of him. The other party rushed into the crowd and disappeared. At the same time, his own explosive potential disappeared, and he felt dizzy and unstable. I can't find it. He seems to have used something. His eyes blurred just now, and he disappeared. Glenda, who had been leading the way, said with some regret. It took so much effort to lure him out. I didn't expect him to escape from my hands. Next time, it won't be so easy to lure him out. It's okay. He can't escape. Wu Hung took the healing potion and the mental potion and drank them. At this time, Skull and Skeleton also ran over, and Minnie followed behind. Master, are you okay? Minnie walked over quickly and looked up and down. In the battle just now, he seemed to be fighting fiercely, and his strength was not inferior to Karamu. But in terms of close combat skills, there is still a big gap between him and the opponent. He had a lot of injuries all over his body, but they were just superficial injuries. It's okay. Minnie supported him and whispered, Master, am I late? No. Just in time. Let's go back first. Oh. Okay. They returned to the battle zone together. The smoke was still rising, and there were still a few places with flames. Fortunately, this is the main road, and the road is wide. Otherwise, the fire may not be controlled. Wu Hung looked around, found the 2 cuffs that the opponent had cut off, and the bloodthirsty double blades dropped by Blood Hand, and the armor, and put them into the space ring. This time, the biggest loss was that Blood Hand was killed by the opponent, a level 15 skeleton servant. He was so distressed that he bled. Minnie let the skeleton put out the fire, and then collect the shells. Wu Hung ordered. Oh, okay. Minnie nodded, and then directed the skeleton to act. At this time, the guards who dared not approach from a distance. Someone came over. Wu Hung explained what happened just now, and mentioned the association appropriately. The guards didn't say much. When the scene was almost cleaned up, he asked Minnie to take the rest of the skeletons home, and he took the broken skull and hurried to the association. Wu Hung knocked on the door lightly, and after getting a response, he walked in directly. Deacon Imolo, still sitting behind the desk, looking at the documents in his hand. When you are on duty, you are always invisible, so when you are resting at home, you become more diligent. Wu Hung ignored the other party's rare teasing, and said directly, Deacon, I was assassinated on the road just now. The other party was Rurani, Karanmu. Imolo's expression behind the desk became serious, and even the assistant Moya not far away, his face became a little ugly. Chapter 355. The people of the Evil Sword Association were investigating the reason why Wu Hung was framed and suspended. He was assassinated today. What flashed through their minds was a carefully planned conspiracy. Imolo put the document aside. How did you confirm that the other party was from Karanmu? Have you seen him before? Wu Hung shook his head and said directly, Yesterday when I was chatting with the Deputy Deacon Shiragui, she mentioned that Karanmu had landed on the island, and also talked about the other party's characteristics. The other party had killed the Deputy Deacon and was acquitted. Tell me the details of the matter, Imolo said directly. Wu Hung took a deep breath and described the location of the battle, the results of the battle, and the details. Actually, there was nothing much to say. When he returned from the association, he followed along the way, and the two sides fought. However, when he heard Wu Hung say that the other party was seriously injured and escaped, he showed a slightly suspicious expression. You seriously injured him? And then he mixed in the crowd and escaped? Yes. He moved very quickly. And there were many people at that time, so it was impossible to kill him, Wu Hung said. Imolo looked at him with even more surprise. Because he killed the deputy deacon and was not on the wanted list, Karanmu had a great reputation outside. No one who was targeted by him, below the 5th level, could survive. Wu Hung, a deputy deacon who had just arrived, did not escape, but beat the other party away. He almost killed him on the spot. If it were someone else, Imolo would really think that the other party was considering his face, but Wu Hung had killed many 4th level professionals in the record. This kind of strength has long exceeded the scope of the deputy deacon. Speaking from his mouth, the authenticity is undoubted. Yimi Luo nodded and said directly to the side Moya, issue a wanted order for Karanmu, and notify the port at the same time to investigate Karanmu, and not allow him to leave the island. Yes, Deacon. Moya nodded, filled in the deacon's statistics on the side, and walked out directly. It can be seen that Yimi Luo was also angry. He came all the way to the island to kill the deputy deacon. What a bold person he is. Imolo continued, it seems that the reason for framing you and suspending you is for this assassination. Wu Hung nodded. There is no other explanation. Well, Zalagui will continue to investigate, whether he can find the murderer or not. I will reinstate you after catching Karanmu and interrogating his body, Imolo said directly. Thank you, Deacon. Wu Hung thought for a while and continued, Deacon. When I was fighting with the opponent, I got a piece of his personal clothing. There is a high probability that I can find him. Imolo also understood his thoughts. Try it. I'll go with you then. Okay. Wu Hung took out the tracking pendant directly from the space ring, and put the cuff that the other party had just dropped. At the location of the pendant, he dripped a drop of blood, and then moved the cloth closer. The dead skull moved directly, biting off a piece of cloth and began to chew. Then a blue ghost rushed out of the skull, struggling to run in one direction. Deacon. It worked. Wu Hung looked up. Yimi Luo stood up. Put on leather armor, and prepare the carriage. Yes. In a private room of a tavern, Karanmu, wearing a heavy cloak, rushed in directly. His face was pale, and his body was filled with a faint smell of blood. The gunshot wound almost broke his limbs, and the negative effects of necromancy caused his wounds to become inflamed and festered, and the effect of the healing potion was greatly weakened. The captain in the room saw him like this, and suddenly stood up from his seat. What's going on? Karanmu glared at him angrily and said, How dare you lie to me? Feeling the other party's murderous intent, the captain's face also changed, and he immediately said, What do you mean? That kid is a high-level professional, Karanmu said angrily, and took a step forward with his sword. The captain retreated in fear, and immediately explained, What good would it be for me to lie to you? If you were killed by him, I would also be investigated by the association. How could I let myself be implicated? Karanmu still stared at him coldly. Without saying anything, the captain asked suspiciously, "You mean? His level is very high?" Karemu said, "He has strength that is not lower than mine. How could he be a newcomer who has been transferred for less than a year? Either you harmed me, or the person who sold you the information lied to you." The captain's eyes widened a little. He kept recalling the information he had collected. Then, he continued to refute. "Impossible. I got the information sent back from all over the secret society. I know which city he was in at each time point. How is it possible?" "Humph. Go back and investigate it yourself. Prepare a boat for me to leave the island. If I am caught by the association, you can't escape." Seeing the other party's expression, the captain stopped persuading him, and said directly, "This is the ticket for leaving the port today, and the reward I promise to give you, not a penny less. But I also hope that you will not disclose this matter, and go to a place far away." Karemu put away all the money, and said coldly, "If I find out that you cheated me later, I will come to you again." After that, he turned around and left. The captain also stood there, his face looking a little grim. Arrived at the port. This is still the busiest place on the island. The ports of all sizes are full of ships, and workers are carrying all kinds of goods. Karemu adjusted his hood, and walked quickly to the port corresponding to the ticket. Just as he boarded the connecting board, Karemu's face suddenly changed. Looking back, he saw a carriage of the association, slowly stopped at the roadside outside the port, and two figures walked down one after the other. In addition to Wu Hung in a robe, there is also an elf butler with long golden hair and gorgeous armor. It's Butler Yamilo. Why is he here at the port? Is there another wanted criminal? He's so handsome. Brother, you're a man. It's not appropriate to say that. Gender hinders our true feelings. On the connection board, Karemu looked at the two men coming over. His face was ugly. His eyes were full of fear and regret. He cleared his throat and said, "Are you a child? If you can't beat them, go back to your mother." Wu Hung said, "Are you scared? Where is your arrogance just now?" Karemu looked at Yimiluo and said, "Deacon Yimiluo, Wu Hung has been suspended. We just have some minor disputes. According to the association's regulations, you have no reason to attack me." Yimiluo's face was calm, and he said directly, "The association has issued a wanted order for you. Come back with me and accept some investigation." Karemu looked down at the port, and then glanced at the sea beside him, and said, "There are many people here. If you attack me, aren't you afraid that it will affect other people here? You can try." Karemu's face condensed, and he turned around and ran towards the ship. And under the boat, Imolo had a golden long sword in his hand, and swung it in the direction of the opponent's escape. Several crescent-shaped blades as bright as daylight flew to Karemu in an instant. Before he could release his skills, he slashed his body, and a large amount of blood burst out. Then, the second sword was swung again. The body fell to the ground, and the head was separated. Dead? Wu Hung looked at this scene in surprise, his eyes widened. He called Imolo over, and was afraid that the opponent would escape, and he would not be able to catch him. But I didn't expect that he would be killed so easily. I had already taken out my gun, but I didn't have time to grab the head. Go collect the body. Let's go back to the association, Yimiluo said, and walked towards the carriage. Okay. Wu Hung quickly boarded the cargo ship and kicked the head back. He searched the body for a while, found the rapier, and a space ring. As for the protective gear on his body, it had been chopped to pieces by the sword like just now. Wu Hung set his eyes on the single-edged rapier over there. Evil Sword of Condensed Mist, Special Item. Category, Special Item. Effect, touch the mist, and appear behind the target at the same time. Side effect, affects the mind of the holder. Description, an evil sword passed down from generation to generation. While gaining power, every owner will die tragically under the sword. I thought it would flash, but it turns out to be the ability of the sword. Before, in the mist, Kurama was able to move behind him instantly, and I thought it was Rurani's skill. Now it seems that it is completely the ability of this sword. As for the Wanderer, it was more about actual combat. Wu Hung walked to the corpse, untied the scabbard at his waist, and put the evil sword back into the scabbard. He took out the straw mat, rolled up the corpse, and put it into the space ring. Then he took the spoils and boarded the carriage. Lighthouse Street. Zalagwi led the team members, still searching the taverns and shops on Lighthouse Street. The team members knocked on the door of the resident in the store, and began to ask the name, occupation, and how many people were traveling with him. The tavern owner and Zalogwi stood together, whispering, "Deputy Deacon, how could there be prisoners living in a small place like ours? It must be that the family next door saw that we were doing well and slandered us." Zalogwi remained silent, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand, and guarding the stairs. Knock. 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 At this time, no one opened the door of the innermost room. 2 team members came over and said, "Deputy Deacon, no one opened the door of the inner room." Zalogwi looked at the chattering tavern owner and asked, "Is there anyone living here?" "Yes. I just ordered dinner. How could there be no one here?" After that, he also knocked twice and shouted, "Guest, are you there? Guest, are you still there? The people from the association are here to check. Please open the door." After standing at the door and shouting for a long time, no one opened the door. Zalogwi asked directly, "Who is staying in the hotel?" "A dwarf gentleman, whose clothes and things are all good." "What is his occupation? How many people are there?" "I don't know his occupation. There is only one person, who is definitely not related to the murderer you mentioned." The boss continued, "In terms of height, he is completely different from the target the association is looking for. Open the door, let's take a look." The boss hesitated, but still took out the key to open the door. The room was empty, the bed was messy, and there was unfinished food on the wooden table in the middle. It seems that he really left suddenly. He should have left through the window. The captain of a team looked at the window and said back, "Record the appearance of the dwarf, and go back to check the wanted order," Zalogwi said, seeing the association investigating people. He ran away directly. Even if it was not this case, there must be some problems. Some members began to ask the boss about the other party's appearance. Zalogwi led the team to the next tavern. The crowded streets? A dwarf wearing a linen hood mixed in the crowd and left quickly. On the way, he saw a carriage of the association passing by, and he carefully moved aside, covering his hood. After walking for a distance, he looked back at the direction of the tavern, and the carriage going away. Why are there people from the association everywhere? He thought and hesitated. He left the busy street, and walked towards a slightly remote area. He walked through 2 blocks in succession. His eyes finally fell on a tavern called Nautilus. There weren't many people, and the shop looked well decorated. I pushed the door open and walked in, and walked to the counter. "Do you have a room?" "Yes." "How many guests are there? And how many days do you want to book?" "1 room. 3 days. There is a single suite on the 3rd floor. 360 coppers for 3 days." The dwarf paid directly. And while going upstairs, he said directly, "Prepare some dinner and send it up." "Okay. Guest, please go upstairs and wait." Chapter 356, It's a bit of a waste to ask about the corpse. Ymilo's move has no impact on the port. After the carriage of the association left, the workers discussed in a low voice, while continuing their previous work. Only the captain of the ship that was almost boarded by Karanmu ran out of the cabin in a hurry, wiping his sweat while asking the crew about the situation just now. After asking about the situation, after confirming that the association had left with the corpse, still called everyone out, rechecking everyone's identity. In the carriage, Wu Hung took out the evil sword and the space ring and said, "Deacon, these are found on the corpse. According to the rules of the association, the spoils are chosen by the person who has made the greatest contribution, even though Wu Hung has injured the opponent and provided the target's trace. But the final victory is still the 2 swords of Ymilo." Ymilo sat opposite, glanced, and said calmly, "You take it first, and let Moya count it when we go back, and then we will divide the spoils equally." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded, and put the 2 things into the space ring. Then, he continued to ask, "Deacon, this Karanmu is more familiar with the rules of the association. Now that he is dead, will there be any trouble? After all, there is also an inspector on the island. It doesn't seem to be of much use, but it has the responsibility to inspect the associations in various places. If he really takes it seriously, there may be some trouble." Yimi Luo said, "The garrison deacon has special rights to deal with local emergencies. It is within the rules for me to kill him." "That's good." Wu Hung nodded. The carriage continued to move forward, and the 2 chatted casually. Arrived at the entrance of the association, the 2 got off the car. Yimi Luo said, "Send the body for autopsy." "Oh, okay." Wu Hung nodded, and walked along the stone steps on one side to the morgue. In the cold morgue, there were several bodies. Among them, The bodies of the steward and lover of the Bucks merchant group were still placed in their original positions. Because many things were still under investigation, they were not sent back to the merchant group. Seeing Wu Hung coming over, the two coroners stood up and saluted. Mr. Deputy Deacon. It was just a suspension, and everyone still maintained their original respect. No one can tell when he will be reinstated. The title remains unchanged. Well, here is a wanted criminal killed by the deacon. Called Karanmu. Please verify his identity, Wu Hung said, taking out the body wrapped in a straw mat. The two nodded and worked together to lift the body onto the iron bed. The head fell out of the straw mat and rolled to the side. The coroner picked up the head. Then he began to open the straw mat and perform an autopsy. Wu Hung sat on a wooden chair at the door, watching the two perform the autopsy while thinking about the next plan. The development of the whole thing was pretty good. The enemy in the dark was drawn out and was killed directly. It was considered to have solved a potential danger. Of course, the loss was not small. A level 15 skeleton servant died. Level 15 skeletons were rare, and they were used to save their lives in the past. Now they were killed directly by the enemy. I still felt a little distressed. I glanced at the corpse being examined. I thought in my heart, tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded from the stairs. Assistant Moya walked down with two investigators from the association. After looking at the morgue, he set his eyes on Wu Hung and said, "The deacon said you were going to interrogate the corpse, so I brought the investigators to you." Interrogate the corpse. As long as he interrogate the corpse, he would most likely know who commissioned him to come to the island to kill him. Similarly, he could also find a breakthrough to investigate the murderer of the Stag Chamber of Commerce. However, as a necromancer, the manifestation of his strength is largely derived from the collection of corpses. Even though Karanmu was killed by two swords of Imalo, he still showed super strength and combat awareness when fighting with himself. Bloodhand is a level 15 warrior. He is a mage, and there is also Envier sniping in the distance. In this case, he still let him kill Bloodhand and then escape from the scene. It always feels like a waste to use this corpse only to ask some questions. After thinking quickly in his mind, he stood up and said, "Assistant Moya, let me talk for a moment." Moya followed and walked to the side. Wu Hung said, "I don't plan to interrogate this body yet. I still have some guesses that need to be verified." Moya frowned. Karanmu is dead. After the people behind the scenes get the news, they will most likely choose to leave the island as soon as possible. At that time, the other party will most likely choose to leave the island. Wu Hung nodded. "Give me half a day. If it is not what I guessed, I will interrogate the body immediately." Moya still looked at him, pondered for a moment, and said, "Why do you feel that you are not worried at all about whether you can resume your job?" Wu Hung was stunned. "How can it be? The association is my home. I will tell the deacon about this matter, and you have to think about it. If the other party escapes, or the murderer who killed the Buck steward cannot be found in the end, your matter will become more troublesome." Moya reminded again. "Understood." Wu Hung continued to take out the spoils, and said, "This is the spoils found on the body. The deacon asked me to give it to you, and we will divide it equally." Moya took it and said, "I will sort out the things inside when I go back, and come back tomorrow to take your other half." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded. "Then I will go back first and talk to the deacon about this," Moya said, and saw him sitting back on the wooden chair, and asked, "You will just stay here? Anyway, there is nothing to do, just watch over here," Wu Hung said. Moya raised his eyebrows and understood what he meant. This was because he was afraid that someone from the association would come and destroy the body. "Okay. I'll go back first. If you have anything, come back to me." Wu Hung nodded, and Moya left with the two investigators. About half an hour later, the coroner examined the body and sutured the severed head back. It was just a superficial suture, with broken bones, which looked a bit inconsistent. "Deputy Deacon, the body has been examined, and it can be confirmed to be Karanmu." Wu Hung stood up and said, "You can record it according to the normal process. This body is very important. I need to take it away first." "Okay, Deputy Deacon." The straw mat was rewrapped, and Wu Hung took the body back into the space ring. He strode out of the morgue. He walked out of the association, and walked towards his residence with the broken skull. He returned to his residence. As soon as he opened the iron gate, the skeleton guards in the courtyard, the skulls turned towards him in unison, bringing a great sense of oppression. "Spread out a little," Wu Heng gave the order directly. The skeleton guards moved away from each other, spreading all over the courtyard. Minnie and Anweer in the room rushed out quickly. Master, are you okay? Master, are you injured? The two girls, one on the left and one on the right, began to check him. At the scene, the bloody hands were scattered all over the ground, which really scared the two of them. It's okay. Nothing happened, Wu Heng said, seeing that he was really fine. The two maids were slightly relieved. Minnie asked, How is the bad guy? He's dead. We caught him at the port and almost let him escape. Wu Heng led the two into the house. Wow. The master is really powerful, Minnie exclaimed. It wasn't me. The butler took action and killed the other party directly, Wu Heng said, after returning to the room. Seeing that the two were quite concerned about this matter, he briefly told them what happened just now, when he heard that Imolo beheaded the enemy with 2 swords. Minnie and Anweer were still a little surprised. After all, Karema killed the level 15 blood hand at that time, and escaped under the sniper rifle and the siege of so many skeletons. He had already shown strong combat and survival abilities. Such a person was killed by the deacon with 2 swords. It was a bit too exaggerated. Deacon Imolo seems to be stronger than Deacon Gomez, Anweer said. Gomez is the deacon of Ratam City. Much stronger, Gomez. Maybe even you can't beat him now, Wu Heng said directly. Gomez's level, estimated to be only level 12. Although Anweer's level is a bit lower, she has taken so many potions, her attributes may not be lower than Gomez's. Add some guns, there is a chance to kill the opponent. No way. Anweer leaned on him shyly. Minnie continued to ask, Master, have you resumed your duties? Not yet. Let's see the situation in 2 days. If there is no other way, we will interrogate the body. Oh! Minnie nodded, and continued, Master, what do you want to eat tonight? Celebrate your victory. You were so handsome at that time, chasing the bad guy with a sword. Wu Heng said, just prepare something casually. Things are not over yet, so don't go out yet. Oh! Okay. On the other side, in a dim tavern, the soundproofing props were released. Inspector Kalima said with a gloomy face, the man who assassinated Wu Heng died? That rubbish Karanmu was actually killed by Imolo at the port, damn it. Mr. Kalima, we must leave here as soon as possible, or the association will come looking for us. The captain, who was a little flustered, said anxiously. Kalima still stared at the other party, and said coldly, Does anyone else know about you and me? Chapter 357. Quick smell. The other party frowned instantly, his eyes alert. Mr. Kalima, what do you mean? If you are the only one who knows about this, then you can leave the island as soon as possible. If I leave now, Imolo will immediately suspect me. Kalima sat down opposite. Oh, don't worry about this. I am the only one who knows about our affairs. I have arranged the ship to leave the port, and it will leave soon, the captain said directly. Kalima nodded. I am relieved. Of course, I am a businessman, I am the most. Before he finished speaking, a silver-white lightning suddenly struck. It hit his chest with a bang, knocking over a large piece of furniture behind him. The captain's chest was charred, and the reserved effect of the lightning made his body still spasm. Then, the second flaming arrow instantly penetrated into his forehead, leaving a charred hole. A trickle of blood slowly flowed out. Kale stepped forward, groped around his body, and took away the other party's space ring. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for doing things carelessly. If you don't die, I will be implicated sooner or later. He took out a straw mat to wrap the body and put it into the space ring. He simply cleaned up the private room. He put away the soundproofing props on the ground and walked out directly. He walked out of the tavern and got on the carriage and left slowly. His residence in the study. Wu Heng sat at the desk, reading a novel. Not long after, Grinda came back through the wall from outside. He said, just as you thought, not long after you left the association, Kalima left by car and went to the tavern last time. When he left, I went in and took a look. There was no one in the private room. He must have killed her, and the body was collected. How do you know that he killed her? There are obviously other people's eating utensils in the room. Unless the other party can escape transparently, he must have killed him. If I were Kalima, killing someone without evidence would be the best result. Grinda analyzed directly. Wu Heng nodded. Let me take a look. Grinda got back into his body. This time Grinda kept a longer distance when tracking. He just watched the carriage's movements from above the sky. Then he waited for the other party to leave the tavern. And then he sneaked into the private room to check. In the private room, there were indeed traces of another person. But after Kalima left, there was no one inside. Wu Hung sat on the chair and sorted out the whole thing in his mind. He said, in other words, Kalima thought I would interrogate the body and kill the people who knew about him in advance. Then I couldn't find this person and couldn't implicate him. Grenda nodded. Smart. This Kalima is really decisive in doing things. Wu Hung said. In other words, even if someone reveals that he killed someone in the tavern, it is less serious than colluding with outsiders to frame the vice deacon of the association. Next, what are you going to do? Grenda continued. If our guess is correct, the person behind the scenes has been killed by Kalima. Even if I interrogate the body, the other party is already dead. There is no evidence. And I can't find it on Kalima. Wu Hung tapped the back of the chair and said, Well, tomorrow, I will go to the association to take a look, and then decide what to do next according to the situation. You should also learn a lesson from this matter. Not all people in the association are good. Even if the original intention of establishing the association is good, everyone has their own interests. Grenda reminded. Wu Hung smiled and said, When I first joined the association, the deacon at that time gave me a lesson. Okay. Grenda floated aside, glanced at the books on the desk, and said with some complaints, Next time you read a book, can you please not throw my bookmarks around randomly? I have to look for it all over again. Page 64. I'll remember it for you. Grenda flicked her fingers, turned the page to page 64, snorted, and continued to read. Wu Hung sat aside, continuing to ponder. Now it seems that it is difficult to get rid of the fact that he killed someone even if he asks the corpse. Master, come downstairs for dinner. At this time, Minnie's voice came from downstairs. Wu Hung got up and walked downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, the sound of women chatting came. As soon as he walked down the first floor, Minnie came running over, holding a piece of off-white cloth, and brought it to his nose. Master, quickly smell it. Wu Hung subconsciously smelled it, and a faint warm fragrance came. What's wrong? It's okay, Sister Shannara's, it smells good, Minnie said. Minnie! Shannella was sitting in the living room. When she heard this, she looked sideways. She found what the other person was holding, she yelled, and rushed forward in shame and anger. Minnie laughed, carrying the cloth in her hand, and ran around the living room. In the air, a little white-haired owl also circled in the sky, squeaking along. Wu Hung walked to the living room, looked at Andeville, and asked, What's going on? Andeville said, Sister Shannella came to visit. Minnie gave her 2 bras you brought from your hometown, and the one just now was the one that Sister Shannella had just changed out of. Ah, that's what I was talking about. Wu Hung was stunned, and looked at the things in Minnie's hand again. It really is a bra. And the size is not small. Minnie is really particular. And she only gives good things to herself. The two of them played for a while. And the food was served. Shannara took back the bra and put it in the space ring. Several people sat at the dining table and started to eat. Shannara looked up at him and said, I heard from Minnie and Wei that you were in danger today. You are not injured. No. I just lost a skeleton servant. Who is the enemy? Do you need my help? Shannara said directly. In a head-on battle, Shannara may not be able to show much advantage in terms of military strength. But as the president of her own business group, if she wants to make some moves and deal with some people, there are still many ways. Wu Hung said directly, No need. After the other party escaped, I told the deacon about this matter directly, and the other party has already killed the man. If Imolo took action, then this person would definitely not survive. Wu Hung also became interested and asked, Is the deacon very powerful? You should have heard that. Pirates dare not land on the island, and even few pirates dare to approach the surrounding area. I have heard that it is because Deacon Imolo is in charge of Treasure Island. Sanera thought about the words, and continued, The association will never feel at ease to hand over a maritime trade hub to a former pirate as the island owner, so they arranged Imolo here. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The deacon is in charge here. Is he also intimidating the island owner here? Well, you can say that. What level is he? Wu Hung asked. I don't know about that. But Imolo has been famous for a long time. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, thinking about the news he heard. It seems that everything is reasonable. Imolo is not only deterring pirates in Treasure Island, but also deterring the pardoned island owner. After dinner, several people chatted in the living room. When the sky gradually darkened, Shannara went home, and Wu Hung took the two girls back to the room to rest. The next day, the association. Wu Hung continued to tell the two girls not to go out, walked out of the house, and went to the association. First, he went to his office and read the records of the skeleton investigator. After still finding no useful information, he went out again. In the corridor, he saw Shilagui wearing protective gear and about to go out. Seeing him, he frowned and said directly, "Come with me." Wu Hung followed him to the side. "What's wrong? Did you kill Karama?" Shilagui stared at him with big eyes, asking. Wu Hung said, "The deacon killed him, and I took the strange object to lead the way." "No. What did Sister Moya say?" "You directly hit Karanmu and seriously injured him." Shilagui continued to ask. Karanmu landed on the island. While she reminded Wu Hung, she was also a little worried. If she faced Karanmu, it would be difficult for her to be his opponent. And now, she was seriously injured by Wu Hung, and finally killed by the deacon. "I set up an ambush. Many people besieged him together. He is indeed powerful, but his brain is not very good." Shilagui frowned and looked at him. "Really? Really? Then where are you going now? Didn't I kill him yesterday? I'm going to divide the spoils." "You guy," Shilagui said, waved her hand. "Okay, you go. I'll take people to find the murderer for you." "Thank you. I will repay you in the future." Shilagui rolled her eyes at him, and continued to walk outside. Wu Hung also walked towards the deacon's study. Chapter 358, Control Oddball. After Shilagui left, Wu Hung went directly to the deacon's study. He knocked on the door and pushed it open and walked in. Yimi Luo was still sitting behind the table, organizing documents in his hand. Looking up at him, he asked, "Why didn't you interrogate the body yesterday? There were some other clues, so we didn't rush to interrogate the body." Wu Hung said, "It's not a small matter to frame the deputy deacon of the association. Don't delay the progress of the case." Yimi Luo put the documents aside and reminded him, "This means that he kept the body, but did not interrogate it." "I understand." Wu Hung continued to explain, "This body was brought to the island from the freighter after I was suspended from my post, so the important clue is still the murderer who killed the manager of the Bucks merchant group." "What clues do you have now?" "There are only some scattered clues, and we are still investigating." Imolo glanced at him and said, "I will give you 1 day." "I understand." "Well, go over there and share the spoils with Moya." "Okay." Moya walked over from the side. He waved his hand over the coffee table. Yesterday's spoils were placed on the table in order. Weapons and armor, item scrolls, a bag of gold coins, a large number of silver coins, and a book. There were many types, and the number of gold coins far exceeded that of silver coins. 2 rare items, 6 magic items, 13 scrolls, and a book. Moya said on the side. Wu Hung set his eyes on the rare items. In addition to the condensed mist evil sword, rare item, he saw yesterday, the other one was Thug Arm Guard, rare item, Thug Arm Guard, special item. Effect, the wearer moves faster. Side effect, reduce sanity. Description, strength should be confronted head-on. The second special item is a special item that helps with mobility, but the price is also high. Loss of sanity. This kind of special item that affects a person's mental state is actually quite deadly. Fighting is not just a showdown of force, but also a game of thinking and tactics. The more you fight, the emptier your mind becomes, which is still quite deadly. The condensed mist evil sword is a very famous sword. It can appear behind the target in battle. The side effect is that it affects the psychological state of the user. The second one is the Thug Arm Guard, which can make the user's movements faster in battle. The side effect is that it is easy to be impulsive. Moya saw him looking at the 2 strange objects and introduced them softly. Wu Hung nodded and looked at the magic props. There are many types of magic props, 2 of which are still single-edged long swords. And the magic effects they add are sharpness and armor breaking. The remaining magic props are Space Ring, 5 cubic meters, Voice Cloak, Flint Ring, and Magic Incense Burner. There are still quite a few props, but they are not very useful to me. He continued to look back, passing through several disposable magic scrolls, and finally landed on the last book Magic Tattoo. When fighting with Karanmu, the opponent's tattoo showed a rather strange fighting method. Moreover, it moves close to the ground, and it is difficult for physical attacks to affect this kind of tattoo. It looks like it has something to do with this book. He tattooed it himself, from one hand to the other arm. Moya gave a brief introduction, mainly introducing the strange objects and magic props, and continued, The most valuable one here is the evil sword. Weapon-type strange objects are rare, and the price is high. My suggestion is that the evil sword counts as one, and the remaining strange objects and props count as another. Wu Heng frowned. This evil sword is so valuable, one piece can be worth all the other props. I have no objection. Well, you choose first, Moya said. Wu Heng said directly, then I won't be polite, I choose this evil sword. He has several strange items in his hand, but the effects are more auxiliary. For example, the invisibility effect of the shroud, the phantom effect of the veil, and the tracking pendant's tracing effect. Once the battle begins, it is difficult to show much effect. And this evil sword, even if he is not good at swordsmanship, using that move to suddenly appear behind the enemy, it can also bring a certain threat. At least it gave the other party a scare. Moya didn't say much. He put away the other items directly, handed him the evil sword. It's yours. Thank you. Wu Heng took it, and put it into the space ring. The transaction was over. Wu Heng stood up. Deacon, I've made my choice. Yes, hurry up and solve the matter of the Buck's Chamber of Commerce. Understood. Wu Heng nodded, and left the study directly. After leaving the deacon's study, Wu Heng went directly to his office study. He picked up the records of the skeleton investigator, and took a look. There was still no important record. It seems that Kalima is alone in the room, not talking much. He took out the newly exchanged evil sword, and observed it carefully. He drew out the scabbard. The blade was sharp, carrying a fierce killing intent. He waved 2 sword exercises in the middle of the open space. He said softly, I don't know. What is the strength of Yimi Luo? As soon as the words came out, Wu Heng was suddenly shocked, and his hair stood up instantly. Just now, he did have the idea of challenging Yimi Luo in his heart. I have grown bolder. I was the one who intimidated the pirates, and made them afraid to approach the shore. I was placed on Treasure Island by the association to intimidate the island owner. Why did I want to challenge him? Then, his eyes fell on the weapon in his hand. Side effect. Affects the mind of the holder. Is that what you mean? This weapon affects me? I have a strengthened will. How can it still affect me? He threw the weapon in his hand on the table. This thing is really weird. It might be okay if I really went to find Imolo with a sword. At most, the other party would think I was crazy, beat me up, and then investigate the reason. If he were to challenge other strong men, he would die without knowing how he died. Knock. 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 As soon as Wu Heng sat down at the desk, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a woman in a gray cloak walked in with her head lowered. She walked in quickly, and then took off her hood. Millicent, Philippa's mother. Mr. Deacon. Millicent saluted respectfully. It can be seen that Millicent looks very good, and her mental state is much better than before. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked. As far as gathering intelligence is concerned, it's actually quite dangerous for her to come here directly. Once someone follows her, or if she is recognized by someone, it will be easy for someone to find out something. Sir, a dwarf guest checked out today. When we were cleaning his room, we found these. Millicent took out a few things from the bag on the side. A black wig, some rags, and various wooden strips, which looked like parts of something. Black hair? Dwarf? The dwarf is short, and doesn't match the 3 people imitating him at all. But it's obviously related to this matter. You said he checked out? Where did he go? Wu Heng asked directly. Millicent replied. He went to the port. I think he was planning to leave the island. Wu Heng nodded, started to put on leather armor, and said, Do you know which ship it is? I don't know. Well, you did a good job on this matter. You go back first. I'll find you after this matter is dealt with. Wu Heng said directly. Okay, sir. Millicent put on her hood and left. After Wu Heng and the others were ready, they also took the Skullbreaker out. They took the association's carriage and headed towards the port. On the way, Zalagui led the team and continued to inquire about the tavern. The carriage stopped, and Wu Heng stuck his head out. Zalagui, there is a clue. Zalagui looked up and frowned. What clue? You get in first. Zalagui opened the door and got in. Wu Heng directly told the information he had obtained. There was no mention of Millicent's affairs, only that the intelligence had revealed dwarfs and black wigs. Zalagui nodded, pulled open the curtain and said to the team outside, Let's go to the port together. The carriage started moving again, heading in the direction of the port. All the way to the port, several people went to the area where the ship manager was. Seeing that the people in the association were aggressive, The ship manager was also a little nervous. "My lords, what do you want to do?" Zalagwi said. "Are there any ships leaving today?" "When?" "Several ships left in the morning." "Which ships are leaving next?" The ship manager immediately flipped through the record book and said, "Gate 5, 7, 9, and in the afternoon. It's Gate 11. After listening to them one by one, Wu Heng's mind moved. Glinda and Xiao Xiao flew out of his body, in stealth mode, and flew towards the corresponding basic port. Zalagwi also gave the order, 1 team per ship, find a dwarf, blue-gray robe, wearing a hood. Yes. The teams quickly separated and headed towards the cargo ship. Soon, Glinda and Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance. He went straight into the body. The next second, Glinda's image was shared in my mind. The dim cabin. The dwarf sat on the wooden bed, leaning on his legs and waiting for the boat to start. A pair of eyes kept scanning the cabin door, looking a little alert. "It's him." "Exit 7. Wu Heng said. Everyone quickly followed and boarded the ship together. A single room in the cabin. The dwarf sat on the wooden bed, with his arms on his knees, waiting silently. When there was the sound of footsteps in the corridor, he would look nervously at the door. He also heard about what happened in the past 2 days. Recently, the association has been checking more and more strictly, and the people who hired him have disappeared. As long as I leave here, I will be safe. The dwarf took a deep breath and calmed himself down. But he still felt a little regretful for getting involved in this mess. Tap tap tap, 1. Suddenly, the dense footsteps sounded again. The dwarf's heart immediately tensed up. And just as he listened attentively, bang, there was a loud noise. The door was suddenly kicked open. The team members blocked the door and pointed their weapons at each other. The dwarf's face changed drastically, but he tried to stay calm and said, "My lords, what happened? This seems to be the room I booked." Wu Heng looked him up and down and asked, "You don't know me? Or do you think the association can't find you here?" The dwarf's face changed, and he swung his hands forward violently, with his 10 fingers spread out. 2 big-headed puppets with exaggerated shapes rushed straight towards them. Suddenly, the puppets opened their mouths. One spewed black grease, and the other spewed flames. Whoosh! Boom! In an instant, there was an explosion. In the cabin, flames shot up into the sky. The team members who were blocking the door also scattered to avoid the fire. The dwarf turned his 10 fingers again, and another dog-shaped puppet was released from the space ring. Riding on the back, he lowered his head and rushed out. "You rubbish. If you have the ability, go catch Ewald. Don't put your strength on me," the dwarf shouted, riding on the back of the puppet, and ran quickly. The fire still spread in the cabin. Wu Heng looked at the figure going away, immediately took out his rifle, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets whizzed out, and hit the target accurately. Blood splattered everywhere. The dwarf fell off the puppet, staggered to his feet again, and his fingers were still trying to operate. Zalagwi stepped lightly, and his figure turned into a black shadow and shot out, pushing the dwarf out again. The long sword was against his throat. "Damn it, I admit it." The dwarf vomited blood, and said loudly. The equipment on his body was picked. People are also seized by team members. "Evacuate, organize personnel to save fire." A team took me back. Greek Geordi ordered again. "Yes." A team escorted someone to leave, the rest began to organize people to fight fire. Nympho. In the dark cell. Amiro, Moya, Karlima, the 2 investigators came downstairs. Wu Heng stepped forward, said the things just now. "Several people will also look at." The dwarf fell on the dungeon. The dwarf turned over and sat up. Looking outside. Come to see your father? I have the right to enter and leave the island freely. You arrested me for no reason. I will report you to the association." The dwarf yelled. He had already admitted it on the ship, but when he arrived at the association dungeon, he immediately changed his words. Wu Heng glanced at the side. Imolo put his hands behind his back and said directly, "Kill Winsher." Obviously, this incident has exhausted his patience. Hearing this, the dwarf's face changed instantly and said, "Imolo, you are crazy. The association does not allow random killings." "Kill him," Imolo said directly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several arrows shot through the iron bars. They instantly pierced the dwarf's body, and the dwarf fell to the ground with a look of horror and fear on his face. Wu Heng directly released talking to the dead, and the corpse sat up from the ground. 4 days ago. Who killed the buck steward? Wu Heng asked. Me. How did you kill him? Wu Heng continued to ask. The corpse replied, I manipulated 3 puppets, imitated your appearance, and killed the target. At this point, the context of the entire world has become clear. The reason why there are 3 people. Actually, the dwarf controlled 3 puppets, imitating the appearance of Wu Heng and the skeleton attendant. At that time, the light was dim, and it was difficult to identify more clues before the body died. It was easy to point the direction to the only necromancer of the Treasure Island Association. During the investigation, the footprints of one person mentioned by Zalagwi, and the small size of the foot, were also because the dwarf put away the puppets and escaped alone. They were all done by the dwarf himself, and the direction of the investigation has always been 3 people. The investigators were recording behind him. Wu Heng continued to ask, Why did you frame me? The dwarf replied, Ewald promised to give me a sum of money. What did he tell you? Let me imitate your body shape, and I don't need to take care of the rest. This is the last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and continued to ask, Tell me the full identity of this Ewald. Ewald, the captain of the Orich. After answering the last sentence, the body fell back to the ground with a thud. The dungeon fell into silence again. Imolo said directly, Notify the port. The cargo ship Orichi is not allowed to leave the post. Search for the person Ewald. Yes. Everyone nodded. Imolo, you should pay more attention to this treasure island. These people actually calculated it on the head of the deputy deacon. Inspector Envoy Kalima said with a smile. Imolo nodded. I only paid attention to the pirates before. It seems that I should also manage the local security. Kalima continued to look at Wu Heng, said, The matter has been investigated clearly, and Wu Heng's status as deputy deacon will be restored from now on. Thank you. Wu Heng thanked him in a token manner. I dismissed you because of my professional prejudice. Please don't blame me. Vice Deacon Wu Heng. Kalima sighed. How could that be? We all follow the procedures. Yes. Kalima nodded and walked out with Imolo. Wu Heng and Zalagwi followed behind. Zalagwi said, This Kalima is not that annoying. He even apologized to you. Yes. Chapter 359, Skeleton Wanderer. And Zalagwi went to his office together. He took out the space ring he got from the dwarf. This time, Zalagwi and the teams participated in the capture of the dwarf, and several people were slightly injured. The spoils still need to be divided. One by one, the items were taken out. 2 big-headed puppets, 3 human-shaped puppets, some material parts, carving tools, daily necessities, gold and silver coins, a book-detailed explanation of ghost puppet types and runes, and the space ring. Are these puppets valuable? Wu Heng asked. 2 big-headed puppets. One can spray oil, and the other can spray fire. The attack method is rather strange. And in the parts on the side, you can also see the device for releasing crossbow arrows. They should be replaceable. The other 3 humanoid puppets should be imitating Wu Heng to kill the manager of the merchant group. The long-handled hammer of one of them is made of wood. It is relatively rough. Puppet masters are relatively rare, and it may not be easy to sell them. You can hand them over to the association in exchange for some merits. Zalagwi stood up and checked the structure of the puppet. Lift off the outer layer of armor. The structure inside the puppet is really complicated. It is not like a skeleton, which only has a simple skeleton. On the puppet frame, you can also see etched runes. It is also a profession that requires hands-on ability and high intelligence. Ask the team when the time comes. If no one wants it, you can exchange it for merit. Zalagwi also nodded in agreement. The 2 gathered the remaining items, divided them into several parts according to their value, and distributed them to each team together when the time comes. This dwarf puppeteer had a lot of money in his hand. Even though there were a lot of members involved, each person could get some, which was more than the reward for an ordinary wanted criminal. It was not in vain. After the spoils were divided, Zalagwi left directly, and continued to do her own thing. In the afternoon, the team that went to capture Captain Ewald came back. As expected, the person was missing. Neither in the tavern where he lived, nor on the ship, could he be found. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. The vice-captain and some important members of the fleet were taken to the association for investigation. The merchant group ships were also temporarily detained, and were not allowed to leave their posts. Imlo was very strong in this matter. If he really found the captain, he would probably kill him and interrogate his body. Continue to investigate. Of course, this person is definitely not found. He has been killed by Kalem. Unless Wu Heng kills him and interrogates his body, it is difficult to find out where he is with the investigation methods in this place. Wu Hung would not do that. If he did, he would easily fall back into it. Deacon's study. Deacon, you're looking for me? Wu Hung pushed the door open and walked in. Imolo put down the documents in his hand and said, "We didn't find that person. If he didn't escape, he was silenced. He will appear on the wanted list, and it will be difficult for him to pose a threat to you. It's all up to the deacon to arrange." Wu Hung said, and then continued, "I want to investigate some of Ewald's background. I'm curious about his purpose in harming me." Imolo said, "I will ask someone to investigate his family and some background, and assassinate the deputy deacon of the association. It's not that the case is over if the person can't be found." "Well, thank you, Deacon. After the investigation, the case of the murder of the Buck steward is closed. The body will be sent back to their merchant group. The body has been in the morgue for several days. It's time to send it back. I have no objection. Let's leave it at that. I'll let you know if there's any progress." "Okay, I'll go back first." Yimi Luo nodded. "Go back." Walking out of the deacon's study, Wu Hung walked back. On the way, he happened to meet Zalagui. "Where are you going?" Zalagui asked. "Going home. Are you done with your work?" "Yeah." Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "How about, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, as a thank you. The association is also very busy now. It will not have a good influence if we all go out to celebrate together." Zalagui said directly. "Then let's do it another day, when we have time." Zalagui nodded. Wu Hung continued to ask, "When will Kalima leave?" "I just heard him, and the deacon say, it's tomorrow's boat ticket." "Oh, I thought he was going to stay here. I don't like him very much either." The two walked and talked. Zalagui returned to her study. Wu Hung left the association directly, and walked towards his residence. Returned to his residence. Minnie and Anweer came out of the room to greet him. Minnie asked, "Master, how was your day?" Wu Hung said, "It's fine. The matter has been investigated. Ware can return to the association tomorrow." "Okay, Master." Anweer nodded. Minnie hugged his arm and asked, "Where is the bad guy who framed you?" "No threat anymore." "Is he your former enemy?" Minnie continued to ask. "I don't know him. He's the captain of a merchant group. It's very likely that he has something to do with the secret society or the pirates." Wu Hung said. "Oh, I thought it was an old enemy." "It shouldn't be." The three of them entered the living room together. Minnie brought some fruit from the kitchen and said, "Can I go out to buy some things tomorrow? It's not good to always ask Sister Shannara for help." Wu Hung nodded. "Okay, when you go out, bring the skeleton attendant with you, and run back if there is any danger." "Hee hee, I got it." Minnie smiled, forked up 2 pieces of cut fruit, and put them into his mouth. The crisis was resolved. Wu Hung and the 2 girls also felt much more relaxed. Otherwise, there was always a sense of crisis in their hearts. They talked about what to eat for dinner to celebrate. The 2 girls prepared, and Wu Hung went upstairs. Passing the 3rd floor, Wu Hung entered the radio room and took a look. After confirming that there was no news from Philippa, he went directly to the 4th floor. After a simple wash, he opened the door and went to the zombie world. After leaving the dormitory, he went directly to the backyard. Take out the body of Karanmu, let the skeleton untie the straw mat, and take off the protective gear on his body. The protective gear on Karanmu's body looks pretty good. However, the chest armor was hit by Imolo's sword, leaving a gap. It looked scrapped. After taking off all the equipment and putting it aside, Wu Hung directly releases bone service. The necromancy magic wrapped the body, the flesh began to fall off, and the white bones slowly exposed. Then, the blue soul fire rose from the eye sockets, and the skeleton sat up from the ground. Skeleton Wanderer, level 17, level 17. Not level 16. 1 level away. It will reach level 18. No wonder he was so rampant and rampant. Once he reached level 18, even if he killed himself, he might be pardoned for some reasons. But now, he is his skeleton attendant. His strength has also been improved to a certain extent. Waiting to walk out of the mincemeat, Wu Hung also began to check the attributes of the skeleton. Skeleton Wanderer, level 17. Attributes: Constitution 33, Strength 35, Agility 38, Intelligence 22, Perception 34, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, War Dancer. Features: Leather Armor Expertise, Advanced, Single-Edged Sword Expertise, Master, Basic Sword Expertise, Intermediate. Abilities: Sword Skills of Disarming, Precise Strike, agile speed, sharp brilliance, intuitive dodge, lore-killing finish. Wu Heng looked at the skills of the entire profession. He raised his eyebrows slightly. From the overall attributes, Rurouni is an agile melee profession. In terms of characteristics, he has high agility, and his strength and perception are not low. In terms of abilities, Wu Heng opened it and took a look. In addition to various combat abilities, he focused on War Dancer and Intuitive Dodge. War Dancer, agile in action, swift and accurate sword skills, proficient in conventional sword weapons, agility +5, perception +3. Increased agility and perception. Intuitive Dodge, can detect danger with intuition and dodge. Whether it was his own machine gun fire, or Anweer's sniper from a distance, Karama could subconsciously dodge, especially the sniper from a distance. Although he did not dodge the bullet, he also avoided the vital position with his movements. Dodging sniper bullets? Even movies dare not shoot like this. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with the attributes of the skeleton. However, the ability to tattoo and the ability to release clouds were gone. From now on, you will still be called Karama. Put on your protective gear, Wu Heng said. Karama walked aside and began to put on the armor that had been stripped off. After putting it on, Wu Heng took out the condensed mist evil sword and handed it to him. You use this weapon. The skeleton took it and held it in his hand. Wu Heng looked at it for a while, confirmed that there was no change, and then walked back with it. The side effect of the evil sword is that it affects the user's mentality. In theory, the skeleton servants do not have these things. When the evil sword touches the water mist, it can flash behind the enemy. Let's see how to match it then. With two skeleton attendants, returned to the yard. Chi Honkai also came over from not far away. Glancing at Sho Karanmu, there was some curiosity in his eyes. Before, he was carrying a double-bladed skeleton, whose fighting style was quite brave. Now he has changed to a bodyguard. After glancing at him several times, he retracted his gaze and said, "The military came yesterday and sold us a batch of military supplies." Wu Heng frowned. The old factory area has a relatively low price for military equipment. Several times before, the other party tried to negotiate with us. I want to raise the exchange rate of grain. However, Wu Heng has been busy with other things recently, and hasn't paid much attention to this matter. So you sold a batch? What did you exchange? Radio equipment, communication headsets, some bulletproof vests, helmets and the like. The prices are set externally, they come to exchange, and we give them the normal exchange. Chi Honkai explained. Military ones are definitely better than civilian ones. But the quantity is large, and they are not very useful. Do you know why they are selling so much? Chi Honkai thought for a moment, and said, "It feels like they are leaving here. In addition to exchanging food with us, they are also recruiting several psychics to take shelter." In the chat, they also vaguely expressed that they can provide a safer place, and asked if we are willing to join. Evacuate? Before the road is completely closed in winter? After listening to Chi Hansai's words, Wu Heng thought of this instantly. It is entirely possible. Find a shelter that is more suitable for survival. Or join the main force. They might choose to leave. This means that all the things that are not used or in excess are exchanged for food. Fortunately, I agreed to give more food before. Otherwise, the other party might have brought all of them to my side. Wu Heng continued, you can ask them for some information first. As for joining them, there is no need. Our side is relatively safe and stable. It is hard to say what the situation is over there. Well, I will ask around later. Chi Honkai nodded, and continued to ask, are you going to prepare to clean up the zombies? These 2 days. I will see when I have time. Oh, okay. The two walked around the factory area. After confirming that there was no problem here, Wu Heng returned to the dormitory. Chi Honkai also went to do her own thing. Treasure Island. Wu Heng walked downstairs. Minnie widened her eyes and pointed at the skeleton following behind her. It's him. The one who killed Bloody Hand. Karamu's appearance is very obvious. Even without facial features, he can be recognized immediately by looking at his body shape and dress. And we are also looked up and recognized the skeleton. Wu Heng nodded. After killing it, it turned into a skeleton, which just filled the position of Blood Hand. Oh! Minnie walked around. It can be regarded as atonement for the previous behavior. Ah, Minnie is speaking well now. Minnie smiled, looking up with pride. I've been reading books recently. And we are also said, they are all novels. Go away. Sister Wei is so annoying, Minnie said dissatisfiedly. Soon, dinner was served. To celebrate Wu Hang's reinstatement, a richer meal was prepared. After dinner, the three of them went to the courtyard for training, and then returned to the room together. In the bathroom, steam rose. Wu Hang soaked in the bathtub comfortably, and exhaled heavily. Lying on the edge, he couldn't help thinking about the rest of the matter. Only Kalima is left, the only person involved in this matter. Kalima, the special inspector, was still alive. During the day, he apologized to me. He looked like he knew nothing. At that time, I wanted to tell him about his affairs, and let Imolo check his space ring directly. Maybe the body was inside, still pretending to me. No, he knew that the ghost was following him, and he was not afraid of breaking up with me. Thinking about it this way, it is really possible. The other party is a mage, and he is also the supervisory envoy of the association. He may not be able to stop the ghost from following him, but he is very likely to have discovered the ghost. Prepare in advance, and don't be afraid to say it yourself. Old fox. It depends on which ship you board tomorrow. Squeak. The bathroom door opened. Minnie and Andwire, wrapped in bath towels, walked in directly, exposing their beautiful arms, collarbones, and straight calves. Master, we haven't bathed together for a long time. Minnie came over and put her arms around his neck from behind. We can bathe together anytime. Wu Hang smiled. Andwire also came over and gently rubbed his arms. After washing for a while, Wu Hang said softly, Wei come in. Andwire blushed, nodded gently, stepped into the bathtub, and sat facing each other. Sitting in the bathtub, the bath towel fluttered, revealing a large area of skin. Wu Hang held her ribs and moved towards him. Andwire also lay on him. Minnie smiled and asked curiously, Sister Wei, are you comfortable? Don't talk nonsense. After a while, Wu Hang pulled Minnie in again. Wait until the shower is almost done. Holding the bunny girl wrapped around him, he walked towards the bedroom. The next day, Wu Hang and Andeville went to the association together. Andeville had to work again, acting as an assistant. Wu Hang was there to see Kalima off the island, and to confirm which ship he was on. Arrived at the association, Wu Hang never found the person he wanted to see off. He knocked directly on Shi Logwi's study. After opening the door, Shi Logwi looked up. What's wrong? Aren't we seeing Kalima off today? Wu Hang asked. Shi Logwi said, I changed my plan temporarily, and left the port early this morning. Gone? Chapter 360. Tracking hearing the other party leave. He was stunned at first, and then reacted. He was surprised at how cautious this old man was. He lied about the time of leaving the island, and deceived the entire association. Wu Hang also suspected that Kalima knew that the ghost was following him. Otherwise, most of the people involved in this matter would have died, and he would not have done this. What's wrong? Seeing his strange expression, Zalogwi asked in confusion. Oh, it's okay. I was thinking of seeing him off, but I didn't expect him to leave early. Wu Hang walked in and sat down on the sofa. Zalogwi said, maybe there is some change. Well, the association's fleet? Wu Hang asked. It should be a ship of a merchant group. The port was blocked 2 days ago, and many ships' plans were delayed. A lot of them left this morning. Zalogwi explained. Oh! Wu Hang nodded. It sounds like Zalogwi didn't know which ship she left with. Zalogwi smiled and said, You hate him, and you're serious about it. With my professional relationship, it's not a bad thing to have a good relationship with the special envoy. Wu Hang turned around and said, Your achievements are already good, and there is no need to do these things. As an inspector envoy, he can't have a say in the promotion of the association. Yes, you are right. Wu Hang continued, It doesn't matter if he leaves. I'll just ask. I'll go back first. I'll treat you to dinner someday. Yes. Zalogwi replied softly. Wu Hang left the room and walked back. Walking in the corridor, Wu Hang thought about this matter quickly in his mind. Kalima's early departure really ruined his original plan. Not to mention whether it is too late to catch up now. It is not even clear which ship the other party is on. Moreover, as Zalogwi said, the port has been blocked in succession in the past 2 days, and many fleets have been affected. There is no clue at all, and it is not realistic to check one by one. Yimi Luo should know the ship and route he is on, but with Yimi Luo's thinking, if he goes to inquire about the information himself, it is easy to be discovered. If it attracts the attention of the other party, the subsequent things will be more difficult to deal with. This old fox, if you have the guts. Don't run away. Wu Hung gritted his teeth. But it seems that there is really no way to deal with the other party. Even if he gets a missile from the modern world now, he doesn't know who to hit. Back to the study. Endir is wiping the bookshelf and the table and chairs with a linen cloth. The little owl is chasing flying insects all over the room. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, Endir immediately smiled. Master. Well, get 2 people to come in and clean up. Don't be busy by yourself. Wu Hung walked in. Anyway, there's nothing to do. Didn't the master say he was going to the port to send someone off? How come he's back so soon? Endir continued to ask. The person left early and didn't make it in time, Wu Hung said. Then, his eyes fell on the direction of the desk. The skeleton investigator, who was responsible for monitoring and recording. He walked over and took a look at the record book. And his eyes slightly condensed. Unlike the scattered 2 or 3 records in the past few days, the records of the past few days have more content. You go out for a while. Go to the port to meet the captain of the Tursun cargo ship. And arrange a room for the voyage. Sir, isn't the fleet scheduled for tomorrow at noon? We have stayed in Treasure Island for a long time, so we should leave early. Okay, I will go now. Don't mention this to anyone, I don't want to disturb others. Understood, sir, go and prepare the carriage, don't waste time. The record ends here. Wu Hung also looked at the record in his hand with some surprise. The listening device, that had not played any role, actually, recorded important information on the last day. At least, there are clues now. Instead, he knew the ship the other party was on. That central cargo ship. What's wrong? Endir looked up. Nothing. Wu Hung put away the notebook and said, I'm going out for a while. If someone asks me, just say I'm going to investigate a wanted criminal. Okay. Master. Endir nodded. Wu Hung took the skeleton out of the association directly. He called a carriage and headed for the port. The carriage stopped at the port. Wu Hung paid the money and got off the carriage, and stood on the side of the road looking towards the port. The entire port was still bustling with workers busy moving goods, and people from the fleet standing on wooden boxes recruiting sailors. Originally, Wu Hung wanted to go directly to the old tavern to inquire about the information. That prophetess, who controlled the workers of the entire port, would definitely be able to find out the news about that central cargo ship. But when the carriage arrived at the door, she changed her mind. This prophetess herself was selling information, and her profession as a prophet had some special abilities. If he asked like this, it would be very likely that the other party would notice something. In this way, it was considered to have left a hidden danger for himself. So, the carriage did not stop, and arrived directly at the port. Standing in place and looking around, several members of the association came over not far away. Wu Hung had seen these people before. They were from Team 5, and the team leader was a woman. Deputy Deacon Wu Hung, are you here to check on Ewald? In the association, the murder of the manager of the Stag Merchant Group was considered to be closed. But Ewald was on the wanted list, and the team and some mercenary groups were searching everywhere. It seems that the people in Team 5 are still investigating this matter. Actually, it is true. A captain who has just been arrested is easier than those wanted criminals. Wu Hung nodded. Well, are there any clues? No. It's as if the person disappeared. The female captain sighed. Wu Hung thought for a while. Let's go. Let's go to the ship management office. Okay. The captain agreed and followed Wu Hung to the direction of the ship management office. A group of people came over aggressively. The ship manager with his feet on the table stood up immediately. My lords. What's going on? Wu Hung said directly. The association is investigating wanted criminals. Show me the records of the fleet's arrival and departure. These 2 days, the port was closed, and Iamai Luo killed people again. The ship manager also knew that they were investigating wanted criminals. After hearing this, he took out the record book directly. My lords, this is the record. When the fleet arrives and leaves the port, records must be kept. In addition to ensuring that you are not a pirate ship, it is also a kind of protection for the fleet. Once it is missing, according to the records along the way, it is also possible to trace a rough range. Instead of really disappearing at sea, Wu Hung took it and looked up the ships that left the port during the day. He found the record of the central cargo ship, as well as the location of the next port and the route. He took a rough look and memorized the content in his mind. Then he handed the record book to the captain of Team 5. Focus on checking the ships that are about to leave the port. Okay. Team 5 took the record. Wu Hung continued. You guys check here. I'll go to the taverns. Team 5 hesitated, but finally nodded and agreed. Leaving the ship's position, Wu Hung first went to his ship. He came to the cabin and took out a tablet to check the sea area en route. According to the speed of the cargo ship, he might be able to catch up with the other party if he set off from Jiwei Island. He thought about it. He had thought about letting the other party leave several times, but he was not sure whether the other party would pose a threat to him again after leaving. If they really let the other party leave like this, there may be countless possibilities in the future. A cunning inspector envoy is more frightening than a brutal pirate. Skullbreaker, you stay first. Sharktooth, you follow me, Wu Hung said to the skeleton in the cabin. The skeleton boxer Sharktooth walked out of the skeleton. With Sharktooth and Karamu, he walked out of the cabin directly, left the port and walked away. Came to a more secluded place. Wu Hung took out the train conductor's hat and put it on his head directly, boarded the train, and headed to Cocktail Island. Night falls. A light mist fills the sea. Wu Hung is standing on a single-person wooden boat, with Karamu standing behind him, and Sharktooth pushing the boat forward under the boat. The whole wooden boat is like a speedboat. It is not slow, but the waves make the boat swing constantly, making people feel very uncomfortable. In the distance, you can see a cargo ship moving slowly. The hull is ridden with Taisheng air, and on the deck you can vaguely see several crew members holding torches, walking back and forth. Seeing this, Wu Hung immediately stopped the wooden boat. If they went over so brazenly, they would have to fight head-on. After thinking for a while, he released the ghost Grenda. Have you found someone? Grenda said directly. Wu Hung pointed at the cargo ship in the distance. It should be on that ship. Go check the deck. Don't go to the cabin. I doubt Kalima can detect you. Well, okay. Grenda disappeared and flew towards the cargo ship. Inside the cabin, a stone lamp was placed on the wooden table in the room. Kalima sent away the wealthy merchant who came to talk to him and looked at the attendant. You should go back and rest. I will call you if there is anything. Yes, sir. The attendant replied and left. Kalima closed the door and sat down at the table again. He began to check the things in the other space ring. As he checked, a smile appeared on his face. The people in the secret society are really rich. After I go back, it will be enough for me to buy a manor. Then, the smile faded again. Muttered, the detailed information about this kid should be able to sell for a good price in the secret society. Chapter 361, Skeleton Mage. Not long. Glenda flew back. He said directly, there are 5 patrols on the deck, and 2 rangers on the mast, all looking for a place to take a nap. Wu Hung nodded. Let me see. Glenda got into his body. The picture was shared with the brain. The angle of the exploration was in the air, looking down from above. The whole deck could be seen clearly. There were 5 people patrolling, holding torches, and 2 rangers on the mast. When Granda was about to leave, 3 of the patrolling sailors had already walked to the corner carefully and laid down to sleep. The remaining 2 also seemed to be looking for a place to rest. Release Granda again. What's the plan? Granda asked. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, Kalima is not ordinary. He will definitely be arranged in a separate room. It shouldn't be difficult to find one. He, a deputy deacon, was also arranged in a separate room when he followed the merchant fleet to Treasure Island. Even the best single room. Kalima, the special inspector, will definitely receive the same treatment. What then? Glenda continued to ask. 2 possibilities. One is to board the ship carefully, then kill and evacuate safely. The other is to expose yourself, kill everyone here, and finally sink the ship to destroy the evidence. Wu Hung said directly. The most desired option is naturally the first one, to quietly go in and kill and leave. And he has several modern weapons in his hands. It shouldn't be a problem to kill a mage at close range. However, once the fight starts, more and more people will be alarmed. It will be difficult not to fight. Will you kill everyone? I don't believe it, said Glenda. I won't do it unless I have to. Wu Hung didn't want to do it either. But if there was really no way to end it, he would have to do it. The criminal investigation methods in this world are relatively backward. But there are also many strange detection props and strange objects. There is still a certain danger. If the fact that he killed the special inspector is exposed, then he will definitely be wanted by the association. At that time, he can only hide in the zombie world and come back when he reaches level 18 to negotiate with the association. Granda said, since you have thought it through. You can go up from the side of the ship, and I will help you throw the rope down." Wu Hung nodded. "Okay." After that, he jumped directly into the sea, grabbed the shark tooth with Karanmu, and quickly approached the direction of the ship. Wow! 2 tame beasts flew towards the side. Sharktooth took Wu Hung and dived into the sea instantly, avoiding the trainer's gaze. They moved forward quickly underwater and arrived under the ship. The sea was very rough. The waves hit the ship, raising it to a height of 2 or 3 meters. The ship also swayed continuously. Then, a rope was hung down from above and fell to one side. Wu Hung took out the shapeless veil and transformed himself into a female mercenary. He took Karanmu and boarded the ship along the rope. The ship was covered with water droplets, and even the rope was very wet. There was silence on the ship. Only the crashing waves were making a crashing sound. The sound was like thunder. 3 meters away, there were 2 crew members leaning against the wall and sleeping. In the gaps between the sound of the waves, they could hear snoring. The torches inserted on the side swayed with the hull. Wu Hung stood in the shadow and glanced at the mast lookout. The lookout had a better view, and once a ship approached, it would be discovered in advance. But for the deck, there was a visual blind spot, unless you looked down. After confirming that there was no problem, and confirming that no one had discovered him, he quickly entered the cabin. The cabin was also empty. Wu Hung led his men to observe each room one by one. From the style of the door, one could roughly tell the grade of the individual room. Wu Hung checked them one by one. Squeak! Suddenly, the door in front opened, and a burly man in linen clothes, holding a wash basin, walked out. He paused, and stared at the 2 people who walked down the cabin. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew this man, Kalima's attendant, a taciturn warrior who seldom spoke. His weapon was a long sword, but he didn't carry it with him at this time. The attendant stood there, frowned slightly, and looked carefully at the person in front of him. "Shapeshift? Huh?" As he spoke, Wu Hung raised his hand and released the cloud and mist technique. Thick mist instantly filled the entire corridor. The attendant's eyes condensed. The whistling sound of the weapon breaking through the air came to his ears. Behind him, the attendant subconsciously ducked to avoid it. And at the same time, he threw the wooden basin in his hand backwards. The air waves brought by the wooden barrel dispelled the mist. Karanmu, wearing a bandit mask, appeared. He was very close, just one knife away. Karanmu did not dodge or avoid, and continued to slash with the long sword in his hand. The wooden barrel was instantly split in half. The servant turned around, and tried to grab the arm behind him with one arm. As soon as he made the move, a ghost appeared in front of him, and pointed at his eyebrows. The pupils of the servant were blurred for a moment, and the long sword pierced his throat. With a ding, it was nailed to the wooden door behind him. The servant's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. A swordsman, a ghost, a wizard. "Yes, it's you." The servant vomited blood, looking at the door, the figure wrapped in a cloak. The body gradually became limp, no longer alive. Karanmu drew his sword, and the body fell limply to the ground. The surroundings were still deafening waves, and all the rooms in the corridor were still closed. Wu Hung set his eyes on the next room. Needless to say, it must be Kalima's room. Approaching the door, Wu Hang's face changed. Although he didn't see anything with his naked eyes, he sensed that a preset magic at the door was triggered. Alarm is low-level magic used by mages to warn. "Enter!" Karanmu kicked open the door next to the servant's room. He rushed in directly. Whoosh! A flash of lightning suddenly shot out. Karanmu, who rushed in, instantly retreated and fell to the ground. Wu Hung followed him into the room, and shot out the crossbow in his hand. The crossbow arrow whistled towards the figure in the room. A magic shield formed around Kalima, and the crossbow arrows were blocked. As he approached, the second flame magic condensed in Kalima's hand. Wu Hung raised his hand and waved, and the bed sheet flew up, covering the other party. The flame arrow pierced through the sheet. Kalima threw away the sheet, and the lightning condensed again. Karanmu flashed, approached in an instant, and his long sword split the defense barrier and pierced his heart. Kalima's eyes widened, and his palm kept trying to condense lightning. But after several attempts, he failed. His eyes were fixed on the position standing at the door, full of resentment and unwillingness. His body gradually went limp. His heartbeat and breathing stopped. Wu Hung took out the straw mat and asked Karanmu to wrap the body. At the same time, he stood at the door and looked at the situation outside. The whole corridor was still quiet, and it seemed that no one else noticed. Grenda also flew back. It's okay. There is an empty room next door. And I also looked at the remaining rooms. Everyone is sleeping. And no one noticed. Perhaps because they were afraid of disturbing the special inspector. There was a servant's room on one side, and an empty room on the other. To a great extent, it reduces the chance of waking up others. After wrapping the bodies, Wu Heng put the two bodies, and the blood-stained sheets and quilts into the space ring. Continued to the servant's room, and put away the armor and weapons. After everything was done, hang the Do Not Disturb sign outside the two private rooms. Carefully walk out of the cabin, jump into the sea. Grab the shark tooth, and leave quickly. The next morning, Wu Heng returned to Treasure Island, and swaggered into the association. First, he went to the deacon's study, and reported the search for Ewald. Then he went to the study of Zalagui to chat with her. After showing up in both places, he returned to his own study. In the study, Endweir was holding a strip of meat and feeding the owl. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, he put the strip of meat on the table and walked over to say, "Master, have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I have." "Is the association okay?" "No. It's the same as before. There's nothing to do. I just check the information of receiving the reward and then approve it." "Well, with Ware's help, I, the deputy deacon, have nothing to do." "No way. It's much worse than Sister Moya," Endweir said with her head down. Wu Heng rubbed the other's ears, and continued, "I'm going home first. And I'll go back early in the evening." "Okay, Master." Wu Heng left with a swagger, and Endweir continued to feed the little owl. Returned to the residence. Minnie went to Shannara. Wu Heng went directly to the zombie world. In the open space behind the yard, all the corpses were taken out. There were 2 in total. Servants and Kalima. Wu Heng asked the skeleton to strip the equipment of the corpse. Directly release bone service. Skeleton warrior, level 12. Skeleton mage, level 15. Chapter 362, Ordinary Evolved Zombies. Wu Heng looked at the 2 skeletons standing up, and frowned slightly. The servants are actually all level 12. The status of this special inspector is not low. Normally speaking, the resident deacon in a remote place with a stable regime is only level 12. Here, he is just a servant. After a rough look, he set his sights on the skeleton mage. Skeleton mage, level 15. Level 15. Attributes: Constitution 27, Strength 15, Agility 17, Intelligence 37, Perception 28, Charisma 20. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Magic Senses, Spell Scholar, Master Spellcaster, Source Law Theory. Feats: Cloth Armor Mastery, Advanced, Staff Mastery, Advanced, Dagger Mastery, Intermediate, Arcane Echo, Soul Knowledge, Haunting Knowledge, Untiring Focus, Spellsmith. Skills: Life Sustaining. Wu Heng frowned and looked at the mage's panel. In terms of attributes, it is a standard template for mages, with high intelligence, perception and constitution as the second highest attributes, and strength and agility as its own shortcomings. Of course, the positioning of mages is not a profession that relies on strength. When going out in a carriage, there are guards and attendants around him, which is obviously the configuration of a noble lord. In terms of characteristics, there are spell scholars, representing mages of the spell school. Wu Heng focused his attention on Source of Law. Source of Law: you understand the commonality of the roots of magic and the essence of magic in basic theory, so that you can completely understand everything from the perspective of the arcane. For all learned skills, the spell level is increased by 1 level, and the spells of this faction are greatly reduced. For the learned skills, the spell level is increased by 1 level. It seems that this Kalima himself is really not an ordinary person. Continue to read. The skills are a bit miserable. There is only 1 life-sustaining spell. After the mage is transformed into a dead spirit, all the skills of the faction will disappear. Only the magic of the dead spirit faction is left, and the life-sustaining spell belongs to the dead spirit faction. All other skills are not preserved. From now on, you are called the Wooden Basin Servant, and you are still called Kalima. Wu Heng named the 2 skeletons, and then stepped aside and began to wear the original armor. Wu Heng continued to take out 2 space rings and began to check. Not only Kalima's, the Wooden Basin Attendant also had a space ring. First, he opened the Wooden Basin Attendant's ring and took a look. Various daily necessities: water, food, extra weapons and armor, and a purse full of coins. Then, Wu Heng continued to check Kalima's space ring. In addition to some daily necessities that were not available, there were quite a few magic props inside. Soundproof pot. Spellwood staff. Energy gathering robe. Sincere clay doll, strange item. Space ring, 5 cubic meters. Let's look at the soundproof pot first. Soundproof pot, description. A prop etched with soundproof runes, which can block the spread of sound. The shape of the soundproof pot is more like a spiral vase. There are large and complex runes etched on it. Not to mention the shape, this kind of soundproof prop is also rare on the market. Spellwood staff, description. A magic prop made of special wood roots, etched with arcane reflux, spell light, spell effect of spell faction plus 17%. A spell staff. The effect provided seems not too high. My own spinal staff, the effect of necromancy plus 23%, also provides 2 spells. And the spellwood staff in front of me, etched with 2 runes of amplification effect, the spell effect only increased by 17%. After all, I exchanged it for the 3rd level merit. The level is close to the rare item. The next one is the magic robe energy gathering robe, which can reduce the mental power consumption when casting spells. This one should be a spare. I originally had one on me. Then Sincere Clay Doll looked directly into the eyes of the clay doll, and it will tell the truth. The last one is also a space ring. Wu Heng continued to explore it with his mental power. There is nothing inside, 2 bags of gold coins, and a gold ring with an eye pattern. Secret Society, this kind of ring is not the first time Wu Heng has seen it. Generally, members of the Secret Society will have such a ring to prove their identity. Kalima is from the Secret Society? It is impossible. How could the association allow a member of the Secret Society to be a special inspector? Then, Wu Heng thought of another person in his mind. The captain that Kalima killed. This ring is his. That is to say, the whole thing this time was done by the Secret Society again. Just like a dogskin plaster, people kept coming to trouble him, and he couldn't kill them all. And the location of the Secret Society's headquarters could not be found. Write a letter to Lilith? Ask her to step up the crackdown on the Secret Society? For what reason? Just make one up. If it is found out, it will easily destroy the trust that we have established with each other. While thinking, Wu Heng put away all the props he had taken out. After all the items were put away, he walked back with the 2 skeletons. He took Kalima back to the dormitory. Wu Heng took out all his books on necromancy and said, "You don't have to do anything, just read here, and learn these skills as soon as possible." Skeleton Kalima sat down at the desk, took out a book on the weakness ray and opened it. Wu Heng closed it again, and took out Bone Servants. "Read this one first." Kalima took Bone Servants and began to read it carefully. With Kalima's intelligence, and having reached level 15, it shouldn't be difficult to learn these skills. It's just a matter of time. After everything is arranged here. Wu Heng glanced at the time. It was still quite early, so he took out the intercom and called Chi Honkai directly. After walking out of the dormitory, he went downstairs and just walked to the door. Chi Honkai rushed over from outside. "What do you want?" Chi Honkai stood aside. Wu Heng asked directly, "How are the preparations for cleaning up the central square going?" "No problem. We have accumulated a lot of solid iron bullets in the past few days. Assuming that each flying dragon carries 2,000, we can throw more than 20 rounds." Chi Honkai answered, standing aside. "The cleaning of the main road has been almost done. Only the area in the city center square remains. Once it is cleaned up, the road to the bus station can be opened. The plan has been decided long ago, but my suspension has delayed it for several days. Now that the matter has been resolved, it is time to open this road." Wu Heng said directly, "Tomorrow, let's go to clean the central roundabout and prepare everything." "Understood." Chi Honkai nodded. The 2 stood at the door and talked about the news in recent days. At the same time, we discussed, and then faced the construction of the old factory area. After chatting for a while, Wu Heng also returned to the dormitory, looked at Kalima, who was still reading seriously, opened the gate and headed for Treasure Island restaurant. The 3 of them sat at the table and ate dinner. Wu Heng picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, looked at Underwire, and asked, "Wire, is there anything wrong with the association?" "Nothing. The biggest thing is that the wanted orders have been changed, and I have taken pictures of them," Underwire replied. "Information transmission in this world is still relatively slow. Even if the cargo ship finds that Kalima is missing or dead, it will report it to the association at the next port. It will be delivered to Treasure Island by then, maybe a few months later. It is difficult to check it clearly, just don't let those props leak out. Well, come back earlier next time when you have nothing to do, Wu Heng said. It's already very early, if it's any earlier, it will be noon, Andweir said in a low voice. Really? It's okay to come back at noon occasionally. Andweir also smiled. I know. Master. Minnie was also beside, picking up a piece of sea fish meat, and handed it over, saying, Master, eat this. I heard it's very nutritious. You should eat more. You will have strength at night. Wu Heng was stuffed into his mouth, muttering, You said that? It seems not very satisfied. No way. It will give you more strength. And I will use it to punish the little fox at night, Minnie said, picking up another piece and stuffing it into his mouth. Andweir rolled her eyes at her. You stick to the master every day. And you always talk about me. After dinner, they chatted in the living room for a while. Then they went back to their room to rest. The next day, Wu Heng went to the association first. Although he didn't think that the news of Kalima's death would be reported, he still went to take a look. He found that nothing had been reported. After taking the bug back from the association dormitory, he went home directly, opened the door, and go to the zombie world. Skeleton Kalima was still sitting at the desk reading a book. Wu Heng took a look and took out the intercom and asked, Chi Han Kai, are you ready? Soon, the intercom replied. Ready. Ready to go at any time. Okay. Wait for me to go downstairs. And we will go. Got it. When Wu Heng went downstairs, the convoy had already stopped at the door. 2 military trucks, an off-road vehicle. A round window was opened on the top of the co-pilot of the off-road vehicle, and a skeleton stuck out its upper body from the round window, operating a heavy machine gun. In the old factory area, guns were still handled by skeletons with shooting expertise. Ordinary survivor patrols were equipped with heavy crossbows. Wu Heng mobilized the skeleton army. Then, he opened the door and directly boarded the co-pilot of the truck. The convoy started, and under the protection of the skeleton army, left the factory area and headed towards the target direction. The city center roundabout, the main road connecting 4 directions, and also the busiest section of the city. Surrounding it are shopping malls, large supermarkets, the workers' cultural palace, and a mobile phone street. A small pedestrian street near the auto repair shop, where a large number of zombies gathered, and there must be more zombies here. The skeleton army escorted the convoy forward, after clearing 2 small groups of zombies along the way. At the end of the line of sight, you can see the round turntable and the dense figures of zombies. If we go any further, we might attract the attention of the zombies, Chi Han Kai said. Wu Heng nodded. Stop the car. Let's get ready. Okay. Chi Han Kai picked up the walkie-talkie and explained the task. Wu Heng had an idea and released Xiao Xiao and Granda, asking them to go ahead to investigate the situation. Soon, 2 ghosts flew back from a distance, entered the body, and shared the scene they had just seen. The road around the turntable, as well as the roads extending in the other 3 directions, were roaming with dense zombies. At the feet of the zombies, the road was filled with scrapped cars. It seemed that when the zombies broke out, this section of the road was severely blocked, and all the cars crashed into each other, forming a car cemetery. In the zombie group, several deformed zombies can be seen. Big guys, crawlers. No big-headed zombies were seen, but big-headed zombies were timid, and they were probably hiding in a building nearby. After Wu Heng looked at the shared pictures, his attention was attracted by some weird zombies. They have the same body shape as normal zombies. Their skin is still shriveled, but no longer rotten and broken. They are more like dried corpses without fat. These zombies are scattered among the zombies. They do not wander aimlessly like other zombies, but turn their heads to look for targets, and push nearby zombies aside. It seems that they have some intelligence. A new type of zombie? Or are ordinary zombies evolving again? Chi Han Kai noticed his expression and asked, What's wrong? Has the radio station updated the information about zombies? Yes, Chi Han Kai recalled and said. Several types of zombies have been updated. There is a splash zombie, which sprays thick liquid. There is also a plague ghost, which emits dust virus. A millipede has been announced as a 3rd-level zombie. It is said to be a monster composed of many limbs. What about ordinary zombies? The main station said that ordinary zombies in some places have begun to have a certain level of intelligence, but no more information has been released. Wu Heng nodded. It seems that the zombies mixed in are very likely the evolved zombies mentioned on the radio. If all zombies evolve intelligence, it will be a bigger disaster for the survivors. You stay in the car. There are more zombies today. Let everyone be careful, Wu Heng said. Oh, okay. Chi Honkai nodded, and then picked up the walkie-talkie and gave another order. After getting off the car, let the skeleton army line up and get ready. Wu Heng patted the two deformed dogs and said, "Go and lure those zombies over." The two deformed dogs kept swinging their bony tails. After hearing Wu Heng's words, he ran out. When he was 100 meters away from the zombies nearby all turned their heads and looked over. They were stunned at first, and then they roared loudly. Almost at the same time, the zombies nearby also roared, and they spread backwards in waves. The skeleton dog turned around and ran away, and the zombies quickly caught up. They squeezed into the middle road, pushing and crowding each other, like a surging black wave, desperately chasing the fleeing skeleton dog. The earth began to tremble, and the corpses roared like thunder. The skeleton dogs tucked their upright tails, lowered their heads, and ran desperately. The corpses surged, the ground trembled, and the deafening roars mixed with the smell spread like hell on earth. Chi Honkai, Wang Chungang and others looked at the dark mass in the distance, and their faces changed drastically, full of horror and fear. This number was beyond the original expectation. If it were any other shelter, it would be submerged in an instant, with walls, iron bars, machine guns and artillery. There is no way to stop so many zombies. There are too many. These skeletons, can they resist? Everyone suddenly became a little uncertain. Wu Heng looked at the zombies coming from a distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. He said to the big-headed skeleton behind him, "Skeleton flying dragons fly out and drop iron bullets." Whoosh! 5 skeleton flying dragons rushed into the sky in an instant. They quickly arrived above the zombies. The magazines opened, and dense iron bullets fell like black raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, explosions sounded, and thick smoke rose into the sky. The iron bullets dropped by the 5 skeleton flying dragons emptied the entire road in an instant. The ground was covered with broken limbs and rotten flesh, and blood was flowing everywhere. More corpses, stepping on the blood and flesh on the ground, continued to rush forward. They filled the entire road again. They roared and charged. In the back, Wang Chungang and his men kept scanning the distance, while changing the magazine. They wished they had more hands, and stuffed the magazine directly in. The 2 ghosts in charge of reconnaissance flew back again. Grinda said, "There are zombies coming around on the right. And there are a lot of them. Uncle, there are also zombies rushing over on the left." Wu Heng narrowed his eyes instantly, and quickly looked around. The tall buildings blocked the view, but the sound of running footsteps could still be heard faintly. Sure enough, there are big-headed zombies. Chapter 363, 4-legged zombies. Behind the buildings on both sides, the dense running sounds and corpse roars became clearer. The zombies can choose to deter, which means that there are big-headed zombies nearby. It is very likely that they are hidden in the nearby buildings. "Let me take a look," Wu Heng said. The 2 ghosts drilled back into the body directly, and 2 pictures appeared in his mind. Behind the buildings on both sides of the main road, there were large groups of zombies, rushing towards this side in large groups. The evolved zombies with shriveled muscles that I saw before were also mixed into zombies. They move quickly and flexibly, which is obviously different from ordinary zombies. Even if they do not have the same intelligence as humans, they are of a lower level of intelligence. After watching, Wu Heng released the 2 ghosts again. He said, "Glinda, you continue to observe the movements of the zombies in the air. If there is any special situation, remember to remind me. Xiao Xiao, you go and find the hidden deformed zombies, especially the big-headed zombies." Glinda nodded, and flew directly into the sky. Xiao Xiao also responded and flew away. The 2 ghosts arranged their work. Wu Heng continued to give orders to the skeletons. Mobilize the skeletons, block the intersections on both sides, and stop the approaching zombies. Clatter. A large number of skeletons took action. 2 spear teams were separated, and they quickly went to the forked skeletons on both sides. The spears moved forward, forming a defensive formation. Wu Heng also released Eagle Eye technique at various places in the formation, and placed several sensors to monitor the entire battlefield. Soon, the zombies behind the building rushed into sight. Like a turbulent flood after a flood, it crashed into the skeletons who were ready for defense. The zombies rolled and crowded over the queue, covering the skeletons in the front row. More axe-wielding skeletons were mobilized. rushing towards the zombies that had crossed the defense line. They fought each other. At the same time, the main road that had just been cleared by bombs was once again filled with zombies. They bared their teeth and claws, stepped on the bloody limbs on the ground, and continued to charge forward. At the back of the team, Wang Chungang and others anxiously replaced the magazine for the skeleton dragon. Even though they had followed the skeletons to clean up zombies in the past, they had seen many big scenes. But in front of them, the endless scenes in all directions still made them tremble in their hearts. They did not tremble or scream loudly. Among the survivors, they were considered to have a strong tolerance. "Brother Gang, can we kill them all?" a survivor asked with a trembling voice. "With this number, let alone the zombie swarm, even if so many rabbits were released, it would probably take several days to kill them all." The other survivors who were changing the magazines also looked at Wang Chungang at the same time. He came here from the auto repair shop, and he would talk about some previous battles in the past. At this time, everyone wanted to hear his opinion. Wang Chungang looked up at the distance and said, "The number of skeleton troops is no less than that of zombies. The king and Chi Kai are not afraid of them. So why should we worry about them? We don't have special powers. Don't worry. I followed them from the Qixing district and fought against them. I have never lost in the skeleton battle, and I can't lose this time. But this number, ZZ." As he spoke, a burst of electric current sound came from the intercom. "Wang Chungang, when will the replacement be ready?" Wang Chunggang's expression froze, freed one hand to press the intercom. "It will be ready soon." Then, several people wiped their sweat and sped up. Chi Kai also jumped off the truck, bringing his skeleton bodyguard, helping to replace the magazine. Location of the main road. The zombies were like a wave, spreading rapidly from the main road. Wu Heng released a bone armor for himself, and continued to look at the zombies approaching quickly in front. "Archers, shoot freely." Wu Heng gave the order directly. The densely packed archers began to draw their bows, and put arrows on them. Whoosh! Arrows flew out like a whistling wind, densely packed like dark clouds, appearing in the sky. Then, they fell into the tide of zombies, with a crackling sound. Large groups of zombies were shot into hedgehogs by arrows. Their bodies were knocked to the ground by inertia, tripping the zombies behind them, and rolling over. And more zombies continued to run forward while trampling on their fallen companions. Arrows fell in waves. The zombies also fell to the ground in batches. After several waves of arrow rain, Wang Qinggang's voice came from the intercom. "Ready! Let the flying dragon attack!" Whoosh! A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. 5 skeleton flying dragons soared into the sky, and flew towards the zombies that were running wildly. The deformed zombies mixed in the zombie tide, stopped, looked up at the strange creatures in the sky, picked up the stones on the ground, and threw them into the sky with force. The next moment, the sky darkened again. A dark mass, accompanied by rocks falling from the top. Rumble! The earth trembled, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Wu Heng lowered his body instantly, and the smoke and gravel hit the bone armor with a crackling sound. Looking up and looking forward, the dense group of corpses was gone, leaving only a few scattered zombies. Their bodies were broken, but they were still alive. Among them was a second-level giant zombie, with several blood holes all over his body. His body shook, and he retreated backwards little by little. "Go! Kill the remaining zombies, and then come back." Hula la! A large group of axe-wielding skeletons crossed the spear formation, and ran forward in groups. He rushed at the remaining zombies, hitting them with his axe. Even the second-level deformed zombies fell to the ground in a chaotic hacking. He dragged the corpses and quickly retreated. Before the next group of zombies rushed over, he retreated to the back of the skeleton defense formation. Wu Heng used the eagle eye technique left at various intersections to check the situation. The road on the right. Snap, crash, the glass on the upper floor shattered, and a large number of zombies jumped down from the upper floor, smashed directly into the skeleton team. Like dumplings, smashed a lot. At the same time, a level 2 deformed big guy at the intersection rushed into the spear formation like crazy, waving his arms wide open. Destroyed the original formation, led the zombies to charge in. Red Crown, Barrel Attendant, you go kill the deformed zombie, help the skeletons reorganize the formation. 2 skeleton warriors drew their weapons, and quickly killed the deformed zombie in front. The long sword kept swinging, knocked the crazy deformed zombie to the ground, and chopped off the head with the long sword. The warriors' battles would end with beheading. It seemed like a professional habit. After the distorted zombies died, they began to kill the zombies that broke through the defense line. They killed the zombies and reformed the defense line. At the same time, the second distorted zombie's body was also dragged over. It was placed aside. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance. He said, "Uncle, we found the big-headed monsters. There are 2 of them. They are over there in the mall. There is also a big monster inside. It has 4 legs and looks so ugly." Wu Heng looked in the direction Xiao Xiao pointed. In the distance, in the mall, there is a black glass curtain wall. "Let me see." Xiao Xiao crawled into the body, and the picture was shared. Behind the glass curtain wall on the 3rd floor of the mall, there were 3 deformed zombies standing. 2 big-headed zombies, kneeling on the ground. Facing outside, a large zombie with a bloated body and 4 thick legs stroked the head of the big-headed zombie with his bloated palm like stroking a puppy, and looked at the charging zombies outside. Level 3 deformed zombie? Chapter 364, Why Not Go and Rob? Why is it another level 3 deformed zombie? The entire station has not collected any information about level 3 deformed zombies. I have already encountered 3 different types. And this level 3 zombie seems to have a higher intelligence. The action of stroking the big-headed zombie's head doesn't seem like something a zombie can do. Then, Wu Heng began to think about how to kill these 3 deformed zombies. 2 big-headed skulls, I have encountered them before. Its main ability is to control the zombies. It moves slowly, and does not have much combat power. All it relies on is the other zombies. Without the zombies, it is not a threat. It is not clear what this 3rd-level zombie is capable of. Judging from its size, its combat power is not weak. If the skeleton sneaks over to kill it, it will be quite dangerous. If it fails, it will probably not come back. The best way is to kill the opponent remotely. He looked at the mall in the distance again. It's a bit far away. Main battlefield. The battle continued. After the 3rd wave of skeleton dragons dropped bombs, the zombies did not attack blindly anymore, but lingered in the distance, roaring and howling towards this side. From time to time, some zombies rushed forward with their fangs and claws. Then they retreated back to the zombies, and continued to roar. Glinda flew down from the sky above, and said, those zombies did not continue to attack, and the zombies on both sides also retreated. Sure enough, when they found that they could not win by charging directly, they did not continue to rush over. Instead, they blocked an intersection at the far turntable. Chi Hon Kai came from behind. Glinda quickly disappeared. The number of zombies behind has decreased. There are not many left. Chi Hon Kai said. Wu Heng could also check through the eagle eye technique. There were only a few zombies left at the intersections on both sides. Except for the zombies that were still being entangled, the rest all retreated to the back. It's okay, they are blocking the front. There are not many zombies left. It's not a big problem. Wu Heng said directly. Chi Hon Kai nodded. Yes, we will definitely be able to open this road. Wu Heng nodded, and his eyes fell on the 2 second-level deformed corpses under his feet. Bone art was released, and the 2 tall skeletons stood up directly. Wu Heng asked them to stand aside, picked out 2 second-level corpse cores from inside, and put them into the space ring. After the skeleton army reorganized, Wu Heng ordered, move forward. Wow! Wow! The sound of bones rubbing against each other and stepping on the ground was heard. The skeleton army started to move forward quickly with pace. The zombies in the distance became even more violent and kept roaring. Whoosh! The flying dragon flew over the head again, and the iron bullets fell from the sky. It covered the zombies below. A large number of zombies disappeared again, and the remaining zombies stopped roaring in place and rushed forward like crazy again. Fighting the rain of arrows, they rushed into the ranks of skeletons. Wu Heng took out the barret from the space ring, mounted on the roof of a scrapped car, pointing to the mall in the distance. Maybe the distance was not enough before. He couldn't grasp it well. The distance now is definitely enough for Barrett. Xiao Xiao, go point out the location of the 4-legged monster. Wu Heng said directly. Okay, uncle. Xiao Xiao replied, flying forward quickly. Then, he appeared at a position outside the glass curtain wall on the 3rd floor, pointing to the position behind. Bang! The gunshots exploded. Huge recoil hit the shoulder. The next second, the glass curtain wall suddenly exploded, and the 4-legged zombie watching the show from behind, the bloated and fat body suddenly exploded. Blood and white meat splattered everywhere. The entire half of the body disappeared. The four-legged zombie looked down at the missing part of himself. His eyes were full of fear and suspicion. Looked up again. Poof! The two legs on the right were shattered again, and then there was a faint explosion. The four-legged zombie showed fear on his face, his body staggered to the ground, and began to crawl to one side. Wu Hung aimed from a distance. Xiao Xiao flew quickly outside the curtain wall, and pointed at the location while flying. The gunshot rang out, and at the same time as the glass shattered, the entire chest of a big-headed zombie was blown away, and its head covered with pustules flew out. Xiao Xiao continued to fly, and quickly pointed at a location again. Wu Hung estimated the speed of the action, and pulled the trigger again. The bullet flew out, and the body of the last big-headed zombie exploded, and it died immediately. In the distance, Xiao Xiao stuck his head inside and took a look. Then she made an okay gesture from a distance. Wu Hung also gave her a thumbs up. On the battlefield, the battle continued. The attacking zombies turned back into wild beasts and rushed into the spear formation. While being pierced by the spears, they stretched out their arms and tried to tear the target in front of them with their teeth and claws. Attack, outflank the remaining zombies, and speed up the progress. The skeleton team dispersed instantly. The spears pushed forward, and the skeletons holding axes chopped at the remaining zombies from both sides. The battle became more intense. Night fell. The whole land was shrouded in darkness. The headlights of the vehicles were on, providing illumination. The whole area was like a battlefield after a bombardment. The iron bullets thrown by the road gangs were full of potholes, street lamps fell to the side, and cars were emitting thick smoke. The skeleton army killed all the way to the bottom of the mall. Only a few zombies with missing limbs were left, crawling slowly towards this side, and were rushed over by the axe-wielding skeletons, directly smashing their heads. Standing under the mall, Wu Hung said directly, "Skullbreaker, take the skeleton in, kill all the zombies inside, and bring the bodies out." Skullbreaker carried the war hammer, stepped on the broken glass on the ground, and walked in with the skeleton. Amidst the scattered roars and fighting sounds, it gradually quieted down. Many zombie corpses were brought out. Among them were the heads of two big-headed zombies, and the upper body of a bloated four-legged zombie. This corpse is incomplete. Under the light, Wu Hung frowned as he looked at the corpse. In order to reduce the difficulty of the battle, Wu Hung directly used the Barrett, which was also effective. He killed the big-headed zombies one by one, and the four-legged zombies were also smashed with a few shots. The battle was easy, but it was a bit difficult to transform the corpse. Clean up the battlefield, collect all the arrows, you guys go search the mall again, see if you can find any broken limbs. Wu Hung continued to give orders. All the skeletons started to move. Clean up the battlefield, and several skeletons continued to enter the mall to collect the broken limbs. Wu Hung continued to look at Chihan Kai. "It's too late. Stay in the car for one night, and search nearby tomorrow morning." Chihan Kai nodded. "Okay." The order was passed down, and the survivors began to pack up their belongings, planning to rest. The next day, 3 armored vehicles moved slowly in the distance. A man in camouflage uniforms said with some concern, "The commander asked us to investigate the situation of the Turntable Gold Shop. What on earth is he thinking? There are so many zombies here. Rather than snatching gold from the zombies, it is better to attack the old factory area directly and snatch food from them." Another co-pilot said, "We are investigating, not really attacking. The lives of other brothers are also lives. Instead of fighting with the zombies to the death, to get gold in exchange for food, it is better to go directly to the old factory area and take it. Take all the armored vehicles." The man continued. "The commander may not want to destroy the old factory area." Before he finished speaking, the armored vehicle suddenly stopped. "What? Are there zombies?" Level 4 frowned, looking terrified. "In front. Are those skeleton soldiers in front? They have occupied the turntable." Everyone was stunned. They all looked forward, and the car fell silent instantly. Chapter 365. Is this also a profession? On the road ahead, skeletons wearing leather armor and holding weapons are patrolling along the road. And farther away, there are still large groups of skeletons. Clean up the battlefield, or move the scrapped vehicles blocking the road. What's going on? Where are the zombies entrenched here? Why are they all skeletons now? And they are cleaning the battlefield. Did they just finish the battle? What's going on? Are the skeleton soldiers in the old factory area wearing the same protective gear and weapons? One of them said directly. Even if they didn't believe that there were superpowers who could control so many skeletons, the protective gear and weapons on their bodies were the same as those of the training skeletons in the old factory area. This could not be explained by coincidence. It also made several people believe that they were skeletons in the old factory area. How could there be so many skeletons? There must be more than zombies. The old factory area attacked this side? Didn't they say that the zombies here reached tens of thousands? How could they be captured? I was wondering why it was so smooth along the way. It turned out that all the zombies were killed. The road we came from was a carefully selected route after several reconnaissances. Along the way, I didn't encounter any zombies. I thought the route was chosen correctly, but now it seems that the zombies have been killed by the skeletons. The turntable is definitely the most dangerous area in this city. It is densely populated, and there may even be advanced to form zombies. It was occupied by skeletons? How many zombies would have to be killed? Even if the military shelter had sufficient weapons and ammunition, it would not dare to come here to clean up the zombies. Don't provoke them, retreat first, and contact the base. The team leader in the car ordered in a deep voice. Even though he was surprised, he still kept himself calm. The nature of the mission had changed. He needed to bring back the intelligence here. Oh, okay. The driver agreed. After communicating through the intercom, the 3 armored vehicles began to turn around. At this moment, a heavy running sound suddenly came from the front. The faces of the people in the car turned ugly instantly. 2 3-meter-tall skeletons with thick bones came running with thousands of ordinary skeletons. Before the convoy turned around, they surrounded the armored vehicles in the middle. Even if these skeletons were only armed with cold weapons, the armored vehicles could force their way out. However, the vehicles were blocking the way without leaving any gaps, which still brought a strong sense of oppression. What are they going to do? The captain stared outside, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand. He hesitated whether to really give the order to rush out. Just as he was hesitating, the surrounding skeletons made way. Shihan Kai, wearing a camouflage bulletproof vest, followed by a tall and thin skeleton with double blades on his waist, walked out directly. He scanned the armored vehicles and turned his finger towards the position of the glass. The air was quiet for a few seconds. The driver got out of the car and lowered the window, revealing the people inside. Shihan Kai asked directly, "Which shelter are you from?" "Chief Chi, we are from the military shelter. We have seen them in the market." The team leader forced a smile. Shihan Kai looked the other party up and down, and did not have a deep impression. But judging from the other party's equipment configuration, they should be from the military shelter. Of course, they could also be from other shelters pretending to be armored vehicles. We also have them here. But where exactly they were from, it didn't matter. "What are you doing here?" Shihan Kai asked again. The team leader said, "Don't misunderstand. Chief Chi, we received an order to come here to investigate the movement and situation of the zombies. We didn't expect that there were not many zombies along the way, so we drove here." Shihan Kai nodded. What the other party did, he didn't care. With the current number and combat effectiveness of the skeleton army, even the military with all kinds of modern weapons, it would be difficult to pose a threat to them. No matter how powerful the guns and machine guns are, the skeletons are not fixed targets, and will not stand still for them to shoot. Unless they really take out some missiles. There is really no shelter to defeat the old factory area. He looked inside through the car window again and said, "We have occupied the turntable. We will arrange troops to guard it later. Don't get close unless it's important to avoid misunderstandings and dangers." "Understood. We don't have any other ideas. And we will take this matter back," the captain said. "Well, we still have to continue cleaning up the battlefield, so we won't keep a few of you." Shihan Kai waved his hand, and the skeletons blocking the road made way. The captain smiled. "Chief Chi, then we will go back first, and congratulations to the old factory area for occupying the central area." "Thank you." The convoy turned around and left in the distance. After driving a certain distance, someone said, "Shihan Kai is so powerful now. With so many troops, anyone would be powerful." That's right. What's going on with this old factory area? How can superpowers control so many skeletons? More than the number of zombies. Superpowers are mysterious in themselves, so it's not surprising that anything appears. It seems that the development of the old factory area will far exceed that of other shelters. Now that the central turntable has been occupied, it is very likely to become the first shelter in the country to successfully recapture a city. It's a bit scary. It doesn't matter anyway. We will leave before winter, and we won't have much contact with them then. That's right. On the other side, at the entrance of the shopping mall, Wu Hung looked at the corpse on the ground. frowning slightly. After dawn, he personally led the skeleton into the mall again to search around, and took down the broken body parts of Barrett, including bones and flesh. When transforming the skeleton, the necromancy magic will repair the corpse to a certain extent. However, this kind of repair is limited, and the severely damaged parts cannot grow out of thin air. And in front of him, the body of the four-legged third-level zombie. Because of its stronger body toughness, the broken limbs can be collected back. As for the other two level 2 big-headed zombies, only the head and crotch were preserved. The chest was completely shattered and could not be collected at all. While feeling a little regretful, I also reminded myself to use less Barrett next time if I want to preserve the corpse. This kind of anti-machine weapon, the body of an ordinary zombie cannot withstand this kind of power. When the corpse is killed, it cannot be transformed, which is also a loss. If it is really not collected, it is fine. I looked at the corpse again and directly released bone service technique. The flesh of the third-level zombie fell off like hot wax, and a tall white skeleton stood up from inside. It was about 4 meters tall, with 4 legs connected to its hips, and it stood like a crab. The upper body remained in human form, with broad bones and unusually large palms. After taking a look at the appearance, I directly checked the attributes of the skeleton. Skeleton Quadruped Warrior, level 15. Attributes: Constitution 38, Strength 40, Agility 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 15, Charisma 8. Features: Hollow skeleton. Basic soul. Quadruped. Features: Biological deformation, Physical deformation, Body deformation. Quadruped. This unit has special legs, which can move quickly in rugged environments. Biological deformation: Constitution +2, Strength +5. Constitution deformation: Constitution +3. Shape deformation: Agility +3. Looking at the attributes of the four-legged warrior, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Strength reached 40 points, which has exceeded the warriors of the same level. Constitution 38, Agility 25 are not low. The remaining 3 attributes are a bit lame, not so outstanding. From now on, you will be called four-legged. Stand aside first, Wu Hung said. The huge skeleton walked to the side and stood there honestly. For human legs, moving together, still looked a little weird. Wu Hung searched through the broken meat on the ground and found a level 3 corpse core. He put the plastic bag in his hand and put it into the space ring. He continued to transform the big-headed zombie corpse beside him. The corpse was incomplete, and the transformation was completed based on the number of bones. Skeleton Spirit Demon, level 8, after the transformation, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Although the corpse was incomplete, after the two were combined into one, it was still a skeleton spirit demon, and it also had the characteristics of commanding zombies. This point is not bad. The loss is not as big as expected. Continue to search on the ground. 2 secondary corpse cores were found and put into the space ring. After several deformed zombies were transformed, Wu Hung continued to walk to the side. On the open space with parking spaces, more than 100 corpses were neatly arranged. Evolved zombies with shriveled skin. According to Chihan Kai, this kind of zombie has been mentioned at the main station. It is a change after the evolution of ordinary zombies. The flesh and blood were no longer rotten and decayed. Although it was shriveled, it looked stronger. Moreover, in terms of action, it also had some low-level intelligence and could make some judgments. Wu Hung was curious about this kind of zombie. So when the skeletons were cleaning the battlefield, he directly carried it over. After a rough look, he directly released Dead Corpse Battlefield. A gray-white light circle spread out. All the corpses lying nearby were transformed into skeletons. He stood up from the ground. Skeleton Warrior, level 5, the evolved zombie is a level 5 skeleton. Wu Hung looked at the zombie's attributes. In addition to the improvement in strength, physique, agility, intelligence reached 6, and indeed possessed a certain level of intelligence. However, looking at these skeletons, I always felt that something was not right. How come the evolution of these zombies is so close to the level of the other world? After reaching level 5, a professional enters the second level, and the professional characteristics and abilities will be significantly improved. On the zombie side, they are also following this rule. Level 5 is the watershed between ordinary zombies and evolved zombies, and they begin to show obvious physical and intellectual changes. Zombies are also professions? What the hell? Chapter 366, Is it directly delivered to you? Analyzing from this aspect, there is a creepy feeling. Thinking carefully, there is a big difference. No, it should be because of the level calculation of my panel. When the attribute reaches the level, it is calculated into the corresponding level. Other people don't have a panel, and they can't see any level attributes. Wu Heng saw the level of the zombie after transformation, which was calculated by the system panel through the attributes. There may not be any connection between the two. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Let all the skeletons stand aside. Wu Heng continued to squat down, and casually picked a few pieces of meat. Then, Wu Heng's eyes suddenly focused. Level 1 corpse core. A corpse core that was very similar to the level 1 corpse core was picked out and rolled to the side. Put a plastic bag on it and picked it up. It was not much different from the corpse core in the head of the distorted hound. Corpse cores can be mass-produced? If evolved zombies can produce corpse cores, then level 1 corpse cores can be seen everywhere. Continue to search in the remaining scraps. Finally, 9 first-level corpse cores were found. There were about 120 evolved zombies in total, and only 9 were found in the end. Not everyone is one. Even though the proportion is so low, it is better than nothing. Evolved zombies have a chance to have corpse cores, which is a good thing for you. It can improve the strength of the people around you. For other survivors, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the chance of getting corpse cores is higher, and the disadvantage is that the living environment is more dangerous. After collecting all the corpse cores, Wu Heng took the spine staff and walked directly into the battlefield area. Next to the pile of corpses, he released the dead corpse battlefield. Skeletons stood up from the ground one by one, and walked to the side with the sound of bones rubbing. In yesterday's battle, the number of zombies killed was astonishing, even if they used the dead corpse battlefield to transform in batches. It took from morning to noon. The high-intensity use of magic also caused a headache due to excessive mental effort. It seems that it is necessary to hurry up and let Kalima learn the dead corpse battlefield to help him transform the skeletons. Wait until all are transformed. The number of skeletons in the entire area has also reached an astonishing level. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. Chi Hantai walked over from a distance. He glanced at the newly transformed skeletons around him, and then said, "The 3 armored vehicles just now were from the military, saying they were here to collect intelligence, and I asked them to leave. The central turntable connects the main roads in the city. Since we captured it, we must control it in our hands." Wu Heng drank 2 bottles of mental potion and said directly, "If it was captured from other shelters, it would be fine. Now it is ours. We have spent so much effort to capture it, so we must have it in our hands. And it is the most prosperous commercial road nearby, so there is definitely enough supplies." "I understand, and with their small number of people, they can't control this area," Shi Hankai said. Wu Heng nodded, indicating his agreement. Shi Hankai continued to look at the main road on the right, and said, "There is a street of gold shops over there. I just looked at it, and there are a lot of gold and silver jewelry. In addition to opening up the road to the bus station, the reason why Wu Heng must capture this area is also because of the street of gold shops here. Whether you can live a more affluent life in another world depends on whether these gold shops are good enough. Let's go. Let's go and take a look," Wu Heng said directly. Chi Hankai and several skeleton attendants followed behind him. When passing by the convoy, Wang Chumgang and others also followed. Everyone walked towards the gold shop together. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, they entered the door of the first gold shop. The door was dilapidated, and the ground was full of broken glass. When they walked into the store, some glass counters were broken, and various gold jewelry were scattered on the counters and the ground. But the amount of gold is definitely not small. It is also the store with the most gold among the several gold shops he had looted before. "Put all the gold away. I will take it away later," Wu Heng said directly. Wang Chumgang and others took out bags and began to smash the counters, and put the gold jewelry inside directly. Wu Heng took Chi Hankai and continued to walk upstairs. In addition to gold, there were also some jade jewelry on the second floor, mostly pendants and bracelets. In the other world, jade is not as valuable as gold, but the ones with good looks should be able to sell for some money. Pack them all up. Wu Heng took the lead and began to loot. Put everything in the backpack. After collecting everything, after going downstairs again, the others also handed over the gold they had collected. Wu Heng took it, carrying the big and small bags in his hands, at least 70 to 80 kilograms in weight. It was already a considerable harvest. Let's go to the next one. Put the things away, and led the others to the next one. Before the virus outbreak, it was said that physical stores were impacted by online stores, and a large number of physical businesses closed down. But only the number of gold shops increased. The whole street was full of gold shops with magnificent decorations. Several people searched from beginning to end, and the minimum amount was 20 kilograms, and the maximum was more than 80 kilograms. This harvest was really amazing. It is estimated that I am the person with the most gold in Treasure Island. I also thought about whether to open a gold jewelry store in Treasure Island. These things can be sold at a better price. After the gold shop was searched, several people walked towards the mall together. Chihan Kai said as they walked, "This place still needs to be guarded by skeletons. We will ask people from the old factory area to come over in the afternoon to search it again carefully. Well, you can arrange the personnel. There are still a lot of various materials here." Wu Heng nodded. "Then wait, I will arrange for people to go back." Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "The road is basically open. Transport a batch of grain to the bus station and then inform Li Yong that the road is open." "Understood. The road is open, and it only takes 40 minutes from the bus station to the roundabout. Transportation will be more convenient in the future." After talking with Chihan Kai, Wu Heng found a cleaner manager's office in the mall. Let the skeleton guard the door, open the boundary gate, and return to Treasure Island. Treasure Island. Wu Heng walked out, and there was still no change here. He opened the window and looked outside. Minnie was training with Bodong. When she swung her fists and feet, there was already visible energy. Unlike when she just left Ratam City, Minnie seemed to have grown up at this time. Her figure became taller and fuller, and her face and skin became fairer and tenderer. From a pretty country girl, she completely turned into a fair and tender city lady. What each person looks like is really related to the living environment. "Minnie!" Wu Heng shouted. Minnie, who was training, looked up and saw Wu Heng. She immediately smiled. "What's the matter, Master?" "Well, if you are not busy, please help me prepare the bath water." "Okay." Minnie immediately ran upstairs and began to prepare the bath water. Wu Heng walked out of the room and headed for the alchemy room opposite. In the room, several alchemy skeletons were busy with their own affairs. Wu Heng put all the corpse cores he collected on the shelf beside him. This time the harvest was not only gold. More high-level skeletons and corpse cores were collected. 1 level 3 corpse core, 4 level 2 corpse cores, and 9 level 1 corpse cores. This was the largest harvest ever at one time. It seemed that these alchemy skeletons would be busy again. Wu Heng put down the corpse core, said something to the alchemical skeleton, walked out of the room, and went downstairs. Minnie directed the skeleton to fill the bathtub with water. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, she asked the skeleton to continue to carry water, and said, "Master, the pirate lady came to you before, but you were not there at that time. When did it happen?" Wu Heng asked. "The news this morning was recorded by the skeleton investigator," Minnie replied. "Well, I'll go and take a look." "Okay. The bath water is ready. I'll call you." "Minnie is so good," Minnie said shyly. "No way." Into the radio room on the 3rd floor. Wu Heng walked to the side of the skeleton investigator, picked up the record book and took a look. In addition to the long paragraphs of nonsense in the front, the latest paragraphs were Philippa asking if he was there. And there was news about the blank envelope. Seeing the blank envelope, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Which pirate did he get the news from? Picked up the microphone and said directly, "Philippa, are you there? Soon." A message came from the other side. "Yes. Why are you talking to me now?" I was asked back. "I went out to do some work this morning." "You mean the news about the blank envelope?" Wu Heng asked directly. Philippa's voice instantly lowered a lot, as if she was afraid of something. She said, "I woke up this morning and found the blank envelope under my pillow. It was like seeing a ghost. It was delivered directly to you." "Well, then." Chapter 367. Huge rewards. Hearing that Philippa also received the blank envelope, Wu Heng's brows also frowned. She was assigned to the pirates, and her main task was to collect the pirates' movements and some plans, including the blank envelopes. During this period, she was indeed asking about the blank envelopes. Now it's just delivered to her. "What is written on it?" Wu Heng asked again. Philippa said casually, "What can it be? It's just that the Lingjiao merchant group fleet passed through the route near me recently, so we are ready to intercept and rob supplies, and your reward has been increased to 500 gold. Wu Heng was stunned, and his brows frowned even deeper. "Damn, I've upgraded myself to 500. 500 gold coins, I'm a deputy deacon, which corresponds to a wanted criminal of level 12. The reward is only a few hundred silver coins, and you've got 500 gold coins. You think too highly of yourself. How about you play a trick with me, and we'll make the money? Philippa's voice came again. How to play? Tell the public that I killed you, and then see who will give the money. Declare that I'm dead, and what if no one gives money? Philippa said, if no one gives? Forget it, you can say you're alive, and it won't be a loss to us. Then others will know that we're acting, and you'll be exposed. Philippa paused, and then said in surprise, it seems to be true. It's okay, let's put this matter aside for now, and I'll think about what to do. And what do you think about the passing of the merchant group? Wu Hung continued to ask. Philippa was eating with a crunchy mouthful of food, and said, there have been some rumors among the pirates recently, saying that the association has planted a lot of spies among the pirates. I'm worried that I might be suspected. In addition, the pirate group has not taken any action recently, and the crew members have also complained. I'm thinking of robbing. Did anyone suspect you? Wu Hung leaned on the table. I'm just worried that I might be suspected. Some things have been spread among the pirates, and everyone suspects that some crew members are from the association. But they haven't suspected the captain yet, Philippa explained. Only I and Imolo knew about Philippa's affairs. Imolo was a deacon, and it was impossible for him to pass on such information to the pirates. I had never revealed it to anyone. It was very likely that spies were arranged in other association stations, and the news leaked out. Associations in coastal cities would be assigned the task of arresting pirates. It was not surprising to arrange spies and purchase intelligence. What we need to pay attention to now is not to let the pirates suspect Philippa of this matter. Are you asleep? Philippa saw that he didn't speak, and spoke again. Wu Hung said, you can't take the initiative to rob merchant ships. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to go ashore in the future. Damn it. I'm a pirate. You're a fake pirate. Then what do you say? I take the crew to the sea to fish? Philippa's tone was a little dissatisfied. The crew has been recruited, and the equipment on the ship is equipped. Not allowed to fight. Isn't this nonsense? You rob normally according to the content of the letter, and then arrange something to let them go. Do you really think I'm a drama actor? I can act however I want, Philippa continued. Wu Hung said, if we really have to fight, if someone is killed, we will fly the flag of other pirate groups. Okay, I understand. Philippa agreed, and then continued, last time you said you would send me money. When will you send it? I'm a little tight on money recently, and I don't dare to spend much. Wu Hung was speechless. This is a money-eating beast. Philippa is the one who spends the most money among his maids. She gave him buckets of silver coins, and then she complained about not having money after a few days. But he also counted on her to collect intelligence, and he had to give it to her. When this is over, I will arrange a ship disguised as a merchant group to go there, and let you rob it, and put the supplies on the ship. Wu Hung said immediately. Oh, this is a good idea. When I am outside, I can also improve my prestige, Philippa said happily. I will arrange it then. Don't tell anyone yet. I understand. I always do things carefully. Think about it in the next 2 days. What you need, so that I can prepare. Okay, Philippa agreed, and then continued to ask, how is my mother? It's pretty good. The tavern is running well, and she also helped me catch a wanted criminal. Is she that powerful? Philippa's tone was a little doubtful. She's not as weak as you say. She's quite considerate. You're not attracted to her. Are you? If you were my father. Actually, it's not bad. It wouldn't be that hard to ask you for money. Wu Hung was speechless. Her way of chatting was really open. Don't talk nonsense. Hee hee. I know. I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do later. Well, be safe. Understood. After hanging up the call, Wu Hung put the phone back, leaning on the edge of the desk, thinking about the message sent back by Philippa. The blank envelope appeared under the pillow when he woke up. This method of transmission, really hard to find a pattern. How did the other party determine the location of Philippa, based on the pirate ship, or based on the identity of the captain? The letter conveyed 2 messages. One was his own bounty, which had reached a sky-high price. This made him even more suspicious that it was the work of the secret society. After all, the frame-up and assassination were instigated by the members of the secret society. Even if the other party died at the hands of Kalima, The outside world might not know. And it would definitely be blamed on me. But this is just speculation. And it is not clear whether it is the secret society. According to intelligence, the secret society is an organization formed by a group of powerful businessmen. It is a bit far-fetched to say that they rely on pirates to issue rewards. The second point is that the pirates have passed on the spy. It is definitely not leaked from my side. But I am afraid that it will be found out by Philippa. There are many things that cannot be dug into. Especially when Philippa led people to escape from Treasure Island. There are many loopholes if you really take it seriously. With Philippa's character, it shouldn't be suspected. Philippa's character is too much like a pirate. It's not pretending. It's just acting in its true colors. Standing there, his personal image is like a pirate. I'll go to the association tomorrow, and I'll tell Ai Luo. After thinking it over, Wu Heng walked out of the room directly. At the door, Minnie saw him coming out and said, "Master, the bathwater is ready. Sister Chanela sent some petals yesterday. Do you want to sprinkle some? Petals? What's the use? After washing, the body smells good. Sister Wei and I used it yesterday, and the effect is quite good," Minnie said with a smile. "Keep it for you. It's a bit unreasonable for a man like me to go out with the scent of flowers." Wu Heng walked into the cubicle and took off his armor and coat. Minnie helped him take off his clothes, and she took off her clothes as well, saying, "It smells so good." After Minnie took off her clothes, she revealed her slim and fit figure. Wu Heng hugged her and walked into the innermost bathroom. They sat in the bathtub together, and Minnie leaned in his arms. He gently stroked the bunny girl's flat and smooth belly, and the fullness that had grown, enjoying the smoothness of the girl's skin. It's like touching a warm jade. If it were his former self, Wu Heng would never have dared to dream of such a life. Power, a young maid, and the power to change himself. Any of these were what he had longed for in novels and movies. Now he not only has them, but they are getting better and better. Minnie turned around, sat in his arms, put her arms on his shoulders, and asked softly, "What are you thinking, Master?" "Not serious at all. Think about it again. It's really good to meet you." Minnie smiled, held his face, and said, "No way. Where and I should be glad that you brought us back. Sometimes I wake up in my sleep and dream that my current life is a dream, and you didn't buy us. We are all very lucky." "Yeah." Minnie smiled and kissed him directly. It was getting close to dusk, and we're, with a little owl on her head, returned from the association. Seeing Wu Heng sitting on the sofa, she smiled. "Master, well, is there anything important in the association?" "No, it's the same as usual." Wu Heng nodded. "It seems that the news of Kalima has not yet reached Treasure Island. According to the navigation of that ship, even if someone found that Kalima was missing, they would have to wait until they docked and passed the news to the local association. At that time, they would investigate and ask questions, and then pass the news down. It may take a long time for the news to reach Treasure Island. At that time, it would be even more difficult to find out anything. As long as I don't reveal some of the strange items of Kalima, it won't be a big problem. It's good that you're fine. Dinner will be ready soon." "Wait a minute," Wu Heng said. Underwire nodded, took off her coat, and leaned on his arms, talking about some interesting things they heard. The next day, Wu Heng and Underwire went to the association together. He asked Underwire to go to the office study first, and he went to the deacon's study. After knocking on the door, go straight in. In the room, 2 staff members are reporting things, standing aside and waiting for a while. Staff leave. There is only a Miro in the room, Moya and herself. "Come so early today, what's the matter?" "My reward on the pirate, raised to 500 gold coins." Imro stunned. Moya not far away also looked at it in doubt. "Kill a deputy dealer, actually increased the bounty to such an exaggerated amount." Chapter 368. Reopening the mall. "Who told you?" Imolo asked. Philippa. She received a blank envelope, which said 2 things in total. One was that a ship of the Lingjiao merchant group passed by near the route, and asked her to rob it, and the second was that my bounty had been increased to 500 gold. Wu Heng said, and then he detailed the content of his conversation with Philippa. Imolo listened silently. Then he frowned and asked, "Is there any specific information about the letter?" "No," Philippa only said that when she woke up, the letter appeared under her pillow. Imolo thought for a while, and then said, "Don't worry about the bounty, don't go out to sea recently, and be careful on weekdays, it won't be a big problem." "Yeah." Wu Heng nodded. On the island, I was not really worried. No matter how crazy the pirates were, they would not come to the island to kill me. If I wanted to go out to sea, I would use the ghost train, so that others would not be able to find my trace. Yini Luo continued to ask, "How did you tell the pirate girl about the robbery of the caravan? Now there is a rumor among pirates about spies. I asked her to get close to the caravan, and then create some problems to let the fleet escape." Wu Heng answered. The reason why he told Yini Luo in more detail. The main reason is that Philippa finally pardoned and came ashore. And he still wanted Imro to speak. Now that it is clear, it will save a lot of trouble in the future. Imro nodded. Okay. Be careful. Don't cause too many casualties. Okay. Imro continued. The pirates' actions have become more frequent recently, which may be related to the envelope you mentioned. In a few days, there may be indicators from above. So pay attention to collecting more intelligence. Understood. Wu Heng agreed and said, Deacon, I'll go back first. Okay. Wu Heng opened the door and walked out of the study directly. Because of this incident, I was offered a huge bounty by the pirates, and the association was going to issue a quota. I and the pirates are at war to the death. Return to the room. Master, there is a letter for you. Endweiler said. Oh, who is it from? Wu Heng walked into the room and sat down at the desk. I don't know, you open it and take a look. Wu Heng picked up the envelope on the table, slit the wax seal, and poured out the letter. The letters transmitted through the association are all inspected. There won't be any magic traps or poisons placed inside. After opening the letter, it was written in neat and delicate handwriting. Deputy Deacon Wu Heng, it's only been a few months since we separated from Blackstone Town. I didn't expect you to be promoted from captain to deputy deacon. When I heard Deacon Slater mention this, I felt like I was dreaming. Although it's a little late, I still congratulate you on becoming a deputy deacon. I asked some people, they didn't know much about Treasure Island, they only saw some related introductions in books. I heard that it was an island where pirates traded dirty things, and it was also quite dangerous. You are more serious and cautious than us, but you should also be careful. Everything should be based on safety. My life here is okay, and compared with your achievements, it is a little hard to talk about. I may consider applying to transfer back to Blackstone Town later. Blackstone Town is more familiar to me and more suitable for me, even if I am a team member again. You take care of yourself there. I am proud to be a team member with you and grow up together. I wish you all the best in your future in life. Kavina. Kavina, Blackstone Town, a member of the 5th team. Although we didn't spend too much time together, I was transferred to Rentam City. But when he was in the 5th team, he felt more like the teammates who supported and relied on each other. It was more like the teammates who shared hardships in the stories of the association team. At that time, he got along well with Kavina. He especially remembered that every morning when he went to the association, she would prepare a cup of hot tea for him. When he was in Rentam City, Wu Heng wrote to her. But after 2 visits, he didn't contact her again. But he also heard some news from Slater, saying that she was not valued in the association she was assigned to, and was even excluded. Actually, when you think about it, at that time, Kavina and I were promoted by exception. I have a different world, I can upgrade quickly, and I have guns to shoot enemies of higher levels. Kavina doesn't have these. Relying on herself, and being a young woman, it's actually quite difficult. Master, who sent you a letter? Envier came over with a cup of tea. Kavina. I haven't heard of her, is she your friend? Envier leaned on his shoulder from behind. Former team member. Congratulations on becoming a deputy deacon. Wu Heng said. One can sense the helplessness in the other party's emotions from the letter. He was happy that Wu Heng could become a deputy deacon. But he also felt helpless about his situation. Oh, is he the captain now? Yes. She was promoted to captain with me. But it seems that she is not doing well outside, and she wants to be transferred back to Blackstone Town. Underwire thought for a while and said, if she is a teammate, and you have a good relationship with her, you can transfer her to Treasure Island. You have a team that you trust, and she can also get some care. Hearing Underwire say this, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. I think it's a solution. I'm close to the 3rd team, but we can't say we trust each other. It's just some cooperation in arresting wanted criminals. Kavina wants to be transferred back to Blackstone Town. Obviously, she doesn't want to stay in her original place. She can be transferred to my side. I'm the deputy deacon, and I have the privilege of recommending team members, so I can help her a little. At the same time, I also have a team I can trust. Yeah, that makes sense. Ware is still smart. And Ware smiled and said softly, I learned it from you, Master. Wu Hung nodded and took out the letter paper from the drawer. I wrote back to Kavina directly. The content was relatively simple. It described the situation of Treasure Island. It was not an island where pirates traded goods as recorded in the records. It was now built into a maritime trade center, and it was more prosperous than the inland area. In the second half, I said that I had just arrived at Treasure Island and I did not have a team I trusted. She could come and help me. I said it in a more tactful way, so as not to make her feel that I was deliberately helping her. I checked it twice, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the words, and put it directly into the envelope and sealed it with wax dripping. Wire, send it to the front desk and mail it. Wu Hung handed it to Anderwire. Anderwire took it and said, Master, can I write a letter to the tribesmen in Rentam City, so that we can report safety? Sure. Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, Ask Minnie if she wants to write in the evening. Doesn't she have 2 friends in Rentam City? Okay, then I'll write it down first, and then teach Minnie how to write a letter in the evening. Okay. He sat in the room with Anderwire for a while. She walked out of the association directly, called a carriage, and headed for Lighthouse Street. The carriage stopped outside the Nautilus Tavern. Wu Hung walked in with a shapeless veil. Compared to last time, the tavern was obviously more lively. In the daytime, in the lobby on the first floor, there were quite a few guests drinking and chatting. There were also a few more waiters than before. Millicent was wearing a beige top and a light blue long skirt, which was loose, but still couldn't hide her plump figure. Philippa didn't inherit any of her physical advantages. Seeing a familiar figure coming in, Millicent was stunned at first, and then after telling the clerk, he took Wu Hung upstairs. After entering the room, Wu Hung took out the soundproof pot and placed it directly in the middle of the room. A faint barrier covered the room. Sir, what are you doing? Millicent looked at the soundproof pot. It's soundproof, so that people won't hear you talking. Oh, you're thoughtful. Sir, the tavern business looks good, Wu Hung said. Millicent said softly, a few days ago, the association searched for wanted criminals on the main street, and many people felt annoyed. So they all came here. There were more and more people, and the rooms were full. It seems that the previous search by Zalagui and others has also made the business here better. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded, and continued, you did a good job on the intelligence last time, and it played a big role in the progress of the whole case. This is what I should do. Millicent's face was happy, and she still said politely. Wu Hung continued, last time you said you were short of high-level chefs. This money is for you. You can use it to hire some good chefs. As he spoke, several large bags full of silver coins were taken out. When the bags were opened, the glittering silver coins made Millicent's eyes widen instantly. Even though she had come into contact with pirates, she was still a country girl from the village. So many silver coins suddenly belonged to her, and she felt a little uneasy. This is too much. Run the tavern well, and you will live a better life, Wu Hung said. Oh, okay, thank you, sir. Millicent thanked him, bending and bowing. The loose collar drooped, revealing an exaggerated plumpness. Keep it safe, don't let anyone see it, or get greedy, it will be dangerous for you. Well, I hid it under the bed. Millicent opened a secret compartment under the bed, and put all the silver coins in it. Wu Hung continued, run it first, I will arrange 2 skeletons to protect your safety in a few days. No need. Sir, there are many people in the tavern. Arranging those things, it will easily attract other people's attention. Put it in your room, don't take it out. Oh, okay. The two chatted in the room for a while. Wu Hung asked her to continue monitoring the people in the tavern. After all, he had already offered a bounty, and maybe some pirates would venture to the island. After chatting for a while, Wu Hung put on the illusion veil again and left the tavern. She got on the carriage, got off at the center, and walked back to her residence. After returning to her residence, Wu Hung and Minnie had lunch together. Then he went up to the 4th floor, opened the boundary door, and headed to the zombie world. Many vehicles from the shelter were parked outside the mall. A large number of survivors of the base were cleaning up scrapped cars, setting up checkpoints, and moving supplies. He took out the intercom and called Chi Han Kai directly. He received a reply soon. My lord, Captain Yang Long from the military market is here. On the 2nd floor. The military is here? I'll go down now. Wu Hung went downstairs, and was in a room on the 2nd floor that looked like a conference room. He saw Chi Han Kai, Li Yong, Xiangzi and others. On the opposite side, there were several people from the military, one of whom was Yan Long, whom he had met before. Captain Yang. Wu Heng walked in with a smile. Yan Long stood up and first extended his hand to a middle-aged man beside him and said, "This is Wu Jingwang, the general commander of the city's disaster relief, who is fully responsible for the city's disaster relief and rescue work." Then he introduced Wu Heng and said, "This is the leader of the old factory area, a high-level supernatural person who distributes food to various shelters, which greatly alleviates the food problem of various shelters." Wu Jingwang looked up and looked at the other person carefully. He nodded slightly, then stood up and extended his hand. "What is the leader's name?" "My surname is Wu." Wu Heng shook hands with the other person. "Then we are from the same family," Wu Jingwang said with a smile. Wu means Wushu. Wu Heng continued to ask, "What is the matter with Commander Wu this time?" After Wu Jingwang sat down again, he said straight to the point. "The provincial rescue team has built a more solid refuge base. This time, I came mainly to ask if Chief Wu has any idea of joining us." Chapter 369, Snake Emblem Auction. Wu Jingwang is in his 40s, short hair, thick eyebrows and square face. He looks very capable. Before the apocalypse, he should have been in an important position. After listening to the other party's words, Wu Heng looked at him with some doubts. It was not the first time that the invitation of the old factory area to enter the military shelter was mentioned. The last time was when Yan Long and Chi Kai said it. At that time, the market had just been established, and the old factory area sold grain to the outside world, showing sufficient supplies. This time, a new disaster relief commander was appointed. It should be the scouts who left yesterday and brought back the news. "Are you leaving here?" Wu Heng asked. Wu Jingwang did not hide it either. He nodded and said, "To be honest, we will leave here before winter, withdraw all troops and join the provincial rescue team. We will also take away several cooperative shelters." It seems that, just as Chi Kai guessed, they are selling off supplies and preparing to evacuate here. Wu Heng glanced at Chi Kai, Li Yang and others on the side, and said directly, "Thank you for your kindness, Commander Wu. We are used to living here and don't want to leave." Wu Jingwang continued, "The strength of the zombies is constantly improving, and the living space of the survivors is constantly shrinking. Only if we unite together can we have more chances to survive. We can plan our own development and have no intention of joining any forces." Wu Heng said more directly, "Food and manpower, the two most important things, are not lacking. Moreover, Wu Heng is also confident that it is stronger than any other shelter. How can it be possible to give away the hard work of developing it to others in the end?" Wu Jingwang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Leader Wu, you should focus on the overall situation and the future of mankind." Wu Heng smiled and said, "Commander Wu, why don't you bring your people to join the old factory area? We also have a plan to build a fortress for unity and development." This, Wu Jingwang hesitated several times, and finally did not say anything. After a pause, he smiled again. "I am just suggesting something. Since Chief Wu has his own plan, I won't force you." Wu Heng nodded, and continued to ask, "When do you plan to leave?" "The specific time has not been decided yet. Chief Wu wants to keep it a secret for us." "Yes, of course." Wu Jingwang thought for a while, and continued, "Isn't the price of the military equipment in the old factory area too low? Should we raise it a little?" Wu Heng sighed lightly, with a helpless tone. "We are just a few people. We can't use so many equipments. They will just be collected in the warehouse and gather dust. Food is more important. Military equipment is more sophisticated. If it is properly stored, it can be used in the future. It will not be a loss." Wu Heng thought for a while. "We will discuss it at that time to see if we can make appropriate adjustments." "Yes." Wu Jingwang smiled and nodded. "How is the development in the province?" "They are gradually recovering important areas, and are also planning to recover military enterprises. It seems that it is indeed better than a small place like ours. Well, after all, it is a key planning location. When ammunition production resumes, I can connect you and exchange what you need with each other." Wu Heng also smiled and nodded. "That's the best. Those bone soldiers outside, are they your special abilities? It's really amazing. I awakened unintentionally, and I took a lot of risks at the time." Wu Heng replied. Wu Jingwang continued to ask, "What kind of corpse core did you take to show this?" Wu Heng did not answer, but just shook his head slightly. Uh-huh. You see? I talk too much. Don't be offended. Chief Wu. Several people sat together and chatted for a while. Each of them was trying to find out each other's information. Wu Jingwang was interested in Wu Heng's ability and the source of food in the old factory area. Wu Heng was asking about some things in the province. After chatting for a while, Wu Jingwang stood up and said, "Then we will go back first. If you need anything in the future, let's contact each other." Of course. Wu Heng nodded and sent the few people down to the first floor. They got on a military transport vehicle and drove away. Looking at the gradually disappearing vehicle, Qianzi said with some dissatisfaction, "Damn. There is a rescue team. But no one is rescued. Now they are going to leave first. And they want to get free food from us." Wang Chungang also said, during this period, they frequently went to the market to exchange food. It seems that they are preparing to leave and plan to exchange more food to leave. Well, this should be the reason. Qi Hankai also agreed. After the vehicle completely disappeared, Wu Heng said, "Let's go. Let's go back to the meeting room and discuss it." Several people nodded and returned to the meeting room. On the military armored vehicle, "Those skeletons are really supernatural," Wu Jingwang said. "When I first heard about this supernatural power, I didn't believe it. Now I see the dense army of skeletons. Not only do I believe it, I am also surprised and terrified by this supernatural power. It should be a supernatural power. That Qi Hankai is the one who manages the camp, and the real right to speak is in his hands," Yan Wang said. "Alas, he is a talent, but he doesn't have a big picture view. What a pity." Wu Jingwang sighed softly. "Should we continue to contact him?" Yang Long did not comment on Wu Heng, but asked directly. Wu Jingwang shook his head and said, "No, the railway is almost ready. In the next few days, all the supplies will be exchanged for food. We will leave here and join the provinces. When our military industry resumes production, it will be time for him to ask us to exchange supplies." "Understood." In the meeting room, Qi Hankai said, "We discussed it before, and plan to use the mall on the turntable as a new trading market. The area is wide, and it is in the central area. The surrounding shelters can come here to exchange supplies more conveniently. The establishment of each shelter is to avoid the densely populated areas in the center. Placing the market in the central area can indeed take care of all the surrounding areas. Moreover, the buildings here are ready-made. The roads are wider, and the parking lots are complete. There is basically no place that needs to be rebuilt. Once the food and supplies are transported here, the market can be opened." "Okay. You arrange it." Wu Heng agreed. "Okay. Then I will have someone plan this place this afternoon and open it to the public as soon as possible," Qi Hankai said. Wu Heng continued to look at Li Yong. "How is the county?" "There is no problem in the county. But the supplies have been looted almost. And it is difficult to find too much gold in other shelters. Keep the bus station first. And move the development focus here." "Okay." Then, several people discussed the production of equipment. After talking about everything, they separated and went about their own business. Wu Heng returned to the manager's lounge upstairs. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Li Yong walked in. She closed the door, threw the backpack aside, rushed over, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him hard. Then, a pair of hands took off his clothes. Wu Heng turned his head away and said, "Don't be so anxious. Just stay tonight." Li Yong took off his coat and said, "No time. The team back to the bus station is waiting. I came up to give you the gold, and I will be leaving soon. So anxious? You are a hands-off boss. Of course you can't feel it." After Li Yong finished speaking, she looked at him shyly. "Why? Don't you like this?" "No way. I originally wanted to accompany you tonight. Since we are in a hurry, let's make it quick." Wu Heng stripped her naked in a few seconds, patted the desk beside him. "Hold on. Don't fall." "Yeah." Li Yong, who was still excited just now, suddenly became shy. Both hands supported the table. After a soft moan of deep love, Li Yong lay on the table somewhat weakly. "I will accompany you next time. I still have a lot of things to do when I go back today." "Well, okay," Wu Heng said with a smile. Li Yong rested for a while getting dressed, said, "Do you have someone else?" "What someone else? Is it Qi Hankai?" Li Yong looked at him. Wu Heng hit her hard on the buttocks. "No, don't guess." "Really? You can hold it in for so long?" Li Yong fastened her back buckle and continued, I understand the current situation. You are the leader. I don't blame you if there are others, but you can't forget me. Don't worry. I only have you here. Don't think too much. Really, if you like someone, tell me then. We can live in peace. Li Yong put on her coat and said before leaving, the backpack contains the gold for this period of time. Okay, I know. Bye. Bye. Li Yong opened the door and left, walking quickly downstairs. Wu Heng also picked up the backpack and opened it. Inside were all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, weighing more than 30 kilograms. After putting them all away, Wu Heng also put on his clothes and opened the gate to return to Treasure Island residence. Wu Heng went downstairs and just walked to the first floor. He saw Anweir teaching Minnie how to write a letter. It's not that she can't write, but the format and what to write in the letter. Both of them are from Rantam City, so they should also write back to report their safety. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, Minnie ran over and pulled him to sit down on the sofa. Master, read the letter I wrote. Wu Heng picked it up and took a look. It's pretty good. You can see the longing for your friend and the undisguised show-off. Hee hee. Sister Wire taught me, Minnie said happily. I didn't teach you to write about the size of the house, the swimming pool, the big dinner, etc. Anderville emphasized immediately. But I just want to say that they know I'm doing well and will be happy for me, Minnie said seriously. Wu Heng nodded. Yeah, that's fine. Just send it to the association to mail it out tomorrow. Yeah. Minnie packed the letter and sealed it with wax. Anderville continued to say, Master. In the afternoon, the people from the Snake Emblem Consortium sent a message saying that the auction is about to start, and they will pick up the guests on the island at port number 7 the day after tomorrow. Auction? If he didn't mention it, Wu Heng would have forgotten about it. Last time at the Snake Emblem Consortium, the other party did mention this to me. It was an auction organized by the consortium, and some rare items would be sold at that time. Wu Heng now had money, and he was quite rich. He even felt that he was the person with the most cash in Treasure Island. It was still necessary to buy some things that could improve himself. However, he had a wanted order of 500 gold coins on him. The deacon told him not to go out to sea. Would there be any danger? After Minnie sealed the letter, she asked. What auction? Organized by the Snake Emblem Consortium. To sell some things. Oh, Master, are you going? Minnie asked. Not sure yet. There are many enemies recently, and it's a bit dangerous, Wu Heng said directly. That's right. A place that sells things. You can buy anything with money. If you don't want to go, then don't go, Minnie said, and continued to hold his arm. Master, I bought a lot of nourishing food today, and I'll cook it for you tonight. Feeling that he could still fight, he nodded. Okay. After dinner, the three of them did a simple training in the courtyard. Then they returned to the room to rest together. The next day, Wu Heng went to the association again, to see if there was anything special. At the same time, he asked about the auction of the consortium. This matter was not a secret. Even ordinary team members knew about it. After staying at the association for a while, Wu Heng returned to his residence and went to the zombie world through the boundary gate. According to the plan, the mall began to be repaired. Prepare to build a new market. Wu Heng asked Jihan Kai to prepare a truck and lead the skeleton army to continue to clean up the zombies in the surrounding communities. A large-scale zombie tide. When I cleaned the turntable last time, I was attracted by the sound, and it has been almost cleaned up. There are still some remaining zombies, forming a small-scale zombie group. But for the already formed skeleton army, there is no threat. The skeleton army pushed forward all the way, and a large number of zombies were slaughtered. The battle is over. Wu Heng looked at his attributes. Level 14, 157877/165000. The experience has reached 157,000. After fighting 2 more waves of zombies, you can reach level 15. Becoming a 4th level archmage is not only about fulfilling the agreement with Shannara. It is also an improvement of your own strength, with more ability to resist risks. Your physical condition will also reach a new height. In short, the higher the level, the more benefits there are. After all the corpses are dragged over, Wu Heng releases dead corpse battlefield. Then he sits in the co-pilot and returns surrounded by skeletons. Wu Heng said, see where there are still zombies around, and go and clean them up in the next 2 days. Jihan Kai, who was driving the car, thought for a while, nodded and said, there is a trade city to the north of the main road. There should be quite a few zombies. Well, record it first. And go there next time. The convoy returned to the mall. After Wu Heng rearranged the skeleton soldiers, he returned to Treasure Island at dusk. Another day passed, the port. Wu Heng appeared at the port with the illusion veil and Karanmu. From a distance, a medium-sized passenger ship was seen, docking at the port. The logo of the Snake Emblem Group was printed on one side of the hull. There were dignitaries dressed in extraordinary clothes, boarding the ship together. It seemed that these people still trusted the Snake Emblem Group. At least many of them brought female companions, rather than guards. Wu Heng also followed the crowd to board the ship. At the connection plate, a staff member checked the invitation letter. After confirming the invitation letter, a number plate was handed to him. Madam, this is your room number. A staff member will explain the boarding process to you. Wu Heng's current image is a middle-aged woman. After taking the number plate, she boarded the ship directly. According to the number, she found the room and waited silently. Not long after, the ship started and left the port. Wu Heng's room was also knocked. And a staff member walked in. After the greeting, he said, "Guest, in 2 hours, you will arrive at the consortium Xingyao passenger ship. The auction will be held at midnight. For the rest of the time, we provide entertainment and dining venues. If you need to exchange something, we also have a mutual trading venue. Every guest can exchange the items they need in the venue. In other words, you are now sitting on the transport passenger ship, and the auction is not held here." Wu Heng nodded, indicating that he understood. The staff took out 2 cloaks again, saying, "This is a cloak etched with concealment runes, which can conceal your identity and avoid many troubles after the transaction." Chapter 370, Trade Fair Hidden Cloak, Description: a cloak etched with multiple runes, which can cover the face and shield special marks and perceptions. The Snake Emblem Consortium is really rich. It can provide this magic item to all participants in the auction. It can conceal the user's face and body shape, and can also shield some imposed marks and perceptions. It is a very good item. Even if it is placed outside, it is relatively rare. My own shapeless veil may not be able to hide it from everyone, and the consortium provided this item, which is quite thoughtful. Does the guest need to know anything else? The staff member continued to ask. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and said, "How long will the auction last?" "The auction starts at midnight, and ends at about 4 to 5 in the morning, when the guests will be sent back to the city of origin." The staff member replied, "It doesn't last long. It's just one night, and it won't delay the next day. In terms of safety, can it be guaranteed?" Wu Heng asked again. The staff member spoke confidently. "Please rest assured, guests, we have arranged strong men on board, which are sufficient to deal with various possible dangers. There are other fleets outside to escort us. The auctions of the Snake Emblem Group have more than 150 years of experience. You can rest assured about safety issues." After 2 questions, Wu Heng smiled and nodded. "Thank you. I have nothing else to ask. If you need anything, you can pull the bell here. When the ship approaches the Xingyao passenger ship, someone will come to notify you." "Okay." The staff member saluted again and left the room directly. In modern society, Wu Heng has never participated in any auctions. The only thing he knows is from TV dramas, or some videos he saw online. The auction of the Snake Emblem Group seems a little different. It pays more attention to the safety and privacy of the guests. Even if the bidding process is the same, everyone wears a cloak, no one knows who bids what. It pays more attention to customer experience than the association. I don't know if I can find what I need. For the auction, I still have some expectations in my heart. The journey takes about 2 hours. There was a knock on the door. "Guest, we are approaching the Xingyao passenger ship. Please pack your personal belongings and come out to board the ship." "Got it," Wu Heng replied. The footsteps at the door faded away. Wu Heng took off his shapeless veil and put on a black cloak. The way to wear it, it is not like a cloak that is put on from the back, it is more like a raincoat. You have to put it on from the head, covering the whole body. Wu Heng glanced at the side, who also put on a cloak. Karanma. The whole body was covered by a black robe. Even the front face was hazy. It was impossible to see his appearance clearly. This prop is really useful. After everything was ready, he opened the door and walked out of the room. In the corridor of the cabin, there were also many people waiting to go out. Most of them wore cloaks to cover their faces, and some just wore them on their bodies, without covering their heads, revealing their original faces. It seemed that they were not worried about being seen. In front of Wu Heng, 2 figures wearing cloaks, leaning closely together. Finally, we're on the boat. So we don't have to worry about being discovered. One person hugged the waist tightly beside him, and said softly. He shook his shoulders. And a female voice whispered, "You're sneaking around. Not like a man at all." "Who said that?" "If you agree, I'll go to your husband to duel, and snatch you away after you get off the boat. He can chop you off." We agreed. "We'll be happy today." "Good boy. Don't be angry. I'll take you to the casino later. With you here today, I'm sure I'll have good luck." "Hate it. Don't touch me. There are so many people. I don't know who it is." "What are you afraid of?" "Bored in the queue." Wu Heng also listened to the two gossip. Others brought money to participate in the auction, but these two came here on a date with the help of the cloak. But it was also noted that the cloak could not change the sound. As we boarded the deck, we could see a huge and luxurious passenger ship on one side, with the word Xingya written on it. In addition to several escorting ships around, there were also passenger ships in other directions, bringing passengers to the passenger ship. Soon, the passenger ship approached the passenger ship. The connecting board was set up, and many passengers boarded the passenger ship. The SSA was a large passenger ship with a clean deck. Guests who arrived early held wine glasses and leaned on the rails to watch others boarding the ship. After Wu Heng boarded the ship, he looked around the deck. About 60% of the guests wore cloaks covering their entire faces. Many of them only wore cloaks and did not wear them on their heads. Wu Heng suspected that the reason for wearing cloaks was to distinguish between guests and staff. The auction started at midnight, and Wu Heng did not have any goal. So he followed the crowd to the cabin. After visiting the casino and the concert hall, he saw women of various ethnic groups performing dances without clothes in the performance hall. Then he walked out. He stopped a staff member and asked, "Where is the trade fair?" "In Hall 5 in the cabin." Wu Heng nodded and walked directly to Hall 5. Although it is called a trade fair, it is not much different from the black markets in various regions. The Snake Emblem Consortium provides the venue, and others can set up stalls to sell items. Or if they need anything, they can exchange them in the venue. Among the people on board, many of them also came for the trade fair. Before the auction begins, there will be plenty of time to exchange. Moreover, the Snake Emblem Consortium is very good at organizing this kind of venue. There are always many people participating. Entering Hall number 5. The trade fair is bustling. But it is a little different from the imagined trade fair. The entire venue is arranged in a circle, people in black robes sit in circles around, and there is a wooden platform in the middle. Someone stands on the wooden platform, introducing the items in his hand. Wu Heng walked in. A rather stout man, standing on the round platform, holding a wooden box in his hand, inside which you can see the wood color and shape of ginseng. Treasure root ginseng. I believe everyone knows the effect. If relatives and friends have any unspeakable secrets, you can buy it back. Guaranteed to be effective. 120 silver coins. The figure on the stage said loudly. Treasure root ginseng. Wu Heng himself also has one. It was given to him by the orc owner of the armor shop when he was in Rentam City. Its effect is to improve men's ability in bed. But it's really not so valuable in Rentam City. I didn't expect it to be priced at 150 silver coins here. It's a pity that my own one has been kept in the study. I want 155 silver coins. Someone said. 160 silver coins. Someone else bid. Finally, when the price reached 182, it was bought directly. Then, another person quickly climbed the steps, took out a long-handled warhammer from the space ring, and said, "Thunder hammer, etched with lightning effect. 2 gold coins, or equivalent items in exchange." Weapons and protective magic props are relatively rare on the market, but the long-handled warhammer requires a lot of strength. Even though the lightning effect is very good, it is still an unpopular weapon among weapons. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the long-handled warhammer, which was well made and had runes etched on it. The warhammer in Crusher's hand was not a magic prop. He could use it. "What do you need for props?" At this time, one person spoke first. The person on the stage said, 2 defensive props. Or a rare item is also fine. There are not many people who use the long-handled warhammer. You still want to exchange it for a rare item. "You are crazy," someone said. "No, you don't have to buy it," the man on the stage still said. Seeing that the two sides were in a stalemate, Wu Heng said, 2 gold coins. "I'll take it." Seeing that no one else raised the price, the man on the stage said directly, "Okay, it's yours." When he came down, He also glanced at the person who had just bargained, and said without hesitation that he didn't know the goods. Wu Hung directly took out a purse, and the other party also handed over a long-handled war hammer. Thunderhammer description: a weapon etched with lightning runes, which can produce lightning effects when attacking the target. The attributes appeared, and the effect was pretty good. The other party also counted the silver coins, nodded to Wu Hung, and then went back to his seat and sat down. Evil soul grass can put people in a state of death. White red sand, forging materials. Several people came on stage one after another. All of them were herbs or forging materials. It was not very helpful for Wu Hung, so he didn't pay attention to them. But each one was traded out. It seems that there is still demand in the market. Then, the next person came on stage. I have 20 long swords with sharp effects. Selling them together, 5,000 silver coins, or equivalent items. Chapter 371, The Art of Luxury Houses. The market for long swords is obviously better. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below started to bid. I want 5,000. 5,001. The price went up to 5,005, and then no one spoke. When buying, you are also measuring the market price. Even if there is some fluctuation, you will not let the price be too high. Wu Hung thought about it, and also said, I'll take 5,006. No one spoke. The other party came over directly, took out 20 long swords, and Wu Hung paid the corresponding price. Next, the trade fair continued. Everyone went up on stage one by one. Some sold their own potions, and some sold properties in some places. It seemed that there were all kinds of things for sale, and some went up on stage to collect things. The trade fair lasted for more than an hour. While Wu Hung asked the staff to bring a cup of fruit tea, another figure walked up. I have a strange item here, which can restore people's consciousness, but the side effect is that the pain of being hit is very strong. I don't want money, but I want to exchange for medicinal materials that can improve oneself or special props. It was a female voice, and her tone was low and serious. I have antibody medicine here. If you take it for a long time, it can enhance the body's antibodies to various negative effects. Someone said. To put it bluntly, it means that if you take too much medicine, your body will adapt to various toxins. No, the woman on the stage said. I have blood crystal lotus here, which can make your blood more abundant. It's okay, but it's not worth as much as my rare items. The woman said again. One after another, they spoke up and quoted their prices. Wu Hung glanced at the figure above, and said directly, I have a medicine that can directly upgrade you to a higher level. Or more. The woman looked over. What's the medicine called? Strength enhancement medicine. I haven't heard of it. The woman spoke again. The rest of the people also turned around and looked over. Someone asked in confusion. Is there such a potion? I've never heard of it. Among the potions that the Alchemy Association records as being produced, there is no such potion. Although this is a free trade fair, we can't make false reports. Someone reminded again. It seems that no one at the scene believes that there is such a potion. Of course, what Wu Hung said was a bit far-fetched. Corpse Core potion can improve attributes, not directly improve levels. Wu Hung said directly, 2 bottles of potion in exchange for your rare item. You can ask the Snake Emblem Consortium to notarize it. Wow, the scene was instantly noisy. Consortium notarization? Is there really such a potion? If such a potion exists, wouldn't it be possible to drink the potion and become a hero? The person on the stage still stood in the same place, looking down, said, 5 bottles. Wu Hung shook his head. The materials of the potion are very precious, and it will take several years to refine a bottle, so I'll give you 2 bottles. Which is the most? The woman hesitated, and said, okay, take out the potion, and let's go over there to verify the efficacy. I don't have it with me. Are you kidding me? The woman said in a serious voice. I really didn't bring it with me. We can complete the transaction at the Snake Emblem Consortium later. Wu Hung said directly. The woman still stood there, silent for a while, before nodding and agreeing. Okay, where are you? Yeko, Nitalia City. Okay, I will issue the commission later, and you can just deliver the medicine. I hope you are not lying to me. I am also very busy. The woman looked at him again, put away the items, and walked down the wooden platform directly. This one was not traded. Then several people went up to exchange items. Wu Hung also went up directly. He said, collect defensive props, props with fog effects, various strange items. Friend, I have a prop, a token that can release fog. I'll sell it to you for 800 silver. One person said. Another person followed up and said, "The fog magic ring is 650 silver. The effect of the ring? How can it be better than the effect of the token? Your token, you have to throw it away, it's useless at all." Wu Heng looked at the two people arguing, and said directly, "The fog magic ring, I want it." The person holding the ring immediately smiled. "Your decision is correct." Handing over the ring, Wu Heng took a look at the attributes. Mist ring description, a ring etched with mist magic dot. No problem. Wu Heng put the ring away, and directly paid the corresponding amount. With the first order completed, more people came up one after another. "Your one is not good, your boots have been worn. This shield is good, how much? The armor is also good, how many sets do you have?" The whole trade fair suddenly changed its form. Wu Heng stood in the middle, the others came up with goods, selling their own items. After some bargaining, Wu Heng also received a lot of things. It was a rare occasion for him to be so rich. After seeing that there was nothing he needed, he jumped down from the front desk again. He sat back in his seat. And the others continued to go up one by one and introduced their items. "Just now, I bought a total of 5 sets of defensive armor and 3 shields. After sitting back in my seat, I continued to watch others sell items. Until late at night. A staff member notified that the auction was about to begin. Everyone finished the trade fair and walked outside. Wu Heng didn't need to find the way, and followed the crowd to the auction hall. The whole hall was wider. There was an auction table in the front, and below it were rows of chairs facing the stands. When Wu Heng entered the room, the front was already full of people. He and Karima found a seat in the back and sat down directly. The whole hall was gradually filled up. About half an hour after sitting down, a crisp bell rang in the hall, and everyone was stunned for a moment, and felt much more awake. The noisy scene was instantly quiet, and countless eyes were focused on the stands in front. A human man in a slim suit came out with a smile, and stood in the middle and bowed slightly. "Thank you all for coming. The auction will start soon. The rules remain the same. The highest bidder wins." The host's words were very concise, and he didn't even introduce himself. After he finished speaking, he waved slightly, and a young woman came out holding a tray. There was a document on it. The man said directly, "The 5-year mining rights of Nistad Iron Mine are sold for 500 gold coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 gold. The voice fell. Bidding started immediately. 510 gold. 520 gold. Wu Heng's eyes widened, looking at the people bidding. At the trade fair just now, he was still thinking, why are there only some magic props? How can they be the top dignitaries? It's more like a trade fair of the local chamber of commerce. Now it seems that the highlight is here. In the end, the mining rights of the minerals were auctioned off at a price of 780 gold. Next, it was the mining rights of the fishery, the ranch, the iron ore and the gold mine. The prices ranged from 100 gold to 10,000 gold. The prices were very exaggerated. The man cleared his throat. Continued, next is a top skill book called Modern Kin Mansion Technique. You can create an alternate dimension residence as your own residence, or even store items or soldiers. Wu Heng, who was a little drowsy, suddenly opened his eyes. An alternate dimension space? Store items or soldiers? The man continued. The spell is powerful, but it is also very difficult to learn. For mages below level 18, it is probably difficult to understand and learn the above content. Please bid carefully. Chapter 372, Auction. As the auctioneer introduced, the woman behind him also began to show everyone the skill book in her hand. The book looked a little old. The outer cover was mottled, the edges were curled and blackened. It looked like it was dug out from some ruins. After letting everyone take a few glances, she continued, the appearance is a little old, but the content inside is complete. There are no missing pages or traces of smearing. It will not affect normal viewing. The starting price is 300 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 20 gold coins. After saying that, the auctioneer smiled and stopped talking. And below the stands, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Compared to the price of several hundred or thousands of gold coins for the mining rights of various minerals in front, the low price of 300 does not sound much. But skill books in the market also have corresponding price distinctions. For example, the third level merit can be exchanged for a high level skill book, and the corresponding price is about 500 silver coins. This has increased so much, to a large extent, it has exceeded the value of a normal skill book. 320, 340, 360. Some people in the audience began to bid. But it was obvious that there were not many people. and the price was also increasing from the lowest price upwards, which did not seem to be very intense. Wu Heng listened to the bidding, and was somewhat tempted, but the price was a bit too outrageous. How convenient it would be to rob money. But they had to hold an auction. Wu Heng complained in his heart, and heard the sound of two people talking in a low voice. A woman's voice said, "The price is so high. You can buy dozens of high-level skill books." Beside the woman, another man's voice explained softly, "It can be sold at such a high price, which means that there is no such skill book outside. It may not be the only one, but it is definitely a skill that is not included in the mage organizations. Even so, it's too expensive." The woman still said, "You think so? Books are not consumables. If you buy them this time, many people can study them. They can even be placed in the Mage Association or the library of the Magic Academy. Their value is far more than these few hundred gold coins." The man paused, and added, "Mages have a strong obsession with academics and knowledge. Even if they are not from their own school, they will want to buy them back and study them." "That's right," the woman agreed. "Damn, it's them." Wu Heng thought about it for a while, and immediately thought of the two people. They were the couple on a date that he met when he boarded the ship. Now he met them again, but from the conversation between the two, he could also understand some situations. In other words, the reason why this skill book is expensive is that it is not available on the market. And even some libraries of mage organizations do not have it. Some organizations buy it back, and in addition to studying it themselves, they can also put it in the library for others to learn. After the couple finished talking about skills, they leaned against each other and said sweet words. Wu Heng also put his attention back on the bidding on the spot. The price soared all the way and reached 550 gold. The auctioneer glanced down and said loudly, 550 gold once if you need it. Don't miss this opportunity. 550 gold twice. Wu Heng raised the number plate in his hand. 570. The auctioneer paused and said immediately, "This guest bids 570 gold. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" The person who bid before looked back hesitantly, but he did not continue to bid. After the auctioneer called out the price 3 times, he said directly, 570 gold, won by guest number 057, congratulations to the guest. The book was taken away. Then, another skill book was brought up by the staff on a tray. Shadow of Moi, a book for sorcerers. After learning it, the whole body will be covered by a shadow, putting the person in a state of severe concealment, attacking with dark damage. Starting price 250 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 5 gold coins. The skill of the sorcerer. The sorcerer is also a relatively rare ability. Professional characteristics. Similar to the clergy of the church, the power comes from the gods. The difference is the way to exchange power with the gods. The effect of the skill should be a hidden effect. Wu Heng wanted to hear what the man and woman had to say, turned his head and glanced. Their faces were already leaning against each other. It seems that their mouths had no time to talk. The bidding started again. The price increased little by little. At this time, a staff member bent over and walked over and said softly, "Customer, this is the goods you bought. You need to pay 570 gold coins." Because the cloak covered his face, the things were delivered directly. Wu Heng nodded, took out a purse from his space ring, and handed it to the other party. The old book also appeared in his hand. Modern Ken Mansion Technique. Description: can build a space in another dimension within the casting distance, can summon the appearance of a residence at any time. It is really similar to the introduction, can build a space in another dimension. The name is called Mansion Technique. It should be the original intention of the founder of the spell to build a living space. If Wu Heng wants to build it, the mansion is not very useful. Barracks or warehouses are more suitable for me. The staff also counted the number of coins, saluted and left. The auction continued. The book auction was short, and only 5 skill books were sold. In addition to the mansion art that I bought, there were 2 books for the sorcerer, 1 for the divine guard, and 1 for the wanderer. The price of the mansion art was the highest. After the book auction ended, the auctioneer on the stage smiled and saluted, then turned around and walked away. A female elf in a water blue dress walked back to the center of the auction table, bowed and spoke loudly. The following is the auction of magic props and rare items. I hope that the distinguished guests can choose the items they like. Clapping her hands gently, the staff holding the trays were all replaced by elves. She walked slowly to the auction table, and the silk cover on the plate was opened, revealing a sachet-like item. The auctioneer introduced Space Sachet. It takes a Master Rune Master 3 years to complete one. The internal storage space is 100 cubic meters. The price is 2,500 gold coins. And each increase is not less than 100. Everyone, please. Beside him, the two separated and whispered while looking at the stands. Take out all the space sachets and sell them. The consortium is short of money this year. Actually, the price is not bad. If you use it for business, you can make it back in a few years. I like this. Well, the price will be very high. I'll buy you a bigger space ring when I get back. Okay, how come I'm attracted to you? You're so poor. Charming personality. The two of them said a few words, then leaned against each other, and continued to talk about other things. Wu Heng also looked at the sachets on the stage. He had seen this item when he was in Ritam City. At that time, it was Lisha of the Snake Emblem Group. She had one. It was also from the Snake Emblem Group. As the person in charge of the station, Lisha could use it. At that time, he borrowed it from Lisha and used it. He only knew that the storage space inside was very large. But he didn't expect it to be 100 cubic meters. Cubic is not square. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that it is comparable to a cargo ship. But it can also carry a large amount of goods for transportation. It can be earned back in a few years. Soon, everyone started to ask for a price. The price quickly soared from 2,500 to 7,500 gold coins. It was getting more and more outrageous. It also surprised Wu Heng. There were really a lot of rich people. When the price reached 8,200, the bidding speed gradually slowed down. Wu Heng started to bid. 8,300. 8,400. Someone in front followed the price. 8,500. Wu Heng continued to bid. 9,000. When Wu Heng shouted 9,000, the whole audience fell into silence. The auctioneer still kept smiling. And said, 9,000 gold coins for 1 time. 9,000 gold coins for 2 times. 3 times. Congratulations to guest 057 for winning the space sachet. The sachet was taken away. Then, the next item was sent to the venue. The auctioneer said, Guardian Fist Gloves. A weapon worn by Master L. Can increase the user's speed and attack. Resist spiritual and mental interference. And at the same time, the etching skilled Sangshan Blessing forms petrified skin when used and increases the body's comprehensive ability. The starting price is 200 gold coins. And each bid increases not less than 10 gold coins. The price dropped a little. But as a magic item, it was still a bit exaggerated. Just now at the trade fair, the warhammer that could release lightning was bought for only 2 gold coins. It increased so much in an instant. Wu Heng looked at the reactions of others. The man and woman next to him were still kissing passionately. And after a whispered exchange, the others also started bidding. The price rose all the way to 430 gold coins. It seems that everyone still recognized this magic item. Moreover, his subordinates, Bodong and Sharktooth, are both high-level boxers, and they can also be used by many in the future. No matter how you think about it, it can't be wasted. After thinking it over, he also followed the bidding. After the price reached 480 gold, no one raised the price anymore. After the auctioneer called the price 3 times, he directly dropped the hammer. Congratulations to guest 057. You won the Guardian Fist. The auction continued. But something was not right at the scene. Congratulations to guest 057. You won the Wuhuan Double Blade. Congratulations to guest 057. You won the Wind Threaded Clothes. Congratulations to guest 057. You won the Lion Armor. Congratulations to guest 057. You won the Holy War Glory Armor. The whole place was silent. Everyone turned around at once, looking at the place behind the auction. Even though the cloaks could not reveal their faces and expressions, they froze in their seats. You could also see their curiosity and surprise. How much money did he bring? Nothing was left behind, by all. Did he rob the consortium's treasury? From his voice, he should be young, and from his height, he should be a human or an elf. He is from the kingdom of Yeko. I heard that the royal family there is in a big mess. Isn't all the money transferred away? Why did he buy so much? The crowd, who rarely communicated with each other, started to discuss. The space sachet cost 9,000 gold. And then, there were several items worth hundreds of gold. How much money did he bring to the auction to shop, like a normal store? He was so rich that it was scary. Everyone looked over. Wu Heng was fine. Since no one knew each other anyway. On the contrary, the two people who were affectionate on one side became reserved, and some wanted to get close to each other, but they felt guilty because they were all looking over here. Several staff members came over, holding the item he just bought in his hand. Guest, this is the item you bought. You need to pay 3,570 gold coins in total. A staff member said softly. The four props, the price is between 200 and 300 gold coins. It seems that the space sachet at the beginning is the most expensive item, and it is also placed first in the props category for sale. Wu Heng nodded. I want to exchange some gold coins. Sure. Sir, do you want to exchange the item for equal value, or exchange it for gold? Gold exchange. Please wait, I will arrange someone to come over, the staff member said. On the stage, the auctioneer loudly introduced the last rare item, but everyone's eyes were looking at Wu Heng's position, intending to see if he could take down so many things at once. The auctioneer was halfway through the introduction, and seeing that no one was listening to her, she could only smile awkwardly. The auction was paused, waiting for Wu Heng to exchange gold. Soon, two dwarfs came over from a distance. They smiled and said, Guest, you need to exchange gold coins. Right? Wu Heng took out 2 school bags and handed them to the other party. The bag was opened, and inside was a pile of gold and silver jewelry. The dwarf nodded. Please wait a moment. Sir, we need to weigh the finished jewelry. If it is good quality, we will give you a 10% premium. Wu Heng nodded, indicating that it was okay. The 2 bags of gold weighed about 100 kilograms, including the premium. It was almost enough. We are weighing the gold here. The people behind were even more surprised. It's all gold. You brought so much money. It must have come from a royal warehouse. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have jewelry of this quality. Well, it's very likely that whoever brought it out. They are all finished jewelry. You are really rich. You came to the consortium to clear the auction. Everyone continued to discuss. The dwarf had also completed the verification and weight measurement. He said, Guest, according to the premium, the total is 4,211 gold coins, minus the gold coins you used to purchase the goods. There are 641 gold coins left. Okay. Please wait. Soon, 2 money bags were delivered. The gold jewelry was also taken away by the other party. Wu Heng put away all the props and gold coins he bought. The auction continued again. The female auctioneer smiled again and said, Next is the last item of this auction. Guests who have not chosen their favorite items can seize the opportunity. She extended her hand to signal everyone to look at the items on the side, and continued to introduce the strange item, the evil sword and the silent blade. Any life form moving around the user will be attacked by the weapon, including the user, with no special side effects. When the evil sword was heard, the area below instantly became lively again. The evil sword, it's all for sale. A few days ago, Karamu brought the evil sword to the island, and was killed by Imolo. Karamu's sword is called Ningwu, not this one. What's going on recently? This kind of evil sword has begun to circulate outside. Maybe in a few days, the Ningwu will be sold. Imolo has the holy sword of the elves, and he won't be interested in that evil weapon. That's right. Everyone whispered. The auctioneer continued. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins. Each increase must not be less than 50. Everyone, you can start. The starting price is not low. Sword weapons are always easy to sell. This is because the consortium has raised the price because that person is here to back it up. The evil sword is expensive to begin with. 1,050. 1,100. The bidding began. Wu Heng said directly. 1150. Everyone stopped bidding. They looked back again. Sure enough, it started again. Most people listened to his bid and stopped bidding. Only 1 or 2 people. When the price reached 2,150 gold coins, no one continued to bid. It was still bought by Wu Heng. The auctioneer still repeated the previous words. Congratulations to guest 057 for bidding on the evil sword and quiet blade. The staff held a weapon and walked to Wu Heng's side under the gaze of everyone. After exchanging some more gold coins, the transaction was completed. The rare items were put away. The auctioneer said again, Thank you all for participating. The auction is over. You can return to your city by the boat you came in. I wish you all a happy life. The woman saluted and left the stage directly. The guests also stood up and walked outside. When Wu Heng also stood up, a staff member walked over quickly. He said softly, Guest, the manager asked you to come over. Wu Hung was stunned. At first, his heart tightened, thinking that something troublesome had happened again. But he felt something was not right. He bought something from a consortium, so it was impossible that the consortium was looking for trouble with him. And so many people saw it. Unless they wanted to ruin his reputation, they would never do such a stupid thing. Lead the way. The staff nodded, and led them to the side hall. Entered a room. A faint fragrance came out. The female auctioneer on the stage just now was sitting in the room. Seeing him come in, she stood up and said with a smile, "Sir, please take a seat." Wu Hung sat down on the side, and was also curious about the purpose of the other party calling him over, and asked directly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chapter 373, Can Create a Small World. The female elf was wearing a red long skirt, pointed ears and golden hair, and delicate and beautiful facial features. She sat on a chair, crossed her long legs, and her straight and white calves were under her skirt. Wu Hung observed her, and she also looked at this side with curiosity. Even though she was wearing a cloak, she was also looking carefully. After Wu Hung sat down, a servant brought tea and snacks. The elf smiled and said, "Guest, you have reached a certain standard in the transaction amount at this auction. We can change your emblem for you, to facilitate better cooperation in the future." As she said, the female elf handed over an emblem. The emblem plays a very important role in the Snake Emblem Consortium. Whether it is a commission or some special transactions, the Snake Emblem Consortium does not recognize people, but only the emblem and bills. Bills are for people without emblems, and for those with emblems, only the emblem is used. If the emblem is lost, it is difficult to get it out unless you have special connections. This seems to be harsh and even unreasonable. But many dignitaries really recognize this point, and are willing to cooperate with the consortium. What standard must be met to change this emblem? Wu Hung continued to ask. 2 types. One is the person with the highest transaction volume at the auction. The general manager will evaluate the potential and choose whether to change it. The second type is that after meeting the first standard, reaching a certain amount, the purple gold level emblem will be directly given. The female elf explained softly. In other words, the replacement of the consortium's emblem is mainly based on financial resources. The first type is that if you reach the first place, but the transaction price may not be too high, the general manager of the organizer will consider whether to change it for you. If you reach the first one, and the transaction amount reaches a certain standard, then you will fully meet the standard for changing the emblem. He must have reached the second one. What privileges does this emblem have? This means that you are our most precious guest. You can enjoy great discounts when purchasing items. At the same time, you can ride the consortium's vehicles for free under any circumstances. If there is unrest in your city, you can also go to the consortium building. They will spare no effort to protect the safety of you and your family. The woman smiled at him and continued. Of course, this is the most basic privilege. The consortium's network of relationships is also very extensive. It can give you advantages in many aspects. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and was still a little surprised by this privilege. It seems that, with this emblem, not only can you publish your identity as a delegate, but you can also borrow some of the consortium's resources. For example, vehicles, security, and power networks are also one of the resources. It seems that this emblem is really precious. Thank you. I'll take it. Wu Hung took it directly. The female elf smiled and nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip. My name is Lady Lee. I'm in charge of the Snake Emblem Consortium in Lopez City. If you have a chance to go there in the future, you can come to me. The man in front of her made her a little curious. She also suspected that the other party spent a lot of money to buy the items. Was there a reason to attract her attention? After all, before the exchange of auctioneers, the other party did not show such an exaggerated way of buying. After she came up, she bought all the props, even though the black robe covered his face. Judging from his voice and sitting posture, he should not be very old. For her, it would not hurt to have more contact with a young and wealthy customer. Listening to the other party, he expressed himself very directly. Well, if I have a chance, I will go as a guest, Wu Hung said, then stood up and said, if there is nothing else, I will leave first, so as not to delay the departing ship. Good guest. The woman stood up to see him off. Walking out of the room, Wu Hung paused again. Outside the door, more than a dozen figures in black robes gathered. When he came out with Karama, everyone looked at him in unison. Sir, I run a jewelry store in the city of La Police. If you are interested, You can go and have a look. Or I can introduce it to you, and you can place an order directly. A figure came over and said quickly. Jewelry business? Wu Heng glanced at the rest of the people in line. These people were waiting at the door. Are they planning to talk business with him? I don't have any jewelry needs for the time being. Wu Heng said. Sir, you can remember the name of our store, Pearl Shell Jewelry Store. You can go and have a look when you have a chance. As he said, he took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote down the name of his store and handed it over. Wu Heng took it. Okay, I remember it. Then the second person came over. Sir, our store is a store of daily magic props, called the White Whale Prop Store. Another piece of paper with a name on it was handed over. Then, the third and fourth came up one by one. Sir, we sell weapon magic props, and we can make weapons of high quality and special effects. Another person spoke up. Weapon props? Wu Heng really needs this. Where is your shop? What's the name? Wu Heng asked. Lopez City, Baijua Prop Shop. Okay, I'll remember it. I'll go and have a look when I have a chance. Okay, sir. After taking the paper bills handed over by the remaining people, under the escort of Karanmu, he left the cabin and walked towards the deck. In the room behind him, Wu Heng left, and two figures walked out from the partition on the inside. One was a burly, gray-haired old human, and the other was the middle-aged male auctioneer at the beginning. The two walked out together, and the female auctioneer lightly saluted the old man. Sir. The old man nodded, sat down aside, and asked, Is he from the Yeko Kingdom? Probably not. He doesn't know much about the rules of the consortium, and it should be his first time to attend the auction. Lightly said. In the coastal cities, when did such a generous person appear? The old man wondered. I don't know. Lightly shook her head. Another middle-aged auctioneer, after a pause, said, Should we arrange for someone to follow, to confirm which ship to take to leave, so that we can have a rough idea? The old man shook his head. We must follow the rules of the consortium, and don't do stupid things. Yes. Sir, I'm too nosy. Okay, this auction is very good. I will ask the higher-ups for credit for you too. The two auctioneers were delighted. Thank you, sir. Standing on the deck and waiting for a while, the boat that picked up people slowly approached the passenger ship. Before, Wu Heng was still thinking about whether to choose a boat from another place to leave, and then use the ghost train to return to Treasure Island after arriving. But after thinking about it carefully, he gave up this idea. In addition to Treasure Island, the nearest port also takes 2 days. It's a waste of time. The effect is not great. Soon, the boat to Treasure Island arrived. Wu Heng boarded the boat with the crowd, and went into the assigned room to rest. The ship started, and headed towards the Treasure Island. In the room, Wu Heng took out the book Modern Ken Mansion Art that he had bought, and simply flipped through it. The material of the book should be made of leather, and it feels obviously different from paper. It seems that it is fortunate that this material is used, otherwise, judging from the degree of damage to the book, if it were paper, it would have rotted away long ago. The type of skill belongs to the faction of spells. The first part of the content writes about the original intention of creating magic, and some effects that can be achieved. The reason for developing this magic is to solve the problem of temporary camps during the team's adventure. The environment does not allow. The weather is bad, and the campfire easily attracts enemies or wild animals. Therefore, the original author began to develop this skill. The mansion technique allows the caster to create a space in the other dimension to build a residence. Unlike what you imagine, the role of the gate is different. The building in the other dimension is not to move all the original things in, but to build the entire house structure with your mental power, including interior decoration, furniture, or servants who help you wash and cook. Can you create a small world? Chapter 374, Whoever moves will be attacked. Can create items, life, which is no different from creating a small world. But things created in the other dimension can only be used in the other dimension, and items brought in from the outside world can be taken out of the other dimension mansion. Servants are not real life forms, and cannot leave the other dimension mansion. People who enter the mansion in the original world can enter and exit the other dimension normally. This seems reasonable. What is created is fake after all. But being able to work in my own little world is already exaggerated. Now it seems that I don't feel it's a waste to buy a skill book with 570 gold coins. I can move items in, store troops, and do everything I want. When I bought the book, I was thinking about quickly mobilizing troops. Although the book didn't mention storing troops, It mentioned that people could enter and exit at will. It is another spell that meets the needs of the team's outdoor camp. It also means that the troops can be completely stored in it. Basically, all my expectations were met. Knock. 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 The door knocked, and the voice of the staff came from outside. Guest, the ship will be docking soon. You can take off your cloak. So fast. Oh, good. Take off the black cloak, and put on the shadow veil again. Open the door, and return the 2 cloaks to the staff. Then, follow the others, line up and go to the deck. It was already dawn. There were ships leaving the port, and workers were moving goods. A busy scene. The consortium ship docked, and everyone began to disembark with the team. Unlike Wu Heng. After taking off their cloaks, many of the others all knew each other, said hello, or talked directly about buying items at the auction. It seemed that the consortium's auction, there was nothing too secretive. They could talk about it openly. Wu Heng called a carriage and went directly to the association. Entered the office study. Anweir was sitting at the desk sorting out documents. Seeing Wu Heng coming back, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Master, you are back. Why are you here so early? I got up early, so I came here early, Anweir said, and then continued to ask, Master, how was the auction last night? The 2 little maids at home knew that he attended the auction last night. Moreover, they were told to make up a reason if someone asked. The possibility of problems was not high. After all, it was only one night. And who would come to find me in the middle of the night? It went smoothly. How can spending money go wrong? Wu Heng said. Anweir smiled, brewed a cup of tea, and placed it on his desk. Master, have you had breakfast? I'll go back later. Yes. Let Minnie make you some delicious food. After sitting in the association for a while, Wu Heng got up and left. Walking out along the corridor, he met Shi Logui coming in from outside. Shi Logui, you've been slacking off. You're so late. Wu Heng spoke first. Zalagui's expression froze. She glanced up and down at the other party, and asked in confusion, Are you causing trouble again? What are you talking about? Then why did you come so early? Wu Heng was speechless, and did not answer, but asked, Is there anything wrong with the association recently? Nothing, it's just that in the past few days, the fleet on the route has frequently encountered pirates, causing some losses. Zalagui thought for a while and said. Wu Heng frowned. According to the pirate lady Philippa, the blank envelope conveyed information on the route to her. This is also to pass on the route information to other pirates. Does the deacon have any plans? Not yet. The higher-ups should issue targets in a few days. Then we will discuss and complete the targets. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Yeah. Shi Logui looked at him and asked again. Why are you going out so early in the morning? I'm going to investigate the wanted criminal. Shi Logui looked at him suspiciously, but still nodded. Okay. Be careful. Let's go. If you have any information, let's exchange them with each other. Okay. Walk out of the association. Wu Heng did not stop, and got on the carriage to return to his residence. He pushed the door and entered the room. Minnie trotted all the way and rushed over directly. She nudged him hard in her arms and asked, Was the auction fun? Wu Heng held her, sat down on the sofa, and stroked the bunny's smooth belly along the hem of her clothes. He said, It's okay. The auction is not interesting, but there are some entertainment places on the ship. Minnie was even more curious. What entertainment places? Casinos? Pubs? Dances? It's quite lively. Dances? Dance together? All the participants in the auction are wearing masks and cloaks. How do they dance? It's the actors on the stands dancing. Is it good looking? It's okay. They are dressed coolly, and it's still quite attractive. Wu Heng said. Oh, it sounds fun. Next time I have a chance, I'll take you and wear there. Master is so nice, Minnie said coquettishly. Wu Heng patted her waist and said, Go prepare the bath water. I'll take a bath first. Okay, Master. Soon. The bath water was ready. After a comfortable bath, he went straight to the study. Sitting in front of the desk, he took out all the things he bought this time. His eyes fell on the 2 most valuable items. Space Scent. Silent Blade Evil Sword, rare item. Space Scent, description, a prop inscribed with space magic, with 100 cubic meters of storage space inside. From the introduction, it is not much different from the space ring. The difference is the size of the storage space. Wu Hung took it in his hand, and the mental power communication prop immediately entered the space sent. The space inside is very huge and empty, with nothing. The value of the space sent, from the exaggerated transaction price of 9,000 gold coins, has exceeded the scope of magic props. But the value of using it is still huge. Just like what the couple said. Even if it is used for business, the space inside is enough to carry more goods. It is a bit exaggerated to earn back the money within a few years. But it is indeed a prop that can improve the efficiency of business for a long time. Wu Hung bought it. And it can also better exchange materials between the two worlds. Instead of frequently opening the boundary gate and letting the skeletons carry goods bit by bit. Put the space sachet aside first. And continue to look at the second evil sword. Silent Blade Evil Sword, Special Item. Category, Special Item. Effect, within 10 meters around, active life units will be attacked. Side effect, unable to identify the user. Description, one of the evil swords, because of its strange characteristics. No one wants to be its owner. Wu Hung looked at the weapon introduction, and his brows were still furrowed. Attack all active units. And the side effect is, unable to identify the user. What does it mean? Holding this sword, the enemy can't move, and you can't move either. Whoever moves will be hit. Chapter 375, Professional Bias. There is more than one evil sword. Each sword has its own unique effects and side effects. The effect of the evil sword of condensing mist in Karamu's hand is that it can instantly appear behind the enemy in the mist, playing a role of a surprise attack. And the evil sword in front of him is within a 10-meter range, attacks all active life units. The side effect is that it cannot distinguish the user. This point is really special. Activity refers to walking, or does it mean that no part of the body can move? If no part of the sword can be moved, how can it be put away after being drawn? Just standing there. Being consumed by a sword? This side effect is a bit too harsh. No wonder swords are such popular weapons. And there is not too fierce competition at the auction. It can't be used after buying it. And the price is too high. So naturally no one will buy it. This is a waste of money. Wu Hung muttered. And temporarily put away the evil sword. Then, he looked at the props lined up on the ground. First, I bought magic items from the trade fair. Thunder Hammer. Mist Ring. Sharp Long Sword. Light Lath Armor. Thunder Hammer description, a long-handled hammer etched with thunder effect. While attacking the target unit, it can cause a powerful lightning shock. Mist Ring description, a magic ring etched with mist spell, which can release mist effect within 3 meters. Sharp Long Sword description, a long sword forged from fine iron, etched with sharp runes, making the long sword more effective in cutting. Light Lath Armor description, this armor is flexibly reinforced and interlocked with metal plates on chain mail, etched with light runes, reducing the overall weight of the armor. There are 4 items in total. Among them, there is 1 Thunder Hammer and 1 Mist Ring, 20 sharp long swords, 5 sets of light slat armor. As for the long swords and armor, I just bought some to test whether they are useful. If they are useful, I can go to those stores to order them later. Anyway, the address and store name are all written down. Skull Crusher, Karamu, come here. Wu Hung said. The 2 skeletons guarding the door came over directly. Skull Crusher, this weapon is for you, with lightning effect. Wu Hung handed the Thunder Hammer to the other party, and introduced it at the same time. Skullbreaker took the Warhammer and held it in his hand. Wu Hung put the original Warhammer back into the space ring. Then, he continued to say to Karamu, I'll give you the Cloud Mist Ring. Use it with the Condensed Mist Evil Sword in the future. Karamu took off his gloves and put the ring on his skeletal finger. Dead servants can trigger the effects of magic items, but cannot use space rings. The explanation in the Book of the Dead is that the dead do not have independent souls, and cannot truly communicate with things in another space. As for the magic items, they can be triggered directly. After distributing the items, let the 2 skeletons return to their original positions. Continue to look at the remaining items. Guardian Fist Gloves. Wuhuan Double Blades. Wind Threaded Clothes. Lion Armor. Holy War Glorious Armor. These 4 items were purchased at the auction. The prices are very different from the items above. Each one has a price of several hundred gold. Guardian Fist Gloves. Description. Fist gloves etched with various rune effects, which can increase the user's reaction speed. Physical attack. Greatly improve mental and spiritual resistance. Etched Skilled Songshan Blessing. Can choose to enter the skill state by yourself. The body forms petrified skin, and improves defense and resistance to blows. Wu Hum looked at the introduction of the gloves and frowned slightly. The description on the panel is more detailed than the one on the auction site. There are two types of runes. One is the rune that increases the user's ability and resistance. And the second is the rune that is etched with skills, called Sanshan Blessing. When the skill is released, the body will form petrified skin. According to the introduction, it is really a good magic item. There are 3 boxers under his command. Shark Tooth 13th level, Bodong 12th level, and Mini 5th level. Giving the boxing gloves to Shark Tooth will naturally play the greatest role. But skeletons don't have skin, so it's hard to say whether the above skills can be effective. As for giving it to Minnie, I thought of her when I first bought it, but its own level is a bit too low, and it will be difficult to play a role after giving it to her. Continue reading. The second item is Martial Fantasy Double Blade. Martial Fantasy Double Blade, description, a sharp blade from the Alutunga area, etched with the illusion rune, which can create multiple illusions, attack at the same time, and has the effects of difficult to heal wounds and armor breaking. It sounds like it can create a clone. It can be used in conjunction with the real and fake weapons. It is a tactical weapon. The additional effects include wounds that are difficult to heal and armor breaking, which are also very good. Moreover, this is a magic item without any side effects. It is indeed a good thing that is hard to buy on the market. The professions that use double blades are also very wide. The most common ones are thieves and warriors. However, some professions such as rangers and investigators also choose this weapon when facing close combat. In my hand, I also have a pair of rare double blades, bloodthirsty double blades, which were previously the weapons of Bloodhand. Later, Bloodhand was killed by Karanmu, and the bloodthirsty double blades were still in the backpack. Now there is one more. Anyway, there are no side effects, and the effect is not bad. Let's see who to use it on. Continue to read below. Windthread clothes, description, a martial arts uniform made of interlocking silk armor pieces. Fist and foot attacks can form airflow, release chi, and enhance the effect. A martial arts uniform with very good materials. Moreover, judging from the name and size, it is a women's version. Just right for Minnie. Lion armor, description, a tough half-body armor. Many parts of the armor are cast into the image of a lion head, majestic, etched solid, guardian runes. Wearing a lion shield at the same time, the shield lion head can bite the enemy. The armor lion head produces a lion roar, causing dizziness, fear and other effects on the enemy. A piece of heavy armor. The whole body is golden, the chest and the shoulders have lion head images. It looks quite domineering. Heavy armor has requirements for both professional physique and strength, otherwise the defense is improved. The movement is slow when wearing it, and it will only become a living target. Judging from the description, it should be a set. It is only etched with runes that increase armor defense. But when used with another piece of lion shield, it can produce special effects. The shield bites the enemy, and the armor releases a roar. However, you should pay special attention to the lion shield. The last piece is Holy War Glory Armor. Holy War Glory Armor, description, Shining Expeditionary Force Holy Warrior Armor. The armor is etched with religious patterns and sacred scriptures. And when you wear the armor, your body will be blessed, and your physical strength, self-healing and other states will be improved. If the wearer is a dead spirit, a dark unit will be damaged by positive energy. Good guy. I bought a piece of armor against the dead spirit. If it is a dead spirit unit, it will also be damaged by positive energy. This positive energy is used in a special way and is full of prejudice. After looking at several weapons, although the effects of 2 pieces are not very satisfactory, they are pretty good overall. Gold coins can be obtained in the modern world. What you need to do is to find a way to transform this gold into your own strength. There are many enemies here. I am reluctant to spend money. In the end, the enemy will come to me. I didn't spend the money. That would be a pity. I put away all the props. I drank the tea in the cup, and directly opened the door to the zombie world. On the other side, it was still the manager's office of the mall. I walked out of the room. 4-legged, big-headed skeletons, and several skeletons holding iron swords were guarding outside the door. I came to the glass curtain wall on one side of the corridor and looked out. Under the entire mall, there were checkpoints and fences that had been set up. Some vehicles from the shelters, after passing the checkpoint, entered the parking lot on one side under command. A few people got off the car, carrying backpacks, and walked towards the mall while talking. It seems that the mall here has been used. All the shelters. All came here to exchange supplies. After taking a look, Wu Hung retracted his gaze, took out the long-handled war hammer eliminated by the skull crusher, and handed it to the four-legged beside him. This is for you as a weapon. Wu Hung handed it to him. The quadruped is 4 meters tall, with broad bones and 4 legs that are extremely eye-catching. Holding a war hammer, she stood aside. Then, she picked up the intercom and called Chi Han Kai. Not long after, Chi Han Kai came up from below. She was wearing a stab-proof suit inside and a woolen coat outside. She had the aura of a corporate woman. My king. Well, let's talk inside. After entering the office, the two sat down on the chairs. Chi Han Kai said directly, the market has been moved here, but only the first and second floors are open. The other floors need to be replanned for use. The mall is divided into 5 floors. But considering the current population and material needs, neither floor is needed. One floor can fully meet the needs of opening to the outside world. Therefore, there is no need to book a room on a higher floor. Are there many people coming here? Wu Hung asked. The number of convoys coming to exchange is obviously more than that of the old factory area. Some shelters have to stay outside for one night after exchanging food in the old factory area because of the long distance. Now they can almost get back before dark by trading here. Chi Han Kai explained. It seems that moving the market here is really the right choice. However, there are still some problems. From the prison to the old factory area, there are too many scattered bases. With the current number of survivors, so many bases are a complete burden. Transportation is inconvenient. And once something happens, it is difficult to support each other. It is better to count and keep 1 or 2. But there is no rush. And we will discuss it with everyone later. Well, that's good. Chi Han Kai continued. The military came yesterday. And it seems that they are still not satisfied with our pricing. They talked about the price with me again, and wanted to increase the amount of food exchange. They talked about a lot of things about the overall situation. If I didn't have the final say, they might have agreed. Good guy. They are here to talk again. But Wu Hung immediately thought of something and asked, are they leaving soon? Chapter 376, is this powerful? I feel it's coming soon, otherwise I wouldn't be so anxious. After Chi Han Kai said this, she continued, do we need to change the price? Don't change the price generally. We also need to eat. If there are special needs, you can add a little less, which is also a face for them. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, originally, I didn't want to change it at all. They sold ammunition to me, but they didn't say they would give any discounts. Now they are repeatedly negotiating the price. Some people are not happy about it. But on second thought, I still need the zombies to upgrade my level. The zombies in this city, the central area has been cleared. The next step is to expand outward. At that time, there may be some contact with the provincial rescue team, or exchange of information. Try to save face. I understand. I will find a suitable reason at that time. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Then he continued, have you investigated the zombies around? Chi Han Kai said, over at the trade city, someone investigated. There are a certain number of zombies, and it also blocked a section of the road. It is best to clear them out. Okay, have someone prepare a convoy, and go over to clean it up in the next 2 days. Okay. Chi Han Kai agreed. After talking about the matter, Chi Han Kai thought for a moment and said, I'll take you down to see the market. It's a good opportunity to show up in front of everyone. Okay. The two of them stood up and went downstairs. Chi Han Kai took him to the lobby. As they walked, they divided the layout and functions of the mall. In addition to exchanging food, there were also some daily necessities. After a round of shopping, Wu Hung went upstairs again, opened the boundary door, and returned to Treasure Island. Reappeared in the study. When going downstairs, Minnie and Andeville were playing shuttlecock in the courtyard, more than 10 meters apart. The shuttlecock was kicked by the two people, making a crackling sound. Every time they kicked it, it made a crackling sound. Wire. Minnie, come in for a moment. Wu Hung shouted. Minnie grabbed the shuttlecock and ran quickly into the house. Underwire also followed in. What's wrong? Master? Minnie hugged his arm and asked in a coquettish tone. Wu Hung said, I went to the auction this time and bought some props, which are just right for you too. Great. There are gifts again. Minnie cheered. Anderville also smiled. Wu Hung took out the items in the space ring and said, Minnie, this Fingli is for you. It is a martial arts uniform prop that can increase the power of chi. Thank you, Master. Minnie took it, with a happy face. Wu Hung continued to look at Anderville and said, Wire, first, I can only change you a 10 cubic space ring. There will be equipment suitable for you later, and then I will change it for you. Anderville still smiled. Thank you, Master. Wu Hung did not give Minnie the protective gloves, because she cannot play the effect now. As for Wire, she had been equipped with various firearms before, so she didn't need much weapons. After the distribution, Wu Hung continued, Prepare dinner? Okay. Minnie went to tell them to prepare dinner. Wu Hung went out and replaced the sharp swords and light slat armor for the skeleton servants in the courtyard. The safety of the residents is still very important. Soon dinner was served on the table. After dinner together, Minnie wore a wind-threaded robe to practice boxing in the courtyard, while Endwire fed the little owl. Wu Hung also went upstairs directly. After returning to the study room, closed the window, turned on the air conditioner. A cool breeze blew out. The time of the two worlds is synchronized, but the climate is different. The zombie world has entered late autumn, plants are withered and yellow, and the ground is covered with fallen leaves. And on Treasure Island, the weather is still hot. Besides, it is on the island, the temperature is not low. According to the climate, the location of Treasure Island should belong to the tropical monsoon climate. There is no such thing as winter. Also, these people are all professionals, who have high physical strength and are not that afraid of heat. It is indeed a more suitable place to live. Sitting at the desk, he took out the mansion technique that he had not finished reading before. He glanced at the teapot on the shelf at the door, and released Activate Object, and the teapot floated over by itself, filling the teacup with tea. Wu Hung took a sip from the teacup, and opened the book, and read it carefully. The first half of the book mainly talked about the original intention of the development of the skill, and some corresponding uses and effects. In short, after learning this skill, it is a house that you carry with you. And you can change the furniture decoration in the house according to your ideas, or add a few slaves to serve you. I don't know if this effect can be achieved, but from the introduction, it is still quite attractive. Turn to the page you saw before. Start to continue reading. Later, there is a detailed explanation of the skills. In terms of spell types, the mansion spell belongs to the spell faction. The magic pictures and texts recorded above are the most numerous and complex skill books since I read them. Among them, the spell patterns that Wu Hung had seen included space development, material conversion, or spell condensation. The rest, there were several pictures and texts that he had never seen before. This made him wonder the knowledge and level of the person who created this magic. What kind of terrifying level he had reached. Level 18, or had reached the level of a hero. Fortunately, he didn't need to really study magic. Just read it normally. He concentrated again, and began to watch it carefully. Time passed by little. It was getting dark outside the window. I had only read about half of the book. This kind of book, there are no page numbers, and I didn't know which page I had read. But now, my head felt a little dizzy. With my intelligence of more than 40, it was still a little difficult to read this kind of book. I took out the bookmark and clipped it on the page I was reading. Then I let Glenda and Xiao Xiao out. What's wrong? Glenda asked. It's okay, you can move around at home. If you want to go out, don't fly too far, to avoid any danger, Wu Hung said directly. Oh, okay. Glenda nodded, stretched out her hand, and a book floated over. She began to float aside and watch. Xiao Xiao also took out her tablet, operated the stylus, called up the cartoon and began to watch it. Wu Hung turned off the lights and the air conditioner, and walked downstairs. Just as he reached the third floor, the two rooms next to him opened one after another. Anvir and Minnie looked over at the same time. They were also stunned almost at the same time. Didn't you say you were sleepy and wanted to go to bed early? Anvir asked Minnie. The latter also said, you two said you were going back to your room to rest, and then secretly listened to the noise. Wu Hung looked at the two girls and asked, Did I disturb you? No, I haven't slept yet, Minnie said, and then asked, Master, are you going downstairs for a midnight snack? I'll ask Skeleton to prepare it. No, I'm going downstairs to ask Skeleton to fetch water for a bath. Minnie looked around and said, I'll go prepare it, Master. Go back and wait for a while. Yeah, that's fine. Wu Hung chatted with Anvir on the first floor. Minnie shouted from upstairs that the bath water was ready. Wu Hung went upstairs to soak in the bathtub, and the two girls also came in with bath towels on. The next day, early in the morning, The two entered the association. Wire, you go to the study first, I'll go to talk to Zalagwi. Walking into the hall, Wu Heng said. Okay. Anderwire nodded, and walked towards the study. The next day, Wu Heng and Anderwire went to the association together. He wanted her to go to the office study. He went directly to the direction of Zalagwi's study. He knocked on the door, and walked in after receiving a response. It seemed that Zalagwi had just arrived at the association. You came so early again today? Zalagwi looked at him and said. Wu Heng sat down in front of the sofa and said directly, I want to ask you something. Zalagwi raised her eyebrows and said seriously, Let's take a look. She asked, Just tell me what it is. Do you know the evil sword? Are you talking about the one of Karama? Zalagwi said, and glanced at the skeleton following him. Yes. It's this evil sword. This kind of weapon. Is there more than one? Wu Heng asked. The reason why he asked Zalagwi was because he was a magic swordsman, and he must have some knowledge about sword weapons. Moreover, the relationship between the two was pretty good, and they could get some information by chatting. Indeed, there are more than one, but I don't know how many there are. Zalagwi looked up. Are you interested in this weapon? Yesterday, when we met, I was out investigating wanted criminals. I heard two people chatting in the tavern, and they mentioned an evil sword called Jing Blade. It sounds powerful. I heard about it too. The consortium sold this weapon at the year-end auction this year. Wu Heng glanced at the other party, and wondered if he also participated in the auction. Is this weapon powerful? The effect is quite special. It is rumored that as long as the evil sword is unsheathed, it will kill the living things within the range, including the user of the weapon. Chapter 377, Cold Light cuts off the head. Then this sword is useless. It can even kill itself. Wu Heng said sarcastically. Zalagwi said, the evil sword is like this. The weapon itself has very unique characteristics, and the side effects basically affect the user. Karama's evil sword, the side effects are relatively small. Pick it up, it will only affect your mind, always thinking about challenging difficult goals. And this evil sword does not distinguish between friend and foe at all. It kills indiscriminately when it is unsheathed. Then how did the previous owner of this weapon use it? Wu Heng continued to ask. The previous owner. There must be some method. Zalagwi frowned and thought for a while. Then said, I really don't know who the previous user was. But this weapon must be rarely used. It is a fatal mistake for a swordsman to use a weapon that restricts himself. This sword? Whoever buys it will be unlucky. Wu Heng sighed helplessly. It was sold at the consortium auction. The buyer must be a rich person. He is stupid and rich. Most of them buy it as a collection. Zalagwi smiled and continued. But the evil sword can have unexpected effects if used well. Karama is so famous outside, which is largely because he has an evil sword. Hasn't any user figured out a way to kill the active target with this sword? Zalagwi pondered again and said, As long as you can find a way to put the scabbard back. You are a mage. Why are you so interested in the evil sword? Actually, I have a dream of becoming a swordsman. You can't bear the hardship of practicing swordsmanship, so you should just be a mage. Zalagwi complained and continued. I'll have someone check to see who the previous user of this sword was, and what method he used. From the secret whisperer. It shouldn't be difficult over there. After saying that, she looked up at him again. That sword, you didn't buy it. Did you? That's right. I just heard of this sword. That's right. The consortium can't let you participate. There are requirements for the candidates. You, don't look down on the poor young people. Zalagwi smiled and rolled her eyes at him. The quota for arresting pirates in the next few days should be coming down soon. Let's work together to complete it. It's coming down so soon? It should be soon. The pirate groups are becoming more and more active. If the quota is not given, the merchant groups will not be able to go out to sea. That's right. Wu Heng nodded. Suddenly I thought of Philippa. Last time I got the news of the blank envelope, I went to rob some water chestnut merchant group, but there was no news these 2 days. By the way, you are still wanted by pirates, so you should be more careful then. Yeah, it's a bit troublesome. It's okay, you are still safe on the island. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Heng also got up and left. I came here to talk about the evil sword, and the other party said to help me check it, and then I just need to wait for the news. Returned to his study. Anweer was also in the room, looking at the document sent. Wu Heng sat aside for a while, then said hello, and left the association directly. Return to the residence. Return to the residence. Push open the gate. Then I saw Mini training with Bodong in the yard. Fists and feet swung out, driving gusts of strong wind. It seemed that she was working harder than before. Master, Minnie waved from a distance. Practice, I have nothing to do. Wu Heng also said to her. Minnie smiled. Okay. Then, she continued to train with Badong. She kicked and punched, bringing with her a series of whistling sounds. Although she had no chance to fight, she had worked hard during this period, and Wu Heng continued to give her corpse core potion. After returning to Rentam City, she was also a master, at least in the gang. At worst, she could be a backbone, or even the leader of a small gang. She was no longer a little slave who had not even changed his job. She went upstairs and entered the study. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it all. Open the gate and go directly to the zombie world. On the other side, it is still the manager's office. Take out the intercom. Press the call button. Chi Han Kai. Can you hear me? Yes. Chi Han Kai's voice came from the intercom. Now. What's the matter? Arranging patrols? Go upstairs now. Wu Heng said, prepare the vehicle. Go to the place we talked about last time. And clean up the zombies. Got it. In the call. Wu Heng simply packed up. And also went downstairs with the skeleton. Walked to the gate on the other side of the mall. 2 trucks, one with a machine gun, stopped at the gate. Wu Heng called the skeleton army over, and sat in the co-pilot. The convoy rushed to the trade city agreed last time. The trade city is not far from the roundabout. It's only 20 minutes away, and you can see the sign in the distance. At a glance, the road is still blocked by vehicles, and groups of wandering zombies. Stop the car here, and replace the magazine for the skeleton dragon. Okay. Chi Han Kai nodded, and gave orders on the intercom. Wu Heng also got off the car, leading the skeleton army, and advanced a distance. He released Granda and Xiao Xiao, and went out to investigate the situation at the same time. After a while, 2 ghosts flew back. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, there is a big zombie inside. Granda added, I also looked around, there is only one deformed zombie. Let me see. Wu Heng said. 2 ghosts entered his body, and the visual images were shared in his mind. The roads leading into the trade city were crowded with zombies. Among them, you can also see the evolved zombies mixed in. There are not many of them, but their shriveled skin makes them easy to distinguish. This type of evolved zombie is evolved from ordinary zombies. It is not as strong as the deformed zombies, but it also has a certain intelligence. It can make many changes. The 2 ghosts, the deformed zombies, are on the first floor of the trade city. They walk back and forth aimlessly, without a clear goal. On the remaining floors, there are only some ordinary zombies wandering back and forth. After watching, he released the 2 ghosts again, and said, Glenda, investigate the surrounding situation, Xiao Xiao. Keep an eye on the deformed zombie. If there is any movement, come back and tell me. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed, turned around and flew away. Glenda also nodded, directly raised his body, above the team, observing the situation of the entire area. The 2 ghosts left. Wu Heng picked up the intercom and asked, Are you ready? Wang Qinggong's voice came from inside. Ready. Flying Dragon can take off at any time. Okay. Hang up the conversation. Wu Heng patted the 2 skeleton dogs beside him, pointed to the front and said, Go and lure the zombies over. Whoosh. The 2 skeleton dogs rushed out directly, ran all the way, jumped over the scrapped car, and approached the location of the zombies. When they were close to 100 meters away, they were discovered by the zombies in front. Looking at the strange skeleton shaking its tail, it let out a piercing roar. The roar attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, and their rotten and dilapidated heads turned around and roared together. Just like an infection, the roar spread rapidly layer by layer. The skeleton dog turned and ran away. The zombies began to follow closely behind, chasing forward with their fangs and claws. In the blink of an eye, the dense zombies gathered from the entrance of the trade city, and the surrounding alleys and buildings to the main road, forming a large tide of zombies, chasing after the skeleton dogs. The 2 skeleton dogs ran all the way, and from time to time, they looked back to see the distance between them. Wu Heng looked at the zombies coming. The number was much less than that of the turntable. Seeing that they were almost gathered, he directly ordered the big-headed skeleton beside him. Let the skeleton dragons attack. Whoosh! A whistling sound broke through the air, and 5 huge skeleton dragons rushed into the sky in an instant. Arriving above the zombies, he dropped iron bombs one after another. Black iron rain covered the sky above the entire zombies. The next second, boom boom boom, the earth trembled, and thick smoke rose up. The zombies that originally filled the entire road emptied out in an instant. Only a few dozen surviving zombies were left, standing on the ground covered with broken flesh and limbs. Uncle, the deformed zombie rushed out. At this time, Xiao Xiao appeared from the side, pointing to the front and said. Wu Heng looked in the direction he pointed. Then a big zombie with bloody wounds all over its body rushed out from one side. It rushed over here with the remaining zombies. Wu Heng nodded, and was about to order the skeletons to block them. But something happened in his mind. He took out the Silent Blade evil sword and handed it to a level 3 skeleton warrior. Go. Go forward. The skeleton warrior held the evil sword and walked straight out of the team, heading towards the zombies. After walking a certain distance, Wu Heng said to the big-headed skeleton, give it an order, draw its weapon, and then wait on the spot. Swish. The skeleton warrior in the distance suddenly drew his sword, with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground, and entered standby mode. In the distance, the first big zombie that rushed in front of him roared angrily, stepped on the roof of the car, and suddenly jumped up, punching the lonely figure in front of him with both fists. Puff! Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the sky. The big zombie that jumped up, his face choked with anger, his body fell from the sky, and his head rolled away. Then, flashes of cold light appeared one after another, like silver lines, constantly crossing the sky. The zombies that rushed in, their heads fell one after another, until the last zombie fell back. Wu Heng widened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him. This attack method, really a bit surprising. At the same time, it also reminded him of the attack method of Imolo, who also released sword energy from a long distance, killing Karanmu. But the two methods were different. Imolo's sword energy was swung out from the weapon, and the cold light that just cut off the zombie's neck seemed to appear out of thin air. There was a very obvious difference. But no matter what, the power of this evil sword is still amazing. It can kill a level 10 distorted zombie instantly, as well as dozens or even hundreds of ordinary zombies. If one person is guarding the road, it will be difficult for anyone to pass, unless the target is killed from a long distance. It is really scary. Seeing that the scene has become quiet, Wu Heng directly said, let it put away the sword. The skeleton holding the sword in the distance instantly put away the sword. The moment the sword blade was sheathed, a cold light flashed, and the skull rolled to the side. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed. Putting away the sword is also considered an activity. You don't want to let the holder live at all. The skeleton died, and the bones were scattered all over the ground. Go, pick up the sword, Wu Heng said. A skeleton walked out quickly, bent down to pick up the sword, and walked back. It seems that it will be fine if it is sheathed. Take it, put it directly into the space ring, and then continue. The whole army advances, kill all the remaining zombies. The waiting army began to move forward. The zombies that were missing the lower body, and were still crawling on the ground were killed directly. Wait until the battlefield is quiet again. After letting the skeletons check the interior of the trade city again, they ordered to clean up the battlefield. A body of a deformed zombie, and 5 bodies of evolved zombies, were dragged over. They were thrown aside. Bone service technique released. A level 12 tall skeleton, and 5 level 5 skeleton soldiers, stood up from the ground. Wu Heng squatted down, and began to search through the mincemeat. He found a level 2 corpse core, and a level 1 corpse core. Wrapped them in a plastic bag, and put them directly into the space ring. Tap, tap, tap. Jihan Kai, wearing leather boots, walked out of the trade city. She said directly, there are beds, curtains, and some furniture inside, and there are quite a lot of them. Do you have the 3D printing materials that Zhang Qi needs? I haven't seen them yet, but the entire 3rd floor sells computer accessories, or monitoring equipment, so they should be inside. Let's go in and take a look. They walked into the trade city together. The 1st floor is full of fabric shops, curtains, wedding quilts and other items, and even when you open the doors of 2 shops, you can see that there is a warehouse inside. It is filled with a lot of fabric products. Even though the physical store is not as popular as before, it seems that the sound here is still relatively good. On the 2nd floor, it is a furniture store, which mainly sells coffee tables and wooden beds, and there are also many cram schools. On the 3rd floor, there are computer products, mice, monitors, or some monitoring equipment. Wu Heng, Jihan Kai and others walked around inside for a while. They found a store that sells 3D printing related equipment. The store is a bit messy, but from the inner room, they still found many similar equipment and raw materials. Zhang-Chi is talking about this place. Chi-Han said. Okay. When we search, we'll take them back together. Okay. Arrange some skeletons to guard here first. And I'll bring the search team here tomorrow. Yes. The two went downstairs again. Wu Hung began to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, transforming all the dead bodies into skeleton warriors. After everything was transformed, some skeletons were arranged to guard. He got back on the truck and returned to the mall. After confirming that there was nothing for him to do, in the manager's office, open the boundary door, return to Treasure Island. Go downstairs from the study. When passing the 3rd floor, go directly into the room where the radio is located. Pick up the record book of the skeleton investigator and take a look. There is no new information on it. I began to worry about the safety of Philippa. Pick up the microphone and speak directly. Philippa, are you there? From the other side, I heard the voice of Philippa mumbling while eating. I'm eating, what's wrong? Hearing her relaxed tone, I felt relieved. Even though she didn't have many opportunities to meet him, she was working under him. He didn't want her to get into trouble. Besides, Philippa was quite obedient. How did the robbery of the merchant group go? Why is there no news? Wu Hung asked. When I talk about this, I get angry. The Lingjiao merchant group is just a bunch of idiots. I asked the ship to slow down, but their ship lost control and stopped several times. We almost caught up with them, Philippa said angrily. I'm glad you're okay. Oh, you care about me so much. My dear sir, I just don't want you to get hurt, Wu Hung said. Philippa continued, we didn't rob anything this time, and the crew members are a little dissatisfied. When can you deliver the ship and cargo you promised me? I will arrange for the cargo ship to leave tomorrow. Yeah. Really? Thank you. Dad. Chapter 378. You are not fit to be a captain. Wu Hung ignored her nonsense. Continued to ask, the ship is leaving the port, where should I take you? Philippa replied, just follow the Sinian route, and we will meet then. Is this route safe? Are there other pirates? No, I'm the only one visiting this route, and it's only a day's sail from Treasure Island, so it's hard to meet other ships, Philippa said, and reminded, when you meet them, don't forget to act, so that no one can see it. We'll pretend to resist, and then show that we can't win, and then run away in a small boat. Okay, I'll let the crew attack from a distance, and you'll show that you can't win, and then kneel down and beg for mercy, and the fierce Captain Philippa will order a strong attack on the ship, and you'll leave in a small boat, abandoning the cargo ship full of goods, and the pirates will occupy the cargo ship, and cheer for the great captain. Philippa became more and more excited as he spoke. Wu Hung was a little dazed. Listening to the other party's words, she could still see her excited face when she said that to him. Don't kneel down and beg for mercy. It's up to you. I work for you anyway. I have face outside. And you also have face, Philippa said. She said it as if for her own sake. Okay, I will arrange it tomorrow. When the ship leaves, I will notify you. Your ship should stay near the route, and don't wander around. Understood? I'll wait for you. Yes. After hanging up the communication, Wu Hung put the microphone back. Philippa was safe, so he felt relieved. He opened the door and asked Minnie to prepare dinner. He went upstairs again. He pushed the door and entered the alchemy room. In the room, the alchemy skeletons were still busy with their own things. Wu Hung handed over the corpse cores he had just obtained to alchemist number 1. At the same time, his eyes fell on the cabinet full of potions. Strength enhancement potion. There were a total of 9 bottles of potions made from first-level corpse cores, neatly arranged. Is the efficiency of first-level potions so high? These corpse cores were obtained when cleaning the turntable zombies. There were a total of 9 first-level corpse cores. Now they are all made into potions. The efficiency is still relatively high. Put away the corpse core potion. Open the freezer and take a look. Including the corpse cores that were just delivered, there are 2 level 1 corpse cores, and 5 level 2 corpse cores. Then, open the organ jar next to it. There are 3 level 3 corpse cores in total. They are all dropped by the level 3 zombies killed before. There were originally 4, and one of them should be used to develop potions. The production of level 3 potions still has no finished product. Even with the addition of the level 15 alchemy skeleton, it seems that there is not much progress. Fortunately, there is this magic item that can store organs. Otherwise, The corpse core that has never been used may have been broken long ago. The organ jar was resealed. Wu Heng also left the alchemy room. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the study, leaning on the seat, thinking about the gains of the past 2 days and the subsequent plans. Pirate wanted order, the use of the evil sword of the quiet blade, and I have to upgrade to level 15 as soon as possible. The bounty on the pirates has reached 500 gold. Let alone a normal bounty. Even if someone was sent to kill a resident deacon, it would not reach this price. It was simply exaggerated. Wu Heng often thought about this matter. What on earth did he do to make blank envelope pay attention to him? And the price was getting higher and higher. If he had a grudge against the association, he should also offer a bounty for Imolo. Offering a bounty for a deputy deacon like himself was simply insane. Now, blank envelope has also recognized Philippa as a pirate, which is also the only way to find the other party. Philippa cannot stop this move. Support for Philippa still needs to continue. Even if I can't find out the other party, if there is any special information, it can tell me in the first place. Next is the Silent Blade Evil Sword. This weapon that I bought with 2,000 gold coins has become a complete waste. The effect is fierce enough, it can kill enemies that rush into the range. And it can also kill me. At present, it has no problem killing level 12 targets, but it is not clear whether it can kill higher level enemies. Now I don't want to take it out for research. Find a way to avoid getting hurt. If you really don't want to, treat the skeleton as a consumable. Hold the sword and compete with the enemy in endurance to see who moves first. Finally, it is your own level. When you reach level 15, you are a 4th level strongman. And you are also a leader in all major forces. In essence, there will be a big improvement. In addition to the agreement between you and Shannara, your strength will be higher. And you will be more responsive to danger. No matter which point. Upgrading is the most stable way to improve yourself. Thinking about it, open the panel, check the experience points. Level 14, 161781/165000. There are still more than 3,000 experience points to deal with a wave of zombies. After delivering the goods to Philippa, I will raise my level first. After analyzing the 3 things, Wu Heng was about to get up, but his movements paused again. There is also the matter of developing the 3rd level potion. I need to find a way to buy a higher level alchemist corpse, otherwise the corpse core will grow hair sooner or later. He thought about everything again. After confirming that there were no omissions, he stood up and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he sat down again. He took out Modern Kin Luxury House Technique and continued to read it. The sky gradually darkened. When Wu Heng turned to the last page, he waited silently for a while. His brows slightly frowned. The prompt for unlocking the skill did not appear. What's going on? He opened the panel and looked at the skill position. There was indeed no record of Modern Kin Luxury House Technique. Is the skill book fake? That's not right. It shows the name and description. It can't be fake. What's wrong with it? He thought about it. Guess 2 possibilities. One is that my intermittent reading method is not good. The second point is that my attributes may not meet the requirements of the skills. When reading the Book of the Dead, it always mentions the standards to be achieved when learning and studying spells. Now that I haven't unlocked the skills, I am somewhat suspicious of this. When I have time, I will read it completely and try. The sky was completely dark. Wu Heng put the book away again. After a simple wash, go downstairs, knock on Andeville's door. The door opened. Andeville stood at the door in a nightgown. They looked at each other. Andeville rushed over directly. Wu Heng lifted her up and kissed her while walking towards the bed. The little fox hung on him, with a flushed face and a furry tail, swaying quickly. The next day, Wu Heng got off the carriage wearing the illusion veil. He glanced at the busy port and boarded a ship that had been prepared in advance. Walking down the deck, the cabin was filled with skeletons. Sharktooth goes out to sea and enters the Sinian Asia route. Sharktooth, with several skeletons wrapped in armor, walked onto the deck. The cargo ship slowly left the port, heading towards the depths of the ocean. The ship broke through the waves. Wu Heng walked around the ship and let Sharktooth continue to control the ship. He simply rearranged the cargo ship, making it look more like a cargo ship that goes out to sea all year round, rather than a ship that has been parked for a long time and no one uses it. After the arrangement was almost done, I went back to the deck, took out a recliner, and started to read Modern Kin Mansion art again. I tried to finish reading it all in one go today to verify my ideas. Iron Barrel pirate ship. In the dim conference room. A light stone swayed above my head. On both sides of an old wooden table covered with knife marks. People gathered. Sitting or standing. On the left. A man with a red sailor hat and rough skin said directly, Philippa. Since you led us to escape from Treasure Island, please give up the position of captain. No one will embarrass you. A woman. Philippa took back her feet from the edge of the table and looked directly at the opposite side. Do you still remember that I led you to escape? You have been arguing with me these days. I thought you had forgotten it long ago. You are not suitable to be a captain. You manage the entire pirate group like a fishing boat. The man sneered. The supporters behind him also echoed. It's been a long time since the pirate group robbed goods. Everyone goes out to sea. And they all want to have enough food. But you can't. Philia narrowed his eyes slightly. And glanced at the expressions of the people opposite him. And the weapons on his waist. It just happened that today, these people came to seize power themselves. It would be so embarrassing to be seen by his master, the deputy deacon. He imagined the worst possibility in his heart. And continued, Am I starving you, or am I not paying enough every month? Let you support him. The middle-aged man opposite smiled and said, We are pirates, and we pay monthly. It's better to be a guard for the group with this money. Philippa, you give up your position now, or don't blame the brothers for not being gentle. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, many sailors behind him drew their swords. Philippa's supporters also drew their weapons. They cursed the other side as traitors and prepared to fight. The meeting room was in chaos. If only one person took action, both sides would be killed. Philippa glanced at the tall figure beside her. This was the skeleton attendant that Wu Hung left for her to protect her safety. She thought quickly, took out a blank envelope, and slapped it on the table. She cursed loudly, Shut up. All of you. The next caravan is coming with goods. I am the only one who knows the location and route. Are you sure you don't want me to be the captain and watch this batch of goods leave? The person on the other side was stunned. Looked at the envelope. And then looked at her. It was the last time. How could it be so fast? Someone said. Philippa cursed him as an idiot. And then continued, If you don't get this batch of goods within 2 days, I will give up this position. If you get the goods, everyone will make money. Which means there is no problem with my command. And this matter will be settled. Everyone discussed in a low voice. And there was no longer the momentum of shouting and killing. The red hat man in the lead said with a serious expression that everyone should not believe it. But it was obvious that more people agreed with this statement. It's just 2 days anyway, it won't make any difference. Seeing that everyone agreed, the man in the red sailor hat also coughed lightly and said, Okay, Philippa. This is what you said, we'll just have 2 days, Poseidon as a witness. Okay, Poseidon as a witness. Philippa said directly. The others also put away their weapons. Philippa continued, Everyone return to your positions, because whoever delays this operation, I will cut open his stomach and feed him to the fish. Everyone nodded, and quickly left the room. Philippa also returned to the captain's room. Sat on a chair. Wiped the sweat from her forehead. Looking at the radio. She muttered, You can't delay. Until the sky darkened. Wu Hung still looked at the skill book in his hand. Without interruption. After reading the last page, he listened and waited for a while. It was still quiet, and no prompts appeared. Damn. This skill is poisonous. Grinda floated aside, also reading a book, and turned his head to look over and asked, What's wrong? You are still angry while reading a book. He sighed softly, and put the skill book away. It's okay, a skill book, I didn't learn it. Glenda floated over. It's not that easy, I'll learn it slowly in the future, don't worry. Wu Hung had no way to explain, and could only nod. You're right. While the man and the soul were talking, Xiao Xiao also flew back from the air, and said, Uncle, there's a pirate ship coming over there, it seems they have discovered us. Wu Hung stood up and looked into the distance. The sea was pitch black, the other ship should not have turned on the lights. Let me see. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the picture came over. A pirate ship with the flag of the Iron Bucket Pirates was approaching this side. He released Xiao Xiao again and said directly, Xiao Xiao. Keep on guard. Grenda. Go to the pirates. The captain there is my spy among the pirates. Her name is Philippa. The last time I saw her, she had a braid. Tell her that we are here and proceed according to the plan. Grenda nodded. Okay. After that, she flew towards the direction of the pirate ship in the distance. Wu Hung continued to command the skeletons to start moving, pretending to be a passing cargo ship, and also hung spare boats on the side of the ship, preparing for evacuation. Iron bucket pirates. Clank. The sound of copper bells rang from the cabin. A large number of pirates rushed out of the deck, climbed up the ropes, and looked into the distance. There is really a cargo ship, and there are not many people. I haven't seen the flag before. It should be a newly formed merchant group. Where is the captain? Why hasn't she come out yet? I'll go call her. The pirates rushed down the deck quickly and knocked hard on the door. Captain, we found the cargo ship. There are not many people and no defensive equipment. Philippa's voice came out. Let the ship come closer. I will go out immediately. Okay. The pirate agreed and left directly. In the room, Philippa looked at the ghost who came through the wall in fear. You are Philippa. Are you the ghost of the deputy deacon? Philippa reacted immediately and said directly. The ghost nodded and said directly, yes. The cargo ship is coming. Follow the plan. And don't make any mistakes. Okay. I know. Philippa said, seeing the ghost trying to leave. Philippa continued, tell him. Kill one man. He wants to take my position as captain. Wu Hung stood on the deck, looking at the pirate ship that appeared in his sight, and the pirates on the ship holding weapons and shouting loudly. It was like pulling a boat full of gorillas, with exaggerated appearance. Archers, get ready. Shoot. Wu Hung gave the order directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot into the night sky, and fell into the sea with a crackling sound. A few arrows fell on the deck. The roaring pirates hid their heads and dodged. Then, the pirates began to dodge. Arrows and javelins were thrown one after another, and the crossbows and ballistas on the ship also whistled towards this side. Boom! The violent collision made the ship shake violently. The skeletons on the deck also swayed and had difficulty standing steady. Wu Hung saw Philippa standing on the barrel and commanding. After giving the order for 2 more volleys, he said directly, let's lower the boats and retreat. The 2 medium-sized wooden boats hanging on the side of the freighter were thrown into the sea. Wu Hung took many skeletons, boarded the wooden boat and quickly left. On the pirate ship, they ran away. It's really a new merchant group. A bunch of softies. We've made a fortune. Come over quickly. Long live the captain. The pirates cheered for taking down a cargo ship without any damage. Not to mention how many valuable things there were in the ship. This cargo ship alone was an amazing harvest. No matter how you counted it, it was not a loss. The ship approached quickly, and the pirates were eager to board the ship. On the deck, Philippa stared at the ship going away, her eyes wide open. She was anxious, but she couldn't remind the other party that the person hadn't helped her kill him yet. At the fence, the man in the red sailor hat, with a few people leaning on the fence, talking in a low voice. What should we do? The cargo ship was really robbed. The man glanced at Philippa. His face showed a cruel look, and said, follow her later. Find an opportunity to kill her directly, and then say there is an ambush on the ship. No one will believe it, said another person. Then, I will be the captain. And you all? Bang, the man said, and suddenly his voice stopped, and his head exploded like a watermelon in half. Chapter 379, It's a Ghost. The man's head exploded, sticky blood splattered all over the place. The people around him were stunned, looking at the blood on their hands and bodies. Their faces suddenly changed. Just when they were about to take action. Bang! The fence exploded, another man's chest exploded, the upper body flew up, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. In an instant, everyone showed a look of fear, running around in a mess. Philippa was also startled, but immediately realized that this was helping him. The few people who wanted to take his position were almost dead. They were no longer a threat to him. He immediately shouted, don't run around. Hide, and lie on the deck. Hearing Philippa's shout, the others looked for cover, or lay directly on the deck. There was no thunderous explosion, and no one was crushed again. After a while, someone raised his head slightly and looked outside, and asked, Captain, it seems to be okay. Philippa whistled into the air, and a parrot flew out directly. After conducting reconnaissance, he stood up and said, It's okay. Put down the connecting plate. Let's go to the cargo ship to have a look. The other pirates also stood up. The connecting plate was placed between the 2 ships. The pirates raised their weapons and boarded the opposite cargo ship directly. Philippa followed behind, surrounded by several people, whispering flatteringly, "Captain, your plan is perfect." "Yes, I said that following the captain is the best decision. Captain, please watch your step." As for the several crew members who had just been broken, it seemed that they had forgotten everything. Every pirate was excited and looking forward to the cargo on the ship. Philippa enjoyed the admiration of the crew, but her face remained calm. "Go to the cargo hold. Don't surround me. It's the captain." Everyone rushed into the cargo hold. Then, someone else ran out quickly. He shouted, "Captain, these are all top-quality fabrics, with embroidery and patterns. This trip will definitely make a lot of money." Philippa followed into the cabin. He saw piles of neatly stacked fabrics inside. The patterns and designs on it were obviously not the cheap ones that ordinary people could use. They were all exquisite and detailed patterns with bright colors. Philippa's eyes gradually widened. They actually sent her these high-quality goods. This was more valuable than leather and food. Seeing the pirates touching the cloth, Philippa kicked them and scolded them, "Don't touch it. Cover it all up and move it to the main ship." The pirates retracted their hands and began to move the goods. After all the cloth was moved to the main ship, Philippa stood on the deck and said, "Cam, you are now the captain of the subship. Get ready to set sail. Let's leave here." "Okay, Captain." Cam, who was dark-skinned and strong, responded loudly. He was very happy that he suddenly became the captain. He was also glad that he chose to stand on Philippa's side. Now, he became the sub-captain, and many of those who wanted to pull Philippa down from the position of captain died. Later, Philippa might deal with it. Philippa continued to shout, "Everyone else, return to your posts. Let's leave here." "Yes," the pirates responded, and all returned to their respective positions. The two ships kept their distance and left in the distance. On the other side, the sea was shrouded in darkness. Granda passed through the darkness and returned to Wu Hung. He whispered, "There is no problem with the pirates. Miss Philippa is not bad. She appointed a new captain of the subship. The pirates seemed to respect her." "Who are those people she asked to be killed before?" "From what she said, it seems that they are pirates who want to seize power." Wu Hung nodded, then took out the tablet, compared it with the sea map, and said, "Let's go. Let's leave here too. Find an island to go ashore first." "Wow." The ship left in the distance. Early morning. Wu Hung sat on the side of the boat, facing the sea, twisting his clothes. The wind and waves on the sea, plus the morning mist, made him and the skeletons all wet, like a drowned chicken just fished out. And all around, there was still an endless sea. The location of the target island was still invisible. Sailing on the sea, but not as close as it looks on the nautical chart. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance again, and shouted, "There's another pirate ship coming over there." Wu Hung paused and looked into the distance. The visibility is better during the day. On the sea in the distance, a ship with a black pirate flag appeared. He took out the telescope and looked at the pirate flag. The pattern was a rapier piercing a skull vertically. He continued to take out the tablet and quickly checked the information on the pirate wanted poster. The Razor Pirates, the captain is a 12th level swordsman. It is the same level as the current Philippa's pirate group. "Uncle, the ship is leaving," Xiao Xiao continued. He looked up and saw that the pirate ship directly ignored them and turned around and headed towards the Sinian Asia route. He looked at the pirate ship, and then at the wooden boat under his feet. "Sharktooth, Karanmu, go over there and take the boat," Wu Hung said directly. Sharktooth stood up and jumped into the sea. Karanmu stepped directly on Sharktooth's back, crouched slightly, and quickly rushed towards the pirate ship. On the other side, on the sword pirate ship, the pirates looked at the two wooden boats in the distance and frowned. Someone asked, "Captain, are they those two wooden boats?" "They look like fishing boats." The middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat looked at the two wooden boats in the distance. He also frowned. The letter said it was a cargo ship. Could it be? "There is something wrong with the information?" the crew continued. The captain said, "The letter has never been wrong. It should not be these two fishing boats. Let's look for them again. Then these two. Should we rob them first?" "Don't worry about them. Continue to look for the cargo ship on the route." The captain continued to give orders. "Yes." The pirates took the order, and the fleet began to move away, without waiting for the few people to leave. Someone else said, "Look, someone is rushing over from the sea." The pirates who were about to leave looked toward the sea again. They saw a figure, holding a sword in one hand, rushing toward them quickly as if standing on the waves. The speed was extremely fast. What is that? How can he stand on the waves? No. It seems like he is stepping on something. The captain also frowned and gave an order directly. Attack and kill him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows and crossbows were fired at the same time, shooting forward. The figure on the sea was still approaching quickly, and soon it was close to the ship. Suddenly, thick smoke enveloped the figure rushing towards him. The next second, the pirate captain's face changed drastically. He turned around and saw that the man who was on the sea just now had appeared behind him. Puff! The sound of swords and knives piercing flesh rang out, and the head wearing the captain's hat fell off the neck. He remained terrified and unbelievable, and rolled to the side. Until this moment, the other pirates reacted, rushed out their weapons, and rushed forward to kill. Karema held the sword in one hand. His figure turned into a shadow, and rushed into the pirates head-on. The 17th level wanderer showed his strength to crush all the pirates. A large number of pirates fell to the ground, and the deck was stained with blood. Wu Hung led the skeletons to approach the pirate ship. The rope ladder was thrown down from the deck. When he climbed onto the deck, what came into view was the corpses on the deck, and the figure standing on the deck with one hand holding the sword. He looked at Karema carefully, except for a few arrows stuck in his chest. There were no other obvious injuries. Bows and arrows have little effect on the undead. He took a quick look. In the corridor of the cabin, hiding pirates could be vaguely seen. Wu Hung said directly, "Go in, kill all the pirates." Clatter! A large number of skeletons rushed into the cabin and started fighting with the pirates hiding inside. Wu Hung walked around the deck. He set his eyes on the head with the captain's hat. He thought for a while and directly released talk to the dead. The head suddenly opened his eyes, and his cloudy eyeballs turned around. He asked the skeleton to bring a wooden box and sit down. Wu Hung asked directly, "Why are you here?" The head said, "I received a mysterious letter last night, saying that a merchant ship passed through this route. So we rushed over." Hearing this answer, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Another mysterious letter. Moreover, in this time zone, the only cargo ship that came out of Treasure Island was his. How did the other party know this news? He didn't mention it to others. Philippa had a slave contract and would not tell anyone about it. He didn't even have time to say Imolo. How did the other party know? What the hell? What else did the letter tell you? The corpse replied, "Nothing else, only this message." Wu Hung continued to ask, "How much do you know about the letter?" "The letter will pass the news of the fleet to the nearest fleet, and the information provided is relatively accurate. It has a high prestige among pirates. Some pirate groups say that the letter is a gift from the sea god. After thinking about it carefully, it feels wrong. According to the principle of proximity, the message should be sent to Philippa." Wu Hung thought for a moment, and then said, "Recently, what news has been reported among pirates?" "Recently, the pirates have been taking action, going out to sea according to the information in the letter. Several pirate groups and hunters are planning to kill the deputy deacon of Treasure Island. Leonid had an ear bitten off by a sea monster. Cahill had an improper relationship with the captain's woman. A lot of information was reported this time." Wu Hung was not interested in some pirate gossip. Continued to ask, "Who are the pirates who plan to kill the deputy deacon of Treasure Island?" "The Devil's Hand pirates. It is not clear whether other people participated." 5 questions ended. The head closed his eyes. Some useful information was obtained. There is a Devil's Hand pirates who are organizing people to kill him. Crazy eyes. You really don't take Imolo seriously. The battle in the cabin ended, and the bodies were moved to the deck one by one. Wu Hung ordered the equipment to be removed from the corpses, and then released the dead corpse battlefield. And all the corpses stood up. They began to put on their equipment again and tidy up the deck. Wu Hung walked around the cabin. There was not much cargo inside, but in the storage room, he still found several barrels of silver coins. He went back to the deck. He gave an order, "Put down the pirate flag, hang the association flag, and go to Treasure Island." The ship started and headed towards Treasure Island. The pirates this time came in time. Otherwise, it would take a long time to get close to the island. At dusk, the ship entered the port of Treasure Island. Wu Hung settled the skeletons and called a carriage to return to his residence. He said hello to the 2 maids. He went directly to the room on the 3rd floor where the radio was stored. He picked up the microphone and said directly, "Philippa, is everything going well over there?" Soon, Philippa's voice came out. "It's going well, you gave me such good goods, you are so kind." Her tone was full of surprise. The goods in the cabin were all taken out from the warehouse of the trade city. It seems that Philippa is quite satisfied. The fabrics in this other world. Ordinary people usually wear plain clothes. Bright colors, and clothes with complex patterns, are only worn by people with good economic conditions. Modern fabrics are indeed more sophisticated in color and factory. As long as it helps you. Wu Hung continued, "Didn't you receive the blank envelope?" "No." "What happened?" "On the way back, I met the Razor Pirates. He received the letter, and came to rob my merchant ship." The other side was stunned and said, "Ah, how could this happen?" "So, I asked you if you received the letter?" Philippa thought for a while, and said, "Letters usually appear when people are sleeping or not paying attention. I didn't sleep all night last night, so I definitely didn't receive it." "Well, this explanation makes sense. Okay, did you get the space ring I prepared for you?" "And the space ring? I didn't see it." Wu Hung said, "I put it in the captain's room for you, stuck it under the desk, and marked it. Didn't you see it?" "Where would I know where you hid it? I'll go look for it now." After that, there was no response from the other side. Not long after, Philippa's side was connected again. There was an exclamation. "Wow, give me such a big ring, and weapons. How do you know I like scimitars?" 10 cubic meters, to store more food and water at sea. "Oh," Philippa agreed, as if checking something. Wu Hung continued, "That weapon is the Wuhuan blade, which can make the user release a phantom clone, which can confuse the enemy or escape, and can play a very good role." "Damn. Is it the one sold at the auction?" "It must be several hundred gold." Philippa exclaimed again. Wu Hung said, "You also know about the auction? This matter is widely circulated outside. There is a fat sheep who bought all the magic props. The pirates are investigating this guy's identity." That person. Can't be you?" Philippa asked suspiciously. "It's the Wuhuan blade. Wrap the outer sheath with something. Don't let others recognize it, so as not to be in danger." "Damn. Dad. You are so good to me. I have never used such a good thing in my life." Chapter 380, I'll protect your head. Philippa shouted, her tone full of excitement. "This weapon is worth 100 gold coins, enough to arm a large pirate fleet. I give you this weapon, not for you to fight. When in danger, use the illusion to confuse the enemy and run away," Wu Hung reminded. "Yeah, thank you, Dad." Philippa took a deep breath and calmed herself down, then asked, "What are these 2 bottles of potion? Poison?" "That's a strength-enhancing potion, which can directly improve physical fitness after taking it, about the effect of 1 to 2 levels." The other side suddenly fell silent. After 2 or 3 seconds, Philippa said doubtfully, "Can it be upgraded directly?" "It's not a direct upgrade. But the effect after the upgrade?" "I've never heard of this potion." Wu Hung said, "It's precious and valuable. And it's no less than your weapon. It must be kept secret from the outside." "Oh, I see." I'm very tight-lipped. After explaining her items, Wu Hung continued to ask, "Have you heard of the Devil's Hand Pirates?" "I have heard of it. It's a very famous pirate group." "Tell me the information about this pirate group." Philippa thought about it, and then said, "I haven't come into contact with it, but I have heard about it. The Devil's Hand is a large pirate group, with 2 or 3 fleets. Its own level must be above level 15. And there are many masters under its crew. They are not in this area." "Why are you asking about him?" "A large pirate group. The captain is above level 15. "Indeed. They have a certain strength. I got some news. They seem to be planning to assassinate me." "Ah!" Philippa shouted subconsciously, and asked doubtfully, "Is it reliable? With their scale, they shouldn't come to you for 500 gold coins. It may be some rumors. If there is a chance, you should pay attention to it." "Okay, I will guarantee your head for 500 gold coins," Philippa said solemnly. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Then I won't talk to you for now. I'll contact you if there is anything." "Well," putting the microphone back, Wu Hung walked out of the room directly and walked downstairs. Iron Barrel Pirates, Captain's room. Philippa's legs were on the desk, and her hands were wrapping strips of cloth around the scabbard of the martial fantasy blade. Weapons with special effects. All need to be covered up. Otherwise, the enemy will make plans to kill you based on the type of equipment you have. After wrapping everything up, she held it in her arms with a loving look on her face. Being a pirate, There's no way to make money this fast. Hanging the two weapons around her waist, she touched the red-crowned green-feathered parrot beside her. Don't you think so? Idiot! The parrot cursed. Shut up. Silly bird. The parrot flapped its wings, flew to the standing pole beside it, and swung gently. Philippa also stood up and walked to the empty space in the room. He drew out the two swords from his waist. After standing there and sensing it, his body began to twist. One on the left and one on the right. And two identical figures appeared, doing the same posture. Philippa's eyes were filled with more surprise. With a thought in his mind, the two clones instantly made attacking movements. Although if you look closely, you can find that they are different from the original body. But they can play a short role in the battle, and can also affect the trend of the entire battle. Philippa was satisfied, put away the weapon, and the phantom disappeared. She sat back at the desk, and her eyes continued to fall on the remaining items. A bag of gold coins, 2 bottles of potion. She put away the gold coins directly, and took a closer look at the potion. It was said to be a potion that could achieve the effect of raising the level, but the color was more like the detoxification potion sold in the alchemy shop. She doubted whether the potion had the effect that the other party said, although she didn't believe that Wu Hung would harm her. How could a potion that could directly improve the physical attributes appear, if this potion really exists? Then wouldn't it be possible for a strong person to come out by drinking it? Those who possess the potion formula will have the power to change the world. It passed through the hands of a deputy deacon and ended up in the hands of this little pirate. It was somewhat suspicious. But the other party was really good to her, giving her weapons and money. He shouldn't hurt her in this matter in the end. Thinking in her heart, she looked at the parrot standing on the copper standing pole beside her. She called, "Come, I'll give you a task." The parrot looked at her and flew over. Philippa was quick-witted and grabbed the parrot, pressing it on the table. The parrot flapped its wings in panic, its eyes full of fear, and struggled non-stop. Philippa drew out his weapon and pressed it against its neck. The parrot stared, not daring to move. Pirate convention. The parrot shouted. Philippa bit the cork with his mouth and pulled it open, and poured the medicine directly into the parrot. After the medicine entered its stomach, the parrot stood up again. It took 2 steps on the table, rolled its eyes, fell down, and its body began to twitch violently. Damn. It's really poisonous. Philippa regretted giving the parrot the drink. After all, it was her own tamed animal. If it died, she would have to find a new one. She was just about to go forward to rescue it. The twitching on the parrot stopped. Its body became visibly fatter, and its feathers became brighter. The parrot stood up again, opened its eyes, and seemed to be more intelligent. It shook its head and said, "Praise the captain." Philippa's eyes widened instantly. There was really a change, and it felt that the parrot was smarter. Philippa looked back at the remaining bottle of medicine, opened the bottle stopper, and drank it directly. After the bitter feeling, there was an indescribable tingling sensation all over the body, as if the bone marrow and muscles were being pierced by fine needles. He curled up in the chair for a while. The physical feeling gradually disappeared, followed by a sense of increased strength all over the body. He could clearly feel that his body had been strengthened. "It's amazing." "Who am I following?" Philippa said, and his eyes fell on the tame parrot again. He ignored the other party's praise, grabbed the neck and shook it, saying, "Spit it out, you stupid bird." The parrot shook its body and turned its head to the side. Treasure Island. At the table, in addition to Wu Hung and the 2 maids, Sanera also came to eat. Sanera wore a light blue long skirt, and an amber pendant on her fair neck, which fell to her chest, covering her fullness. As if she noticed the gaze from the opposite side, Sanera looked up and rolled her eyes, and then lowered her head slightly. Wu Hung asked, "What are you busy with recently?" "Still the business of the merchant group. How are you doing over there?" "Not bad, dealing with some pirates. Don't go out to sea recently, it's a little unsafe," Wu Hung warned. Shannara smiled. "After the last incident, I don't go out to sea very often. I feel it's safer to stay here." "Well, if there's danger, run to my side." "Got it." Shannara cast a tender look. Wu Hung picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "When will the goods I ordered last time arrive?" "It will be delivered within 5 days. I'll let you know when the time comes. By the way, can I order weapons and equipment such as magic props?" Wu Hung asked again. "It depends on what you need, but the production is limited, and we definitely can't order thousands of pieces at a time like you did." Shannara put down her knife and fork, looked at him and said, If you want to equip the army, magic weapons and armor are not suitable for the battlefield. Why? Wu Heng also looked at her. Magic props can provide many special effects, but frequent battles, or slight damage, will make the etched runes ineffective. It's okay for personal use, but it's completely unnecessary to equip on a large scale. It's better to buy a batch of sophisticated equipment, which is more practical than magic weapons, Shannara explained. Wu Heng listened to the other party's words and understood what he meant. That is to say, if it is an occasional battle, like Wu Heng going to arrest wanted criminals, or a pirate going to rob a ship, magic weapons and armor can provide many effects that ordinary equipment cannot achieve. But equipping the army, not to mention how much money it costs, just the kind of frequent training, and the fighting of hundreds of people on the battlefield, it is easy to have problems. Even if an army is equipped, after returning from the battlefield, a batch of weapons will be scrapped. It would be better to have some durable weapons. Wu Heng felt that what the other party said made sense. What you said makes sense. Do you have any recommendations? Wu Heng asked. For example, a long sword or a battle axe made of fine iron can achieve good results, has high production, and the price is not as outrageous as magic props. Shannara continued to explain. For the market, Shannara needs to know what weapons are suitable for what people to buy. To be the largest chamber of commerce of the Wood Elves, it is not just about good looks and being able to transport and sell goods. Well, that's fine. Can protective gear be customized? I have a few friends with special body shapes who want to customize some protective gear, Wu Heng said. Shannara nodded. When the time comes, give me the drawings and I'll arrange for someone to make them for you. Okay. While the two chatted, Minnie and Anweer began to clean up the table. Then he said, let's go outside to play shuttlecock. After Shannara finishes chatting, come out and join us. Okay. I'll be there right away. Shannara smiled and agreed. Minnie and Anweer left the room. And in the courtyard, more than 10 meters away, they started playing shuttlecock. The little owl followed them, flying back and forth. It kept chirping. He looked outside. Wu Heng stood up and walked over, looking down at the wood elf in the light blue dress, looking straight into her gemstone-like eyes. Shannara shyly dodged, whispering, what are you doing? They are still outside. Chapter 381, Level 15 Changes. Wu Heng held her chin with his fingers and lowered his head to kiss her. Shannara was a little flustered, and her eyes kept looking out the window. Through the glass, she could see the two maids having fun, and they didn't intend to carry anyone. Her heart was pounding, and her face was getting redder. She still opened her teeth slightly. They hadn't seen each other for several days, and they missed each other. Sister Shannara, haven't you finished talking yet? Minnie's voice came from the courtyard. Shannara turned her head away and licked her wet lips. She held the other person's face and said, we agreed to reach level 15. Keep working hard. Almost there. Boast, Shannara said. Pecked him again, then straightened her clothes and walked out quickly. The next day, the association. Outside the deacon's study, Wu Heng knocked on the door, and after getting a response, he walked in directly. In the study, Imolo sat behind the desk, still as usual, flipping through the documents in his hand. Moya was also not far away, sorting the information on the bookshelf. Something? Imolo looked up. Wu Heng said directly, yesterday I delivered supplies to the pirate spy. On the way back, I was attacked by the pirate group. The other party got the news of the blank envelope and came to block the cargo ship I arranged to go out. Hearing him say that he was sending supplies, Imolo frowned. He asked, what do you think? My cargo ship was temporarily sent out from Treasure Island. The other party knew my route and approximate time. I wonder if it has something to do with the port. Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. It's just a guess. If it's the effect of a strange object or item, then there's no place to check. The only thing that can be inferred is the port. Imolo nodded and pondered for a moment, then said, your idea has some possibility. But it is a bit far-fetched to say that all the pirates can be mobilized just by this point. Otherwise, bribing the port ship manager will become the main source of information for the pirates. Well, I just made a guess. Imolo said, I will arrange a team to check it out at that time. Before there is definite information. Don't make any big moves on the island. Okay. Wu Heng nodded, then said, I also killed a captain of the Razor Pirates. There is a third level wanted order. The cargo ship was hijacked and fell into the hands of Philippa. If it is revealed that he died in my hands, someone with ulterior motives may deduce that I am related to Philippa. Do you want the autopsy process to be more secretive? Yes. The people of the Razor Pirates can die at any time. But not now. Wu Heng said. Moya, you go and do it. Record the body first, and then cancel the wanted order after a week. Emilo said directly. Understood. Moya came out and looked at Wu Heng. Where is the body? It's in this space ring. Come out first, and give me the body. The two walked out of the study, and Wu Heng took out the body wrapped in straw mats. Moya took it away and walked towards the morgue. Wu Heng returned to the study. Emilo continued to ask, how is your pirate lady doing? Send a ship of supplies over, and let the other party rob it. I'm afraid she is the most exaggerated one among the spies of the entire association. Not bad. She has sent back some information one after another. But her pirate group is small, and she can't get in touch with the information of high-level pirate groups. Wu Heng said. Yimi Luo looked at the file in his hand again. Then he said, how about this? If you, the pirate lady, can provide 3 third-level bounties and effective information, I will arrange her into the secret talker, which can also be regarded as giving her an identity. Hearing this, Wu Heng was also happy. Becoming a whisperer means having a real identity. Not only will it be easier to get rid of the pirate identity in the future, but when in danger, you can also seek shelter in any association. Speaking of which, I have had some contact with Lilith, the leader of the Whisperers, before. To some extent, she owes me a favor. It is not difficult to write to her and ask Lilith to arrange for Philippa. Now that the butler Yamilo is here to do it, it is even better. Then I'll thank the deacon on behalf of Philippa. Well, nothing, try not to leave the island. Okay. After talking about the matter, Wu Heng left the room directly. Just after leaving the door, he saw Shi Logui coming over. The two greeted each other. Shi Logui walked in directly. Wu Heng thought for a while, standing at the door and waiting for a while. Shi Logui came out of the study. Wait for me, Shi Logui asked. Ah, are you okay? Go sit over there for a while. Let's go! The two went to Shi Logui's study. Wu Heng sat down on the sofa, and Zalogui sat opposite him, and asked, is it about the evil sword again? No. I want to ask you about the 15th level professionals. They all say that each profession has an essential improvement at level 15. I don't quite understand what it means. Wu Heng asked directly. I didn't think of asking at first. After all, I will reach level 15 soon, and I will know it naturally when the time comes. But when I met Zalogui, I asked her. I also have some understanding in my heart. Zalogui looked at him with some suspicion. Do you really not know, or are you testing me, as a mage? Don't you read books? Wu Heng thought about the wording and said, I came from a small place, and I got all the books from the association. My knowledge is not as broad as you think, and it is not that all mages are scholars, so it is inevitable that there are some people like me who slip through the net. Puff. Zalogui was amused by him, and she had never seen anyone say that he was bad. Then he said, it is true that level 15 is a watershed for professions. After each profession reaches this level, some changes will occur. But it is not as exaggerated as the rumors say. So, what exactly has changed? Zalogui continued. First, the title changes. For example, when a boxer reaches level 15, when the outside world introduces you, they will mention that you are a great boxer, which means that you have reached level 15 and have achieved certain achievements. In terms of physical changes, a great boxer will have an immortal body, full of energy, and will not age. Even at the age of hundreds of years, he will still maintain a relatively young face. Immortal body? Immortal? That's not what I mean. It's just that there will be no obvious aging in appearance. But when the lifespan is exhausted, it will still die normally. The important thing is that the energy is full, and it will be more powerful in battle. Zalogui said. Wu Heng nodded, indicating that he understood. According to his panel, reaching this level unlocks special abilities. The boxer unlocks the immortal body, which allows him to maintain full strength to fight. His appearance will also change. What about the mage? I don't know much about mages. There seem to be two versions. One is the master caster, which should be a change in the power of your spells. The second is related to your school, which I don't know much about. Zalogui thought for a while and replied. Wu Heng nodded, indicating that he understood. No matter which profession, reaching level 15 is already a very high level, being admired and respected by others. Are you going to level 15? After Zalogwi finished explaining, she asked. How is it possible? I'm just in my 20s. Don't worry, you can reach the deputy deacon at the age of 20, which is already very impressive. It's not impossible to reach level 15 in the future. Zalogwi comforted. Yeah. Wu Hong nodded and then asked, is there any result on the evil sword? No result yet? When there is a result, I will notify you then. Would you like to have dinner together later? Zalogwi rolled her eyes at him. Let's wait until later. Wu Hong talked to her about pirates again. There was nothing to say. So I left here. I returned to the study and said hello to Anweer. I returned to my residence. Minnie was watering the flowers in the courtyard. I waved my hand and went up to the 4th floor. I opened the door and headed to the zombie world. On the other side was the manager's office. I looked down at the vehicles queuing to exchange food in the corridor. I took out the intercom and pressed the call button. Chi Hon Kai. You say? Prepare the convoy and go out to clean up the zombies. Got it. I went downstairs and got in the car and rushed to the zombie area. Chapter 382, Pirate Union. Emerald Sea, several pirate ships forming a huge fleet, and several ships in the middle, hanging a pirate flag with a pattern of claws breaking the ground. Devil's Hand, a large pirate group. In the captain's room of the first ship, 3 people sat upright. Behind the desk, a man in a religious robe, holding a book in his hand, looks like a kind godfather. Captain of the Devil's Hand, Javier. Looking at the opposite side with a smile, speaking softly. How about it? Just a deputy deacon, the bounty is divided equally. Opposite, sitting 2 men. One of them was wearing armor, and had a bald head. The fat on his forehead formed a shape, and his face was fierce. The other one had thin cheeks, a goatee, a leather armor, 2 swords hanging from his waist, and an equally serious expression. Would the Devil's Hand also be interested in these 500 gold coins? The bald man asked curiously. Captain Javier of the Devil's Hand replied. 500 gold coins. Not a lot. But not a lot either. It's just killing a deputy deacon, which is much easier than robbing a merchant group. The goatee also said. If it's so easy to kill, why would you mention 500 gold coins? The bald man added. I heard that Emilo thinks highly of him. He basically won't leave the island now. How can he be killed? Javier took a sip from the wine glass. You don't have to consider this. And the whole plan is not just about our 3 pirate groups. There will be other people joining. The bald man touched his head. With more people joining, there won't be much bounty. Javier glanced at him. Maybe by then, his bounty will be increased. Moreover, he has a lot of good things on him. When the time comes, sharing some of the spoils will be enough for everyone to have a good income. The 2 people on the opposite side fell silent again. Killing a vice deacon of the association, normally speaking, I wouldn't be too worried. And it involves Treasure Island and the mysterious letter, so people have to consider whether it's worth it. 500 gold, with more people, it's not certain how much you can get. How many people do you plan to find? The goatee pushed the captain's hat and looked directly into the other person's eyes. Javier took another sip of wine and replied, It's okay to tell you a little bit. If you join, I plan to gather 5 4th level professionals to kill him. The 2 people on the opposite side were stunned. There was surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the other party valued this deputy deacon more than himself. The 4th level is a 15th level professional, which can also be understood as 5 large pirate groups wanting to unite to kill a deputy deacon. It's really a big deal. You find so many people, there's not enough money to share. The bald man said. If there are too few people, there may be problems, and if there are too many people, the money will be less. Javier said directly, Level 15 professional, I guarantee a minimum settlement of 200 gold when the settlement is made. If it is not enough, I will make up for it with my Devil's Hand. The bald man scratched his head again. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Since you asked, I will join this time. The goatee also nodded. I agree too. When will it start? Javier smiled and nodded, and said, Don't worry, I still have to talk to others, and Yamilo is guarding the treasure island. I need to arrange a plan to lure that kid out. Okay, notify us in advance when the time comes. Okay. Zombie world. The convoy, escorted by the skeleton army, continued to move towards the target point. Wu Hong sat in the co-pilot, thinking again about the level 15 professionals. After each profession reaches level 15, there will be a special change. He was also looking forward to unlocking new abilities. Recently, the amount of food exchange is relatively large. It seems that all shelters are trying to store food for the winter. Chihan Kai, who was driving the car, said, for each shelter, winter will also be a disaster. By then, it will not only be the zombies that are gradually getting stronger, but also the ice and snow. The streets will be blocked by heavy snow. And without food, you will really be waiting to die. Selling everything that can be exchanged for goods in exchange for food is also inevitable. I will replenish it for you then, Wu Heng said. 2 trading markets. I have collected about 10 kilograms of gold in the past few days. And there are 19 corpse cores. I will send them to you when I go back. Are all the corpse cores level 1? All level 1. And the number of corpse cores seems to be increasing continuously. Do you want to change the trading quantity of food? Chihan Kai asked again. The exchange of gold began to slow down. It will only get slower and slower in the future. On the contrary, the number of corpse cores is gradually increasing. The reason is also easy to analyze. The emergence of evolved zombies increased the production of first-level corpse cores. Chihan Kai wanted to ask, since corpse cores are not so scarce, whether to reduce the exchange amount of food. Wu Heng shook his head. Let's do this for winter, and we'll talk about it in spring. Okay. Chihan Kai agreed with a smile. She didn't want to change the price either. But the base was not hers, and the food was not taken out by herself. I was also worried that if I exchanged a large amount of food here, the other bases would be short of food. I still had to listen to Wu Heng's opinion. He said that there was no need to exchange. And I felt relieved. Wu Heng thought for a while, and then said, when Li Yang comes next time, you can discuss the base matters. Close the extra bases. And don't spread the population too thin. I understand. We are also discussing this matter. And I will report to you when there is a result. Yes. As the two chatted, the convoy approached the location to be cleared. In front of us, it is an area with no landmark buildings. It is a main road between 2 communities. From a distance, you can see zombies wandering on the road, although there are not many of them. But it is definitely enough for me to reach level 15. In front of us, 2 ghosts flew back. Xiao Xiao said, no deformed zombies were found. Glinda also shook his head. I didn't find any special zombies either. Then let's start the battle. He patted the skeleton dog beside him. Swish, the 2 skeleton dogs rushed out directly. They rushed towards the zombies quickly. They had just run halfway. They had already attracted the attention of the zombies. The zombies' roars spread along the road. In the 2 communities, a large group of zombies emerged. On the central road, a dense group of zombies formed and rushed towards them. Let the skeleton dragons come out, Wu Heng said. Whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air came from above, and 5 skeleton dragons rushed directly into the sky. After reaching the sky above the zombies, he directly dropped dense solid iron bullets. Boom boom boom, the earth trembled, and smoke and dust rose to the sky. At the same time, the system prompts also appeared. Level increased to level 15, Intelligence 2, Constitution +1, Perception +1. Unlock specialties, Master Caster, Untiring Concentration, Breath of the Dead, God's Presence. Unlocked ability, God's Presence. Wu Heng opened his eyes. Directly upgraded. Chapter 383, the 4th level special effect, was suddenly upgraded, which also surprised Wu Heng. It was faster than he thought, and it reached level 15 directly. He glanced at the battlefield in front of him. Some subsequent zombies rushed out from the communities on both sides one after another. But the number was not much. Advance, kill all the zombies. Wu Heng gave the order directly. The skeleton army on standby immediately took action, holding spears, and rushed towards the zombies. For a moment, the weapons chopped flesh and blood, and the zombies roared, sounded again. Wu Heng issued several orders in succession. He ordered the deformed skeletons around him to charge at the zombies. Seeing the zombies being killed one by one, Wu Heng also took the opportunity to open the panel to check the attributes. Name, Wu Heng. Level 15, for 23/195000. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 30, Constitution 44, Intelligence 39, Perception 25, Charisma 28. Feats. One-handed sword expertise, intermediate. Sword expertise, intermediate. Staff expertise, intermediate. Arcane training, soul knowledge. Undead adaptation, casting speed up, force concentration, master caster, untiring concentration. Abilities: Grey Eagle swordsmanship, beginner, strength and will, soul energy sensing, casting speed up, breath of the dead soul, God's presence. Skills: bone art, bone armor, corpse cage, bone transplant, death breath, animation object. Experience points for level 15 to level 16, reach 195,000. 30,000 more than before. But it is still normal after all. It has been increasing in this way before. As for the attribute points, this upgrade directly increases 4 attribute points, 2 points of intelligence, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of perception each. Before, each level up only increases 2 attribute points. I don't know if it is only at level 15, or if it will increase by 4 attribute points in the future. As for the unlocked expertise and abilities, there are more than the individual features introduced by Zilla Rose. A total of 4 have been added. Wu Hung began to look at them one by one. Master Caster, drive the highest spell casting ability, your spell power, casting speed, duration are all increased to the master level. Untiring concentration. In the state of concentration, the mind and energy will not be tired. Breath of the dead, can absorb the power of the dead and the dead, quickly recover your own injuries and mental strength. God's presence, can descend on the body of the subordinate servant and have control. There are 4 types in total. Master Caster, it is considered to be an increase in the mage profession, the spell strength. Casting speed has reached the master level. This point means that there is a difference from ordinary professionals. All spell-related abilities have reached the level of a master. Untiring concentration, when in a state of concentration, the mind and energy will not be tired, which corresponds to the mental consumption when studying spells. It is the same as the Master Caster, which is the increase of this item of the mage. Next is Breath of the Dead Souls, which absorbs the power of the dead and the dead souls, to restore one's own injuries and mental strength. It should also be related to this specialty. Wu Hung can now feel the power of the dead souls filling the surroundings, and as long as he wants, he can absorb it into his body. It can be used to recover from injuries on the battlefield. Even at ordinary times, it can also be used to recover one's own mental strength. At least the money for medicine can be saved. The last one is called God's Presence, which is an unlocked ability. From the introduction, the effect of God's presence is to descend on the body of the attached servant, and have control. I didn't quite understand the meaning. I looked at the area of the battle in front of me. With a thought, I cast God's presence. The next second, my consciousness appeared on the body of a spear-wielding skeleton on the battlefield. In front of him was a zombie with a pierced chest, baring its teeth and claws, and constantly grabbing at him. He was startled, but soon understood. He raised his foot and kicked the zombie back a few steps, pulled out his spear, and stabbed it into the zombie's mouth again. At the same time, he was also surprised at the effect of God's presence. It could actually be used like this. He observed the scene again. The way the skeleton senses is different from the pictures and colors seen by living beings. The surroundings are a gray-white world, and the zombies and other skeletons are energy bodies of the same shape. The battle continued. Wu Hung ended the spiritual presence state and regained control of his body. What did you do just now? Grenda flew down and asked. Wu Hung asked back. Is there any problem? It seems that your spiritual consciousness is gone. When Xiao Xiao and I came over, your body was just standing there stupidly, Grenda said. In other words, when he was in the spiritual state, he would remain without spiritual consciousness. Xiao Xiao circled around him and said, Uncle, you seem to be different. There is a very comfortable breath on your body. Yes, the breath of the dead on your body makes us feel very comfortable. Grenda also added, Necromancers, they exude the power of the dead. After I reached level 15, this aura became even stronger. I reached level 15, which means I am a great mage. That should be the reason why you feel the aura of the dead has become stronger, Wu Hung explained. Xiao Xiao didn't understand this either, but clapped his hands in support. Wow, that's amazing. What is a great mage? It means you have improved and become more powerful, Wu Hung explained. Oh, Uncle is really amazing, Xiao Xiao repeated. It's also a small contribution. Glenda's expression was full of surprise. She knew what level 15 meant. When Wu Hung brought him out, he was not even level 10, but he was promoted to level 15 so quickly. I followed a human genius out? This matter is more surprising than Wu Hung having a special world. Listening to one person and one soul, they were bragging to each other. Glenda continued to ask, Your consciousness disappeared just now. Is it also because of this reason? Well, a level 15 ability. Use it again. Wu Heng used it again, and his body instantly appeared on the big-headed skull beside him. Looking back at his body, he saw that Glinda had gone straight in. He controlled his body and looked at his hands and feet. Damn. He had taken over my body. After finishing God's presence, he instantly regained control of his body. And Glinda flew out again. After you leave your body, I can control your body. I can still do this. Wu Heng continued to ask. How does it feel to have a body again? Suddenly I feel that my body is a little uncomfortable. In the future, if there is a special situation, you can control my body and run first. Yeah. They stood there and chatted for a while. The battle ahead was also gradually coming to an end. Skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Chi Han Kai and others also came from behind. They searched nearby shops. Wu Heng, and then set his sights on the bodies of several evolved zombies. Directly released dead corpse battlefield, the range of the gray-white light circle almost covered a distance of nearly 20 meters around. It was wider than before, and there was no need for skeletons to collect all the corpses together. After the light circle, the bodies of the evolved zombies stood up. Wu Heng found 2 corpse cores from inside, put it into the space ring, and continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way. Skeleton after skeleton stood up, joined the queue behind. While Wu Heng released continuously, the surrounding death power kept restoring his mental power. It can maintain his frequent use of spells. When all the skeletons were transformed, Chi Han Kai and others also came back. The survivors behind him were carrying bicycles and a bicycle store. It looked like a brand, and there were various cycling supplies. There are no zombies around. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to come and search carefully, Chi Han Kai said. As he said that, he looked him up and down carefully. It felt a little different from before. Well, let's go back first. Wu Heng nodded. After getting on the truck, the rest of the people also moved the bicycles. The convoy restarted and rushed to the direction of the mall. Mall, manager's office. Chi Han Kai sent a backpack of gold and 19 first-level corpse cores. After Wu Heng put them away, he handed her 2 bottles of medicine and said, "Drink them yourself. Don't tell anyone else." Seeing that he was given another bottle of medicine, Chi Han Kai still showed joy on her face. "I understand," Wu Heng said. "Pay attention to the military, and inform me when there is any movement." "Okay." "No more instructions. I'll go back first." "Okay." Chi Han Kai left the room. After Wu Heng put away the items, he simply sorted them out, opened the boundary door, and returned the gold and silver, etc. Come out of the study. Send the corpse core to the alchemy room. Let Minnie prepare the bath water after taking a comfortable bath. And we also came back from outside. Wu Heng said, "No need to prepare dinner. Let's go to Shannara's place to eat." "Master misses Sister Shannara again," Minnie said mischievously. Wu Heng patted her waist and back. "Don't talk nonsense." Hee hee. After the 2 maids changed into a suit, Wu Heng took them out and walked to the next door. Knock. 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 Knock on the courtyard door. The housekeeper opened it. Deputy Deacon Wu Heng, 2 ladies. The housekeeper bowed. "Well, is Madame Sinella here? We are here to see her. Please wait a moment." After a while, the door opened, and the housekeeper said softly, "Please come in, Madame is waiting for you in the living room." Walk through the courtyard and enter the building. I saw Sinella in a gorgeous long dress, sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Seeing several people coming in, she also showed a bright smile. "Here you are? Well, Starflower Caravan, has it come recently?" Wu Heng sat down at the side and asked casually. Shannara shook her head. "Not so soon. They will be close to the port in 2 days. Oh, let me know when the time comes." "Okay," Shannara continued. "I heard that pirates have started to harass shipping routes again recently. Is there any action from the association?" "The deacon is arranging this matter. I guess there will be some arrangements by then." As he said this, he looked at the other person's delicate face. Shannara's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at the other person and changed the subject and said, "Dinner is almost over. Let's go to the restaurant." Several people stood up and walked towards the restaurant. Shannara said as she walked, "I have some precious ingredients here, and it's a good opportunity for you to try them too." "Okay," I said. Coming to Sister Shannara's place was the right decision. Minnie cheered. She sat down at the table, and after dinner was served, she began to eat. Wu Heng said, How do you usually verify other people's levels? Shannara glanced at him and explained, most of the time, it's based on the other party's combat power and some intelligence to make inferences. The wanted order of your association is this method. There is also a magic item called Detection Level, which is a spell in prophecy. Its function is to help some organizations identify levels when recruiting personnel. Personal level is private. When facing danger, the level is also the key to whether you can defeat the enemy. The association will not record the specific level in the file, but everyone can estimate it. The minimum level of the deacon is 12, and the deputy deacon is at least 10. Then, Shannara smiled at him. Why? You upgraded? Just asking. The few people ate and talked, and they were very happy. After dinner, Wu Heng took the two girls and said goodbye to her. When it got dark, the two maids also went back to their rooms to rest. Wu Heng walked out of the courtyard, folded a paper crane, and flew into Shannara's lighted room. Shannara had her hair loose and looked over from the window. Wu Heng pointed to the roof, and the latter nodded. They climbed all the way to the roof. After Shannara jumped over, she gave him a light tap and said, Didn't we just break up? Why are you looking for me again? Wu Heng took her hand and asked, Do you keep your word? Ah, why don't you keep your word? Shannara asked with some doubt. Wu Heng said softly, I'm level 15. Shannara frowned. The eyes gradually widened. Chapter 384, News about Kalima's disappearance. Shannara looked at him in surprise. Then she reached out and touched his forehead. Are you okay? Really? Don't you have Minnie and the others with you? How can you talk nonsense about such things? Shannara said with some seriousness. Obviously, she didn't believe that he could reach level 15. Wu Heng held her hand and said, Really? Why would I lie to you? Didn't you say that you have a tool to verify the level? Take it out and I'll prove it to you. For Shannara's disbelief in him, he didn't feel any disgust in his heart. Under normal circumstances, given the time he had become a professional and his own background, it was impossible for him to reach level 15 so quickly. When she heard that he needed to use a tool to test, Shannara saw that his tone was serious. Even though it was not in line with common sense, she began to doubt it. She asked, Are you serious? Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Then you wait. Shannara jumped back to the roof of her building and hurried downstairs. After a while, she returned again. She handed over a crystal stone with runes engraved on it. The front of the crystal, like a ruler, was divided into 5 dividing lines. Hold it. It's like communicating. Wu Heng held the crystal and began to try to communicate with his mental power. The next second, the crystal in his hand began to light up from the bottom, and when it rose to the 4th grid, it slowly stopped. Shannara, who was standing by, stared at the crystal with surprise and disbelief in her eyes. She covered the crystal with a hand and looked around vigilantly. Check if there were any tamed animals nearby. Even if they were on a date, they would not be as nervous as they were now. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious, she widened her eyes and asked, How did you do it? If I remember correctly, Wu Heng was only 24 years old. A 24-year-old professional from a remote town. A human. Reached level 15. Step 4. How is this possible? But the facts were in front of her, and she had to admit it. It's because of you that I was motivated. I finally reached level 15. Wu Heng said. Shannara blushed slightly, although she liked to hear it in her heart. But the level is not something that can be achieved with motivation. If you don't want to talk, forget it. You shouldn't tell anyone about this. I know. I'll tell you. Wu Heng held her waist tightly and continued, You promised. Shannara's face began to turn red, and she said shyly, Let's talk about it later, you're improving too fast. Wu Heng tightened his grip on her waist again, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Shannara lightly hammered, and her whole body hung on him. She gradually softened, and her heart beat more and more strongly. After taking a breath, he said, It's a bit cold outside. Let's go to my place. Wu Heng nodded, let the other party lead him, and jumped back to the roof next door. He tiptoed into the bedroom. Shannara's bedroom is very big. It's like 2 rooms connected. The bedroom has a big bed with a white gauze curtain, and there is a small study behind the partition. There are many oil paintings on the wall. He took a quick look, and without waiting for the other party to speak, he picked up Shannara again and put her on the bed. She took off her nightgown reluctantly. Shannara covered her important parts with her hands, curled up on the bed, timid but somewhat expectant. She glanced carefully, and her eyes fell on the other person's exposed body. The muscles were firm and solid, with clear outlines. Even the sculptures used for painting were more smooth and natural. She felt shy, but couldn't look away. Is this a mage? Wu Hung saw her staring at him, and subconsciously touched her body. What's wrong? Shannara reacted, and immediately turned her head away. Nothing, I just feel that your figure doesn't look like a mage. Wu Hung smiled, pulled away her covering arm, and placed it on his body. Do you want to touch it? What are you doing? Shannara's skin became even redder, but she still stroked it carefully. Does it feel good? Shannara turned her head away. Next time I draw a human figure, you can be my model. Okay, then I need to collect some payment first. Wu Hung pressed on her gently, and pecked her neck. Shannara moaned softly. She rested her arms lightly on her chest. The next day, early in the morning, Shannara, wearing a beige bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom. Standing in front of the silver mirror, she gently combed her scattered hair. She turned her head to look at the kiss mark on her neck, and gently touched it. You got up so early. Wu Hung came over from behind and hugged her waist. Shannara was still combing her hair. You are always naughty, how can I sleep? Wu Hung smiled, looking at the beautiful figure in the mirror, softly said, You are so beautiful. You are just sweet-talking. Wu Hung stretched out his hand, and untied the belt tied around Shannara's waist. The lapels spread to both sides, revealing her round and smooth flat belly. Ah! Shannara just wanted to cover her with her hands. The belt tied her hands, and lifted them up high. What are you doing all morning? Shannara complained. Her upper body was pressed against the silver mirror, her buttocks slightly backward. Afternoon. There was a knock on the door, and the voice of the housekeeper came in. Madam, you haven't eaten for a day. Shannara lay on her back on the desk, breathing softly, and patted the man's chest. She said, Bring it in. Wu Hung was startled. What are you doing? Nothing. The door opened, and the housekeeper walked in directly. Ignoring the two people on the desk on one side, she placed the prepared meal on the tea table next to the bed. Then he simply cleaned up the scene. He left the room directly. Wu Hung asked in surprise, Isn't this bad? We have a slave contract, don't worry. Shannara said. It would be a bit strange if we were seen. In the future, you are also her master. What are you afraid of, although you are not in name yet? Shannara smiled gently. Oh, okay. Wu Hung picked her up, walked to the tea table, leaned against each other, and fed each other dinner intimately. Why are you like an animal? Never ending? Shannara was lying on the bed tired. Complaining? Don't you think about how long I've been waiting for you? Really? Shannara rolled her eyes at him, saying, I have to discuss things tomorrow. You can't stay here tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well all night. Wu Hung nodded and said, Okay. Then when you're done, come to me directly. I don't want to. It would be so embarrassing if Minnie and the others saw us. What are you afraid of? In their eyes, you are also the hostess. Shannara's face was slightly red, and she still felt a little happy in her heart. Let's talk about it later. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Hung got dressed. He pecked the other person on the face, waved his hand, and walked out of the room. He walked along the roof and returned to his residence. He could feel the improvement of his physical condition. Even after a day and a night, he didn't feel much. He went to the radio room on the third floor to check and confirm that Philippa had not sent any news. Then he went downstairs directly. In the restaurant, Minnie and Anweer were sitting at the table eating. Seeing him coming down, Minnie stood up and went to get the bowls and chopsticks. I've eaten. You guys eat? Wu Hung said. Oh, master, you are eating outside. Minnie sat back down and continued to eat. Wu Hung sat down on the sofa beside him. Anweer said, Master, Assistant Moya came to see you today and asked you to go to the association tomorrow. Moya came to see me? Do you know what it is? It seems to be related to the special inspector last time. I don't know what it is. Anweer thought for a while, and said uncertainly, Kalima. It seems that the news of his death has finally come back. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Yes, okay. Master. After dinner, after chatting in the living room for a while, Wu Hung walked upstairs to the room. The two girls looked at each other and followed him upstairs. In the bedroom, Minnie and Anweer, each lying on the sides of the bed, leaning their chins to look at Wu Hung who was sleeping in the middle. What's the matter, master went to bed so early today? Minnie asked with her chin propped up. Anweer. On the other side, whispered, "Be quiet, maybe you are tired. Master is really hard working. If you can't do it, don't be a deputy deacon. Can't we play together at home every day?" Minnie said. Underwire gently pinched the other's face. "How do you think our current life came about? Besides, the master status will be higher and higher in the future. How can he come back to accompany you at home every day?" "I just said that. Why are you so serious?" Underwire smiled. "I'm afraid you are young and don't know how to do it." "Who is young?" "I'm older than you." "Okay." The two whispered a few words, and then leaned on one side, closed his eyes, fell asleep. The next day, the association. Deacon's study. "Deacon, are you looking for me?" Entering the study, Wu Hung said directly. Yimi Luo said directly, "Kalima is missing." Chapter 385. Exchange of ring staff at the port. It was indeed Kalima's business. He glanced at Imolo, and saw that the other party had no expression. He frowned and said, "Didn't you say that he was going to the next resident association? How come he is still missing?" "The ship he was on has passed the news to the local association, and the person disappeared on the ship," Imolo continued. "Disappeared at sea? Then there should be something wrong with this ship." Imolo glanced at him, and asked, "The local association is investigating, and asked the pirate lady under your command to pay attention to this matter, and see if it is related to pirates." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded. "Well, there's nothing to do, go and do your thing." Wu Hung left directly, returned to his office study. Andweir asked, "Master, do you have any mission?" "Nothing, it's just that Kalima is missing, and the association is going to investigate." Wu Hung sat down at the desk. "Isn't the inspector envoy a very high position? How could he be missing?" "Who knows, the deacon suspects that it was done by pirates." "Oh, only pirates are so reckless at sea." Wu Hung didn't say much. As for the fact that he had killed Kalima, he did not tell the two maids around him. It was not that he did not trust them, but the fewer people knew about some things, the better. Especially for things like this, which had a big impact. As for Imolo, it seemed that he did not pay attention to him. On the surface, he and Kalima did not have such a big grudge. And it was not even a conflict. And in terms of time, it was difficult for him to suspect this side. It all depended on whether the association where the ship was docked would find out anything. It's unlikely. After staying in the study for a while, Wu Hung said hello to Andweir, and walked out of the association. He found a seat where no one was. He put on the train conductor's hat, and the whistle sounded the next second. The ghost train appeared, with a clatter, and one side door opened. Wu Hung boarded the train and filled in Netail City in the itinerary book. The door closed, and the train disappeared. A few hours later, the train appeared in an uninhabited area outside Netail City. Wu Hung stepped off the train and identified the direction of the city. He put on the illusion veil and walked towards the city. 5 or 6 days had passed since the consortium auction. At the trade fair, he had a verbal transaction with a woman in a black cloak. The other party took out a strange item that could restore people's sanity and exchanged it with him for 2 bottles of potion. Calculating the time, the other party left the passenger ship and arrived in the city of Nidal. After solving the problem of level 15, I thought about coming to see if the other party really hung up the commission. I would exchange it myself. After all, we made an agreement. If there is no similar commission, it would be a wasted trip. I entered the city smoothly. On the way, I found a tavern and walked in. "Madam, what do you need?" The bartender came over and asked. Wu Hung is now a woman, so she is called Madam. I sat down and ordered a glass of wine. When the other party brought the wine over, I took out 2 silver coins and handed them to the other party. The bartender looked at the silver coin and did not dare to take it. He said respectfully, "Madam, I can introduce other men to you." Wu Hung ignored his words and asked directly, "Where is the Snake Emblem Consortium in the city?" Hearing that he was not after her beauty, the bartender breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly put away the silver coin and said in a low voice, "You can go to the Mermaid Tavern to have a look. The downstairs there is also open to the public. The Kingdom of Yek does not recognize the identity of the consortium, so it usually appears in another form, around the city, or in a more secretive place. Just like the Snake Emblem Consortium in Blackstone Town, it established a black market outside the city. Blackstone Town and the local association knew about the consortium black market, but they all acquiesced to the existence of the other party. It sounds like this place is in the city. It's really bold. Thank you." The bartender saluted again, took the silver coin, and left directly. Wu Hung drank the wine in the glass, walked out of the tavern, called a carriage, and went to the Mermaid Tavern. The Mermaid Tavern was not far away. Following the crowd down the wooden ladder, he entered an underground place. At the front desk of the Snake Emblem Consortium, there is an exchange area for exchanging gold and silver coins on one side, and a notice board surrounded by many people. This should be considered a semi-public place. He remembered that when he was in Blackstone Town, to enter the black market set up by the consortium, you still need to wear a cloak, but this side is completely open. Wu Hung walked to the notice board. Scanning through the commissions one by one, finally landed on one commission. The strange item ring staff provides an effect, can make people sober by hitting the body, the exchange condition, 2 bottles of potion that changes the constitution. It was indeed posted. Still according to the price agreed by both parties at that time, 2 bottles of medicine. After thinking for a while, he took off the commission directly, and walked to the counter. I accept this commission. The counter staff took the commission and looked at it. Then said, Guest, if you want to exchange something, we need to arrange someone to inspect it, to ensure that it meets the commission requirements. Wu Hung handed over the 2 bottles of medicine. The staff took it, and then said, Guest, please wait a moment. Wu Hung nodded, and waited at a nearby location. It didn't take long. The staff came out again and said, Guest, the medicine meets the commission conditions. This is the item on the commission. Please check it. The long wooden box opened. The sandalwood stick inside was exposed. The surface was shiny, and had religious patterns on it. The top was a golden ball-shaped hand grip. Qingming ring staff. Category, strange item. Effect, whipping living beings, can remove negative effects such as mental, hypnotic, illusion. Side effect, double the pain. Description, physical pain, can make you more awake. It was indeed this item. Moreover, it has more effects than expected, such as relaxing the mind, hypnotizing, and even illusion effects. It is already a very good item. The side effects are not that big. Just double the pain. And it will pass after a while. It is not a serious side effect. It is unlikely that he can use it. After all, the ability of strengthening willpower has protected his consciousness several times. But it is hard to say when he can use it. Wu Hung was quite satisfied and put the item away. He looked up at the staff who had not left yet, and asked, Anything else? Guest, the alchemist who verifies the potion is very interested in your potion, and asked me to ask if it would be convenient for you to meet him. After that, he continued to add, we will not disclose your information, but just ask for your opinion. It seems that the alchemist in charge of the inspection has discovered the difference in the potion. He wants to talk to me. He should think that I am also an alchemist. It's not convenient. Wu Hung said. Okay, guest. We won't bother you anymore. Wu Hung nodded and walked out directly. Walking out of the Mermaid Tavern, Wu Hung walked forward along the road. The carriages here don't stop at will. Most of the time, you need to go to a fixed location to find a carriage. After walking a few meters, Wu Hung turned into an alley. Standing there waiting, a figure followed closely behind him and walked in. Do you have something to ask me? Chapter 386, The Woman Who Followed In. The figure who followed in paused, looking ahead in surprise. Just now, I was curious about why he suddenly turned into the alley. It turned out that he found himself being followed and was waiting to follow him in. Standing at the entrance of the alley, he spoke directly. I'm selling that strange item. Wu Hung also looked at the figure who followed in. Wearing a hood, the brim of the hood was pulled down very low, and the gaps on both sides of the hood, you could see his long golden hair. It was a female voice, and she was not very old. I thought it was an alchemist from the consortium. After all, he just asked the staff to pass on a message, saying that he wanted to talk to me. It seems that I was wrong. It should be the person who made a verbal agreement with me on the auction ship. You have been waiting here for me? Wu Hung asked curiously. I saw you take off the commission. Our transaction is complete. Do you have anything else to do? Wu Heng's tone was still a little unfriendly. Following someone is not a friendly act. I apologize for my behavior just now. The woman bowed and continued. I know you intend to hide your identity, so I did not meet you in the consortium. I came out with you and wanted to talk. What to talk about? The woman continued. I just want to confirm with you. How can I continue to exchange this medicine with you in the future? Wu Hung looked at her in confusion. This medicine has limitations for one person. It cannot be taken all the time, and it will not be used if you buy too much. I know. If I want to exchange again, how should I find you? The woman said again. You continue to post commissions in the consortium, and I will come to see it. Wu Heng replied. You can tell me the specific address, and I will go there directly with the exchange items. Wu Heng said directly. The production of medicine is not as simple as you think. Just go through the consortium. I will come to see it from time to time. This? Okay. If you are not satisfied with the exchange items, you can ask the consortium to contact me, and we will continue to negotiate. Okay. Then I won't bother you. The woman performed a noble salute again and exited the alley again. Returned to the Mermaid Tavern. Wu Heng watched her leave and walked forward for a distance. He released the eagle eye along the way and grinned his reconnaissance to confirm that no one was following him. He stopped a passing carriage and rushed out of the city. This time, the potion was sold, not just to exchange for this strange item. It was also to test the attitude of the outside world towards this potion. The alchemist in charge of the inspection was indeed very interested in this potion, but it did not have as exaggerated an impact as imagined. The woman just now should be from a very good family. What difficulties did she encounter again, that she needed this kind of medicine? I can come back to see you later. Maybe we can exchange some rare items or props. The carriage drove all the way to the city gate. Wu Heng got off the carriage and walked out of the city on foot. He found a deserted place and took the ghost train back to Treasure Island. Back at Treasure Island, it was almost dusk. After having dinner with the two maids, he went to Shannara's residence from the rooftop. As soon as he stepped off the roof, he saw the housekeeper coming towards him. Wu Heng paused, feeling that the way he came might be misunderstood by the other party. Just as he was about to explain, the other party bowed slightly. Master Wu Heng, where is Chanella? Madam is in the study. Will you stay here tonight? The housekeeper continued to ask. Yes. The guards have made some adjustments. If you stay, please leave before breakfast to avoid causing a bad influence on Madam. Okay. I understand. Wu Heng nodded and walked directly to the study, pushing the door open gently. Shannara was sitting at the desk in a daze. Seeing him come in, her trance turned into joy instantly. Bare white feet. She trotted all the way and threw herself into his arms. You're back. Yes. I saw your housekeeper in the corridor. She asked me to leave before breakfast tomorrow morning. Wu Heng said. Shannara looked up at him. You can also stay in the room, and no one will know. Wu Heng smiled, picked her up, kissed her and put her on the desk. The hem of her skirt hung down along the edge of the table, floating rhythmically. Summon Skeleton Mage, unlock the skill Bone Art. Before she had time to think about it, Shannara asked, What's wrong? Wu Heng smiled, stroking her cheek. You are so beautiful. Why are you saying this at this time, really? Shannara glanced aside. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Heng returned from Shannara's residence, come down from upstairs, and have dinner with his two maids. Then he went up to the 4th floor again. He opened the door in the study and headed to the zombie world. It was still the manager's lounge. He stood at the window and looked out. As the weather turned colder, there was a cold wind outside, blowing up dust and fallen leaves on the ground. In the past, I didn't feel anything after all. There were people cleaning up the fallen leaves on the street. But now there is not enough manpower, and all the leaves flying in the sky are yellowed. Wu Heng didn't call Chihan Kai. He went downstairs directly, rode the flying dragon to the old factory area. It was still a few minutes away. The flying dragon fell from the rooftop. Wu Heng jumped off the dragon's back and spat a few mouthfuls of sand on the ground. He went downstairs along the roof. He entered his dormitory. In the room, the skeleton mage Kalima was still sitting at the desk, and had changed to another book. Wu Heng walked over and took a look at the skeleton skills. The skill column originally only had one skill life maintenance, but now there was an additional skill bone service, substitute. He had indeed learned bone service. The word substitute at the end represented his status as an affiliated servant. The transformed skeleton was still Wu Heng's affiliated summon. After all, Kalima is a level 15 mage, and his intelligence advantage is obvious. He is also not slow in learning skills. I remember that it was difficult for the skeleton ghosts I transformed before to learn skills. Later, I gave up and left them in the prison. I didn't take Kalima away immediately, but went out again and walked down the stairs. When I reached the 3rd floor, I happened to see the little mother Zhao Yanqiu coming up with a lunch box. I was stunned at first, then smiled. My king, just had dinner. The factory cafeteria opens at a fixed time. Do you have any instructions this time? Zhao Yinqiu asked. Nothing. Come and see what's going on here. Please wait a moment. Zhao Yinqiu took the lunch box back to the room, and then came out again. I'll accompany you to see it. Wu Heng nodded and walked downstairs. Then he looked around the factory area, and the front and backyards. The entire old factory area is now under the charge of Zhao Yinqiu, who is mainly responsible for productivity. Weapons for skeletons, winter clothes for survivors, and the production of solid iron bullets at the furnace. It can be regarded as the factory of the base. It plays a very important role. Zhao Yinqiu introduced it from beginning to end, and Wu Heng also listened. It seems that there is no problem, and it is developing smoothly. Return to the dormitory. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao and asked her to see her mother. He and Granda chatted in the room. Why do you think your husband is still alive? Wu Heng looked at the ghost in the air and asked curiously. This is also after my death. I have analyzed it for so many years. Since we were together for a few years, he was obsessed with some books about changing human lifespan or physique. I doubt that he survived. And I hope he won't die so easily, Granda explained. In Granda's story, she was killed by her husband in the basement. And then the whole building was set on fire. That is, the manor where Wu Heng saw her. At that time, one of the conditions for Granda to follow him was that if she met her husband, she would help her kill him. Today, Granda read a book about killing his wife and monopolizing the property. And they talked about this. If he can really survive, his strength will probably reach a relatively high level. Wu Heng said, You will help me. Right? We agreed. Granda leaned over and looked into his eyes. Wu Heng said directly, Of course I will help you. But don't be like those women in the novels, who are soft-hearted. Forgive each other, and reconcile with each other. Chapter 387, I have the information. Glinda likes to read, so he has read this type of books or stories. Curiously asked, When the time comes, I will really soften my heart and forgive him. What will you do? What can I do? I hope you can feel more comfortable the next time you are killed. Glinda changed his position again, and said, Don't worry, what you said will only appear in romance novels. If you help me, even if he really lives to this day, he is not as good as you. Yeah. The two chatted. Xiao Xiao flew back from next door. Said, I'm back. How was the conversation with your mother? Wu Heng asked. Very good, much fatter than before. Thank you, uncle, for taking care of my mother. We are family, it's my duty. Yeah. Wu Heng stood up, ordered to Kalima. Leave here with me. Kalima stood up, followed him. After Wu Heng put away all the books on the desk. Returned to the roof, ride on the skeleton dragon and left. Returned to the mall. Wu Heng arranged Kalima in his room to continue reading. The second book he chose was Dead Corpse Battlefield, which is all skills for transforming corpses. The reason why he learned bone art in advance was because it was a prerequisite skill. If he didn't learn it, Dead Corpse Battlefield couldn't be released. Settled Kalima. Wu Heng continued to call Chihan Kai, and talked about some things about the development of the factory area. Then he passed through the boundary gate, and returned to Treasure Island. Go downstairs from the 4th floor. When he reached the 3rd floor, he went directly into the room where the radio was placed. He picked up the notebook and took a look. Then he picked up the microphone and said, Philippa, are you there? Soon. Philippa's response came from the other side. Yes. What's wrong? Why didn't I contact you yesterday? I didn't hear you. I can't stay here every day to chat with you. I'm a captain. But I'm very busy, Philippa said with a little pride. Yesterday, he tried to contact Philippa, but there was no one on the other side. I almost thought that the other party was in trouble. You can arrange a skeleton to guard the radio station and record some information, so that you can know whether I have contacted you, Wu Heng suggested. Okay. I will arrange one then. Do you want to talk to me? Wu Heng continued, I told the deacon about your matter. He promised that if you can provide intelligence on 3 level 3 wanted orders, and if the intelligence is successfully captured, he will let you join the association and become a member of the Secret Talker. Wow! Really? Philippa exclaimed, and then asked, What is a Secret Talker? The association is an organization specializing in collecting intelligence. Some will be arranged to join the association team, and some are like you, acting as spies in various forces. Wu Heng explained what he understood to the other party. Oh! What are the benefits of joining? This means that you are already a member of the association, And some things are easier to handle. Even if there is any danger in the future, you can directly seek shelter in the local association. The most important point is that when you are no longer a pirate, you can more easily sever your connection with pirates. In short, there are benefits and no disadvantages. Wu Heng thought for a while and said to him, "Do you pay?" "There is a monthly settlement." "I didn't ask how much." "I will tell you after you join." "Oh, that's fine. Give it to my mother then." "Sure. Then I will join the association. And we will be members. Will you still take care of me?" Philippa's voice suddenly became a little softer. It sounds like she is still somewhat dependent on him. Come to think of it, even if they give money bucket by bucket, the association may not be able to support a spy like this. Wu Heng said, "You are still under my responsibility. Joining the association will also make you safer in the future. Then tell my mother that I am also a member of the association now. I have made a name for myself. You are not yet. You will be considered to have joined the association after you have completed the intelligence of the 3 wanted orders." "Yes, I have the intelligence now," Philippa said suddenly. Wu Heng frowned. "What information?" "When I sold the cargo you gave me, I heard that the Black Crocodile pirates would stop at Horseshoe Island for a few days. Why don't you go over and kill them?" Philippa said. Wu Heng turned on the tablet and checked the location of the island. He found the Horseshoe Island she mentioned in the south. It didn't look like a big island. It was a bit far away. It would take about 2 days to travel from Treasure Island. "I'll go there now. It will take at least 2 days. Will they stay there?" "They should. They plan to rob the caravan there. If you go directly, you will probably meet them," Philippa said. But her tone was not too sure. The whereabouts of pirates are very difficult to control. This is also the most difficult part of arresting them. Wu Heng thought about it and agreed. "Okay. I'll get ready and go over to take a look. If I can kill the target, it will be your fault." "Yes. Whether I can become a whisperer depends on your help," Wu Heng continued. "There is one more thing. Please pay attention to it." "What is it?" "Recently, a special inspector has disappeared from the association. The deacon suspects that it was done by pirates. Please pay attention to the relevant information. If there is anything in this regard, remember to report to me in time." Wu Heng mentioned the matter of Kalima. "Who is it? I don't even know what an inspector is." "It's a position. The person's name is Kalima. He's a tall, thin, middle-aged man. Just keep an eye on him." "Oh, okay. There's nothing else to do. Be careful on your side." "Got it. Goodbye, Dad." Hang the phone back. Wu Heng opened the map again and took a look. He was thinking about the next plan. The distance to Horseshoe Island was a little far, but Philippa provided information, and he couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, there would be no point in arranging the spy. "I still have to go there." Walk down the stairs. Minnie returned from the courtyard training. Her clothes were wet, and her skin was covered with beads of sweat. Seeing Wu Heng, she immediately smiled. "Master, Minnie has been very diligent recently. Of course, Master bought me such expensive props. I want to use them earlier and help you like Sister Wei." Minnie hugged his arm. "Minnie is so good." Hee hee. Minnie smiled happily. Wu Heng continued to take out 4 bottles of potion and place them on the table. "Potions to improve physical fitness. You and Wei take 2 bottles each, and watch out for each other when you drink." "Thank you, Master." Minnie put them away and continued to ask, "Master, do you want to eat? Prepare some for me. I'm going out for a while, so prepare for 2 days." "Oh, okay." Minnie agreed immediately and went to the kitchen to prepare food. Not long after, the food was ready. Wu Heng put it into the space ring and said, "I'm going out for a while. If anyone asks, just say I'm investigating wanted criminals on the island." "Understood." Minnie nodded. Wu Heng rubbed her rabbit ears and walked out of the residence with the skeleton. He called a carriage and headed to the port. He took a boat and continued to leave Treasure Island. The boat sailed all night. The next night, the boat approached the island mentioned in the intelligence. Looking from a distance, you can see several pirate ships with torches. They are very eye-catching in the dark. Philippa's intelligence is still accurate. These pirates are still here. After watching from a distance for a while, Granda flew back from a distance and said, "There are 3 ships in total, and a few people are left on each ship to guard. There are more people on the island. About 200 people, dancing around the lit bonfire. And they dance very ugly. Are there any defensive measures? No. They are drunk and staggering. And they just rush up. which is not a big problem, Granda said. Wu Hung nodded. Sharktooth, move the ship closer. The ship approached and attracted the attention of the pirates guarding the ship. But there were no torches on this side, and the outline of the ship could only be seen faintly by the moonlight. Wu Hung took out the bronze key and opened the door in the wooden door of the cabin. A large number of skeletons were revealed behind. He gave a direct order. Come out. Kill the pirates on the ship and the island. Crash. A large number of skeletons came out of the door and jumped into the sea like dumplings, approaching the island ahead. Watching from afar, like a colony of ants, they crowded onto the pirate's ship. More skeletons continued to approach the island. Horseshoe Island. The pirates gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing, celebrating this harvest. In the distance, the captain also held a wine glass, constantly pouring wine into his mouth, and was surrounded by flattering crew members. Laughter, shouting, and the discussion of where to go to have fun after dividing the money filled the area around the bonfire. Just when everyone was in a good mood and immersed in joy, suddenly, 3 pirates guarding the ship ran over in a panic and shouted, "The dead! The dead have taken over the ship! Captain, there are dead! Many dead! Damn it! Stop drinking!" The captain and a few people who were still sober stood up and looked in the direction of the ship. On the deck of the pirate ship, skeletons wearing leather armor appeared. "Everyone get up! Pick up your weapons! And follow me to kill and take the ship back!" The captain turned around and shouted, "Captain! There! There!" Someone pointed to the front, and his voice trembled. The captain turned around and saw the sea rolling, and dense skeletons walked out of the sea, holding battle axes, like evil spirits crawling out of the abyss. They rushed over. Chapter 388, The Devil's Hands Conspiracy. Damn it! Why are there so many undead? They are here to seek revenge on us. They crawled out to seek revenge. What should we do? The ship is occupied by undead. How can we leave? The drunken pirates sobered up instantly. They screamed and shouted, while putting on their protective gear in a panic. They were pirates. They also thought they would be punished. But they had never killed so many people in their lives. This was to count all the people killed by all the pirates on their heads. The pirate captain also looked horrified, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He was thinking about how to retreat. This was an isolated island, and without a boat, they had no chance of escaping. They couldn't swim to other coasts. Not being able to think of other ways to retreat, the captain drew his weapon and shouted, "Shut up. We're all pirates. Why are you panicking? These skeletons are not very intelligent. Follow me. Go around and take back the ship." The pirates were already panicking, but they still drew their weapons and followed the captain to run to one side. He planned to make the skeletons circle around. Then he took the opportunity to recapture the ship. The undead followed and ran away, and began to chase the pirates all the way around. In the middle of the skeletons, Wu Hung used divine presence and placed his divine consciousness on an ordinary skeleton. He adjusted the helmet on his head. He stared at the pirates wandering in the distance. With a point of the weapon in his hand, the large group of skeletons around him immediately rushed in several directions. They surrounded the pirates in the middle. The next second, the skeletons began to shrink the encirclement and rush towards the pirates. In the blink of an eye, the pirates were drowned by the skeletons. Only the hacking and wailing coming from the skeletons proved that the pirates were still resisting. Gradually, the wailing stopped. The skeletons also returned to standby mode. On the sea, Wu Hung released the god's present state, and Granda flew back from a distance. "All the pirates are dead," Granda said. "They didn't run away. They hid." "Right. I didn't find it. There are only so many pirates. You use so many skeletons. There is no place to hide," Granda said. "That's right." Wu Hung said directly behind him, "Move forward, dock." The cargo ship moved forward again, slowly docking. The island had fallen into silence again. A large number of skeletons stood in place, on standby. Wu Hung glanced at them and gave an order, "Clean up the battlefield, collect all the corpses and equipment." Clatter. The skeletons on standby immediately took action and began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Hung took Karanmu, Skullbreaker, and boarded the pirate ship behind to check the cargo inside. There were a lot of goods in all 3 ships. Most of them were cloth and leather. In one of the cabins, a large number of gold and silver coins of the pirates were found, as well as some gold and silver utensils. All the items were put into the space sachet, and they walked out of the cabin directly and returned to the island. The bodies had been collected and piled up bloodily. Let the skeleton drag out the body of the pirate captain, and wrap it with a straw mat, and put it into the space ring. The rest of the bodies, then release dead corpse battlefield. And all turn into skeletons. Reopen the boundary gate, let the transferred skeletons return to the other side. While the skeletons enter the boundary gate, Wu Hung took out the conductor's hat again, summoned the ghost train, and recorded the location under his feet. If you come here again next time, you don't need to take a boat, you can directly use the ghost train to arrive. Wait until everything is done. Get back on the boat, let other skeletons control the captured boats, and return to Treasure Island together. Originally, I also wanted to take the ghost train back, and the skeletons controlled the boats to return. But after a little consideration, I was afraid that something might go wrong. A bunch of skeletons were driving the ship to the port. If I was not there, something might happen. I still needed to keep my departure from the island a secret. It was better to be careful. I returned to the cabin and took a nap on the boat. It was already dusk the next day when I returned to Treasure Island. I called a carriage, first sent the body to the association's morgue, and then returned to my residence. I walked into the living room. Minnie and Andweir immediately came up. "Master, you are back. Sister Wei and I were so worried about you." Minnie hugged his arm and said. Andweir also hugged his other arm and cast a gentle look. "It's just a small task. Not dangerous." Wu Hung hugged the two of them and sat on the sofa and continued to ask, "Nothing happened these 2 days?" Minnie said, "Nothing happened. Just Sister Shannara came and sat for a while and asked why she didn't see you. I said you went to arrest a wanted criminal." "Well, nothing happened in the association?" Wu Hung hugged the little fox girl on the other side. Andweir leaned on his chest obediently and said softly, "There's nothing going on at the association. Nothing is going on. What are we having for dinner?" "Master." "Wait a moment. It will be ready soon." Minnie got up and went to the kitchen to urge the skeleton to speed up. Soon dinner was served. The three of them sat together and started eating. After dinner, the two girls bathed the little owl in the courtyard. Wu Hung went up to the radio room on the 3rd floor to contact Philippa. "Philippa, are you there?" "Yes. How is it? Did you catch those stinky pirates?" Philippa said. "It has been killed." "Wow, you are so efficient." Wu Hung continued. "The body has been sent to the association for autopsy. After the autopsy confirms the identity, it will be counted in your intelligence." "Oh, okay. Keep working hard later. There are only 2 more to go." "Understood." Philippa's tone was full of enthusiasm. "I have nothing to do. You can do your thing." "Okay." After hanging up the chat, Wu Hung sat in the study for a while. Minnie prepared the bath water, and with the help of the 2 girls, he took a comfortable bath. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Late at night, Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes. He walked out of the room, and at the end of the corridor, he saw Shannara in a nightgown, carefully coming down from the roof. Wu Hung dismissed the skeleton guards, who came over and helped her down. "Why didn't you tell me in advance? I won't let the paper crane pass the message." Shannara rolled her eyes at him and asked. "You came back, but you didn't say you were going to find me." "I just came back. It was a little late, so I didn't bother you." "I don't believe you." Wu Hung picked her up by the waist and asked, "Let's go to the bedroom, or the study, or the courtyard." Shannara glared. "You still want to go to the courtyard? Are you crazy? Then let's go to the bedroom. It's up to you. I'm delivering it to your door anyway." Wu Hung smiled and carried her to the bedroom. A coastal city, a well-decorated tavern. A man in a long robe, a rosary, and a book on his arm appeared at the door of the tavern. He looked around, his knees sank, and he rose directly from the ground. He leaned on an open window on the 2nd floor and flipped directly in. The room was empty, and there was a faint sound of breathing coming from the room inside. The man was about to step in. In the bedroom, a woman's voice came. "Captain of the Devil's Hand, what are you doing here?" The man stopped, and did not enter the bedroom, and said directly, "I'm here to cooperate with you, to do a big business." "Go away, the fishy smell on you is disgusting. I have nothing to cooperate with you." The man sat down on the side, and said, "Wu Hung, the deputy deacon of Treasure Island, Deacon Yimi Luo, are you interested? Speak clearly." Chapter 389, Old Friend Arrives. The captain of the Devil's Hand sat down on a seat nearby, tapped his shoulder lightly, similar to a religious blessing gesture, and said, I have contacted several other pirate groups. We'll test the actions of the Treasure Island Association, lure Wu Hung out, and then surround and kill him. Tap tap tap. The footsteps sounded gently. In the bedroom, a woman in a fiery red nightgown walked out slowly, with fluffy hair, a charming and sexy face, looking at the other party and saying directly, "Very bold idea. Aren't you afraid of death? Iamai Luo will not let you bully his men." The man continued, "This is exactly why I came to you. I need you to contain Iamai Luo. As long as he doesn't interfere, we have a way to kill the kid and leave. Let me be your shield. Are you looking for death?" The woman's voice suddenly turned cold. No. No. I don't need you to take action. And it won't count as a fight with Imolo. According to his character, he won't take action against you even if he suspects you. And he won't be put on the wanted list by the association. What do you mean? As long as you land on Treasure Island, Imolo will naturally pay attention to you. As long as you stay on the island for a day, he won't leave the island rashly. And we will have more chances, the man said confidently. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. And it seemed that if she could only do this step, she could accept it. What's the reward? The man was silent for a few seconds. 200 gold coins. A warship. And if there is anything else to do on the sea, I can help you. The woman was silent for a few seconds. I want to take away Wu Heng's body. What do you want his body for? It's best to destroy it on the spot. If the body is preserved, it may leave hidden dangers. The woman still looked at him. Bring the body back. I agree to your terms. The man looked straight at her, and finally took a deep breath and said, "Okay. We will set off tomorrow. I need you to arrive at Treasure Island within 3 days." After that, he jumped out of the window again, disappeared in the night. The woman sat at the table, poured herself a glass of water, and drank silently, looking at the night outside the window. The next day, after arriving at the association, Wu Hung went to the deacon's study first. He told him about the information provided by Philippa, and how he killed the poisonous crocodile pirate group. Yamilo showed some surprise and appreciation for the two people's efficient capture of the pirates. Wu Heng's actions were different from others. He basically would not mobilize the team, and then bring back the body with a wanted order after a few days of absence. Now, even if he doesn't come to the association for several days, Imolo thinks that the other party is investigating the wanted criminal, and he no longer mentions why he can't see him. He wants to stay in charge of the association. Okay. You did a good job. I will write down the information for her this time. Thank you, Deacon. Wu Hung thanked him, and then left the study, returning to his office study. And Weir was sorting out documents in the study. Master, the association's wanted order was updated this morning. This is the newly added wanted information. Several wanted orders were sent over. Wu Hung took it in his hand and took a look. There were indeed several new pirate groups, and several wanted criminals with serious crimes. In the current social environment, pirates are difficult to stop. Newly established pirate groups, or pirates, who split up due to internal strife, may have new pirate groups. Wu Hung took out a tablet and took a photo of the new wanted order, for easy reference later. Knock. Knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Andir opened the door, and a figure stood outside. Is this the study of Deputy Deacon Wu Hung? Yes, who are you? Andir asked. I am the new captain of the 11th team, Kavina, and I used to work with Deputy Deacon Wu Hung. Andir thought about it, and immediately remembered the last time she wrote a letter. She smiled and said, It's Sister Kavina. Deputy Deacon often mentioned your experience in Blackstone Town. As she said that, she made way and led the other party into the study. Ah? Really? Kavina didn't expect that the other party had heard of her. She felt a little surprised. Entered the study. Then she saw Wu Hung sitting behind the desk. Kavina smiled. Wu Hung, Deputy Deacon. Wu Hung also looked at her. She was not much different from what he remembered, but she looked much more mature, and her expression also had the determination of a swordsman. Kavina, you came so quickly. I received your letter, and after thinking about it, I decided to apply for a transfer here. I will take care of you in the future, Kavina said, somewhat reserved. At this time, Anwir brought her tea and cakes. She also looked up and down with some curiosity. Don't worry. I won't let you get bullied. Kavina smiled and said nothing more. Have you completed the induction? Wu Hung continued to ask. Kavina said, I have handed the appointment letter to Deacon Imolo, and now I am the captain of Team 11. Well, It's good that you have successfully entered the job. Have you found a place to live? Wu Heng continued to ask. Not yet. I will go and have a look and rent a place to live. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, the house I live in has many rooms. I can give you one. Or I can open a dormitory for you in the association. I will live there when I come. It doesn't cost money, and the conditions are good. Kavina glanced at the animal-eared assistant not far away and said, I'd better live in the dormitory. Well, then I will apply for your entry application later. And you can move in directly. Thank you. Kavina thanked her. With help. Many things are simple. They are not that complicated. Kavina continued to ask, is there anything to pay attention to on Treasure Island? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, the main threat to Treasure Island is pirates. But with Deacon Emilo in charge of the island, basically no pirates dare to approach. You don't have much to do. Wait for the association to assign members to you. And then see what tasks there are. Okay. There are many races here. Are there any taboos? I don't know much about this. Just communicate normally. There are not too many taboos. Oh. Okay. By the way, what level are you? Wu Heng continued to ask. Kavina glanced at the assistant not far away again, and said, level 8. How did you level up so fast? Wu Heng was a little surprised. Kavina's leveling speed was not slow. Moreover, it had already met the captain level requirements. Compared to you. Am I fast? Kavina cast a look. You can't compare like that. I am a mage. And I rely on skeleton servants. You have real strength. Wu Heng said. We don't need to flatter like that. Wu Heng nodded. And then asked, what are your requirements for team members? When there is a suitable candidate, I will arrange you into the team. It's good to have a backer. Kavina sighed. And said, I want a ranger. And it's better to have a magic professional. There are no other requirements. Rangers are basically equipped in every team. Taming animals is still the main means of investigation. For magic professionals, it is a bit difficult. They are usually warlocks. Mages are still relatively rare in Treasure Island, and they will not easily join the professional team to adventure. Okay, I will help you keep an eye out. Has the captain got married informed you? Kavina asked. No, but when he was in love with the captain of the second team, he wrote me a letter. Wu Heng said. At that time, it should be when you were transferred, so I didn't inform you. Well, I should have been on the road at that time, even if I wrote a letter. I wouldn't have received it. I didn't expect that the captain would get together with Captain Talisa, Kavina said recallingly. I've seen them dating several times. It's a bit late now. Really? Yeah. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Heng gave her a dormitory certificate. He asked Anweir to take her to choose a room, and introduced the functions of each area of the association. It was also a good thing for me that Kavina could come. They had a good relationship and kept in touch with each other through letters. In the future, when there is action, it will be a team that I can control. The cost of bribery is higher, and they will not betray me easily. The two girls left. Wu Heng packed up briefly and returned to his residence. Opened the boundary door in his study and went to the zombie world. Kalima was still sitting at the desk reading a book. He had already read more than half of the Dead Corpse Battlefield in his hand. It was estimated that he would be able to finish it soon. If he could learn Dead Corpse Battlefield, he could completely replace Wu Heng's position. Directly lead the skeleton army to clean up the zombies. He could also gain experience. He retracted his gaze, picked up the intercom that was charging at the side, and called Chi Honkai. Not long after, Chi Honkai came up from downstairs. The military has evacuated, and sold us a large amount of military equipment and instruments before leaving. Chapter 390. Defending the church. Chi Hansai's words made Wu Heng frown slightly. The military shelter was evacuated so quickly. What did they sell to us? Wu Heng asked, and motioned her to come in to talk. Chi Honkai walked into the room, glanced at the skeleton wizard who was reading a book, and said, bulletproof vests, helmets, gas masks, radio equipment, headsets, etc. When exchanging them, I asked them to provide a batch of ammunition and military vehicles on the grounds that they were not very useful. And they agreed. Obviously, the military shelter planned to pack up all the materials that could not be used or were difficult to take away and exchange them for food. Winter is coming soon. No matter how valuable the things are, or how sophisticated the equipment is, it is not as important as food. Chi Honkai did not accept all the supplies. He asked the other party to sell a certain amount of weapons, ammunition and military vehicles before agreeing to accept the supplies. Is the market closed? Chihonkai replied. No. The market is still open to the public, but it is managed by a survivor base. It is now a completely free trade market. They acted quite quickly. Well, many other shelters don't know they are gone yet. In fact, if you think about it, their withdrawal is also a better result for Wuheng. They occupied the city center, and at the same time expanded to the surrounding areas. If they didn't leave, they would meet sooner or later. Two relatively strong survivor bases might have conflicts over resources, and eventually fight. Now that they have left, merging with the province is the best outcome. It's time to leave. Let's continue to develop our own place. Understood. Chihonkai continued, regarding the base. I discussed it with Sister Yang, and planned to keep 3 bases. The bus station, the old factory area and the central shopping mall. And the rest of the bases will be temporarily closed. Will the prison be closed too? The prison is like a small fortress. If there is any danger in the future, we can completely retreat there. Chihonkai explained, the prison is too far away, so we will temporarily close it in winter. Leave some skeletons to guard it, and bring the rest of the people here, and then go back in spring to develop the fields behind the prison. It is okay to close it temporarily. Then you two can discuss it and settle the people separately. Yes. Chihonkai nodded to show that he understood. The 2 main things were discussed. Chihonkai also talked about the issue of expanding outward from the surrounding areas. The zombies on the main roads have been cleared, but some communities, or branch roads in the city, still have many zombies. They still need to be cleared. It will take a long time to completely recapture the city. After listening, Wuheng thought for a while and said, Kalima. The skeleton mage who was reading a book turned around. Wuheng continued, Kalima, follow her arrangements. Lead the skeleton army, and clear the surrounding zombies. Okay. Continue reading. The skeleton mage turned back. Chihonkai raised his eyebrows, with some surprise in his eyes. This skeleton in a slim robe seemed to have a different status. Not only does he read books, but he also has to follow me to clean up zombies. Wuheng continued to say to Chihonkai, it's called Kalima, and it has similar abilities to mine. During the day, take him to the scattered zombies around. If it's a group of zombies, wait for me to clean it up. Chihonkai looked at the skeleton again. Okay. Let's go. Let's go and see the exchange supplies, Wuheng said. Chihonkai stood up and walked out with him. The two stood up and walked out together. In the backyard of the mall, there were 2 armored vehicles and several military trucks parked. Wuheng called in the unlocked driving skeleton and took over the armored vehicle. Then he continued to the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with a large amount of supplies, military equipment, tools, and a lot of guns and ammunition. After listening to Chihonkai's report on the quantity, he put these things into the space ring. The rest of the items were handed over to Chihonkai for distribution. Then, he went to several other warehouses, and put away some drinks and snacks, and the bicycles he had looted last time. He talked with Chihonkai about the layout of the mall. Then they separated. Wuheng also returned to the other world. Walked out of the study. After going downstairs, he saw Minnie and Anwar looking at flowers in the courtyard. The little owl was hiding from the sun in the shade not far away. Minnie. Wire. Wuheng waved. The 2 girls ran over quickly. What's wrong? Master? Wuheng took the 2 to the open space in the courtyard and took out the bicycles. Minnie looked at something strange and asked in confusion, a vehicle with wheels? Yes. A means of transportation. Let me show you. Wuheng got on the bicycle and rode around the open space in the courtyard. Minnie and Anwar looked at it in surprise. So this is how 2 wheels are used. Teach me. Teach me. Minnie shouted excitedly. Wuheng got off the bike and helped her get on carefully. Keep your balance and pedal slowly. The bike moved crookedly, but Minnie's learning ability was still relatively strong. She was able to keep moving forward the first time she rode. The second time, she was much more natural, but her body was a little stiff. Then, Wuheng took out the second bike, helped Anwar onto it, and said, Be careful. Lift your tail up a little. Don't get caught in the wheel. Anwar blushed. Master, help me hold it. Yes. Go forward slowly. Wuheng held the bike, and then began to ride normally, circling around the house. Perhaps because they were professionals, the 2 girls learned very quickly. She also maintained a good balance and gradually rode faster. There were sounds of laughter. Sanera next door also looked up from the study, saw the two girls riding bicycles, and then looked at Wu Heng standing in the courtyard, changed into a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, and walked over alone. Wu Heng opened the door for her. Sanera asked, "What are they playing?" Wu Heng looked at her envious expression and took out another one. "This is for you. I'll teach you how to ride it." Seeing that there was one for her, Sanera immediately smiled. With the help, he carefully rode on the bicycle. Soon he joined the two girls' cycling team. The sound of laughter filled the entire courtyard. Association. Deacon study. Imolo sat behind his desk, frowning at the documents handed over. Moya stood aside and said, "Lopez City asked for support. What do you think should be arranged?" "Just received a letter. Lopez City on the coast requested reinforcements." Imolo frowned slightly, thinking about the following arrangements. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A woman walked in with a swagger. "Deacon Yamilo. Long time no see. You are quite courageous. The guardian of the Divine Punishment Church," Yamilo said coldly. The woman sat down on the sofa and shrugged. "I didn't do anything. There is no such thing as being brave or timid. What are you doing in Treasure Island?" Yamilo put away the documents. "I'm just passing by and staying for a few days." After dinner, Minnie and Anweer began to clean up the dishes. Chanela came over quickly, raised her foot, and pecked the other person's mouth. "I'll come later. Remember not to sleep too deeply." "Yeah." Wu Heng nodded, patted her hips. As the relationship between the two developed, some small actions, the other party no longer rejected it, but enjoyed it. The latter turned back and blinked mischievously, then walked to the door, said goodbye to Minnie and Anweer, and returned to his residence. Wu Heng also went to the courtyard to practice swordsmanship. Not long after, Minnie came down from upstairs and said, "Master, the bathwater is ready, and the pirate lady left a message, looking for you for something." "Oh, okay." Wu Heng put away the instructor's sword, went upstairs directly, and entered the radio room. After looking at the record book, he picked up the phone and asked, "Philippa, what happened?" Philippa said, "Didn't you ask me to find out some information about the Devil's Hand last time? I found out some information. I don't know if it will be useful to you."